Harry Potter sat staring at the wall of the hospital wing, absently patting the coarse fur of the giant black dog curled at his side. It was only the second night since the living nightmare that had been the final task of the Triwizard Tournament and the resurrection of the most feared dark wizard of all time. Harry's right arm twinged a bit where he'd been cut by Wormtail, and Harry flexed his fingers reflexively at the momentary pain. The dog eyed Harry mournfully and gave the slightest whine of sorrow. Harry either didn't hear it or was too lost in his own thoughts to respond to it. He just kept absent-mindedly continue to stroke the dog's black coat. Harry had been left with an overwhelming amount of questions as to what was going to happen. He had witnessed firsthand the adamant denial by Cornelius Fudge that it simply could not be true. There was no way that Lord Voldemort could have come back from the dead. People do not come back from the dead. Especially the single most feared wizard in all of history. It just wasn't possible, except that they lived in a world of magic, and Voldemort had not truly died. Harry hoped that Fudge was just in denial, and that once the shock wore off, the minister would begin taking steps to stop what Harry feared would be another war. In the meantime, it actually made Harry feel a bit of comfort to know that Dumbledore took the threat seriously and had immediately dispatched people to begin organizing. Harry tore his steely gaze from the wall to look at the dog who was still watching him carefully. Dumbledore had asked Sirius to set off and notify certain individuals, but Harry had protested. He had begged for Sirius to remain with him. Both Dumbledore and Sirius looked as if they were going to try to convince him that he would be okay, but thankfully, Hermione had chosen that moment to speak up in defense of her best friend. "Sirius, you need to stay with Harry. He needs his family right now. And while we're as good as family to him, you are the closest thing to a father that he has. Right now, there is nothing more important than Harry's well-being." Silence reigned for several moments, broken only by Mrs. Weasley's mumblings. Harry guessed she had been trying to figure out how it was Sirius Black, wanted mass murderer, was the closest thing to a father Harry had. In the end, Dumbledore wisely agreed with Hermione's assessment and decided it was probably best if he himself contacted certain individuals. "Besides, I can likely do it much faster than you could, Sirius." It was agreed that Sirius should remain in his animagus form while in the school, as it would not do for anyone to catch a glimpse of a wanted fugitive, especially given the events of the past day. Harry had been surrounded by his friends all day, but they had barely spoken. He loved them all, but he desperately wished to be alone, and was extremely thankful when they had all finally gone to dinner that night. The worst part of it all had been his meeting with Mr. and Mrs. Diggory that morning. Mr. Diggory looked so horrible and broken that Harry had tears in his eyes before anyone spoke. Harry felt a heavy guilt in his heart because he had told Cedric to take the cup with him. It should have been a Hogwarts victory, the two of them standing together, united for their school. Instead, it had been a sentencing. Cedric had died only moments after they had won the tournament for their school. Worse still was that neither of the Diggorys seemed to blame him for the loss of their only child. In fact, they thanked him for returning Cedric's body to them so they might be able to say goodbye and bury him properly. Harry had even tried to offer the 1,000 galleon prize money, but the Diggorys refused. Harry felt the sting of tears again as he remembered that horrible instant when Cedric's life was extinguished like a candle. The door to the infirmary opened, and Harry wiped at his eyes, not wishing to let anyone see him so vulnerable. A girl approached him, and Harry thought at first it might be Jinny Weasley. Certainly in the dark, it was hard to make out much. The girl was about Jinny's height, with her hair tied back in a ponytail, but when she finally reached his bedside, it couldn't have been more obvious that this was not Jinny. In fact, this girl wasn't even in Gryffindor. The girl had dark hair and soft brown eyes. Her skin was the color of cream, with a faintest smattering of freckles on her nose. But the thing that actually disturbed Harry was the silver and green insignia on her robes. This girl was a Slytherin. The dog next to Harry began growling low, which caused the girl to step back, holding up her hands defensively. "Very protective dog you got there, Harry," the girl said cautiously. "I'm not here to make trouble, I swear." Harry patted Sirius' head reassuringly and regarded the girl for a moment. The Slytherin took a seat in the chair that Molly Weasley had barely left in the past day. "I just needed to see for myself that you were okay. I knew that I'd never be allowed with all your friends around you. When I saw them all at dinner, I figured it was my best chance. Why do you care? Don't all Slytherins hate me or something?" Harry asked, not bothering to hide the venom in his voice. The girl looked as if she had expected it. Not all of us hate you, Harry. You actually have more than a few supporters there. We're just not vocal about it. She smiled. Why are you so interested in how I am? That's kind of complicated and more than a little embarrassing, the girl said. Harry couldn't see in the dark, but had the feeling the girl was blushing. Sirius inclined his head and gave a low whine. There have been a lot of stories making the rounds, all of them horrible, and I just couldn't take it anymore. I had to know. Look, if you came to hear about what happened, Harry began, getting more irritated, but the girl stopped him quickly. I don't want to know, she said firmly. Whatever happened in that maze was truly horrid, I have no doubt, and I'm sure you're going to be haunted by it for a long time. I don't want to make you relive it. As I said, I just needed to see for myself that you were okay. Harry stared at her for a long time. She began to fidget under his rather unnerving gaze. You hang out with Parkinson, right? You're Greengrass. Daphne will be fine, the girl said, a bit softly. But I don't understand, Harry said, rubbing at his temples. I guess there really is no avoiding it, Daphne sighed. She seemed to be steeling herself before heaving a long sigh. Okay, I've kind of liked you for about 1.5 years now. I don't mean the legend or whatever they call you. I like Harry, the boy who struggles to get a potion right because our teacher is a bit unfair to him. The boy who looks so bored in history class or sticks up for the care of magical creatures professor, even when he's more than a little disturbed by the bizarre creatures himself. I like the real Harry, and I've been wanting to get to know him for a really long time. So why didn't you talk to me before? Because I'm a coward, Daphne shrugged. I said before that you have supporters in Slytherin, but there aren't many, and the ones who do try to keep it quiet. It's better for everyone that way. But not just that, you are rather unapproachable. You just put out this aura that tends to keep people away. You're kind of scary sometimes. But you're not afraid tonight? Harry asked. I'm terrified, to be honest, Daphne admitted, but you still came. I had to see with my own eyes that you were. Okay, I am, or rather, I think I will be. Harry sighed, settling back into his pillows a bit. I don't think you're a coward either. You don't even know me, Daphne pointed out, but Harry pressed on. Everyone gets afraid. It's how we deal with that fear that makes us brave or cowardly. Huh, Daphne said, looking impressed. That's very wise. I never thought about it that way. Well, I should let you get your rest. Daphne stood up and began to leave, but stopped when she got to the end of his bed. Harry, yeah. Next year, do you think we might spend some time together? To get to know one another. The great black dog raised its head, cocking its ears inquisitively. It looked between the two teens expectantly. Harry stared at the shadowy silhouette of the girl, who was waiting expectantly. It was the great black dog who actually made up Harry's mind. Sirius rose from the bed and trotted lightly over the girl, nudging her hand with his muzzle. He gave the girl a little lick on her palm and went right back to his spot on Harry's bed. The girl looked a bit questioningly at Harry, who had a small smile on his face. Yeah, that'd be okay. The girl smiled and then left, leaving Harry alone with his dog. His animagus godfather gave him a rather pointed look. Oh, shut up, Harry said. Harry swore he saw the dog smile before dropping his bed back on his front paws. Just as Daphne Greengrass left the infirmary, Hermione and Ron, followed by a very worried Mrs. Weasley, appeared. Ron looked rather upset about something, though Harry never found out what it was, as Mrs. Weasley promptly began looking him over and fussing over him. Harry was allowed to return to Gryffindor Tower the very next day. Before he was released, Sirius took a few moments to let him know that it was okay to feel horrible over everything that happened, but he should not feel guilty. There is only one person to blame for all that happened, and that is not you, Sirius said as he gripped his godson's shoulders and forced Harry to look in his eyes. I know that you think it was your fault that Cedric was even there, but you had no idea what was going to happen. You were led into a trap, and it's that simple. Harry nodded, taking his godfather's words to heart. Deep down he knew that he was not to blame, but there was still a deep sense of shame about what had transpired. Do not bottle any of this up, Sirius advised. Talk to your friends about it, or you can write me if you want. If you bottle it up, then it may end up consuming you. If you don't feel comfortable talking to Ron or Hermione, there's always that pretty little Slytherin girl. Sirius winked. Harry gave a wry look to his godfather, but promised he would talk to someone if he needed to. After Sirius left, Harry was met by his friends, and together, the three of them journeyed up to Gryffindor Tower. Everyone they passed along the way abruptly averted their eyes, which troubled Harry until Hermione explained it. Dumbledore told everyone to leave you alone. No one's really allowed to ask you any questions about it all. she said when a group of Hufflepuffs passed them, quickly looking away. When they got back to the common room, Harry left his friends and went to his dorm, where he lay on his bed. School would be letting out in a day, and Harry began anticipating his return to the Dursleys. "I can't believe you actually did it." Tracy Davis was sitting on her bed in the Slytherin fourth-year girls' dorm. Her best friend, Daphne Greengrass, was finishing packing her trunk in preparation for returning home the next day. Daphne was a very pretty girl with straight dark brown hair and soft brown eyes. She was slim and lithe with a developing dancer's figure. "It's been 2 days, Tracy," Daphne sighed. "Get over it." "But you actually talked to him," Tracy said, waving her hands for effect. "You talked to Harry Potter." "Yes," Daphne said, turning to face her friend. "I talked to him and he was very nice, and hopefully next year I'll talk to him more." "So what are you going to do?" Tracy asked. "What do you mean?" "Well, now you've made contact. What comes next? How much time are you going to allow to pass before you snog him senseless?" Tracy asked, a very mischievous smile on her face. "Oh my God," Daphne shrieked, turning to stare incredulously at her friend. "I don't even know what I'm going to say to him when I see him next. It took me a year just to talk to him once, and you've got me snogging him like we're star-crossed lovers already." "Maybe you are," Tracy shrugged, smiling suggestively. "And maybe we're not. I want to take this slow. I want to get to know him, the real him. Right now I have to let him see past the fact I'm in Slytherin, then we'll see." "But you'd like to snog him." At this, Daphne couldn't help the small smile that appeared, which made Tracy laugh hysterically. The final day of term went by just as it had for many, many years. All over the castle, students said goodbye to friends, fearing they might not get a chance on the train, packing their trunks, or just wandering around the grounds. In the afternoon, Harry and his friends went down to Hagrid's hut to visit and bid him goodbye for the year. During their visit, Hagrid praised Harry for his efforts in the tournament and what happened in the graveyard. Harry's mood darkened a bit until Hagrid compared him with his father. "You did as much as your father would have done, and I can think of no higher praise than that." The memory of seeing the shadows of his parents' spirits gave Harry a very warm feeling in his chest. The Great Hall was filled once again with all the students from Hogwarts, and both Beauxbatons and Durmstrang for the leaving feast. The feast had begun earlier than normal, as at the end, both of the visiting schools were scheduled to leave. Dumbledore ended the feast with a very heartfelt speech about the importance of unity and friendships, and gave a warning of dark times ahead. Unfortunately for everyone, his speech was far too vague for many to understand, and the message behind it went unheeded. There were many goodbyes that night, as the visiting schools bid farewell to the new friends they had made. Victor Crumb made a point in asking Hermione to write to him. The Bulgarian seeker then came to Harry and bowed low. "You veer forced into this tournament, and even though you veer not ready for it, you showed everyone what we can accomplish if we truly wish it." "It was fixed, the entire thing," Harry said mildly. "Be that as it may, no one helped you once the tasks began, and yet you still managed to come out ahead each time." "I was just lucky." Harry tried again, but Crumb wouldn't have any of it. "Some of it vast luck, and yes, some of it may have been made to guarantee your success. Yet no one could have outflown that dragon. None of us spared a second thought for the other hostages under the lake, and none of us would have tried to share the victory. You are a truly great wizard, and I would be honored to call you my friend, Harry Potter." Crumb held out a hand, which Harry took gratefully. Crumb gave a great smile and bowed once again. "Should you ever need my help, you need but ask. I shall also be telling my coaches to be watching your progress. Good seekers are hard to find." Crumb gave a wave and made his way to the Durmstrang ship. Harry barely had a moment to reflect on what Crumb had said when he was suddenly engulfed in a strong embrace. "He spoke true," Fleur de Lacquer said as she held Harry tightly. She kissed each of his cheeks before releasing him and holding him at arm's length. Her eyes were shining with tears as she spoke to him. "My one regret for this year has been not getting to know you or Cedric better. It was not until I nearly lost my sister that I realized how ridiculous this tournament was, but you reminded me of what was truly important. Family and friends. I thank you for all you have taught me." Fleur released him, and her sister, Gabrielle, took Harry by the arms and kissed him gently upon each cheek. Smiling, the two Frenchwomen followed their schoolmates to the waiting carriage for their own departure. Harry felt strange as he watched the Beauxbatons' carriage take to the air, and the Durmstrang ship disappear into the depths of the Black Lake. He had not taken the opportunity to get to know the other champions, and that was what the tournament was supposed to have been about all along. Even though he had won, Harry knew now that no one had been victorious. They had all failed. Harry looked all about him as the Hogwarts students began making their way back into the castle for their last night. A familiar-looking girl in Slytherin robes caught his eye and gave a small smile. Harry returned the smile with a small nod of his head. Perhaps it was possible to learn from his mistake and reach out to other people. He knew that he now had an opportunity, and he made up his mind to not allow this one to slip through his fingers. Harry started walking towards the girl, whose eyes were beginning to widen, when Ron stepped in his path, with Hermione at his side. "What a year, mate. What do you think they'll have in store for us next term?" Harry could see Daphne Greengrass disappear into the castle, being swept on by the mass of students trying to return to their dormitories. "Everything's going to change, isn't it?" Hermione asked worriedly as she stood next to Harry. Harry nodded slowly. "Yeah, but that's life, isn't it?" Harry began to smile for the first time in several days. "That's what it's all about, isn't it? Very prophetic." Hermione smiled softly. "I don't suppose it has to be bad, does it? It is what you make it," Harry said. Hermione gave him a strong embrace. "You'll write me over the summer, right? Don't I always?" The Hogwarts Express left on time from Hogsmeade Station, and Harry and his friends were tucked into a compartment near the end of the train. Every so often, someone came by to wish them well over the summer. Two of those well-wishers were two people that the trio had never spoken to before, at least not while together. Daphne Greengrass and her best friend, Tracy Davis, had come looking for Harry and his friends. Harry smiled when he saw Daphne and was about to ask her to join them when Ron began shouting. "What do you snakes want?" "Ron, don't be rude," Hermione hissed. "We just wanted to tell you to have a good summer," Daphne said, wilting a bit under Ron's glare. "Thank you," Harry said gently. "You can go now." Ron spat, but the two girls just stood there. Hermione kept looking back and forth between Harry and the two Slytherins, a look of inquisitiveness on her face. Harry simply stared at the darker-haired of the two girls, a tiny smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "I'll see you next year, then," the girl said, giving a tiny wave, and she and her friend turned and left. Ron continued staring at the place where they had been while Harry went back to their chess game. Hermione couldn't stop herself. "Why are those girls wishing you a good summer?" Harry shrugged, not really wishing to discuss the subject, but now Ron had cottoned on. "Yeah," he growled. "It is kind of strange that Slytherins would come here and not try and say something insulting, isn't it? Maybe they understood what the tournament was really about, unlike the rest of us. Well, Hermione got it," Harry sighed. Harry saw the small, proud smile appear on Hermione's face while Ron looked confused. Harry changed the subject before Ron could comment further. "I'm a bit surprised," Harry started. "I haven't seen a Rita Skeeter exclusive on the end of the tournament. And you won't." Hermione smiled brightly, though there was something maniacal in her eyes that gave Harry and Ron pause. She dug into her bag and pulled out a small jar with a few twigs and leaves and a very fat beetle. "I caught her in the act of eavesdropping, or rather, bugging." Hermione looked triumphantly as she held out the jar for the boys to inspect. Hermione then went on to explain how she had figured out the wretched reporter was an unregistered animagus, and that was how she had been getting all those exclusives for her articles. "I've made her a deal that she is to not write anything for a whole year, and I'll keep her secret. Hopefully she'll learn to stop writing horrible lies about people. Otherwise, I'll make sure that she gets a long vacation at Azkaban." "So clever, Granger," drawled a familiar voice. The trio turned to find Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle standing in the doorway. "Get out, Malfoy," Harry said menacingly. "Trying not to think about it, are we? Trying to bury the memory?" Draco smiled as he taunted Harry. "I said get out," Harry said, rising from his seat. Malfoy didn't look frightened and kept on jeering Harry. "I warned you on the day we met, Potter. I warned you not to associate with riffraff, mudbloods, and muggle lovers. They're going to be the first to fall now that he's back." "Well, maybe the second, seeing as Diggory was the first." Draco began to laugh, but then he suddenly stiffened. Ron, Hermione, and Harry had all drawn their wands. Draco made to draw his own when there was several bangs and bright lights. Draco and his cronies fell to the floor in a heap, and Fred and George, along with Lee Jordan, poked their heads in. "We saw these gits heading this way and figured they were up to something." Fred smiled. With Ron and Harry's help, the Weasley twins rolled the three Slytherins out into the corridor before joining the trio in the compartment, where they indulged in several hands of exploding snap. During the game, the twins told them about the bets made with Ludo Bagman and all the problems they had trying to collect on that bet. During the story, Harry was struck with an idea. When the train arrived back in London, and everyone began debarking, Harry managed to take Fred and George aside. "I want you two to take this and put it towards your shop. I don't want it, and I know you can put it to good use." The twins tried to refuse, but Harry threatened to dump it in the street. The twins, after several moments of contemplation, finally agreed, and with one final stipulation, Harry handed over the fat sack of galleons. Harry gave hugs to Mrs. Weasley and Hermione, who kissed his cheek before following his Uncle Vernon to the car and making the journey to Privet Drive for what promised to be a very boring summer. Daphne Greengrass finished her packing and closed her trunk. She took a great breath and let it out slowly, as if she were centering herself. She had been anticipating the end of the summer holidays with a mixture of excitement and nervousness. In a few short hours, she was going to try to begin making friends with Harry Potter. She had not spoken to him since that night the previous year when he was still in the hospital. Well, she had tried on the train, but the Weasley boy had made it difficult. Daphne had spent most of her summer trying to figure out the best way to approach Harry again. Tracy Davis, her best friend, had visited late in July and tried to help Daphne think of the best way to strike up conversations with the boy. The problem was all of Tracy's ideas either started or ended with Daphne grabbing Harry and snogging him until they passed out. Daphne, while unopposed to the idea of snogging the boy, felt it might not be the best way to start a friendship, much less anything else. Daphne had begun to wonder if Harry would even still be willing to get to know the Slytherin girl anymore. After all, there had been 2 months since they'd last spoken, and Daphne had neglected to ask if she could write him during the holiday. She had sought advice from her parents at the start of the holiday. Daphne had felt that her parents' opinion was important. She remembered approaching her mother one afternoon a week after she'd come home. "Mum, I need some advice," she had said, her voice shaking with nerves. Her mother was a very striking woman, slim and beautiful, with very dark hair and sparkling blue eyes. She had a classic figure with a slender hourglass shape, and she was rarely seen without some kind of smile on her gentle face. Of course, her mother gave one of Daphne's favorite smiles. It was small, the corners of her mouth turning up towards her bright, sparkling eyes. It was the knowing smile, the smile her mother got when she already knew what it was she was about to hear. "It's about a boy," Daphne continued. Her mother simply continued to smile. "I like him, but I don't really know him. I've only talked to him one time, but I just think he's rather special," her mother asked. Daphne nodded, her cheeks reddening. Her mother gave a soft laugh, reaching out to take her eldest daughter's hands. "I had thought this would happen last year," Mrs. Greengrass said encouragingly. "May I ask the name of this boy?" Daphne looked pensive, wondering what the reaction might be before answering, feeling that honesty was the best course of action. "It's Harry Potter." The smile on her mother's face seemed to evaporate. Daphne wondered if she had made a mistake in confiding in her mother now. Mrs. Greengrass gave Daphne's hands a squeeze. "When did this happen?" she asked. "Well, that's why I came to you. It actually hasn't happened." Daphne's mother cocked her head to one side as she looked at her daughter. Daphne sighed, but pushed forward. "I started having these feelings sometime in 3rd year. All during this year, I've really wanted to talk to him, and actually managed it, though it wasn't under ideal circumstances. However, I asked him if we might make an effort this coming year again. The thing is, I'm not sure how to get started," her mother asked, the knowing smile returning to her beautiful face. Daphne nodded. Neither woman said anything for a long time. Daphne found it difficult to look her mother in the eye and tried to find anything to focus on, the whole time feeling her mother's eyes on her. "Why Potter? It isn't because of who he is it?" "Yes," Daphne said, nodding slowly. "Oh, Daphne, I must say that I believed you to be more practical than that. I never imagined that you would fall for the fairy tale hero." "What?" Daphne looked surprised. "No, I like Harry for who he is, not who everyone else thinks he is. He's different from what I expected. He's nothing like the stories. He's quiet for the most part, and he hates all the attention he gets. I mean, he really hates it. There's something very special about him, and I'm not saying it's written in the stars or anything, but I'd like to see if at the very least we might be good friends." "But you're hopping for more, aren't you?" Mrs. Greengrass smiled her knowing smile a little bigger, her eyes sparkling brilliantly. Daphne felt her face burning and was sure her cheeks were glowing. Yet she could not stop herself from nodding. "Well then, you must remember that there is no hurry. Take your time and allow things to develop naturally. You may find as you get to know him that he might not be what you think he is, and then again, it could be better than you ever hoped for. Mrs. Greengrass said, "Also, remember that nothing else matters except what the two of you feel. Don't let yourself be swayed by other people's opinions. In the end, the only thing that matters is your feelings for him and his for you. Understand?" Daphne nodded, a relieved smile on her face. Her mother then went on to give her a few ideas in how best to start a conversation with the target of her affections. They spent the rest of the afternoon together until her father arrived home. It was a bit of a surprise when her father came to see her later that evening. "Your mother tells me that you've become rather interested in a young man at your school," he said wryly. Daphne felt her cheeks burning as her face colored. She had thought her conversation with her mother had been private, but apparently she thought it fit to inform her father of their daughter's love life. "You can wipe that frightened look off your face, young lady. I'm not here to tell you to forget it or to lock you in a tower. I've come because I'm concerned for your choice. While I think that a match between you and Potter is good, I am worried about the timing and what fate has in store for the young man." "You're talking about what happened before school let out, aren't you? The final task?" Daphne asked. Her father nodded, and Daphne felt a heavy weight settle on her stomach. "The boy does have something of a reputation for attracting trouble, and before you get defensive, I happen to know that he is not always the cause of it. But you can't deny that he and his friends do seem to get into spots of trouble. My concern is as your father. Your mother and I do not wish to see you getting hurt. I can take care of myself, and I am smart enough to avoid trouble if I can help it." Daphne smiled. "I'm sure you can. Just remember to be careful and keep your eyes and ears open. You never know when you might stumble upon a valuable piece of information that could help you later on." Daphne had been very surprised at her father's blessing. Jonathan Greengrass was a man who very rarely smiled. Daphne could only remember a dozen or so times that her father had smiled. It wasn't that he was a stern man, in fact, he could be downright immature sometimes. He was warm and caring, and tender with her and her sister, and a very devoted husband as well. Daphne wondered if it was his job that had made him so stony. He never spoke about his job, and all Daphne seemed to be sure of was that he worked within the ministry, along with some other old families. She often overheard conversations her parents had, and had sussed out that her father worked in law, though she was unsure exactly what he did. A few weeks before school started up again, Daphne had overheard another discussion between her parents, which gave her pause, as it had to do with the very boy she was planning to befriend in the coming year. Before a full court, her father was saying, quite agitated, if Dumbledore hadn't shown up with the squib, he would have been chucked out for sure. Fudge wasn't even going to allow him to speak. It was like the Black affair all over again. "So you believe his story then?" her mother asked softly. Daphne could hear the tremble in her voice. "After today, I think I have little doubt left. The problem is that there are no other signs to back up the story, and Fudge won't investigate. In fact, he's convinced Dumbledore is trying to mount a coup and take over. How can he think that? Dumbledore keeps refusing the position. He wants nothing to do with running the government. He even seems happier now that he's out of the Wisengamot. I actually heard him say he doesn't care what they do, so long as they don't take him off the chocolate frog cards." Daphne heard her father snort and desperately wanted to see if he was smiling, but remained hidden just outside the door. "Should we be more concerned about Daphne with everything that's going on? Should we tell her it's for the best that she avoid the boy?" her mother asked, her voice dropping. "No," her father said swiftly. "I won't be the one to take away her happiness. She has the right to seek it out with whomever she feels she wants. But he's going to be targeted by Fudge and his spy. Indeed, maybe Daphne can help him avoid confrontations with the new defense teacher." Daphne slipped back to her bedroom after that. That conversation had plagued her mind for the remainder of the summer. She knew without a doubt that what Dumbledore had said to them at the end of term was true. Harry had indeed witnessed the return of Lord Voldemort. On top of that, the Minister of Magic was either too afraid or too stupid to believe it, and was therefore ignoring it, choosing to believe the great headmaster was planning on overthrowing the government. She also thought long and hard about what her father had said about there being a new defense teacher, who was also a spy for the minister. A spy whose primary target was going to be Harry. It was a pretty well-known fact that Harry Potter had something of a temper, and if provoked he could land himself in real trouble with the ministry, especially as they had already set their sights on him. So perhaps that was her way in. She could start a conversation by warning him that he try to keep his temper in check this year and let him know what she had heard. And that's what she had decided. As soon as the train got underway that morning, she was going to find him and warn him. Then, she would hope that they would be able to start up a conversation and see how things went. "Are you ready?" her mother asked as she came downstairs to join her sister and parents. "I think so." Daphne tried to smile, but the butterflies dancing in her stomach made it difficult. "Then let's be off." And with that, Clan Greengrass began its journey to King's Cross Station for the beginning of the new school term. Harry Potter stood staring at the backs of his best friends as they began making their way forward through the mass of students towards the front of the train, where the other prefects were having their start-of-school meeting. This would be the first time he'd have to ride the train without either of them. Sighing sullenly, he turned to see if Jinny, Ron's sister, would like to find a cabin, only to see her joining a group of fourth years in their compartment. Harry groaned inwardly. It felt like the beginning of the new term was starting to reflect the beginning of his summer holiday, and he didn't like that at all. Dragging his trunk behind him, Harry set off to find a compartment or someone willing to allow him to join them. Harry started regretting the fact that he didn't have more friends. He wondered if it was all his fault, though. Sure, he'd never had any friends before Hogwarts because Dudley had threatened and even beat up a few people who got close to Harry. But once he got to Hogwarts, why hadn't he tried to make more friends after Ron and Hermione? He'd sort of made friends with the other Weasleys, but that was really due to the fact that they were Ron's family. He spent summers with them, so it was hard not to get to know them a bit. Fred and George were really hard not to like on their own, but what about outside the Weasleys or even Gryffindor? Sure, he knew most everyone in his class on sight, but he wasn't even friendly with most of them. Damn it, Sirius, Harry thought. It was his godfather who'd planted that little seed in his mind about a week before school started. They'd taken a large bag of ferrets up to feed Buckbeak, who Harry thought looked a bit depressed at being chained up in an attic, unable to spread his wings and take to the air whenever he wanted. A look, Harry noted, that seemed to be mirrored on his godfather's face. "So tell me, have you heard anything from that lovely young girl who came to see you in the hospital wing?" Sirius asked without any preamble. "Huh?" Harry looked bewildered at the question. "Have you written her at all during the summer?" Harry's mind had to work a bit hard to figure out what Sirius was talking about, and then it all clicked. The girl who had come to visit him the night before he was released. The very pretty Slytherin girl with the dark brown hair and the dazzling brown eyes. Daphne Greengrass. "No, I never spoke to her after that night. Well, she did come see me on the train, but I think Ron scared her off." "Shame," Sirius said meaningfully. "What do you mean?" Harry asked curiously. "Harry, how many friends do you have outside of Ron and Hermione? Real friends, I mean, not people you say hello to once in a while." Harry thought about it for a long time. When a few minutes passed in silence, Sirius nodded, smiling sadly. "That's what I thought. Have you ever thought about trying to make new friends or including other people in your little circle?" "I guess not. There is nothing wrong with having close friends, Harry. Ron and Hermione have been at your side for as long as you've known them. You trust them, and I know how important you value trusting someone. I also know how you feel about people wanting to be your friend because of who you are, and perhaps that's part of why you keep people at a distance. But I don't think that particular young lady wants to be your friend because of your fame. I think she has taken the time to look at the real Harry Potter." "I don't know." "She's a Slytherin, and they've never been kind, if you take my meaning." Harry shrugged. "They aren't all like that. Slytherin is a very tight-knit group of individuals. They are for the most part made up entirely of pureblood families who all think the same way that Salazar Slytherin thought. They pass that on to their children, who emulate what they've been taught, some of them quite passionately." "Malfoy," Harry said bitterly. "Exactly, but you can't base your judgment of them based on Malfoy and his lot. Look at me. I came from one of the most well-known dark families ever known. If you did not know me but knew of my family's reputation, would you lump me in with them as being a dark Muggle hater?" Harry didn't know how to answer that. He simply could not picture his godfather being like a Death Eater and torturing Muggles because he felt they were beneath him. He guessed that was the point to Sirius' question. "I don't really know how to answer that." "Good," Sirius smiled. "That was the point. You can't base your attitude towards an entire group based on individuals. What I'm trying to tell you is that you owe it to yourself to try and make more friends, even if they come from Slytherin house." "You're telling me to get to know Daphne Greengrass," Harry smiled. "That I am. She may be just like Malfoy, or she could be the most special person you've ever met." Harry had promised he would take his godfather's advice this year and try to get to know more people around him. His first opportunity came as he ran into Neville Longbottom, looking rather awkward as he too was trying to find an empty compartment. "Hey, Neville." Harry smiled politely at his fellow Gryffindor. "Oh, hi, Harry. How was your summer?" "Dismal. Yours?" "Not too bad," Neville shrugged. "Any luck on finding a compartment?" Harry asked. "So far, everywhere is full up." "Well, come on. I'm sure we can find someone willing to share." The two boys lumbered further towards the back of the train, not finding anywhere they could squeeze into until the very last compartment, where a small girl sat reading a magazine. She was thin, with very long, dirty blonde hair, and a rather dreamy expression on her face. She looked almost startled when Harry opened the door and asked if they might join her. Harry and Neville heaved their trunks into the overhead rack and sat down to find the strange girl staring at them. She had a necklace made of butterbeer corks and large earrings that looked to Harry like radishes. Her wand was tucked behind her ear for safekeeping. Neither boy could speak under the girl's gaze, and they kept shooting glances back to one another. Finally, the girl spoke with a very pleasant, almost dream-like voice. "You're Harry Potter." Yeah," Harry stammered. "And you're Neville Longbottom," she said, not even moving her head to regard Neville, who nonetheless looked very embarrassed. "Alois Midjan thinks you're dreamy," the girl said matter-of-factly. Harry couldn't help himself and snorted. Neville looked sharply at Harry, who had turned his sudden fit of laughter into coughing. Alois Midjan was not a very pretty girl. She had a terrible acne problem and was very tall for her age. Only one other girl in their year could be said to be more unfortunate-looking, and that was Millicent Bulstrode of Slytherin. Harry finally managed to get himself under control and asked the girl her name. "I'm Luna Lovegood. I'm in Ravenclaw." "How do you know Alois likes Neville?" Harry asked. Neville glared at Harry for pushing the topic. "I overheard her and Mandy Brocklehurst talking last year. Alois wanted to ask Neville to the Yule Ball, and I told her that he was going with Jinny Weasley. She's a friend of mine." "Really?" "I don't think I'd ever heard your name before, but then again, I don't know any of Jinny's friends," Harry said. "Jinny really enjoyed the Yule Ball with Neville, although Padma Paddle did not have a good time at all." Harry felt himself going red now. He knew that Ron had been Padma's date, and it was mostly due to him asking for Parvati's help. This made him feel worse, as he'd not been a very good date that night. Harry decided right then that he should apologize to Parvati the first chance he got. Before he could ask any more of Luna, she had hidden herself behind her magazine again. Shrugging, Harry turned to Neville, who still looked quite humiliated. "Promise not to mention that to anyone," Neville asked in a hoarse whisper. "Why, there are girls who like you. That's nothing to be ashamed of, Neville." "I don't want her to be embarrassed, and if Malfoy ever heard about it." "That's damn noble of you, Nev. You have my word I won't say anything. What you do over the summer?" "Worked in my greenhouse mostly." Neville smiled. "I saw that you had an exciting holiday. Why did you use magic in front of muggles?" Harry's mirth melted away. "How did you know about it?" "My gran told me about it. She saw an article in the Daily Prophet. What happened?" Harry couldn't fault Neville his curiosity. Had their roles been shifted, Harry imagined he would be quite keen to know why Neville had broken the statute of secrecy. "I only did it to save my cousin from Dementors." "I don't know why they were there, but there were two of them. If I hadn't, my cousin would have had his souls sucked out." "I thought it had to be something like that. I couldn't think of any reason why you would break the law. It just didn't seem right to me." Harry smiled, his mood lightening again. "Where is Hermione?" Neville asked, a hint of embarrassment in his voice that puzzled Harry a bit. "And Ron," Neville added quickly. "They both made prefect. They're up with the other prefects." "I imagine if they can, they'll be back sometime, I suppose." "Oh," Neville said, averting his eyes. "You like her?" Both boys turned to face the girl, who they'd all but forgotten about. "What?" Harry asked disbelievingly. "He likes Hermione Granger. He stares at her all the time when she's not looking." Harry turned to stare at Neville, who became very interested in his shoes at the moment, his face becoming a vivid shade of red. Harry had never any idea that Neville might fancy his best friend. In fact, Harry had been more than sure that Ron had fancied Hermione, even if she herself was unaware of it. But Neville? Harry began to wonder what other secrets Neville kept. He was a very shy person, to be sure, and had a serious lack of self-confidence, which led to him becoming the target for bullies. He was quite forgetful, and always had difficulty in remembering the password to the Gryffindor common room every year. But Neville was a very loyal person. In their first year, Neville had stood against Harry, Hermione, and Ron when he felt they were causing Gryffindor trouble. He'd also supported Harry all during the last year, even when Ron had believed him a liar and cheater. Neville had never wavered in his support of his fellow Gryffindors. Neville was a good person, Harry thought, and Hermione could do far worse. However, Harry realized in that moment that it was none of his business, and knew that he should not say anything. Thankfully, at that moment, the compartment door opened, and Harry's thoughts on Hermione and Neville were shoved quite forcefully from his mind as he set his eyes on a very pretty girl with silky dark brown hair. "Hello, Harry." "Hi," Harry said, sounding far more confident than he felt at the moment. "You're a hard person to find. I've been looking in nearly every compartment. Would you mind if we joined you?" the girl asked politely. She was much prettier than Harry remembered, not that he'd gotten a very good look at her when she had visited in the hospital wing, as it had been quite dark. Then when she had tried to talk to him on the train, she hadn't stayed long enough to really observe her. But as she stood framed in the door of his compartment, Harry could fully appreciate how attractive this girl was. Harry noticed that she was not alone. A girl around the same height, but with vibrant blonde hair and sea-green eyes, stood smiling just behind her. Harry recognized the girl, but couldn't think of her name. "Sure," Harry said, motioning for the girls to join them. Daphne Greengrass and her friend came in, and Harry saw Luna slide over to allow the girls to sit. Luna stared at the Slytherins, not with loathing as Harry expected, but with mild curiosity. Neville, on the other hand, was staring at them coldly. Neville couldn't blame him. Most Slytherins targeted Neville for bullying. "How was your summer?" Harry asked as Daphne settled herself. The girls smiled at him and shrugged. "No complaints. I wanted to write to you, but I was already at home before I thought to ask you." "That's okay." Harry's mind seemed to grind to a halt. He had no idea what he should say to Daphne now that she was here in front of him. He knew nothing about her. Harry noticed the girl that had come in with Daphne was nudging her in the side and giving her pointed looks. "So, I think you should know," Daphne began, looking a bit apprehensive. "I heard something over the summer, and I really think someone should warn you." "Warn me?" Harry quirked an eyebrow. He'd been able to garner a bit of information through eavesdropping on the Order meetings, but didn't know much more than the fact that Voldemort was after some kind of weapon. "Yes." "It seems you've ruffled more than a few feathers. My parents were talking about your trial." "Trial?" Neville asked sharply. "What trial?" "I had a trial at the ministry after I used magic this summer. They wanted to expel me from school." "You're kidding." "No, I'm not, but how did you know about it?" Harry turned back to Daphne. "My father was talking about it. I'm not sure, but I think he is on the Wisengamot," Daphne said. "What do you mean you're not sure?" Neville asked, his voice faltering a bit. "Father never talks about his work in front of me and my sister, and we've never asked about it. I sometimes get the feeling my father doesn't like his work. Anyway, it seems that the minister is hell-bent on keeping you quiet. He's managed to get someone inside Hogwarts." "Really? Who?" Harry asked, utterly shocked. "I don't know. I didn't hear a name or anything. I just felt like I should warn you. You might try to keep your head down this year if you can." Daphne smiled gently, and Harry smiled back. "I'll keep it in mind," Harry chuckled. "I believe you," the other girl said. "About you-know-who returning, if you look at things logically, it all makes sense." "I'm so sorry." Daphne looked thoroughly embarrassed. "This is Tracy Davis, my best friend." "Nice to meet you." Tracy smiled politely, offering her hand. Harry shook it and sat back. "I believe you too, Harry," Neville said. "My gran says the prophet's become a bigger rag than the Quibbler. She canceled our subscription." "Excuse me," Luna spoke up a bit harshly. "My father is the editor of the Quibbler." "Oh, I'm sorry, that's just what my gran says." Neville shrank under Luna's cold stare. "I believe you as well," Luna said, surprising everyone on the compartment. She stared right at Harry as she spoke. "My father believes in Dumbledore, and he says that if Dumbledore believes you, then we should too." "I don't want to be rude or anything," Neville said, clearing his throat, hoping to change the subject and make Luna stop staring at him. "But why are you two here? Don't all Slytherins hate Harry and Gryffindors in general?" Tracy looked at Daphne, who couldn't help but smirk. "Do all Gryffindors hate Slytherins?" she asked. "Yeah," Harry and Neville said together. Luna even nodded, looking at them all in turn. Tracy sighed while Daphne sat forward in her seat. "So you both hate us?" Daphne asked, looking as if she might get up. Harry felt a sudden wave of panic that this girl might get up and leave, and he wasn't quite ready for her to go yet. "I don't hate you," Harry corrected his prior statement. "I don't know anything about you, either of you, which I guess is the point you're trying to make. Why do we hate all Slytherins when we don't know any of you? And I thought you might not be that bright." Tracy smiled sweetly. "We started figuring this out in our first year." We asked the older students why they hated Gryffindors, and no one gave any specific reasons for it. It's this strange, bitter rivalry that's gone on for the longest time, and no one seems to know what it's about. What's worse is that we pass it on to each new group of first years, so they can carry on this empty feud going. Daphne sighed. The older students make us suspicious and wary of Gryffindors, so we don't ever think about trying to make friends with any of you. What about in Quidditch? Do you deny that your team cheats during matches? Neville asked challengingly, which made Harry smirk as his voice was rather soft and his face was colored with his embarrassment. Neville never spoke in classes unless he had absolutely no choice. Harry felt a pang of pity for Neville, whose Sirius lacked any self-confidence. "No, I don't deny it," Daphne said. "But again, you're basing your judgment based on a few select individuals. Don't you think that's a bit narrow-minded?" In Neville's defense, Harry interjected. He might be one of the few who actually has a legitimate reason to not like Slytherins. "Draco and his flunkies are rather brutal to you, aren't they?" Tracy said, a hint of irritation on her face. Neville didn't say anything, but the look on his face spoke volumes. "We're not going to apologize for him, as he's a right git," Daphne said. "But try not to lump us all together with Malfoy. In the end, we're all just people. Once we finish school, will the houses we belong to really matter?" Neville looked like he was thinking it over. Harry smiled lightly at Daphne's point. "So, what did you do that landed you in front of the court?" Tracy asked as she crossed her legs. Daphne eased back in her seat but kept her eyes on Harry. "I protected my cousin from Dementors," Harry said, shrugging his shoulders. "How?" Daphne asked, looking torn between curious and wishing to be respectful of Harry's privacy. "Patronus charm," Harry said as if it was obvious. Both girls nearly fell off their seats. "You can cast a Patronus?" Tracy asked. "A real Patronus and not just vapor?" "Yeah," Harry said, looking a bit frightened by their reactions. "When did you learn that?" Daphne asked. "That's Newt level. We don't learn it until 7th year, and most people never get a full corporeal Patronus." "I learned it in 3rd year," Harry replied. "I hated how the Dementors affected me, and after that Quidditch match where I fell off my broom, I asked Professor Lupin if he could help me. It took a while, but I finally managed to do it." "Is it true you fought off 100 of them at the end of 3rd year?" Tracy asked. Daphne elbowed her friend and gave her a pointed look. Tracy actually looked apologetic. She opened her mouth as if she was going to apologize, but Daphne spoke up. "You don't have to answer that," Daphne said to Harry. It made him feel nice that, while he knew they were both very curious about the rumors that circulated about him, they were trying to make an effort to avoid asking about them. "I didn't count them," Harry said, "but there were a lot." Neville's eyes widened at this admission, but he kept quiet. The girls looked quite impressed, and Harry felt a bit of pride in spite of himself. Still, he didn't want to talk any more about things like that. It was likely to lead to what happened in June, and Harry didn't even like to think about that night, nor was he ready to burden anyone else with that nightmare. "You said you had a sister," Harry asked, changing topics. The conversation flowed fairly easily with only a few awkward moments, most of which were instigated by the strange Ravenclaw girl, who seemed to drift in and out of the conversation. When the lunch trolley came by, Harry sprang for snacks for them all, even Luna, who looked truly surprised, which was almost unnoticeable given her perpetually astonished demeanor. A little while after the trolley had visited them, the compartment door opened, and Harry and the others saw Cho Chang standing there with a couple of her friends. "Hello, Harry," she said, a soft smile on her very pretty face. Daphne quickly turned to look at Harry, who had a slightly silly look on his face. She knew at once that Harry must like the pretty Asian girl, and she felt her stomach drop a bit. She felt a squeeze on her arm and turned to see Tracy smiling encouragingly at her. "Well, I just wanted to say hello, bye then." And with that, the girl was gone. Harry's face scrunched in confusion, wondering why Cho hadn't stayed. She had looked rather uncomfortable standing there in front of him and his friends, and wondered if she had hoped to find him alone. "She was very upset when Cedric died," Luna said plainly. Harry's stomach knotted, and he felt like he might be sick. He still felt intense guilt at the mention of Cedric's name. Sirius had worked hard during the summer to help Harry understand who was truly to blame for Cedric's death, and deep down, Harry knew that it wasn't him, but he still felt that if he hadn't suggested that they take the Triwizard Cup together, perhaps Cedric would still be alive. Before anyone could say anything to change the subject, or reprimand Luna for her lack of tact, the compartment door opened again, and Hermione entered, followed by Ron, both with very puzzled expressions on their face. Hello," Hermione said to the two Slytherins, while Ron just glared malevolently. Guys, this is Tracy Davis and Daphne Greengrass, Harry said, deciding he should try to keep things calm, not really knowing how his friends would react to the two Slytherin girls. Also, Luna Lovegood. It's very nice to meet you all. Hello, Neville, how are you? Harry watched with a bit of mild amusement as Neville turned a light pink as he smiled at Hermione. I'm all right. How was your summer? Eventful, Hermione said, taking a seat next to him. And yours? Harry took that moment to look at Daphne, who seemed to be studying Neville and Hermione. Tracy, on the other hand, was looking at Ron, who'd yet to say anything. You all right, Ron? Harry asked. He knew immediately it was a bad idea when Ron's ears turned a brilliant shade of red. Why'd you let them in here? The redhead snarled, not looking away from the two girls. Why do you assume he let us in here? Tracy asked coolly. Is it not possible that we were here first? If that's the case, why not ask why we would allow Harry and Neville join us? Ron continued to glare at her, but Harry thought he saw a bit of confusion in his eyes. Harry thought it was interesting that Tracy had not risen to the argument Ron had obviously wanted to start. Ron's hatred of Slytherins was very well known throughout the school. Harry wondered how things would be different if people like Ron and Malfoy were more open-minded. Ron, Harry said, getting his friend's attention. Ron turned to look at Harry, who tossed him a few chocolate frogs. Harry knew Ron was a bit easier to manage when he was eating. At the very least, most of them wouldn't be able to understand his insults with his mouth full of sticky, gooey sweetness. I asked them to join us, and we've been having a good time, Harry said, hoping that would end the tension. How was the meeting? Who are the other prefects? Daphne asked interestedly. Padma Patil and Anthony Goldstein from Ravenclaw, Hermione said. You took Padma to the Yule Ball, Luna said, looking at Ron. Again, Harry felt a twinge of guilt for his serious misbehavior toward Parvati the year before. He promised himself that he would try to make it up to her somehow. He wondered if Ron felt any regret for his treatment of his Yule Ball date. Yeah, so, Ron said, shrugging. She didn't have a very good time. She thought you should have at least danced with her once. Ron merely looked at Harry and Hermione. Hermione seemed to be biting her tongue, while Harry gave his best friend a sympathetic look. So who are the other prefects again? Neville asked. Hannah Abbott and Ernie Macmillan from Hufflepuff, and you'll never guess who are the Slytherin prefects. Hermione's smile melting away. Harry sank a bit. Malfoy? Right in one, Ron growled. And Pansy Parkinson, Hermione added. Oh no, Daphne and Tracy all but screamed. We hoped it would be Millicent, Daphne explained. When neither one of us got it, we really wanted it to be Millie. She's at least nice sometimes. Pansy's going to be a nightmare this year. But don't you two hang around with her? Hermione asked, puzzled. It's more like she hangs out with us, Tracy corrected. There's only 4 of us girls in our year, and she's got it in her head that we're all best girlfriends. She tells us things we've never wanted to know, horrible things. Like what? Harry asked, rather intrigued. I don't want to spoil your dinner. Daphne smiled, and Hermione actually chuckled a bit at the joke, while the 3 boys just looked confused. The point is that now we'll have little choice but to listen to her brag about who she sent to detention or who she found snogging in what broom closet, on top of what she normally subjects us to. Tracy groaned. At that instant, the compartment door slid open again, and Harry knew exactly who it was before he looked up. Draco Malfoy looked as perfectly dressed and groomed as ever. Behind him, the hulking forms of Crabbe and Goyle, who looked like they'd grown a couple of feet and added even more muscle, stood waiting for their leader to entertain them or unleash them of their prey. Ron puffed up his chest as he turned to face Malfoy like some kind of guardian. Malfoy merely sneered at Ron's bravado. Go away, Malfoy, Harry said quickly. Well, I see your manners haven't improved, Draco Malfoy drawled. You need to watch that this year, Potter. You see, I have been made a prefect. That means I have the power to hand out punishments. But it's nothing compared to that amazing bouncing ferret trick you helped Moody with last year, is it? Harry smiled. Now that was something to brag about. Draco's face burned scarlet as nearly everyone laughed at Harry's comment. Draco narrowed his steely gray eyes. You'd better watch your step, Potter. I'll be dogging you all year. You can bank on it. And why are you 2 back here? Malfoy had just noticed his 2 housemates sitting in Potter's compartment. The 2 girls simply looked back at him, their expressions blank and stoic. Having a nice conversation with some new friends, Daphne said rather icily. New friends, this trash, you must be joking. Draco, in the past 4 years, have you ever heard me utter a joke? Daphne said, her eyes narrowing. I assure you it is not a joke. I have decided not to limit myself and expand my network of associates. You should think about that. You could find it useful." Harry swore the temperature in the room dropped. Draco simply stared at Daphne and Tracy, who remained unmoved. "I've no time for your stupid games." Draco snapped. He shut the door and he, Crabbe and Goyle left them alone. "This isn't over," Tracy sighed. "What do you mean?" Harry asked, feeling concerned. "He's going to make a big deal out of us sitting with Gryffindors and how we've betrayed the house or some such rubbish. He'll try to turn the house against us in order for us to realize we have made a mistake. So why don't you go hang out with them and leave us alone?" Ron suggested angrily. "Because we want to be here," Daphne said, trying not to get angry. Her voice was still icy as she stared at the redhead. Harry saw her tense a bit as she spoke. "Why should they only hang out with other Slytherins, Ron?" Hermione asked. "Why do they need to hang around us? We don't want them around." Ron asked, his voice rising in volume a bit. "All they ever do is make fun of us and get us in trouble." "That's only Malfoy," Hermione pointed out. "To be honest, I can't think of a single instance where either of these two have said or done anything to us." "What about last year?" Ron shouted, his anger rising. "What about those stupid badges? We never wore them," Daphne said, her voice rising a bit. Harry knew he had to be the one to end this argument before everything crumbled. The truth was, though he'd only spent a little time with them, he was beginning to like both Tracy and Daphne. He couldn't say why exactly, but something about them had captivated him, and he wasn't ready to give it up until he explored it further. "I want them around," Harry said calmly. "They've been nothing but nice the whole trip." "Then they must be setting us up for something," Ron suggested. "Maybe some big joke when we get off the train." "Ron," Harry said, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "I want to ask you something, and I want you to really think about it before you answer. I mean it. Think before you speak. Why do you hate Slytherins?" "Because they're a bunch of slimy gits who are all going to end up serving you-know-who." "Wow, you really thought about that," Tracy said snidely. Both Harry and Daphne shot her exasperated looks, which made her look at the floor. "You didn't think about your answer. How can you be sure they're all dark wizards in the making?" "What are you talking about?" asked incredulously. "Do you not remember all the things Malfoy's done to us?" "That's exactly what I'm talking about, Ron," Harry said pointedly. "Malfoy's done to us, not Slytherins. I've spent a couple hours with Daphne and Tracy here, and not once have they insulted or tried to hex me or Neville or Luna. They've been very nice to me," Luna said plainly. "They haven't even called me loony." "Why would we call you that?" Daphne asked, a look of confusion on her face. "Everybody else does." Luna shrugged. "The point is that we're all guilty of judging the Slytherins based on Malfoy's example," Harry said, noticing the look Hermione was giving him. She looked almost proud of him. "You can't assume that every Slytherin is going to follow Voldemort," Harry continued, ignoring the shivers around the compartment at the name of the Dark Lord. "Know firsthand that it doesn't matter what house you belong to for a wizard to be dark. Or have you forgotten what happened third year?" Hermione and Ron gave sharp looks at Harry. He also saw the looks of bewilderment on the Slytherin faces. "Well, I'm not staying in here with Slytherins," Ron said firmly. "I've got patrols to do. Are you coming, Hermione?" "In a bit. I'd like to ask Tracy and Daphne a few questions first." "Fine." Ron huffed and left his friends and the Slytherins. "I'm very sorry about him," Hermione said sadly. "I think it might be his upbringing. It's not that uncommon," Tracy shrugged. "A lot of the Slytherins from older families aren't that different than him." "What was it you wanted to ask us?" Daphne asked, still looking upset at Ron's accusations. "Well, first off, why Harry? Surely you could have picked other Gryffindors to try to befriend." "Interesting question." Daphne smiled. "Out of all the Gryffindors, there are precious few who we thought might be receptive to trying to make friends with us. Thomas and Finnegan were out simply because they might get the wrong idea." Hermione smiled and nodded, understanding Daphne's meaning. "What do you mean, the wrong idea?" Harry asked. "Honestly, Harry, I know boys talk. Surely those two have said things about girls they may or may not have spent time with," Hermione said as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Harry saw Neville shrink in his seat a bit. "Neville?" Harry asked. "Seamus told me about what he and Lavender got up to after the ball last year." The round-faced boy blushed furiously, avoid every set of eyes that belonged to a member of the opposite sex. "They have reputations, Harry." Hermione smiled gently at her friend, who still looked a bit confused. "Reputations not unlike your godfather's." Suddenly it all clicked, and Harry gave a soft, "Oh." "Obviously Weasley would be a bad choice, and given his reaction today, we were right," Tracy added. "That left the two." Daphne nodded towards Neville and Harry. "But why only boys?" Hermione asked, puzzled, but before either girl asked, Hermione saw a look pass on Daphne's face and she recognized it at once. Girls are sometimes harder to get along with than boys, Tracy said wisely. That's true. Hermione nodded, keeping her eyes on Daphne, who shifted a bit uncomfortably under Hermione's gaze. We must be getting close to Hogsmeade, Daphne said, looking out the window. Indeed, a few moments later the Hogwarts Express came to a halt, and every student began to disembark. Harry gathered Hedwig's cage and followed his friends onto the platform. All around him, students were heading in one of two directions. All the first years were following the familiar call of first years, over here please, all first years to me. Except the voice wasn't Hagrid's. Harry turned to see the prominent chin and severe haircut of the woman who'd substituted for Hagrid last year, Professor Grubblyplank. Harry was about to ask Hermione about Hagrid's absence when he heard Tracy say something that made him angry. Looks like they got rid of the oaf. Harry spun to face Tracy, and cold look in his eye. Don't ever let me hear you insult Hagrid again. Tracy's eyes widened, and she held up her hands in surrender. I'm sorry. Tracy looked to Daphne, who looked just as surprised as her best friend. It's fine, just don't do it around me. I know he's not everyone's favorite, but he's a really good person and he gets treated so badly. After everything you said on the train, I'd think you'd be a little less judgmental. You're right, Harry, Tracy nodded. I am really sorry. Come on, let's get a carriage, Hermione suggested. The group made its way up the tiny hill to where the carriages were lined up. Harry spotted Ron waiting for them. He helped Hermione up and Neville climbed in after her. Sorry, there's no more room, Ron said coldly to Daphne and Tracy. Then we'll get the next one, Harry replied, giving Ron a hard look before he led the two girls to the next carriage. He motioned for Luna to follow, as she had not left their side since getting off the train. Harry helped each of the girls into the carriage, and just as he was about to get in, he noticed something out of the corner of his eye. Tethered to the carriage were two very large skeletal, leathery-skinned, winged horses. Harry felt a shiver run up his spine at the sight of these nightmarish beasts. Slowly, he began approaching the closest one. It lowered its head, peering at him with blood-red eyes and sniffing at him with its partial nose. Harry! Harry turned to find Daphne had gotten out of the carriage and was looking at him strangely. What is it? Harry asked, turning back to the horse. What? Daphne asked, looking around. This, Harry said, motioning his head to the animal. Harry lifted his hand, allowing the horse to sniff at it. He was surprised when the horse nudged his hand, almost as if it were asking to be patted. Daphne watched Harry's hand stroking the air. What do you see? She asked. That got his attention. You can't see it. Daphne shook her head, and Harry took her hand in his and placed it upon the beast. Daphne's eyes shone with wonder as she felt the warm, soft skin of the animal, though she couldn't see it. Morgana. She whispered, Hey, come on. Tracy called out, and Harry and Daphne got into the carriage. What were you two doing? Tracy asked with a silly grin on her face. Harry could see what was pulling the carriages. I felt it. It was. Daphne looked out of the carriage to where there would have been horses on any other carriage. I thought they pulled themselves. Tracy looked confused. Oh no, they've always been there. Luna said. They're very gentle things. What are they? Harry asked. Thestrals, of course. Luna smiled. What do you think you're playing at? Shouted Draco from across the Slytherin common room. Tracy and Daphne had only just entered their house when Draco had begun his verbal assault. All around them stood every Slytherin from third year up, almost like some sort of tribunal, each of them looking stone-faced. I can't imagine any reason why you would wish to associate yourself with such filth, Draco continued. What are you talking about? Tracy asked. She noticed that every other Slytherin present was staring at her and Daphne with mixed expressions. Loathing, disappointment, and disgust were the most abundant. It became obvious quite quickly that Draco had sown the seeds of discord among their fellow housemates and was looking for a reckoning. You two have betrayed yourselves and your house by associating with Potter and his Gryffindor filth. You're becoming blood traitors, and there is no higher crime among purebloods. Malfoy snarled, pointing an accusing finger at the two girls, who looked at each other and burst into laughter. Their laughter was infectious, as a few others chuckled softly. Malfoy, you egotistical swine, Daphne said when she finally caught her breath. There is no law that says we can't make friends with Gryffindors or anyone else we choose. I'm not sworn to any oath, nor am I bound to this house by anything other than having been sorted into it. I could have easily been placed in Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, or yes, even Gryffindor, just like any of you. There were some heated words and downright filthy insults hurled at Daphne, who looked unbothered by it all. She remained unmoved by their jeers and insults, keeping her focus on Draco. The point is that I have only betrayed myself by not trying to get to know other wizards outside of this house. None of you can even tell me why we're supposed to hate Potter or any other Gryffindor. They're a bunch of braggarts, shouted someone. They cheat at everything. Mudbloods, Potter gets away with everything. That last accusation untied most of the house, and many of the gathered Slytherins shouted in agreement. Can you prove it? Daphne asked, casting cold, narrowed eyes on her housemates. Can you prove anything he's done that he's gotten away with without some form of punishment? What about that flying car? Someone shouted. Daphne shook her head. I think it's safe to say he served detentions for that. There's also no rule that say students must ride the train to school. She wasn't sure if Harry had served detentions, but felt it was likely a safe bet. What about the tournament last year? Someone else called out. He tricked the goblet of fire. Did any of you actually witness him put his name in the goblet? Tracy asked. Then explain how his name came out of the goblet, someone else asked. I can only theorize that someone else put his name in the cup. Perhaps the fake Professor Moody? Daphne said, arching her eyebrow and folding her arms. That bit of news had leaked out just before Dumbledore had announced that he who must not be named had risen from the dead. Did you get a job as Potter's publicist or something? Draco asked, looking as if she were something disgusting. He's Dumbledore's stooge, a puppet for the headmaster. He's nothing special, a freak of circumstance. Exactly, Daphne agreed, pointing a finger at Draco. He is the same as any one of us, no greater or lesser. He's a teenager just like us, and yet you all treat him as if he's dangerous or pathetic. You can't even make up our minds about him. You all jeered him when his name came out of the Goblet of Fire last year, and then when he'd beaten that dragon, some of you began supporting him. I'd never support son of a bitch, Draco said firmly, looking highly affronted at the insinuation. I'd sooner take a blasting hex to my manhood. Is that an offer? Tracy smiled, showing that she had her wand ready. Silence fell around the common room in general anticipation of seeing Draco get hexed in the bits. Daphne turned back to Draco, who looked to be stewing. His face was becoming a violent shade of purple, and his fists were clenched tightly. You've hated him ever since he snubbed you in first year, and ever since then it's been your personal mission to try and humiliate him as much as you can. For what? If you were trying to prove your superiority over lesser wizards, well, you're failing. All you prove to anyone is how small you are. Time and time again, it's been you who's had to run away from Potter with your tail between your legs. You better watch what you say to me, Greengrass. I won't stand for your insults. I can make things very difficult for you and your family. Oh, yes, Tracy rolled her eyes. Yes, we'd almost forgotten who you are and who your father is. How long has it been since you reminded all of us of the power of the Malfoy family? You've proven my point for me, Draco. Daphne gave a small grin. And even fight your own battles. You have to run to Daddy and get him to throw money and threats around. I can assure you that my father isn't one to cower from your pitiful excuse for a parent. And I, unlike you, can stand on my own and don't need to run to the protection of my family name. So, unless you can convince me that befriending Harry Potter is wrong, I shall continue to live my life the way I see fit. You're taking your life in your own hands, Draco sneered. He who must not be named. So you believe what Dumbledore and Potter claim then? Tracy pounced on Draco's words like a hungry tiger. You stand by them and their claims. I'd never stand by those idiots. Draco looked stricken. So you don't think you know who is back? Tracy cocked her head, and Daphne smiled inwardly, knowing what her friend was doing. Both girls knew there were more than a handful of Death Eater children within Slytherin's hall. They also knew that they would have to hide that fact by following Fudge's decree that nothing was amiss, lest they cast suspicion upon themselves and their families. Worse yet would be admitting that Dumbledore was telling the truth. I never said that. You're twisting my words. Draco looked confused. You weren't going to say that you know who has come back and is going to kill Potter. You weren't going to admit Dumbledore is telling the truth. Tracy pressed. Draco clenched his jaw shut, sending a death stare at Tracy, who stood with her arms folded in defiance. After several moments, Draco stomped off, and the gathering pretty much broke apart as people began heading for bed muttering about what they'd seen and heard that night. Tracy and Daphne made their way to their own dorm and found their dorm mates waiting for them. Is it really true? Millicent Bulstrode asked as they opened the door. She was rather tall for her age and nearly as broad as Goyle. She had thin, lanky black hair that was not unlike Professor Snape's, which had led to more than a few remarks about her lineage. Both Tracy and Daphne liked Millicent well enough, so long as she was alone. As soon as Pansy was near her, she became hard and sometimes downright despicable. Daphne wondered why Millicent's personality flipped like that and had come to the theory that the girl just wanted to be liked. "Were you two really sitting with Potter?" Millie stared at them with something akin to awe. Daphne nodded and Tracy simply smiled as she opened her trunk. "I don't believe you too," Pansy said from her bed, where she was watching them change for bed. "Why would you want to even go anywhere near that kind of scum?" Neither Tracy nor Daphne answered, so Pansy pressed on. "Didn't it stink in there with Granger? And Longbottom, oh gods help me if I had to remain in the same compartment with him. You might want to shower before you go to bed, just to get the residue off of you." "I think we'll be fine," Daphne said simply, shutting her trunk and climbing into bed. "What's he like?" Millicent asked, looking quite curious. "Millie," Pansy shrieked indignantly. "Don't you even consider following those two. You know what'll happen." "Why's that, Pansy?" Tracy asked, her curiosity piqued. "She could make some real friends instead of people who use her to protect them from people she bullies." Daphne saw Millicent's expression become pensive as she listened to Tracy. Heaven forbid she might start associating with people who might actually appreciate the person she is, rather than what she can do for them. And what a shame it would be if she actually got some self-respect. You should think about it as well. A bit of self-respect might do you a world of good. "What are you talking about?" Pansy asked, confusedly. "Do you honestly think Draco's going to marry you because you were his first shag?" Daphne wondered. "Don't you dare talk about things you don't know anything about." Pansy threatened, whipping her wand out from under her pillow. Daphne was faster and leveled her own wand at Pansy, who looked murderous. "Draco loves me," she whimpered. "No, Draco loves himself," Daphne said coolly. "You're just something to occupy his time, someone he can flop about on top of hopping to make himself into some sort of Casanova. When you finally figure it out, he's going to already be shagging someone else." Pansy gave a weak snarl and shut her bed curtains. Daphne sighed and gave a curt nod to Tracy and Millicent, who were climbing into their own beds. Shutting her curtains, Daphne was feeling quite exhausted. It had been a very eventful day. She had managed to establish at least a shaky foundation with Harry. She was very proud of how she had handled herself while they had been on the train. She'd been very afraid of sounding stupid, but had managed to have a pointed discussion and actually sounded intelligent. Her regret was that she hadn't learned much about Harry. "Baby steps," she reminded herself. She had to establish trust with him. Her mother had told her that over the summer. Still, it had taken a great effort not to throw herself in his lap and snog him silly. He had gotten better looking over the summer. She thought about when he'd taken her hand and helped her feel the Thestrals. She'd felt so weak in the knees in that moment, and she'd nearly passed out from the inability to breathe. And the animal itself had felt strange and familiar at the same time. She'd also been quite surprised when he'd abandoned his best friend to ride with her and Tracy and that Luna girl, who'd proven to be quite interesting herself. It was not Daphne's intention to destroy Harry's friendships, and she knew she would have to be careful. She did not want Harry to resent her for wrecking his life. She wanted to be included in his world, not the reason for its destruction. At the same time, she wasn't about to let Ron Weasley, or Draco Malfoy, stop her from trying to get what she wanted. Her mother was right. The only thing that really mattered was what she and Harry felt. With that thought, Daphne closed her eyes and settled into her warm bed, her imagination slipping back to the train where he shared a cabin alone with Harry. Harry was thinking about what that Umbridge woman had said during the feast. He'd tried hard to listen and understand, but it's almost like she talked in circles. Thankfully, Hermione had understood it all and had put it in simpler terms. Harry had recognized the woman almost immediately. She had been at his trial. She had tired to suggest that Dumbledore was accusing the Ministry of sending those Dementors to attack Harry over the summer. After Hermione had explained what Professor Umbridge had said in her speech, Harry realized that this was the Ministry spy that Daphne had warned him about. How could it not be? This was the person he needed to watch out for. But Harry didn't think that she was very threatening. And what could she actually do, especially with Dumbledore monitoring her actions? Maybe people were just being paranoid. But then again, Harry had followed Neville up the staircase. As Ron and Hermione were escorting the first years to the dorm and giving them a brief tour of the school, Harry had noticed how delighted Hermione seemed to be at the task, while Ron was obviously still fuming about what had transpired between them on the journey to school. Harry thought he would talk to Ron later, and try again to make him understand, or at the least ask Ron to trust his judgment on this particular matter. Harry entered the common room behind Neville, who seemed excited about the new password for some reason. Neville was sure he would not forget it, which Harry doubted. Neville always forgot the password, and Harry smiled when he remembered their first year, when they had found Neville sleeping in front of the portrait because the fat lady had refused him entrance. Harry was greeted by a few of his fellow Gryffindors. Colin and Dennis Creevey both came up to him to inquire about his summer. Angelina Johnson gave him a quick hug and told him about her captaincy of the Quidditch team, which excited Harry. Perhaps they could have a game without a long-winded speech like their former captain. Harry spotted Parvati Patil sitting with Lavender Brown near the fire and took a deep breath. "Why wait?" he asked himself and went over to sit with the two girls. "Sorry to bother you too," Harry said, and was a little surprised to see the two look a bit guilty, but he ignored it and pressed on. "Parvati, I just wanted to apologize to you for the Yule Ball. I wasn't a very good date, and I'm truly sorry that I didn't treat you well that night." Parvati stared wide-eyed at Harry and then turned to look at Lavender, who looked equally astonished. Thanks, Harry," Parvati said slowly. "That's very nice of you. I know that I can't make it up to you, but at least you know that I feel bad about it." Harry shrugged, standing up. "Why can't you make up for it?" Lavender asked suddenly, a mischievous smile on her face. "Lavender," Parvati shrieked warningly. "Why not take her out on a make-up date? You could escort her to Hogsmeade." Lavender smiled, and Parvati looked mortified. Harry, on the other hand, looked to be thinking it over. "Harry, you don't have to do that. Your apology was enough, I assure you." Harry nodded, but then gave a smile. "Maybe we could discuss it when we know when the Hogsmeade visit is." Lavender hid her giggles behind her hand, while Parvati, quite embarrassed, simply nodded. Sure, that'd be fine." "All right, well, good night," he said and headed up to his dormitory. When he opened the door, he heard Dean, Seamus, and Neville having a heated discussion, which halted abruptly when they saw that it was him. Each of them began busying themselves in their trunks or changing for bed. Harry immediately felt they must have been discussing him. "Hey, Dean," Harry said, trying to sound friendlier than he felt at the moment. "Good summer. Was all right, better than Seamus's." "What happened, Seamus?" Harry asked. Seamus looked over at Harry sharply and took a great breath. "Me ma'am didn't want me to come back, thought I might be in danger or something." "Danger from what?" Harry asked in disbelief. "You actually, she thinks you've gone barmy, claiming you know who's back and all." Harry dropped his friendly demeanor at once. "I see," Harry said glumly. "Believe the prophet and thinks I'm some head case and Dumbledore's off his rocker." "Something like that," Seamus said. "Maybe if you told everyone what actually happened that night with Diggory." "Why should I? You can just read the prophet like your mother, and you'll know all the gruesome details." Harry was seething as he sat on his bed. He couldn't believe how stubborn the ministry was being about the whole affair, and how easily people were believing the tripe it was printing about him. "Don't insult my mother," Seamus said firmly. "Look at it from our point of view, maybe if we knew what happened." "No," Harry shouted. He stared right at Seamus, his heart pounding in his temples. Neville, who'd been setting a small cactus-like plant on his bedside table, turned, nearly knocking the plant to the floor. Dean had been setting out his robes for the next day and dropped them suddenly. "Look, you've got two choices. You can trust in Dumbledore and by extension me, or you can believe everything the prophet writes and become another mindless sycophant being led to slaughter." "Are you calling me ma'am a sick fan?" Seamus asked, confused and angry. "Sycophant, mate," Dean said helpfully. "It means mindless stooge." "And why mother isn't mindless?" Seamus shouted at Harry. "She's acting like it," Harry shouted back. "Hey!" Ron shouted, getting in between the two boys, preventing them from starting to swing their fists. "Knock it off. He's making fun of me, ma'am," Seamus shouted. "Calm down, Seamus," Dean said, pulling the Irishman away from Ron and Harry. "If you're so worried about your mother, perhaps you can ask McGonagall to move you so you won't be sharing a dorm with a psychotic killer. That'll ease her mind." "Harry, that's enough," Ron shouted his friend down. "What's wrong with you? I am sick of people accusing me of lying." "You're daft, Potter. I can't believe anyone would buy that tripe about you-know-who being back." "It's ludicrous," Seamus shouted. "I believe him," Neville said in a small voice. The four other boys looked at Neville, who stood holding his small potted cactus. Neville withered a bit under their stares and went back to arranging his plant on his bedside table. "You've all gone round the twist." Seamus threw up his hands, climbing onto his bed. "I can't believe I'm sharing a room with a bunch o' loons." "That's enough, Seamus," Ron said quickly. "Harry's just tired." He fought off the imperious curse from those two Slytherin girls all day. "What are you talking about?" Harry asked incredulously, staring at Ron as if he'd grown a second head. I figured it out during dinner, that's why you defended them. Ron smiled as if it had been obvious. They were using the Imperius on you and you couldn't fight it off, not from both of them. Are you mental? Harry asked. I told you they're all right. You allowed a couple of Slytherins to sit with you on the train. Dean asked, curious what Harry and Ron were talking about. Tracy Davis and Daphne Greengrass. Neville said as she slid under his blankets. They were nice. You see what I mean? Ron asked, looking at Dean as if he'd just solved a great mystery. Imperious, why would Neville say anything nice about a Slytherin? They always pick on him and stuff. I wasn't Imperious, Neville said bitterly. Ron, you're being stupid, Harry said, rubbing his temples as if to ease an oncoming headache. Stupid. It's stupid that I'm trying to protect you. No, it's noble that you want to protect me, but it's stupid that you think that just because they belong in Slytherin, they have to be evil hags. With that mindset, you're no better than Malfoy. Harry hadn't seen it coming, nor would he have ever guessed, but that had been the exact wrong thing to say. Harry found himself sprawled out on the floor with Ron standing over him, breathing hard. You hit me, Harry asked, holding his jaw where pain was shooting up into his skull. After all we've been through, how could you compare me to that bastard? After all we've been through, how could you question my feelings? Ron said nothing but went to his bed, pulling the curtains shut, not even bothering to put on his pajamas. Dean looked to Seamus' bed which had its curtains drawn, and Ron's, before looking back to Harry. Why do I have the feeling this is going to be a rather long year? Ah, Severus, please come in. Dumbledore smiled pleasantly as his potions master entered his office. I have some news, Snape said without build-up. In truth, I'm concerned that there could be a divide within my house. Dumbledore looked up from his paperwork, a light twinkle in his light blue eyes. A divide? He asked, stroking his silvery beard thoughtfully. What do you mean? It seems that 2 of my Slytherins had decided to cross house lines and have reached out to... Snape's lip curled. Potter. Dumbledore looked taken aback at this. He stood from his seat and began packing about his office. Which 2? He asked of his potions master. Greengrass and Davis, Snape said quickly. Interesting. The Greengrass are a formidable family, though they've managed to remain neutral to the troubles of our world. Though Jonathan Greengrass has supported some of the Muggle-friendly legislation in the past, I cannot recall any Death Eater with the Davis surname. Nor I, Snape said, standing quite stiffly as he watched the headmaster pace around the room. Is it possible either family has joined Lord Voldemort's ranks and you are unaware? Dumbledore asked, looking at Snape over his half-moon spectacles. It is possible. The Dark Lord does try to keep all of us somewhat unaware of each other's identities, save for those of us in the inner circle. I see, Dumbledore nodded. Do you believe there could be some kind of plot to lure Harry out of the school? I do not pretend to be aware of all of his plans, but I think he might have mentioned something, especially if it involved the boy. I think our assumptions about him being too afraid to face the boy until he has heard the prophecy in its entirety remain solid, for now. To be honest, I do not believe the Dark Lord would employ teenagers to entrap Potter. Dumbledore nodded his agreement. What exactly happened tonight? Snape proceeded to inform the headmaster of all he'd learned of the events that had taken place in the Slytherin common room after the feast. Dumbledore listened carefully, and when Snape finished, Dumbledore seemed to brighten. I do not claim to be omniscient, but I think we are looking for trouble where none exists. At least not to Harry. After what you have told me, I think all we have is several young people who no longer wish to be constrained by their house. Perhaps they are disenchanted by these petty rivalries, or simply seeking to broaden the horizons. Perhaps, but they will be facing resistance from other Slytherins. Malfoy in particular was quite distraught. No doubt his long feud with young Harry played a part in that. For now, we shall monitor the situation. I do not wish for a war to break out in this school, when a greater war looms over us like a shadow. Snape bowed and left the office, leaving Dumbledore to ponder all that he'd heard. A Slytherin had reached out to a Gryffindor after centuries of rivalry. Was it possible that others in those 2 houses could follow this example, and at last the school could be united? Still, the timing bothered Dumbledore a bit. He would need to do some checking, but there was no reason to suspect anything more than young people growing up. Harry was quite popular among the young females, Dumbledore knew, and it was possible that a couple of the Slytherin girls wished to get to know Harry better, and that could be useful if things progressed. After all, Harry needed to realize how powerful a magic love truly could be. Everything depended on that. "What's going on?" Hermione asked the next morning when Harry met her in the common room. "Ron just ran out of here like his head was on fire. What happened to your face?" Harry had a large purple bruise on his left cheek where Ron had hit him the night before, which still ached a bit. "Ron hit me," Harry said glumly. "What?" Hermione looked utterly dumbfounded. "I may have deserved it," Harry admitted, though even he wasn't convinced of it. "I compared him to Malfoy." "Why in the world would you do that?" Hermione asked hotly. "Hey," Harry shouted her down. "If he hadn't been going on and on about how Daphne imperioused me, maybe I wouldn't have said it." "Oh," Hermione said, shaking her head. "Oh no, this is getting out of hand." "I agree." "Harry, why are you talking to her?" Hermione asked curiously. "Oh, not you too," Harry groaned, heading out of the portrait hole. "Not me too what?" Hermione followed him. "You're going to tell me to drop it. To ignore her because she's evil or wants to turn me over to Voldemort, right? I was going to do no such thing, and I'm a little offended you would even think that of me," Hermione huffed. Harry stopped and turned to look at her apologetically. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have assumed. I was only curious how you two began speaking. I think it's good that you're trying to make friends with her. Frankly, I've always been a bit curious why you never tried to make friends with more people." Harry shrugged, and the two of them continued on to the Great Hall. "My cousin always used to scare anyone off who tried to be my friend. I guess part of me still thinks that could happen, even though Dudley is terrified of wizards and witches. Maybe it's just because I've been, trained to react to the threat or something." Hermione didn't say anything, but she looked rather upset at Harry's admission. They entered the Great Hall and took seats along the Gryffindor table. Hermione noticed Ron and Seamus sitting with Dean, all of them talking and looking at Harry angrily. "What's that about?" Hermione asked. "Before Ron hit me, I had a row with Seamus. His mother wanted to keep him out of school because of the daily profit." Harry shrugged. "Oh, I see. I guess we should have expected that. By the way, what exactly did you say to Lavender and Parvati? When I got to the dorm last night, they kept asking me questions about you." "They said you had spoken to them earlier, but wouldn't tell me what happened. I apologized to Parvati for being a git at the Yule Ball. Lavender suggested I make it up by taking Parvati to Hogsmeade. Are you going too?" Hermione looked surprised by this news. Harry merely shrugged. "Let's say I'm trying to keep my options open. I would like to have a normal year, if at all possible, and Sirius suggested I try to be more social. He thinks maybe that will help keep me out of trouble." "Or get you into some," Hermione smirked. "Hermione, have you thought about dating anyone?" Harry inquired. Hermione's eyes bulged out, and she began looking all around them as if this was the setup to some sort of prank. Harry still had his head down to his plate, so he had missed her reaction. Harry, I like you. You're my best friend." "Huh," Harry looked up, confused by her words. "It's just that. Well, I don't think I have feelings like that for you," Hermione said, trying to let Harry down easy. "What? No, Hermione, you're like my sister. That's not what I was asking," Harry said, his face going just as red as Hermione's. They both began to chuckle, which turned into a full-blown hysterical laughing fit. "I'm sorry, it's just the way that you phrased that." Hermione wiped the tears from her eyes, her face still rather pink from her earlier embarrassment. "I guess I didn't think that question through. It's just that we're all in that age where we think about that sort of thing, and I was just wondering how it might affect our friendships. We've been pretty close, and like I said, I think of you as a sister and I want the best for you." "That's really sweet, Harry, thank you," Harry simply shrugged, while Hermione thought about his question. "I suppose I have thought about it. After the ball last year, I guess it was kind of hard not to think about it all. I am nearly 16 after all. I'll admit that there are a few guys that I might find interesting." "Is Ron one of them?" Harry asked, peering down the table at his other friend. "I don't know." She shrugged, her voice unable to hide her disappointment in their red-headed friend who was busy stuffing his face further along the table. "He's got a few good qualities, but he's also got a lot of not-so-good qualities. I just don't think Ron and I would be a good match. I mean, look at how much we argue." "Do you think you'd be friends with him if it wasn't for me?" Hermione's face fell, and she shook her head slowly. "If it weren't for you, I would have been done in by that troll. Ron was the reason I was even in that bathroom, if you recall." Harry nodded. "Things are strained between us, and I'm worried that we won't be able to fix them." "Harry, Ron cares for you like any of his other brothers, and brothers fight. He's afraid of losing you to other people. You know how he compares himself to his other brothers. You're the thing that sets him apart from them." At this, Harry frowned. "It makes me wonder if he's ever been my friend because of who I am, rather than my fame." "I think so. Otherwise, he'd not be putting up so much resistance to the idea of you making friends with Slytherins. Did I hear you correctly, Miss Granger? Professor McGonagall stood behind Harry, class schedules in her hand. Are you trying to make friends with Slytherins? Mostly Harry is, ma'am. Hermione smiled at her favorite teacher. Well done, Mr. Potter. 5 points for school pride. The usually stern teacher gave the smallest of smiles and handed them their schedules. Wow, Hermione mouthed, watching their transfiguration teacher bustle off to finish handing out schedules. You made her smile. I did, Harry asked, as his back had been to McGonagall the whole time. Can you imagine what things could be like if our house and theirs could forget this stupid feud? I don't know. It might take the fun out of Quidditch, Harry grinned. Hermione reached across the table to swat his arm. You prat, she smiled. Come on, let's get to history. I might need you to prod me to stay awake. Daphne and Tracy did not fail to notice the disparaging looks they were getting from the housemates, or the fact that they were being sort of isolated. When they sat down for breakfast, several people close to them stood up and left, and no one else would sit close to them if they could help it. The girls simply shook their heads and ignored it all. They were joined finally by Daphne's younger sister, Astoria, who looked rather proud. Please tell me it's true, she smiled. Astoria was quite similar to her sister in looks, though her hair was much lighter in color, and she looked a bit more like their father, especially her nose. Tell me you really are going out with Harry Potter. Tracy nearly shot milk out her nose at this statement, while Daphne dropped her fork loudly. Astoria was practically bouncing in her seat, waiting for her sister to answer her. Daphne looked at Tracy for help, but her blonde friend was too busy cleaning her face, or rather hiding behind her napkin to offer any help. I'm not going out with Harry, Daphne sighed, retrieving her fork from the floor. Yet, Tracy added. Daphne glared at her friend. I've only just started talking to him. He's nice, and I'm hopping to become his friend. And then his girlfriend? Astoria asked hopefully. Why are you so interested in my love life? Daphne questioned. Well, I'm a little concerned with what's going to happen to you because of all this mess. But also, I'm really proud of you. I think most other people would just go along with Malfoy just to avoid trouble. But if you're going to shake things up because of how stupid house rivalries are, why not do it with gusto and snare the Gryffindor golden boy? Besides, Harry's really cute. Daphne smiled at her sister. Astoria had apparently started coming to the same conclusions she herself had come to a few years before. She hoped that Astoria might follow her example and widen her circle of friends outside of the Slytherin dorms. Are you going to marry him? This time, Tracy's milk did come out her nose, and she nearly fell on the floor laughing. Astoria, having seen the amazing milk nose trick, began laughing hysterically, while Daphne could only stare in utter bemusement at her younger sister. She couldn't believe what had just left her barely 12-year-old sister's mouth. If Daphne were honest with herself, she would have been able to admit that she had once or twice fantasized about a life with Harry Potter. She had managed to repress it all in order to focus on building her relationship with the boy. However, it was questions like that which made it increasingly difficult not to follow Tracy's advice and her own desire and grab Harry and kiss him. Tracy managed to haul herself back up on her seat and shoved her goblet away. Perhaps it was best to refrain from drinking anything further until little Astoria went away. Astoria had also managed to get herself under control and was looking at her sister with hopeful eyes. Could you introduce me to him? Careful, Daphne. Tracy could not stop grinning. Your little sister might be trying to steal your potential boyfriend. Daphne whipped her head up sharply and cracked it in the process, which made Tracy guffaw and Astoria to look up worriedly. Look, why don't you let me actually build some kind of friendship with him, and then I'll introduce you? Daphne said, not really sure what was happening. Astoria smiled and hopped up out of her seat and headed up the table where her second-year friends were waiting. What the hell just happened? Daphne asked Tracy, who had her head buried in her arms. Daphne could hear snorts of laughter and smacked Tracy's head. Stop it. I'm sorry, but your sister has big plans for you. She's already got you and Harry married, and you seem to be trying to keep things at a slow pace. Well, I don't want to scare the boy. Daphne looked tensely at the Gryffindor table. We've only just started talking, and for the most part all we talked about is prejudices and stupid house rivalries. I don't know a thing about him, and he doesn't know anything about me. Then teach him a few things about you, like how you feel in a broom cupboard, Tracy suggested. Daphne gave her a wry look and shook her head. I think you need to get your mind out of the gutter. Good morning, ladies. Professor Snape said flatly as he handed them their schedules. He stared at Daphne for a moment before he continued on his way. That was a bit strange, Daphne said. What? Professor Snape just stared at me like he was trying to, I don't know, it was just weird. Ugh, Tracy grimaced, looking at her schedule. Herbology first thing, it's still raining out. We'd better get moving. The greenhouses are all the way on the other side of the school. Harry had managed to stay awake through History of Magic, thanks in large part to Hermione actually poking him in the ribs. He would have been upset, except that he had asked her to do it, as she reminded him when they left class. Ron had not sat next to them, as he was obviously still angry at Harry. Harry wished that he and Ron could settle things between them, but Ron seemed to want to have nothing to do with Harry for the moment. Don't worry, he'll come around, Hermione said as they started making their way to the dungeons for double potions. Harry and Hermione were discussing what their first lesson was likely to be when Harry, not paying attention to where he was going, ran right into Cho Chang. Oh, I'm sorry, Harry said, stooping to help her gather her books. I guess I should have checked to see where you were going. Cho laughed, and Harry felt his palms get a bit sweaty. Have a good summer, Harry, Harry shrugged. All right, I guess. That's good, I suppose. Well, I have to get to Runes. I'll see you later then. Yeah, Harry gave a weak smile and watched her go. Come on, Loveaboy, Hermione laughed, taking Harry's arm and guiding him to the dungeons. They were the last to arrive to the hall outside of class where the rest of the Gryffindors and the Slytherins were waiting to be allowed into the potions lab. Hi, Harry, Daphne said, coming up to the raven-haired boy who still looked a little goofy. Forgive him, Hermione rolled her eyes. He got hit with a hormone hex. A what? Harry asked. Hermione's comment had knocked the cobwebs from his head, and he smiled to Daphne. How's your day been so far? All right, had herbology already. After lunch it's runes. Daphne smiled. Oh, me too. Hermione brightened a bit. You should sit with us, Tracy said. She was standing just behind Daphne. I think I'd like that, Hermione said. At that moment the door to the potions class and Snape waved them in. Harry noticed a lack of curled lip, or superior sneer as he walked next to Daphne into the class. He and Hermione took a table right next to Daphne and Tracy. The door closed with a heavy thud, and Harry watched Snape cross to the front of the class. The greasy-haired professor faced his class, folding his long arms into his cloak. Before we begin, I'd like to mention that at the end of this year, you will be sitting a very important examination. This test will prove exactly how much you have learned regarding the composition and uses of potions. Imbecilic as many of you appear to be, I expect you all to manage at least acceptable in your owl, or I shall be more than a little put out. There was a collective shiver throughout the class, which Snape ignored. His black eyes had settled on Neville, who Harry thought might be trembling a bit. After this year ends, many of you will no longer be taking my class, as I will only accept students into minute classes who have received outstanding. This time, Snape's eyes found Harry, who stared back defiantly. However, we still have an entire year to get through before that happy moment, and I think we should begin. We will start the year off with a concoction that will most assuredly come up in your examination in some form. The Draft of Peace. Please read the instructions through very carefully, as this is quite a temperamental potion. Ingredients on the board. You may begin. At once the student began gathering ingredients to brew the potion. Harry decided that he wanted to do his best, or at least come up with something Snape could not criticize. As he performed each line of instruction, he would read it several times through to make sure he was doing it correctly. He fought every urge to look around the class and focus hard on his own work. Snape announced that class was coming to a close by telling them all there should be a silver vapor coming from their potions. Harry couldn't tell if the steam coming from his cauldron was exactly silvery, but it was at least light in color, which made him feel pleased. Hermione, of course, had managed to brew a perfect draft. She ladled a bit into a crystal vial and labeled it with her name. Time is up, Snape said. Harry corked a vial and took a quick look around the room. Ron's potion was issuing a rather thick greenish smoke, while it looked like Seamus was chipping something that resembled concrete of his cauldron to put in a vial. Both Daphne and Tracy had perfect-looking potions, while Malfoy's looked rather muddy. Harry handed his vial to Snape, who looked at it for several moments. Harry waited for the remarks, but none came. Instead, Snape looked up at him with a questioning expression. Can I help you, Potter? Snape asked more than a little irritably. No, sir. Harry stuttered, just handing in my potion, which I have received. Now as there is precious little time left, I suggest you clean up your workstation before you leave, or I shall give you detention and you can clean all the potions labs. Harry nodded and went to gather his things. Hermione stared at him while he cleaned his things, but managed to hold her tongue until they were out of class. That was amazing. He didn't say anything horrible to you. Well done, Harry. Daphne said as she sidled up next to him. You had Malfoy distracted all class. He's usually a fair hand at potions, but he seemed flummoxed today. Don't get too excited, Harry cautioned. I'm sure I'll screw up next time, and Snape will get to insult my intelligence and my upbringing, and then give me detentions. Harry and the three girls headed to the Great Hall for lunch where they separated, heading for their respective tables. Harry and Hermione sat down next to Fred and George, who looked nearly giddy. So, Harry, George grinned as Harry sat down next to him, there's a rather sinister rumor going around that you were seen with a couple of Slytherin girls. Should we be worried that you're falling to the temptation of the dark side? Fred looked concerned, though Harry saw the twinkle of mischief in his eyes. Yes, I did have a very nice conversation with Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis, Harry said firmly. They're very nice. Oh, why, you actually spoke to the Ice Queen? Fred asked, flabbergasted. George also looked more than a little impressed. Who? Hermione asked, looking between the twins. Daphne Greengrass, of course, Fred said. They call her the Ice Queen because she's so cold to everyone. That's not the impression I got from her at all, Hermione said, casting her eyes over her shoulder to the Slytherin table. She's been very friendly to us. She is easily one of the prettiest girls in the school, no question, but she's always so aloof when boys have tried to talk to her, George said. How'd you break through her frosty defenses? Actually, she sought me out, Harry admitted. At the end of last year, we talked a bit and agreed that we would try and get to know each other this year. Harry, when exactly did this happen? Hermione asked, looking a bit worried. While I was still in the hospital wing. Why? Hermione began chewing her bottom lip but shook her head. Just curious. Hermione, I know that look. What's on your mind? Harry pressed. Well, it's likely just a coincidence, but it's a bit dodgy that a Slytherin would suddenly want to strike up a friendship with you right after you know who returns. That is rather suspect, Harry, Fred agreed. It would be if she hadn't admitted to wanting to talk to me before, but being afraid of what her housemates would do, Harry responded. Look, guys, I know I don't always have the best judgment, but she's all right. Harry, we're not saying she's not, George said, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder. We just don't want to see you hurt. If you like her, forget everything else and be her friend. I wish Ron felt the same, Harry said, peering down the table to where Ron sat with Dean and Seamus. Ron's pretty stubborn, you know that. Once he sees that she's not dangerous, he'll come around. Excuse me. They all turned to see a young girl with light brown hair standing there, clutching a few books to her chest. The crest on her robes told them she was a Slytherin. How can we help you? Fred asked, a bit crossly. The girl's eyes went to Fred's, quivering a bit before returning to look at Harry. My name is Astoria, and I was just wondering what your intentions toward my sister are. Harry looked taken aback at the question, but before he could say anything, Hermione spoke up. Who's your sister? Hermione asked, a small smile starting to appear on her face as she already suspected the answer. Daphne Greengrass, Astoria said. Did she send you over here? Hermione asked. No, in fact, I doubt she even knows I'm talking to you. She really likes you. She stood up to Malfoy defending you last night. She what? Harry asked, now turning to look over at the Slytherin table. Malfoy had most of the house waiting for her when she got to the common room last night, and accused her of betraying the house by talking to you. So are you two going to go out? Hermione began smirking, while Fred and George guffawed at the girl's forthrightness. Harry could only stammer and stare bewilderingly at the girl, who looked to be growing impatient. Thankfully, Hermione came to his aid. It's far too early for either of them to say one way or the other. They've only just begun talking to each other. Astoria sighed heavily and shook her head. That's what Daphne said. I'm sorry, Harry said, hopping to placate the girl somehow. I don't see why you can't get to know each other while being together, Astoria said hotly and stormed away. Harry watched her go, utterly confused at what had just happened. When he turned back to Hermione, Fred, and George, there was a moment of awkward silence before the three of them burst out laughing at Harry. I'm going to kill her, Daphne said, her head banging against the desk in front of her. I'm going to squeeze the life out of her. Oh, sure, Mum and Dad might be upset, but once I explain why I had to do it, they'll be fine. They're still young. They could still make a new one. Maybe one who wasn't so nosy or determined to meddle in your love life, Tracy asked helpfully. Yeah, or that. Hermione could not stop smirking, nor could Tracy for that matter. Hermione had told them all about Astoria's visit with her and Harry at lunch. Daphne's color had faded until she was nearly as white as any of the Hogwarts ghosts. "So how long have you fancied Harry?" Hermione asked Daphne, her head still on her desk, could only shrug. "I started sometime during 3rd year, I suppose." "She used to stare at him from across the Great Hall like a lost puppy," Tracy added. "Why didn't you ever try to talk to him, or any of us before now?" Daphne finally lifted her head, some of her color returning. "Fear mostly. Fear of rejection, fear of the fallout, just fear." "I guess I understand that," Hermione said. "The thing is, after the final task, I was more afraid of never getting the chance," Daphne admitted. "I mean, he does get himself into a lot of rather dangerous situations, doesn't he?" Hermione made a non-committal noise, not knowing if she should share anything with Daphne and Tracy. She wasn't sure if she would be betraying Harry's trust and felt it best to keep quiet. "So, when I saw all of you in the Great Hall, I figured it was my best chance to try. He was kind of cold at first, angry and incredibly sad. But he didn't tell me to shove off. We only talked a few minutes, and he said we could spend some time together this year. So all summer I thought about how I could talk to him and build a friendship. Which could become something more," Hermione pressed. Again Daphne's face flushed and she lowered her head back to the desk. "I think that means yes," Tracy giggled lightly. "Yes, okay, yes," Daphne said, her head shooting up. "I like him. I think he's incredibly gorgeous and he's polite and sweet and gracious. But the truth is, I don't know him and he doesn't know me. What if it turns out we hate each other?" Hermione actually smiled at this. "I think it's a really good idea to spend time getting to know him before trying to date. Just so you know, Harry's somewhat guarded. It won't be easy to get to know him. You'll have to be very patient with him." Daphne nodded, and before she could ask anything else, Professor Babbling began the class with a long-winded speech about their coming owls. He then began his first lesson, which gave the girls no more time to speak. When class finished, they all gathered their things together and began heading out to their next class. "Hermione," Daphne said, taking hold of the bushy-haired witch's arm. "I just want to thank you for your advice about Harry. It means a lot to me that you're willing to allow me to get to know him. Harry is smart enough to make his own decisions, and I would never presume to tell him how to live his life, though he might think otherwise. I do nag him a bit about finishing his schoolwork. Just don't hurt him. I think he's had enough of that in his life." Hermione smiled a bit sadly, and then headed off for defense against the dark arts, leaving her 2 new friends to wonder exactly what she had meant. Harry was trying desperately to keep his anger in check at the moment. He was far too upset to even attempt to eat dinner, even thought he was quite hungry, and the food on his plate smelled incredible. All around him, Hogwarts students were whispering rather loudly about the scene that had taken place mere hours before in the new defense teacher's classroom. Harry had lost his temper at the new little teacher, and a shouting match had taken place, ending when Professor Umbridge had made Harry leave the classroom. The juiciest bit of gossip was the revelation that Harry had let slip that he had fought against the resurrected Lord Voldemort. Professor Umbridge had tried to assure her class that Harry's claims were nothing more than lies to frighten them all. Harry had no idea what was said after he left, but it seemed to Harry that Professor Umbridge had won this particular battle. Harry could hear people around him voicing their opinion about his claims, and it only served to irritate him further. "How can they all sit there all but calling me a liar when 2 months ago they believed it all?" Harry asked, keeping his eyes on his plate, not daring to look up for fear he might lash out when he saw someone talking about him. "Harry," Neville said. The round-faced boy had sat with Harry and Hermione, and they'd been joined by Jinny, who was hopping to hear about what had happened firsthand. "I'm not sure they did. Dumbledore told us what had happened, but we only had his word on it. Though we spent the summer being told through the paper and the wireless what a nutter you were and how Dumbledore's going senile. If we had had a little more time before we went home for the summer, or we could have seen what happened in the maze." Neville let his words hang, and Harry sighed heavily. Once again he peered down the table to where Ron was sitting. He no longer looked angry, but morose. He turned to look at Harry, but looked away quickly when he caught Harry's eye. "I still can't believe Professor McGonagall wouldn't at least change your detention. I mean, you could have served it with her," Hermione said sadly. "She says that as a teacher, Umbridge has the right to give me detentions." Harry shrugged. "Can we get out of here?" Hermione, Neville, and Jinny rose together and headed back up to the Gryffindor tower. "Why did you let her get to you like that?" Jinny asked. "I don't know," Harry growled. "I just hated her talking about how safe we were when Voldemort's out there now, waiting to kill us all. I couldn't take it." "You're going to have to try and control your temper, Harry," Hermione said. "That's what McGonagall said," Harry sighed. "I've got a little time before I have to go see the Toad. Let's work on the essay for Snape." Neville started to walk away when Harry stopped him. "Where are you going, Nev? I didn't think you'd want me to study with you. Neville said, looking rather nervous. "Nonsense, Neville. You're more than welcome to work with us," Hermione said, patting the couch cushion next to herself. Harry noticed Neville's face burn red and saw Jinny watching the boy carefully as he sat next to Hermione. The youngest Weasley child seemed to be puzzling over something, her brow furrowed in concentration. "When did you start fancying Hermione?" Jinny asked out loud, and then as she realized what she had just said, quickly covered her mouth with both her hands, looking very mortified and repentant. Neville's eyes shot up, looking humiliated by Ginny's question, while Hermione looked between Neville and Jinny with a very puzzled look. Harry had figured out Neville might fancy his best friend the day before on the train, but had wisely decided it best for them to work things out on their own. It looked as though fate and Jinny had other ideas. "Neville?" Hermione asked softly, her eyes questioning, but Neville got up and disappeared into the boys' dormitory. Both Harry and Hermione looked to Jinny, who was redder than either could remember her ever looking before. Harry was able to hide his smile as he thought to himself, "That's a new shade of Weasley red. I didn't mean to say it out loud, I swear it," Jinny said, though it was somewhat muffled, as she had yet to remove her hands from covering her mouth. "I just saw him looking at you so sweetly, and it just happened. Neville fancies me." Hermione looked completely taken by surprise. "I don't know what to say." "There's not really anything to say," Harry said. "You need to figure out how you feel about him and then let him know. He's a good guy, Hermione." "I know that," Hermione said rather irately. "I just don't know if I feel anything for him. To be honest, I don't know that we've ever had any conversation that lasts longer than a minute or two. He's a very sweet guy, you know," Jinny said, trying to be helpful. "You could do a lot worse than him. I know he's not the best-looking guy in the school, but I don't care about looks." Hermione said indignantly, This is rather overwhelming. I need to think about this." With that, Hermione gathered her things and went to her dorm, leaving Harry and Jinny alone. Jinny looked to Harry, remorse on her face. "I didn't mean to embarrass him. I just pulled a Ron," Harry smiled lightly. "I guess. Speaking of which, what's going on between you two anyway? He's been giving you the evil eye all day." "He's angry that I'm making friends with Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis." Harry shrugged. "He's sure that they're evil and they're going to kill me or hand me over to Voldemort." "You're talking to the Ice Queen." Ginny's face was unreadable, though Harry thought he saw something like suspicion in her eyes. "Yeah, I am. She's nice. I don't know why everyone is so concerned about this. It's not a big deal. She's a decent person, and I've enjoyed talking to her. Maybe it's because she's a Slytherin, and they usually end up being incredible gits. No one wants to see you get hurt, Harry." Jinny sighed. Harry shook his head. "Thanks, but I can take care of myself, and so long as she continues to be nice, I'll keep hanging out with her. It's no one's business anyway." "I just think you can do better, Harry," Jinny remarked offhandedly. Her face suddenly began to color red again, and just like Hermione and Neville before her, Jinny ran off to the dormitories. Harry rubbed the bridge of his nose, trying to relieve a bit of tension. Why is this such an issue? Harry wondered. There's nothing wrong with making new friends. It shouldn't matter what house they're in. Harry decided he should head down to Umbridge's office for his detention, as it looked like he wasn't going to get any homework done now. "Hi," Astoria said with a rather precocious smile as she sat across from her sister. Daphne saw Tracy pushing her goblet away from her, undoubtedly so she wouldn't try and take a drink while her sister was present. There were far more people present at dinner than there was at breakfast, and Tracy likely did not wish to repeat her new milk nose trick. "Hello, dearest sister. How was your day?" Daphne smiled a falsely sweet smile. She wanted to lay into her younger sister for sticking her cute button nose into other people's affairs, especially since that other person happened to be her. "Talk to anyone interesting today." Astoria clearly didn't notice her older sister's growing irritation, or was ignoring it altogether. "Yes, I talked to Harry Potter today." She smiled as she reached onto her elder sister's plate, taking her dinner roll and tearing it to tiny little pieces. "I decided that I couldn't wait for you to introduce me, and figured if you could do it, so could I anyway. I just heard something very disheartening. I heard that he got in trouble in defense today. He called Professor Umbridge a liar." "What?" Daphne and Tracy said in unison. Abigail Flint heard some Hufflepuffs saying that Harry had shouted at Professor Umbridge and claimed that he fought you-know-who last year. She gave him detention, but he wouldn't stop yelling at her, and she made him leave class. He's going to get in serious trouble if he doesn't learn to keep his mouth shut and his head down, Tracy remarked. Daphne nodded her agreement. What if she provoked him? What if she's setting him up for something? Daphne asked. Like what? Astoria asked. Don't you have somewhere else to be? Daphne asked, exasperated. Astoria smiled and shook her head. I don't have any homework or anything. Go away, Daphne shouted. Astoria's smile fell and she glared at her sister, tossing what was left of the mangled roll back onto Daphne's plate. I'm just trying to help you and your boyfriend. You are our RGGGHH, Daphne shrieked, clutching fistfuls of her shiny dark hair. Astoria stuck her tongue out and skipped away to where a few of her friends were sitting, watching their interaction curiously. Do you think that she's trying to pin Cedric's murder on Harry? Like she's trying to get him to admit it or something? Tracy asked, seeing Harry and a few of his fellow Gryffindors getting up from their table and leaving the hall. It would make sense, Daphne said thoughtfully. If they could pin that on Harry, then it would be clear that Harry and Dumbledore's stories were obviously made up. What do you think she'll make him do for detention? Tracy asked, a hint of true concern in her voice. I don't know. Daphne stared at the door to the Great Hall thoughtfully. It was clear to her that Minister Fudge had some sort of agenda now, though it was very unclear what it might be. She wondered if they were planning on charging Harry with Cedric's murder, why they wouldn't just take him into custody and put him on trial. But then she realized that if Harry asked to take Veritaserum, which he would likely be advised to do, the administration would not only have to make reparations to Harry for falsely accusing him, but also for slandering his name in the paper. On top of that, the world would know he'd been telling the truth, and Daphne doubted anyone was prepared to face the fact that the greatest dark wizard of all time had returned from the dead. Daphne was afraid for Harry once again. This time she doubted he would be able to face this particular storm on his own. Come on, let's get to work on that essay for Professor Snape. If we go now, we might be able to get hold of some books before Granger confiscates them all for her essay, Daphne said, rising from her seat. As they began heading towards the library, neither of them noticed a cold stare from Draco Malfoy, who was still fuming over his embarrassment the night before. He sat with his fellow fifth years, the ones who trusted him, and knew what house loyalty meant. What are we going to do about them? Pansy asked. They're going to infect the entire house with their poison. We're going to help them remember who their true friends are. Draco smiled a devious smile as he turned his attention back to his associates. But we have to do this very delicately, or Dumbledore might try and interfere. What do you have in mind? Theodore Knott, a thin boy with a very aristocratic demeanor, asked. His eyes alight with mischief. Draco sometimes wondered why the Knotts and the Malfoys were not closer. If Theo was any indication, the two families share many common interests and goals. Draco thought some sort of alliance would have been beneficial, but the one time he'd brought it up to his father, Lucius had scoffed. The Knotts are little better than squibs, he had said before ordering Draco to remove himself from his father's study. Draco couldn't understand his father's outlook, as Theodore seemed to be quite powerful. He was typically one of the first to master new spells, and he was well read in some of the more exquisite dark spells. Draco's only conclusion could be that Mr. Knott and his father had some sort of disagreement or something. We'll have to start slowly. I'd rather not cause permanent damage if I can help it. We have to show them that Potter and his friends aren't the saints that people think they are, Draco sneered. But Draco, Millicent said nervously, no one thinks Potter's a saint. In fact, most everyone thinks he's a fame-seeking brat who's trying to keep his name in the papers. Yeah, for now. How long do you think it will be before Potter goes and does something all noble and brave and everyone forgets what a fame whore he is? Draco spat. We know what a phony he is, and it's our duty as proper wizards to show the rest of this lot the truth. Everyone nodded their agreement, except Millicent, who looked rather skeptical of Draco's intentions. The truth was, she didn't believe Draco's philosophy and was becoming increasingly disenchanted with Slytherin House as a whole. She had spoken to one of the French girls from Beauxbatons last year and had learned that there were no houses or sorting, and that people were free to associate with whomever they wished. Millie often looked around at her fellow classmates and students from other years and envied them their friendships. In first year, she had begun making friends with Mandy Brocklehurst from Ravenclaw. However, Pansy and a couple of older girls had come to her rescue and saved her from making a grave mistake. Since then, Millie had been Pansy's shadow, almost forced to go everywhere she did. All they ever talked about was Pansy and whatever she was interested in. Anytime Millie tried to talk about something she liked, Pansy always twisted the conversation back so she was once again the focus. Millie had rarely spoken to Daphne or Tracy, mostly due to Pansy, but their words from the night before were still echoing in her head. She deserved a real friend or two. Maybe, Millie thought to herself. It's time I got one or two. Good evening, Mr. Potter. Dolar's Umbridge smiled sweetly, her wide-toed like mouth smiling. Good evening, Professor Umbridge. Harry said rather stiffly. He had thought on the way down to her office it might be a good idea to try and be civilized with her. So far, he felt he was off to a decent start. Please, sit down. You will be writing lines for me this evening. Oh, no, she said as Harry reached into his bag for a quill. You will be using a very special quill of mine. She stood from her seat and crossed to where Harry had sat down, handing him a thin black quill. Harry noticed the tip looked sharper than any quill he'd ever seen, but shrugged it off. He turned to Umbridge expectantly, but she simply smiled. Off you go then. But you haven't given me any ink. Should I use my own? He asked, trying to sound as polite as possible. Oh, you will not require any ink. You will write, I must not tell lies. How many times? Until the message sinks in, I think. Now, if you please. Harry bent his head and placed the tip of the black quill to parchment and began to scratch out the words he'd been ordered to write, when he began feeling an itch on the back of his pen hand. The quill seemed to be self-inking, because there on the parchment, in dark red ink, were the words he was supposed to write. I must not tell lies. Harry wrote 2 more lines, each time the itching on the back of his hand feeling more annoying until on the 4th line, he felt a sting. Harry stopped writing to look at his hand and was sickened to see, in his own handwriting, the very words he had been writing on the parchment. Harry peered closer to the ink and a sudden realization hit him. The ink was blood, his blood. Harry stared at the quill and then to Umbridge, who waited behind her desk, that hideous, sweet smile on her face. What is this? Harry asked angrily, looking horror-struck at the new defense teacher. Is there a problem? Umbridge asked sweetly. Yes, there's a problem. What is this thing? It can't be legal. I assure you that it is perfectly acceptable, Umbridge said firmly. Really? Well, then you won't mind if I ask Professor McGonagall then, will you? Harry stood up from his seat and began heading for the door. He was just reaching out for the knob when his body suddenly stiffened as if frozen. His arms and legs snapped together and fell to the floor with a heavy thud. A moment later, he felt himself being rolled over, and Professor Umbridge was standing over him, a cold, cruel smile on her pouchy face. Let's get one thing clear this instant, Mr. Potter. I will not tolerate misbehavior from anyone. I am not here because Professor Dumbledore has asked me to be here. I am here because the Minister of Magic wishes it. As such, I have the entire ministry behind me. So, should you wish to try and spread your vicious little lies about me to one of the other teacher in the vain hope to be rid of me, do try and remember that it will be my word the ministry listens to. Now, if you would like, you can serve the rest of your detention here with me, or I can send a letter to Minister Fudge and see to your removal from Hogwarts. Harry wanted nothing more than to reach out and clutch the arrogant toad's throat and squeeze until her eyes bulged out of her fat head. But he knew in that moment he was going to have to fall in line for now. Umbridge let him out of the body bind, and Harry grudgingly went back to his seat and continued his punishment, gritting his teeth the entire time. Occasionally, he would look up to see Umbridge watching him as if he were a particularly juicy fly she couldn't wait to catch and devour. Harry simply kept working, concentrating hard on not making any noise of discomfort. For 3.5 hours, Harry scratched away at his parchment, and through that, his hand. With each and every letter, his hatred for the woman was etched deeper into him. At last, Professor Umbridge rose from her desk and took his hand in hers to examine the damage. Ah, I see that you are starting to get the message. Tomorrow evening, same time, you are free to go. Umbridge smiled. Good night, Mr. Potter. Harry just glared at the squat teacher before leaving her office. Harry thought about going to see McGonagall, but Umbridge's threat still rang in his ear. Could she really have him removed from Hogwarts? And what would happen to him if she managed it? Would he go back to the Dursleys, or would he be able to stay with Sirius? These questions rattled around in his head as he made his way upstairs to the dormitories. He entered through the portrait hole and found Hermione sitting in front of the fire. She looked up and gave a weak smile as he sat down next to him. How was your detention? She asked softly. It was, Harry wanted to tell her everything, but he could hear Umbridge's threats echoing in his head. Fine, no big deal. What'd she have you do? Hermione asked, turning back to her book. Lines, Harry said, his hand stinging from the scratches he'd spent the evening cutting into himself. That's not so bad, Hermione said, her tone warming. Nah, Harry agreed. I wanted to tell you earlier, but with everything that happened today, I never really got the chance. What? Harry looked up. Hermione turned to look at him and smiled. That little girl at lunch, Daphne's sister, she was telling the truth. Daphne does fancy you. I asked her about it in runes today, and she really likes you. Harry sat up a bit, his face looking confused. The thing is, she wants to really get to know you. She wants to try and build a real relationship with you. Okay, Harry said, not really understanding what Hermione was saying here. I think you should give her a chance, Hermione said. There aren't many girls who are going to be interested in the real Harry, but I think Daphne is one of them. I know that you like Cho and everything, but think about it, okay? Sure, Harry smiled, remembering how Sirius had said virtually the same thing just before school. What about you? I think she's nice, but I don't really fancy girls, Hermione quipped. You know what I mean, Harry smiled, poking Hermione in the side. She let out a small scream and hit him in the arm with her book. Harry wrestled the book away from her and managed to fend her off until she calmed down. So how about it? Now you know of a boy who apparently likes you, Harry commented. I know, and Neville's a lovely enough person, but I really don't know. Maybe you should spend some time with him and just see what happens. At the very least, you could have a very good friend in him. I suppose, Hermione sighed. I just hate to string him along or something. Harry nodded and smiled at his friend. You'll do the right thing, Harry said as he got to his feet. For the both of you. The portrait door opened and they both turned to see Ron coming in, holding his broom. Oh, hi, he said, looking a little guilty. Harry started to turn to head up to bed when Ron called out to him. Harry turned back around and watched as Ron came over to them. I shouldn't have hit you. I'm sorry for that. I shouldn't have compared you to Malfoy, Harry said, shoving his hands in his pocket, wincing ever so slightly as the fabric brushed against his stinging cuts. He didn't notice the look of curiosity that passed on Hermione's face. Umbridge wasn't too hard on you, was she? Ron asked. Harry shook his head, a small smile on his face. Ron, you've been my best friend since first year, and I can't imagine life without you in it. But if you don't stop being so damned stubborn and immature, one day you're going to say something that you can't take back and our friendship will be over. You've got to grow up, or you could end up being left behind, mate. Ron lowered his eyes and nodded lightly. I'm going to bed, he said, stepping past Harry and trudging up the stairs. Harry watched him go, feeling bad about what he'd said, but knowing it had to be done. Well done, Harry, Hermione said, getting up from the sofa and coming to stand next to him. Then why do I feel like a complete git? He needed to hear that, and it really did need to come from you, or he wouldn't have listened at all. Hermione then surprised him and clutched his wrist, pulling his hand out of his pocket to examine his hand. Harry pulled it away, but not before Hermione got a good look at it. I thought you said she was making you do lines, Hermione asked, looking truly horrified at the sight of his hand. She is, Harry said, rubbing at his sore hand. She's making me use this weird quill that cuts my hand and writes in my blood, Harry grimaced. Harry, you've got to tell Professor McGonagall. I tried, Harry nearly shouted. I got up from my desk and was going to take the quill to McGonagall when she put me in a body-bind curse. She told me that she's got the whole ministry behind her, and she said it would be my word against hers, and that she could have me expelled, Harry said, his hands ruffling his hair in frustration. She's got me, Hermione. I have to play her game or she'll kick me out of here. Hermione sat down as her legs weakened, her hand going to her mouth in disgust at what she had just heard. I can do this, Hermione, Harry said bravely. I've been tortured by Voldemort, this. Harry smiled, holding up his hand. This is nothing. If you need any help, Hermione said, wiping at the angry tears stinging her soft brown eyes. I could use some help on my homework tomorrow if you have the time. You got it. She smiled weakly. Harry gave her one of his patented lopsided grins and then headed off for bed, leaving her alone in the common room. Hermione was more than angry at Umbridge. Not only was she not going to be teaching them magic, not only was she spying on Dumbledore and trying to sow dissent within the school, but she was torturing her best friend. Hermione was not going to let that stand if she could help it. She was going to make it her life's ambition to take that toady little woman down. Hermione sighed as she stared into the fire. Harry deserved so much more happiness. He deserved a better life than what he had been given. Hermione wondered if she might be able to help him to find a little bit of happiness, and then she thought of Daphne Greengrass, the very pretty Slytherin who had admitted to fancying her best friend. I shouldn't interfere, Hermione told herself, and yet her mind was already thinking of ways she might help the girl get closer to her best friend. Transfiguration started with what was now the typical start-of-term speech regarding the OWL exams. Harry listened to Professor McGonagall as she told them what they might expect during the exams and what she planned for them this year. Finally, she handed out snails for them to practice vanishing spells on. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat together. Ron had joined his two friends at breakfast, where he explained his change of heart. After Umbridge's class, I got really angry, Ron said between huge forkfuls on pancakes. All I could think of the rest of the day was how the whole world is against you, and I should be by your side. You're my friend Harry, and I wasn't being a very good one. I'm supposed to have your back, no matter what. Harry had truly appreciated the sentiment and hoped that Ron would remember that as he explored his growing relationship with Daphne and Tracy. Harry was finding it more difficult to not think about the brunette. He knew why, of course. Thanks to Daphne's little sister and Hermione, he now knew that Daphne fancied him, and that was the reason for her trying to befriend him. If Harry was honest, he did find her attractive. The problem was that he didn't know her, something that apparently Daphne herself had considered. She anted to take the time and get to know the real Harry, and that in itself spoke volumes to him. Harry couldn't really think of any good reason not to try things out with Daphne. Other than, of course, the threat of Voldemort, but every time he thought of that, he heard two voices chastising him for it, Sirius and Dumbledore. You should not let anything stand in your way of happiness, Dumbledore would say. We're all on Voldemort's hit list, whether we associate with you or not, Sirius' voice would say. He'll want to kill us only because we oppose him, so stop being an imbecile. So, while he was trying to vanish his snail for Professor McGonagall, Harry decided that he should spend more time with Daphne Greengrass. He had nothing to lose and everything to gain, so what was the point in trying to keep her, or anyone else away? Very good, Mr. Potter. You've nearly got it, Professor McGonagall said, startling him back to reality. Harry saw that his snail was very nearly transparent, and was amazed to see that he'd nearly mastered the spell while thinking of Daphne. Give it another try, please. McGonagall had been sweeping through the class, checking on their progress. She couldn't remember any time when Harry had grasped a spell so quickly, and thought he was quite close to having it perfected. Harry nodded, waved his wand and spoke the incantation, tapping the snail's shell, and smiled as the snail nearly disappeared. There was only the faintest traces of the invertebrate's shell still visible. He canceled the spell so he could try again, but Professor McGonagall grabbed his hand. What is this? She asked, looking upset. Harry pulled his hand away and shook his head. Nothing, Professor. It's fine, really, Harry said softly. He was a bit angry at his head of house, as it was her that had all but forced him to go to his detentions. Professor McGonagall looked as if she wanted to press the issue, but Harry gave her a meaningful look, and she decided it was best to let the subject to drop. As she began walking away, she glanced back and saw Hermione giving a look of intense displeasure. Professor McGonagall made a mental not to speak with the headmaster on the matter as soon as possible. After lunch, Harry, Ron, and Hermione headed out to the grounds for the first Care of Magical Creatures class. They were joined in the entrance hall by the Slytherins, and Harry paused so Daphne and Tracy could catch up. Good afternoon, Daphne smiled. Good afternoon, Hermione responded. Hey, Harry smiled. None of them noticed the murderous looks being given to them by Draco and his pack of rabid wolves. The five of them gathered down by Hagrid's hut, where Professor Grubblyplank had set out a small table with what looked to be moving twigs crawling about. Professor Grubblyplank spread a handful of what appeared to be grains of rice on the table, which the moving twigs fell upon greedily. It turned out the creature were called botruckles, and the class was split into groups of 3, and were allowed to observe a botruckle between them. Harry partnered with Daphne and Tracy, while Hermione, Ron, and Neville picked out a tree guardian together. Ron looked rather upset that Harry had chosen to study with the 2 Slytherin girls. He wasn't the only one. Draco Malfoy looked ready to murder as he watched Harry and his housemates working together, occasionally laughing at the antics of the little creature. As Ron seemed more interested in what Harry was doing, Hermione was able to talk to Neville, who appeared very nervous. He's kind of cute, don't you think? She said, not really sure how to begin a conversation. Neville only nodded, avoiding her eyes altogether. Hermione silently cursed Jinny for blurting out Neville's secret. He was already incredibly shy, and now it was worse because she knew that he liked her. She asked Neville to hold the bow truckle so she could sketch its face. Neville held up the creature, and Hermione took those few moments to really look at Neville. She noticed that he was starting to lose his baby fat. His face wasn't so rounded anymore, and he also looked as if he were gaining a bit of muscle. Hermione imagined the lugging heavy bags of fertilizer might be the cause of it. She also noticed how gently he handled the tiny creature in his hands. Hermione remembered listening to Jinny talk about the Yule Ball last year and how well Neville had treated her that evening. How, even though he wasn't a great dancer, he'd not sat out unless she had wanted to. He'd been a great escort, and Jinny admitted that if she hadn't liked Harry so much, she would have tried to date Neville. But Hermione needed more than a decent dancer. She needed someone who could stimulate her mind as well as her hormones. The truth was, she knew Neville to be smart, though he had difficulty in remembering things. Hermione had a theory that Neville was something akin to a beaten dog. She had heard Neville talk about the way his grandmother would constantly compare him to his father. Hermione doubted anyone would have self-confidence if they were subjected to that all their life. "Could you take him now?" Neville asked, in a very soft voice. "I need to try and draw him." Hermione smiled and offered her hands to accept the little creature. As Neville placed the bow truckle into Hermione's open hands, he brushed against her, which sent little shivers down her spine. Shaking her head, Hermione passed it off as her thinking about the two of them, and not something of significance. Still, the moment lingered in her brain the rest of class. Daphne could not remember a more fun and interesting care of magical creatures class. She, Tracy, and Harry had a lot of fun passing the little twig-like critter between them, offering it wood lice to eat. It seemed the bow truckle like Harry the most, and seemed to want to stay near him, which made it difficult for Harry to sketch the creature. "You'd better check your pockets when you leave to make sure he doesn't try and hitch a ride with you, Harry." Daphne smiled. When Harry smiled back at her, a real, relaxed smile, she felt her stomach roll over. His eyes shone brilliantly in the late morning sunshine, and it made her brain get a bit fuzzy. "We heard you met Astoria yesterday," Tracy grinned, which made Daphne glare at her. "Yeah, she's forward," Harry smiled. "She's also nosy and annoying," Daphne huffed. "Nah, she's all right," Harry chuckled. "You don't live with her." "She's got a point." Tracy smiled, trying to take the bow truckle, which had dug its sharp little claws into Harry's cloak. The three of them had to work together to gently release the fidgeting little creature. "I'm sorry for whatever she said to you. She thinks things are very simple and can be solved easily. She doesn't really understand sometimes." "It's no problem. It's not the worst thing to ever happen to me." "There he goes again." Tracy grinned as the little bow truckle leapt from her hands and scurried up Harry's sleeve to sit on his shoulder. "You're being quite difficult." Daphne scolded the bow truckle, which gave a sharp chirp. The three laughed at the creature. "Guess he told you," Tracy laughed. "Father was talking to the minister not long before we got back," they heard Draco suddenly say from next to them. Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle had apparently moved closer to Harry and the girls. "The ministry really wants to crack down on substandard teaching around here. It's probably why that great oaf isn't here anymore. He likely got handed his walking papers." "About time, if you ask me. First that crazed hippogriff, then those, whatever they were last year." "You didn't want a blast-ended Scroot as a pet, Malfoy. I thought for sure you would have tried to smuggle one home. You know how they say pets resemble their owners," Harry remarked without turning to look at Malfoy, who raised his head, staring coldly at Harry. "He might have been worried his mother would confuse the two of them," Tracy said, which made Daphne and Harry laugh out loud. Draco's face colored and his eyes narrowed at Tracy. "You should be careful, Davis. I won't put up with your cheek. I can." Yeah, tell Daddy we know. Merlin, we've heard it so often, I can almost repeat your speech word for word. Draco, as a fellow Slytherin, no one cares. It's pathetic." "Pathetic, is it?" Draco's voice rose, and every head rose to see what was happening. Before Draco could utter another word, however, Professor Grubblyplank came over and suggested they all get back to work. Harry and his new friends kept casting glances to a obviously incensed Malfoy and chuckling lightly. When class ended, Harry and the girls were joined by Ron and Hermione as they all started heading back towards the castle. "Would you all like to join us in the library after dinner?" Daphne asked, a bit hopefully. "We can all work on homework together." "Sure." Hermione smiled, but Harry frowned. I have detention the rest of the week, maybe this weekend, as I'm sure I'll be quite backed up on my work. What is she making you do? Daphne asked. She saw Hermione frown, but Harry just shrugged and made a noise of indifference. Lines. That's not so bad, Tracy said, her voice somewhat chipper. Daphne watched Hermione's frown deepen, but refrained from commenting. She knew the bushy-haired bookworm wanted to say something, and Daphne suspected that it wasn't going to be pleasant. She made a mental note to bring the topic up later. What about you, Weasley? Will you be joining us? Daphne asked, not really sure why she was extending the offer. Ron had been very open about how he felt about her and Tracy. Still, she felt the need to make the effort. She truly did not want to come between Harry and his friend, and hoped that Ron might at least learn to accept her. Ron only shrugged, and Daphne felt it was better than she could hope for at this juncture. They said goodbye, as the 3 Gryffindors had to get to the greenhouses for herbology, while Daphne and Tracy and the rest of the Slytherins made their way to Charms. Did you see Hermione's face when I asked about Harry's detention? Daphne asked. No, why? She looked like she had just swallowed stink sap or something. Something's going on. Like what? I don't know, but I intend to find out tonight. Well, I am impressed with how things went today. I never suspected he would have asked us to be his partners. I thought Weasley was going to bust a vein or something. I don't even know if he got any work done with as much as he was starring at Harry. I really wonder what his problem is. I can understand his dislike of Malfoy, but he doesn't even know us. He acts like we're going to tear Harry's heart out and feed on it. I don't think that's really the organ you have in mind. Tracy smirked. Oh my gods, Daphne shrieked, looking horror-struck. Could you be any more crass? Possibly. After dinner that evening, the trio broke up, each heading off for different destinations. Harry grumbled as he went off to Professor Umbridge's office. He'd been asked by Angelina Johnson, the new captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, about trying to get Friday evening off so he could attend the Quidditch tryouts. Harry was more than a little sure that would not fly, but he had promised to try. Hermione was going to meet the Slytherin girls in the library, while Ron was going to who knew where to do who knew what, though Hermione was sure that it would not involve homework. She was seriously considering not allowing him access to her notes, or helping him with any of his work, hopping to teach him a lesson. Hermione found her favorite table empty and set her bag upon it before disappearing into the stacks to find the books she would need to complete her work. She had finished her potions essay the night before, but had intended of double-checking some facts. There was also her rune translations and that very pathetic set of questions assigned by Umbridge. When she returned to her table, she found that both Daphne and Tracy had arrived and were just getting out their own work. Just couldn't wait for us, eh, Hermione? Daphne smiled. Hermione could only shrug, but she smiled all the same. I'm not big on procrastination, she said, and the other two just shook their heads. Daphne took a moment to check out the books Hermione had collected and sighed heavily. I'll be back in a moment, she said, getting up from the table and disappearing around a corner. Good, she's gone, Tracy grinned. Has Harry talked about her at all? Hermione sighed and shook her head. Only when he's defending his friendship with her. He knows she likes him now, thanks to Astoria and me, but I'm not sure how he feels about it at the moment. Damn, Tracy said. Hermione looked up from her book, looking curious. Do you know why she likes him? Who can say? Tracy shrugged. I do know that she'd do right by him. It's just in her nature to be loyal to the people she cares for, and she'd be a lot better for him tan half those slags who lust after him. That's true, Hermione agreed. The thing is, she's so determined to take things slow with him, like she's only got one shot to do things right. I don't know. Maybe if they could actually spend some real time alone together, that would make things go faster. Maybe, Hermione said. I've known him 4 years, and I still don't know everything there is to know about him. Okay, Daphne said as she returned to the table with the book she needed for her potions essay. She opened the book and flipped a few pages until she found what she was looking for. Opening her ink bottle and dipping her quill, she began writing some notes. Hermione, Daphne said softly, hopping to sound nonplussed. What happened during Harry's detention? There was silence, and Daphne looked up to see Hermione sitting as if frozen. Her quill was over her parchment, and her hand was trembling fro anger. That horrid woman, Hermione said between clenched teeth. She made him she. What? Both Daphne and Tracy asked together, both leaning towards the bushy-haired girl. She made him cut into his own hand. He had to write lines in his own blood. Hermione hissed angrily, her face turning red with her rage. What are you talking about? Tracy asked. Hermione, calm down and tell us what you know, Daphne urged. Hermione took several minutes to calm down. She took great gulps of air and let them slowly. Finally, after her color returned to normal, she was able to tell them everything she had learned. He came back with words scratched into the back of his hand. When I pressed him, he admitted that she had made him use a strange quill that wrote in his own blood and cut up the back of his hat. A blood quill? Daphne looked horrified. That's illegal. Why didn't he tell someone? He tried, Hermione replied. He grabbed the quill and started heading towards McGonagall's office when she put him in a body-bind curse. She told him that he could do the detention or she could expel him. She told him she had the entire ministry behind her and he could do nothing. Both Daphne and Tracy looked as angry as Hermione felt now. That absolute hag, Daphne snarled. Blood quills are illegal. What is she even doing with one? Why are we sitting here? Tracy asked. We should tell someone. We can't, Hermione said. First, I promised I wouldn't say anything. I shouldn't have even told you. But secondly, if we tell, she'll know Harry said something, and then who knows what she'll do. She's here because of the Minister of Magic, and he's determined to shut Harry up. I'm almost certain that those Dementors were sent to his home just so he would do magic, and they could get rid of him. Daphne now looked pale. I could write my father, maybe he could help us somehow. At the least, he might be able to get someone in here to investigate her. But she's working for Fudge. He'd give her a warning, and she could hide it, and then it would be Harry's word against hers, and after everything they said about him in the papers this summer, he doesn't have a leg to stand on. Tracy said bitterly. There has to be something we can do. Daphne pounded her fist. All I can think of is to get him to control his temper. She's going to be ruthless on him this year, doing everything she can to provoke him. Hermione suggested. I bet she wants to pin Cedric Diggory's death on Harry and then throw him in Azkaban without trial. We thought the same thing, Tracy said, so how do we get him to control his temper? By giving him a distraction. Hermione smiled at Daphne, who suddenly blushed. What do you mean? Daphne asked suspiciously. I mean that if Harry's mind is focused on something else, or rather someone else, maybe he won't rise to her challenges. Hermione grinned. I think I understand. Tracy smirked, looking at Daphne as well. Whoa, Daphne said, holding up her hands defensively. We barely know each other, it's too early to even think about. Snogging, Tracy asked helpfully. That's not what Daphne stuttered, but Hermione simply looked pleased. Look, I'm only suggesting getting you two together to spend some time alone and get to know each other. What happens then is completely up to you. I just think it might be good for Harry if he could keep his head down and his mouth shut. Hermione smiled lightly. Unless he's kissing you, of course. Tracy grinned at Daphne, who slammed her head on the table, Tracy and Hermione giggly softly on either side of her. I tell you, Albus, there was no mistaking it. She's forcing him to use a blood quill. Professor McGonagall said firmly. She had come to his office as soon as curfew went into effect. She knew, of course, that there would of course be one or two students who ventured out, but it was likely they'd be sniffed out by Filch and his filthy feline. She had sat on her discovery all day, knowing that she had to wait to speak to the headmaster about what the new defense teacher was making Harry Potter endure. When she arrived, she found that the headmaster was not alone, as Severus Snape was also there. The trouble will be in proving the matter, Dumbledore sighed wearily. Harry's word will not be enough, and I sincerely doubt we will be able to get our hands on the quill. Something must be done, this cannot stand, McGonagall said indignantly. Our hands on this matter are tied, Dumbledore confessed. Surely the minister has taken steps to assure his spy's success. He has already tried once to have Harry expelled. He do not think he will fail a second time. She asked me to brew Veritaserum, Snape said coolly. Whatever for? McGonagall asked gobsmacked. I would theorize that she will wish to question the staff about me. It's likely that she'll invite you to join her for tea and then deliver a dosage to you. As a ministry official, anything she is able to get out of you would of course be admissible in court. I already understand that the school governors have been leaned on for my removal. They can't let you go, McGonagall said, her hand flying to her mouth in horror. And so far they have not, but the more threatened Cornelius feels, the more he will push. I believe that we have only seen a little of what is to come. If my sources are correct, there will be some very interesting changes made here at Hogwarts. Dumbledore sighed, steepling his fingers as he looked at his two teachers. McGonagall sat down heavily. Is there no way to help the boy? I am afraid that at the moment there is none. However, I think that he may find help through his friends. If what I hear is true, young Harry is expanding his circle of friends. I don't see how that will help him, McGonagall said. My dear Minerva, I believe that Harry may find new strength and wisdom as he opens his life to new people, and this school may very well be able to stand united. I think you're reading too much into it all, Albus, Snape remarked curtly, but the headmaster was unfazed by the potion's master's sour outlook. Instead, he simply smiled up at the greasy-haired man and shrugged. Harry's hand throbbed as he climbed the stairs after his detention. By the end of it, his hand had been bleeding. He had cringed when she had taken his hand in her stubby fingers to examine it. He had been correct in his assumption that she would not let him out of his detention for the Quidditch tryouts on Friday. She had laughed at him and told him that he was being punished, and that maybe missing out on something he wanted to do would help to teach him the lesson she wished to teach him. He'd spent another exhausting 4 hours in her company cutting into the back of his hand with that wretched implement of torture. He had managed to keep quiet all throughout his time with Umbridge, but now his jaw really hurt from clenching it for so long, and he was tired. He felt drained somehow. It really took a lot out of him to sit there mutilating himself and trying to appear as if it didn't bother him at all. He was just starting to imagine 1,000 different ways the toad could meet her demise when he reached the portrait hole and saw to his surprise. Ron! Ron turned around, looking as if he'd just been caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Oh, hey, Harry, what are you doing out here? Just finished detention, you. Oh, I was, why do you have your broom? Were you out flying? Harry asked. Ron seemed to slump and he looked dejected. I was practicing. I thought I might try out for the Quidditch team now that I've got a decent broom. Are you any good? Harry asked brightly. I'm all right. Fred and George always made me keep for them at home. I wish I could be there to see you try out, Harry sighed. Umbridge didn't let you off. Nope, I'm being punished, Harry grimaced. He gave the password and he and Ron entered the common room. They saw Hermione on the sofa with Neville and were about to join her when Harry saw the almost imperceptible shake of her head. Harry quickly took Ron's arm and led him up to the dorms. What's going on? Why didn't we go see Hermione? Ron asked in bewilderment. She was busy, Harry tried lamely. She was only talking to Neville, Ron said oblivious. Just let it drop, mate, for Hermione's sake. Harry pressed, and Ron stared blankly for a few moments before shrugging and getting changed for bed. Harry watched him, wondering what Ron's reaction would be to learning Neville fancied Hermione. Harry had his suspicions that Ron had feelings for Hermione as well, but knew that Hermione did not share those feelings. She'd even confessed that were it not for Harry, she thought it unlikely the two would have become friends at all. This train of thought led Harry to begin thinking how Ron would react to Harry dating Daphne. He'd been less than civil to her that day, but Ron had not started fling accusations at her, which Harry felt was an improvement. He'd even noted that Daphne had tried to include Ron in her study group. So far as Harry could tell, Ron was the only one who seemed to be against Harry and Daphne. Even the twins, who were generally anti-Slytherin, had perked up at Daphne's name. Well, there had been that weird incident with Jinny, but Harry hadn't given it much thought. Harry just wished he could spend some time with her. It was one thing to speak during class or as they passed in the halls, but he would never get to know her if that was all they did. He knew that she liked him. Hermione had been good enough to point it out, and Daphne's sister had nearly shouted it across the Great Hall yesterday. The problem was he wasn't sure how he felt about her. Sure, she was pretty and very smart, but other than that. Ron began snoring in the bed next to Harry's, and he decided to try and get some sleep. His homework was piling up, and he knew he had to do something about it before it got worse. Perhaps he would skip breakfast and try and make a dent in it, maybe lunch as well. Miss Granger, will you stay behind a moment? Professor McGonagall called as her students were all heading off to their next class. Hermione, looking a little surprised, hefted her bag onto her shoulder and made her way towards McGonagall's desk. The usually stern professor waited until the class was empty and with a flick of her wand, shut the door. She sat behind her desk and sighed. Miss Granger, I know what is happening to Mr. Potter. I know what Professor Umbridge is doing to him. It was as if a great weight was taken from Hermione's shoulders, and she felt her legs weaken a bit. She smiled, and before she could stop herself, she began speaking very fast. Oh, thank God, Professor. He made me promise not to say anything, and I've been so worried about him. Whenever he gets back from detention, he looks so horrible and his hand... Miss Granger. Professor McGonagall held up a hand to stop the girl's ramblings. I am aware of the issue, but I cannot do anything about it. I've spoken to the headmaster, and it was discussed. What? Hermione looked gobsmacked. You discussed it. Why aren't you throwing her out on her fat arse? Miss Granger. Hermione suddenly looked embarrassed. She normally chastised people for using foul language, but she had lost herself to her indignation at the moment. Professor, she's torturing him. Why can't you do anything? I understand your feelings, I honestly do. I argued with the headmaster about the problem. However, it was felt that at this moment it is best to let the matter go. It appears that the ministry has all the cards, and should we try to fight the matter, Harry will be expelled. Hermione sighed heavily, suddenly filled with a desire to find Umbridge and punch in her wide toad-like mouth. What about the cuts on his hand, Professor? Surely that could show that Mr. Potter is mutilating himself, McGonagall asked. She had brought up these arguments to the headmaster just the previous evening. Even if we managed to get our hands on the quill, it could be said that it was planted, or that whoever found the quill had actually planted it to set up Professor Umbridge. What about Veritaserum? Hermione asked hopefully. Think, Miss Granger. The ministry is trying to silence Mr. Potter. Do you really think they would allow the use of truth potion in a matter that would make them look bad? They will throw him into prison without a trial. Just like Sirius, Hermione barely whispered, anger gripping her. Exactly. Hermione stared pleadingly at her head of house. Is there nothing that can be done? Professor McGonagall gave a rather weak smile and opened her desk drawer. She handed over a large vial of a sickly yellow fluid to the girl. Murtlap, she said. It should ease the pain and help the cuts to heal. It would be good not to mention where you got it. Should you need more, come see me privately. Hermione nodded, slipping the vial into her bag and giving a grim smile of gratitude to her favorite teacher before heading off. As Hermione shut the door to McGonagall's classroom, she couldn't help feeling as if the teachers she so respected and looked up to had failed her. They were going to allow Harry to continue to be tortured. While she truly did understand the precarious nature of their situation, Hermione thought that perhaps the teachers hadn't really tried to resolve the situation. Maybe they needed help from the outside. Someone who wasn't under the threat of the ministry. Daphne, Hermione whispered and raced down to the Great Hall. The first week came to a close at last, and Harry felt an immense sense of relief as he climbed the stairs to the Gryffindor common room after his last detention with Umbridge. His hand was bleeding quite freely, and Harry had wrapped a handkerchief around it as soon as he was outside Umbridge's office. As Harry made his way back to his dorm, all he could think of was how far behind in his studies he was getting. He had missed several meals during the week trying to catch up, but his teachers seemed relentless in making the workload heavier. However, Harry knew he could get it all finished over the weekend, and vowed to do his best to stay out of trouble so this never happened again. He had missed the Quidditch tryouts that evening, and wondered who the new keeper would be. He knew that Ron was trying out, and hoped his friend made it. Harry thought maybe they could manage to heal their friendship through the game they both loved so much. When Harry reached the 4th floor, his mind wandered off of the subjects of homework and Quidditch, as Harry thought back, with a smile, to the second visit from Daphne's sister, Atoria, he'd gotten at lunch earlier that day. Harry was a little frightened of this rather spunky 12-year-old. However, his friends seemed to think she was very entertaining. Once again, she had strode right up to him, her light brown hair pulled into a tight ponytail, her eyes bright and determined. So, it's been a week, she said firmly at Harry. He had glanced at Hermione, who had suddenly focused on her newspaper. Harry saw both Ron and Neville, who had started sitting with them during the week, look up in interest. Harry could only nod at Astoria, who folded her arms, looking rather cross now. So why aren't you two sitting together or something? Huh, Harry asked, again looking to Hermione for help. His bushy-haired friend was still not looking up, although she did appear to be shaking, which slightly upset Harry. Are you laughing at me? Harry asked her. Hermione quickly shook her head, but still would not look up. Have you even talked to Daphne at all? Astoria said, sitting on the bench next to Harry. Yes. She was my partner for care of magical creatures yesterday. Did you ask her anything about herself? Did you learn anything about my sister? Astoria asked, looking rather upset at his apparent idiocy. You don't understand. These things are Harry tried, but Astoria cut him off. What's to understand? Astoria threw his hands up, nearly smacking Harry. If you like her, be with her. It's pretty simple. I don't get why you have to make it complicated. Is it because she's in Slytherin? Harry shook his head. Is it because she's a pure blood? Astoria pressed. No, Harry shook his head. I don't care about blood purity, I just don't know her that well. We haven't spent enough time together for me to really, he tried, but Astoria was unfazed. Okay, look, she likes to read. Not like school books, but like poetry and junk. Astoria stared at Harry as if she were revealing the deepest secrets of magic. She sings in the shower and she loves orchids. There, now you know her. Stop being so obtuse. She likes you, there really isn't much more that you need to know. With that, Astoria gave a large grin, hopped off the bench, and skipped away. Okay, what the hell just happened? Harry asked, turning back to his friends. He didn't miss the look of disgust on Ron's face, and he felt himself getting a bit angry. Ron had been able to keep his mouth shut when the topic of Daphne was brought up, but this might prove to be too much for the somewhat volatile redhead. Harry quickly looked away from Ron to Hermione, who was only now looking up from her newspaper, her face red and tears streaming from her eyes. You were laughing, Harry said, pointing his finger accusingly at Hermione, who finally lost the battle and guffawed heartily. Her laughter was contagious, and both Harry and Neville began chuckling along with her. Ron, however, stabbed at his chicken, bitterly watching the second-year Slytherin walking away. The rest of the day, Ron had barely spoken to him, and Harry was sure he was doing his best not to mention Astoria or give some dire warning against befriending Slytherins. It was actually a bit of a relief when they parted ways after dinner, as the tension between himself and Ron was becoming nearly suffocating. During his detention, Harry had at last been able to think on what Astoria had said. It actually worked to distract him from the now excruciating pain in his hand as he wrote his lines. Could it really be as simple as the young girl claimed it to be? If you liked someone to just be with them, was he even sure he liked Daphne? We haven't even had a real conversation that didn't involve class, really. Okay, on the train, but not since then. What if she doesn't like me like she thinks she does? Harry had pondered these questions throughout his detention and was surprised when Umbridge had finally dismissed him. Mimbulus Mimbletonia, Harry said as he reached the portrait hole. The fat lady moved aside, allowing him to enter the common room. There was quite a few people still up, including the members of his team. Harry's back, Fred called out. How are you, mate? George said, clapping Harry on the back. Like to introduce our new keeper. Cormac McLagan, said the boy sitting between Katie Bell and Alicia Spinnet. He was quite tall and broad in the chest with a head of dark blonde curls. He offered a hand, which Harry shook, feeling a bit intimidated. Cormac's hand was quite large and very muscular. Cormac was just regaling us with his vast Quidditch knowledge and pointing out areas we might improve our game, Fred said cheerfully, but he rolled his eyes as he spoke. I see. Well, I look forward to seeing you on the field. Excuse me, I really should try to catch up on some homework. The team all waved, and Harry began heading to the dorms when Hermione, who'd been sitting in a chair near the stairs, stopped him and pulled him aside. She handed him a large vial and smiled. Soak your hand in this, it will help, she smiled. What is it? Harry asked. Essence of Murtlap. You should talk to Ron, he's rather depressed. He really did horribly out there. You saw, Hermione nodded. I went with Neville, Daphne, and Tracy. We wanted to support him. Oh, Harry, he just sort of fell apart out there. Oh, Merlin, Harry sighed. Listen, I'm sorry to ask, but would you? Right after breakfast, we'll go to the library. I'm sure we can get you caught up by dinner tomorrow. Then you'll have Sunday at least. Harry smiled gratefully at his friend and hugged her warmly. This surprised Hermione, as she simply couldn't remember Harry ever initiating a hug. She tried to dismiss it and watched him head up to the dorms before returning to her seat where Neville was sitting quietly. I'm very sorry, Neville. What were you saying before? No need to apologize. He needs all the support he can get right now, Neville said softly. Can I ask you something personal? Sure, Hermione shrugged. Why aren't you trying to go out with Harry? Even in the dim light of the common room, Hermione could see Neville blushing. She smiled softly and reached to take his hand, trying hard not to shiver at its warmth. I love Harry, but not in that way. He's the brother I never had, and he feels the same way about me. We actually talked about it a few days ago. While I care very deeply for him, I just don't have those kind of feelings for him. Besides, I think I'm starting to like someone else. Neville smiled shyly at this and nodded. I just wondered. Hey, Ron, Harry said as he entered the dorm. Ron was lying on his bed, staring up at the canopy, his face a mask of grim resolve. He didn't even turn to look at Harry as he sat down. Harry could not remember Ron looking so thoroughly depressed in all the time they'd been friends. I heard about tryouts. I'm sorry, Harry tried, but Ron said nothing. The redhead simply kept his eyes locked on the canopy of his four-poster bed. Harry changed into his pajamas and then conjured a bowl so he could soak his hand in the strange yellow liquid Hermione had given him. As soon as he put his hand in the rather sticky yellow fluid, he felt the burning pain dissolve. Harry couldn't help but sigh as the relief washed over him. He opened his eyes and saw that Ron was now looking at him. "What's that?" he asked, sounding hoarse. His eyes were red, and Harry wondered if he'd been crying at some point. "Essence of Murtlap." "Hermione gave it to me." "Where'd she get it?" Ron asked, rising up. Harry shrugged and Ron shot out of his bed as if he'd been burned. He slapped the bowl off Harry's bedside table, sending Murtlap everywhere. "Oi, why'd you do that?" Harry asked angrily. Ron looked back to Harry with concern. "She got it from those Slytherins. They're trying to poison you. I saw them up in the stands together. I couldn't concentrate on tryouts because I was concerned for Hermione." "Not this again," Harry groaned. "I've tried to keep my silence this week, but enough is enough, Harry. You have got to stay away from those girls." "Ron, I know you're angry because of the tryouts, but you can't put the blame on anyone but yourself. You just weren't good enough this year. Maybe if you work at it the rest of the year, you'll make the team next year. But you can't say you didn't make the team because Daphne was there. She went to support you." "How do you know? You weren't even there." "Because Hermione told me, and I trust Hermione," Harry shouted. "You trust Hermione? The same Hermione who gave you that, whatever it was." "You mean the stuff that was helping my cuts?" Harry asked, holding up his hand to show the still bleeding wounds he'd endured during his detention. "I warned you, Ron. I warned you that if you kept acting like this, it might destroy our friendship." Ron looked as if he'd just been slapped, and his mouth started to open and close, giving him a rather fish-like appearance. "Seriously, mate, did you not learn anything about trusting me after what happened last year? It's like you're repeating all your mistakes all over again. Only this time it's worse. I'm sorry, Ron, but I don't want to keep arguing over this. Until I see some sign that Daphne is actually something sinister, I'm going to trust my gut. And my gut tells me she's okay." "I can't believe this," Ron shouted indignantly. "You're ending our friendship over a girl, a Slytherin girl." "No, Ron," Harry said sadly. "You are." With that, Harry climbed into his bed, closing the curtains around him. Harry settled into his pillow and heard Ron stomp out of the dorm, slamming the door behind him. Harry felt horrible for what he'd said, but he knew that Ron was wrong, he just knew it. He wasn't even remotely sure of what he felt for Daphne, and he knew that he loved Ron like a brother, but things were getting out of hand. If their friendship was going to endure, Ron truly needed to stop being so prejudiced. Harry awoke early the next morning, but he didn't get out of bed right away. Instead, he reflected on his week and wondered what Sirius would think of it all. Would he have any advice to give, other than to keep his nose clean, which Harry couldn't help chuckle at, considering that his godfather was a founding member of the Marauders. Still, he felt he needed to unburden himself. Harry threw off his blankets and was greeted by soft sunlight. Harry glanced out the window and felt a sense of wonder as he could see the sun just beginning to creep over the distant mountains. Harry showered, dressed, and then rummaged into his school bag for quill and parchment before heading to the common room. Taking a seat by the fireplace, Harry began to write to his godfather. "Padfoot, the first week back has been nothing short of hell. Our new defense teacher and I don't see eye to eye on more than a few topics, and I've already had detention with her. She a little less pleasant than your mother. Ron and I are also not getting along too well. I don't think he likes my choice in company. I'm trying to follow your advice, and I've tried talking to Daphne. She's very nice, and I've enjoyed the little time we've spent together, and am hoping to see her a bit more. Hogwarts feels empty, as if someone great is missing, you know? I hope that you're okay, and I miss you. Hope to hear from you soon." Harry reread his letter just to make sure that he hadn't put anything important in it, folded it, and then headed for the owlery. Harry was amazed at how ominous the quiet was in the castle at this early hour. He'd been out late at night, but so intent was he on whatever it was that he was doing, he had never really noticed how peaceful the castle was without a couple thousand students about. Harry reached the owlery and called for Hedwig, who glided down easily, hooting softly as she landed on his arm. "Hello, girl," Harry smiled, stroking her feathers. Hedwig's bright amber eyes seemed to grow heavy, and Harry was reminded of Crookshanks when he got his ears scratched. Harry thought it would have been terribly funny if Hedwig could purr. "I have a letter for Sirius. Are you up for a flight?" Harry asked gently. Hedwig's eyes opened wide, and her chest puffed out. Harry knew she was ready, and tied his letter to his leg before taking her to the window. With a quick nip to his finger, Hedwig spread her wings and took to the air. Harry stood at the window, watching his faithful owl soar into the horizon until she was little more than a speck, hardly distinguishable in the sky. Harry began heading back towards the castle when he ran into someone. "Oh, hi, Harry," smiled Cho Chang. "Hi, Cho," Harry said a bit nervously. "What are you doing up so early?" "I woke up this morning and I remembered it was my mother's birthday. I got up here as quick as I could so she would get her gift off," Cho said softly as she selected an owl and tied the parcel to the bird's outstretched leg. "Oh, that's nice. Well, I should." "Harry," Cho said, finishing tying her package to the patient owl. "I haven't really had a chance to talk to you this week. How are you doing?" Her eyes were searching his, and Harry felt his chest tighten. "All right, I suppose." Harry shoved his hand into his pocket so Cho wouldn't see the cuts on it. "I've heard that you and Umbridge aren't getting along." "That's putting it gently," Harry chuckled. He thought she looked incredible in the soft morning light coming in through the owlery window. He noticed that she wasn't taller than him any longer. "She is a bit off-putting." Cho smiled at him, and Harry nodded. "So has Gryffindor gotten a new keeper yet?" "Oh," Harry said, clearing the cobwebs that seemed to be forming in his mind as he stared at Cho. "Yeah, a Corman something or rather. I met him last night." "Is he any good?" Cho asked, looking over her shoulder at him as she was now taking the owl to the window so it could take flight. She was staring at him through her curtain of silky black hair, and Harry felt his knees get weak. "I didn't see. I was in detention," Harry said, his voice hardly audible. "With Umbridge." Cho asked, knowing full well that's who Harry had been serving his detentions. The entire school had been abuzz with the story of how Harry had called the new teacher a liar. "What is she making you do?" "Lines," Harry said, a shadow crossing his face as he felt his hand sting. "It's very brave of you to stand up to her, you know," Cho said, turning to face him. Harry saw something in her eye now, something that made him wary. "All you did was tell the truth about what happened to how he." Cho's voice seemed to fail her, and she turned away from him, taking a few deep breaths. Harry wondered what he should say or do. He'd no real experience at giving comfort. Did he mention me?" Cho's voice was soft, barely a whisper. Harry felt suddenly hollow. He should have guessed that she'd want to know about Cedric. After all, they had been dating last year. "No, I'm sorry," he said miserably. Cho's head nodded. She seemed to regain her composure and turned around again. "I'm sorry, it's just that, well, you were the last one to see him, alive, and I've wondered." Harry held up his hand, stopping her. "He didn't suffer. It was quick, just as it always is when Voldemort kills someone." Harry heard her hiccup at the name of the Dark Lord and felt his opinion of her drop a bit. He supposed he should just accept how pathetic it was that everyone cowered like beaten dogs at the name of the evil wizard. But how were they supposed to fight against him if this was how they reacted to the merest mention of Lord Voldemort? "Well," Harry said, taking a step towards the door. "I really should." It happened so fast. Harry had trouble processing what was happening. He had looked up at Cho to say goodbye when she'd suddenly lunged at him. She had thrown her arms around his neck and pressed her lips to his. Harry had fantasized about kissing Cho Chang for over a year. In his mind's eye, it was always soft. It was always warm and intense. This was nothing like what he'd thought it would be. She was hard and forceful. Her lips were tight and pressed so hard against his that he was sure he'd split his lips on his teeth. On top of that, he wasn't even given a chance to respond. Just when his brain caught up to the situation, and his hands were rising to hold her close to him, Cho released him and ran out of the owlery. Harry slumped against the wall, next to the door, rubbing his now sore lips, wondering if all kissing was like that. If so, he wasn't quite sure he liked it, and thought that both Dean and Seamus, who Harry had heard discussing the activity many, many times, were quite insane. What was even more curious to Harry was that he had felt nothing when Cho had kissed him. Harry had overheard loads of people talking about feeling a spark, or electricity, or fireworks, or something when they kissed someone. All Harry had felt was pain, and a bit of sympathy for the girl, nothing more. Was he heartless? Was he unable to feel anything good? Had everything he'd heard been rubbish? Slowly, Harry steadied himself, straightened his cloak, and began making his way to the great hall for breakfast. He felt he needed to ask someone about the issue. With each step, Harry cursed the fact that he'd already sent off his letter to his godfather. "She what?" Hermione looked rather astonished. "Kissed me, or at least I think that's what she did. It was very hard and painful," Harry said, looking to the Ravenclaw table where Cho sat with her curly-haired friend. "I always kind of thought it would be nicer. I didn't feel anything. Did I do it wrong? Having not witnessed it, I can only guess." Hermione smiled softly at her friend. "But I'm going to say no. I'm guessing she was trying to see if she felt anything for you." "How do you mean?" "Harry, she's a mess right now. It's obvious that she feels something for you, but she's still trying to get over what happened to Cedric. But why didn't I feel anything for her when we kissed? Harry looked worried. Is there something wrong with me? I thought I liked her. Harry, Hermione smiled, patting his hand from across the table. You had a crush on her, you found her attractive, but what did you know about her other than she was good at Quidditch? Harry could only shrug. I'm sure she's nice, but I don't think you two were meant to be together. How do you know? Harry asked skeptically. You wouldn't be asking me all of this if you were. Try not to worry about it, Harry. Hermione smiled encouragingly at her friend. Just because you didn't feel anything with Cho doesn't mean you won't when you kiss someone else. Harry couldn't help but look over at the Slytherin table where Daphne Greengrass sat with Tracy Davis. A small smile formed on his face, and he nodded to Hermione, who was smiling knowingly. You'd better eat up, Hermione said. You've got a lot of work to catch up on. Hermione hadn't been joking. Harry's homework had really gotten out of hand. Harry silently cursed Umbridge with every scratch of his quill as he worked on essays for charms, transfiguration, and potions. There was also work for charms, history of magic, herbology, and care of magical creatures. In fact, the only class that had no homework was defense against the dark arts. Thankfully, he had help. Hermione had anticipated Harry's need to complete his mounting pile of work, and had joined him in the library, along with Tracy, Daphne, and Neville, who admitted to needing help on his own work. They managed to keep Harry on task, which was no small feat, as Harry had a bad habit of getting easily distracted when it came to his homework. They spent the entire morning working on his essays, and by lunch, Harry was halfway through it all. Well done, Harry, Hermione said as she finished proofreading his potions essay. I think you might be finished well before dinner at this rate. Do you think we might take a break and get some lunch? Harry asked. He looked quite drained, and Hermione, glancing at Neville, who looked just as worn out as Harry, felt it wasn't a bad idea. Gathering their things, the group left the library and headed down to the Great Hall. As they approached the door and Daphne and Tracy began breaking away from them, Harry tugged on Daphne's sleeve. Why don't you come sit with us? He asked. Both Daphne and Tracy looked surprised. Hermione smiled at the two Slytherin girls, nodding eagerly, while Neville looked just as stunned as the snakes. Daphne looked at Tracy, who could only shrug before turning back and accepting the invitation. They all sat at the end of the Gryffindor table and eagerly began filling their plates with sandwiches and crisps. This feels a little weird, Daphne said after a moment. She had glanced up the table and noticed nearly everyone seated at the Gryffindor table was staring at her and Tracy. I don't think we're welcome. Hermione looked at her fellow Gryffindors and frowned. Some people just can't see beyond their own noses. Still, Tracy said nervously, maybe we should have sat at our own table. No, Harry said firmly. Everyone is just going to have to get used to the fact that we're friends. If they don't like it, that's just tough. If it makes you feel better, I'll sit with you at the Slytherin table at dinner. Both Tracy and Daphne gawked at him while Harry simply smiled. You are either incredibly brave or seriously crazy, Tracy grinned. You may not get to finish your meal. I seriously doubt anyone would do anything to me, not while every single teacher is watching. Harry nodded his head towards the head tables. He's got you there, Neville said. Harry smiled at the normally shy boy. He was keeping his eyes on his plate. See, Harry said, turning back to the two Slytherins. Problem solved. Now let's finish eating so I can finish my homework. It'd be nice to get in some flying time before dinner. I knew it, someone shouted triumphantly. They all turned to see Atoria standing in the Great Hall entranceway, smiling as if she'd just won the Daily Profit sweepstakes. I just knew I could get you two together. She joined them at the Gryffindor table, pushing Harry down on the bench to make room for herself. Aren't you sitting next to each other, though? Daphne's face burned crimson, and Harry noticed Tracy pushing her goblet away from herself. We're just having lunch, he said, giving a look to Hermione, who looked to be fighting a smile. Yeah, Tori, we're having lunch and you weren't invited to join us, Daphne said, glaring at her younger sister. I know, but I just am so happy to see you two together. We're not together like that, and I would really appreciate it if you'd stay out of my business. Daphne said coldly, What do you mean you're not together like that? I saw you lean over to help him in the library. I saw the way you rubbed his back. Atoria smiled triumphantly. Daphne's eyes threatened to pop right out of her skull, her face burning so red it was nearly purple. Harry looked at her quizzically. Neville looked up from his plate, his curiosity getting the better of him. Tracy and Hermione were both fighting to avoid looking at anyone. Harry suspected the two girls were on the verge of hysterics. Right, Harry finally said. I know you think it's all very simple, but the truth is we have a lot of obstacles to overcome. As much as I'm sure we'd like things to be simple, they just aren't. Is it because of Cho Chang? Is it because she kissed you? Now it was Harry's turn to be utterly humiliated. He looked at Hermione, who now had her head buried in her arms, shaking badly. Tracy had lost all control and was now laughing as if she should be sent to St. Mungo's. Neville's eyes had gone as wide as the golden plates before them, and Daphne looked strange. How did you know about that? I hear things. Astoria shrugged, taking some crisps from his plate and beginning to munch on them. Right, Harry said simply, and looked to Daphne for help. She was still looking at him strangely, and Harry couldn't tell what she was thinking. It looked as if she was incredibly conflicted at the moment. Look, how about if we promise to try harder to figure things out? Harry tried, not really sure what he should be doing. All he knew for sure was he wanted Astoria as far away from him as possible at that moment. Fine, Astoria said, rather dejectedly. But if you two don't figure things out soon, I think you're going to be in for a really difficult time. Before they could ask her what she meant, Daphne's younger sister left them alone again. Cho Chang kissed you? Neville asked. Harry shrugged. This morning, when I was sending Hedwig off with a letter, it was not what I expected, Harry said lamely. What do you mean? Neville asked, oblivious to the strange looks Hermione and Tracy were giving him. Let's not talk about it, Harry suggested. He really didn't feel right talking about Cho behind her back. We should get back to the library anyway. Hermione suggested, her face still flushed from trying not to laugh during Astoria's visit. They all stood and began heading off towards the library, Daphne lagging behind a bit. Both Hermione and Tracy noticed and told the boys to go ahead and they would catch up. Come on, Hermione said, guiding them into the ladies' room. She kissed him, Daphne asked Hermione when they were all inside the bathroom. Yeah, this morning, but I don't think you have anything to worry about. He didn't like it at all. Hermione said reassuringly. Daphne looked up questioningly at the bushy-haired witch who smiled back. He said he didn't feel anything when she kissed him. He was worried something was wrong with him. He had expected something softer, I think. Softer? Tracy looked puzzled. I think she was rather forceful with her affections. Hermione grinned. Well, at least now you have an idea of how he likes to be kissed, Tracy said optimistically. Daphne just glared at her. Though he really liked her. Daphne pressed on. I think he did, but he knows nothing about her. In fact, he was always too nervous to talk to her. I think someone who eases themselves into his life stands a better chance with him, Hermione remarked. You're doing fine with him, but maybe it wouldn't hurt to get you two alone for a bit. Are you suggesting we lock them in a broom cupboard? Tracy asked, a glint of mischief in her eyes. No, Hermione looked aghast. Tracy harumphed and kicked her toe at the floor. I was thinking something a bit more on the subtle side. You heard him say he'd like to go flying this afternoon. Wouldn't it be a shame if Daphne was the only one able to accompany him? Both Tracy and Daphne looked up at Hermione's triumphant face. Tracy smiled proudly, nodding her head in agreement, while Daphne looked more than a bit nervous at the prospect on being alone with the boy she liked more than just a little bit. Harry, can I ask you something? Neville said as they took seats at their table in the library. Sure. Do you fancy Hermione? Harry looked up suddenly to see Neville staring back, an expression of anxiety on his face. He smiled softly and shook his head. Nev, I know how you feel about her. I think we can thank Jinny for that. Neville's face began to redden. I can assure you that my feelings for Hermione are more in the brotherly sisterly way, though I'd be careful about Ron. I think he really fancies her, though he may not have it figured out just yet. Neville nodded. She's a special girl, Neville, and if she gives you the chance, you just remember to treat her right. Thanks, Harry, Neville smiled. But to be honest, I don't think it will ever get to that point. I don't think she sees me that way. I wouldn't assume anything when it comes to Hermione. I think it says a lot that she's spending time with you, but don't jump to conclusions. Just take things slow and get to know her. Like you and Daphne, Neville countered, and Harry's smile faltered. I don't know what we're doing. At this point, I'm trying not to think about it. I just want to get to know her better before I try and figure any of this out. I don't need the pressure, you know. I think I understand. Neville smiled. How are things with Ron? You have noticed his absence today, right? Harry said sourly. Neville looked apologetic, but Harry waved it off. Ron has to figure out what's important to him and get his head out of his arse. He was blaming Daphne for not making the team last night. She didn't do anything. I was with her the whole time, Neville said defensively. She was there to support him. I know. Hermione told me all about it, but Ron would rather blame someone else than accept that he just wasn't good enough this year. It was too much, and I told him so. Told who? Daphne asked as she and Hermione and Tracy sat down with them. Ron, Harry said bitterly. What happened? Tracy asked. Ron was blaming Daphne for his tryout performance. Neville said rather acrimoniously. Well, that's just this side of ridiculous. Daphne looked indignant. How did I affect his keeping abilities? He reckons that you slipped Hermione some kind of poison to give to me. I think he believes you're a master at casting the Imperious Curse or something. Harry shrugged. By the way, Hermione, thank you for the Murtlap. It was working great until Ron knocked it away from my table. You didn't use all of it, did you? No, but after my row with Ron, I just went to sleep. Harry shrugged. Hermione looked saddened at the comment, but refrained from commenting further. Harry, I'm really sorry. I never meant to come between you and Ron. I simply wanted. Daphne, it's fine, honestly. Harry smiled warmly. I should be allowed to have as many friends as I want, no matter who they are. Ron doesn't own me, nor does he have any say in who I keep company with. Come on, I need to finish this stuff. Hermione had been correct, and with their combined effort, Harry was completely finished with his homework in virtually no time at all. With a few precious hours left before dinner, Harry raced up to Gryffindor Tower, where he tossed his school bag onto his bed, retrieved his firebolt, and sprinted back out of the portrait hole all the way down to the entrance hall, where his friends waited. They quickly made their way to the Quidditch pitch, and without a word, Harry mounted his broom and took to the skis. It felt so good to feel the wind whipping at his face. He soared high into the clouds before, pointing his broom back at the ground in a death-defying dive which he was sure made Hermione dig her nails into her palm as she watched. As he flew, all thoughts of Umbridge, the Ministry, and Voldemort were washed away, replaced by the soothing calm he always felt when he was riding his broom. After nearly a half an hour of barrel rolls, loops, and high-sped dives, Harry turned his broom to the stands where he noticed only one person watching him. As he got closer, he saw that Daphne was sitting alone in the stands. Where'd everyone go? He asked as his feet touched down. Tracy wanted to go read ahead in runes, which got Hermione excited, and Neville went with them. He really likes her, doesn't he? Daphne smiled nervously. Yeah, I think he does. Would you like to try? Harry asked, holding out his broom. Daphne smiled but shook her head. I was never very good on a broom. Plus, it's kind of cliché, you know. Which riding a broomstick and all, she shrugged. Except you're much prettier, Harry said. It took half a second for him to realize what he just said. I mean prettier than other witches, muggle witches, the way muggles picture witches. Daphne was giggling softly now and grabbed his arm. I get it, Harry. I've seen muggle television shows. I know what you're trying to say. You've watched muggle television. Yeah, Daphne smiled. My parents took us to France when I was younger, and we stayed in a muggle hotel. Astoria and I watched Bugs Bunny cartoons almost every day. Crazy stuff, but we got an idea of how muggles think of witches. Wow, not many purebloods could say they know who Bugs Bunny is. Harry smiled, impressed. I always felt bad for that coyote, Daphne admitted, looking morose. All those great schemes and not one that worked, almost as if he'd been cursed. I think I can identify. Harry said, looking to the pitch. Are you sure you don't want to give it a go? Harry turned back, holding up the broom. Daphne looked at it for a moment before starting to shake her head. I'd probably just fall off it. I could ride with you. Harry smiled, and Daphne's eyes lit up. All right, she found herself saying. Harry held out a hand to help her to her feet, and then he mounted the broom. She climbed on the back and slowly wrapped her fingers around his waist. Make sure to hold on tight, he said over his shoulder as he kicked off the stands and steered them higher into the air. Daphne had never felt incredibly comfortable on a broom. Her family usually traveled by way of Floo powder, portkey, or occasionally apparating. She'd tried to ride a broom a few times in her first year, but never quite got the hang of it. She wasn't afraid of heights, nor did she hate the idea of being in the air. She just couldn't seem to keep a broom under control very long. But now, up in the air with her arms around Harry's waist, she actually felt like she was on her way to heaven. He took things easy for a while, simply circling the pitch, taking the broom low to the ground, and then soaring to the clouds. After several laps, Harry looked over his shoulder, a mischievous smile on his face. Are you ready for a real ride? He asked. Daphne nodded, her arms tightening their grip on his waist in anticipation of what she knew he must have in mind. Harry gave a little laugh as he aimed his firebolt straight down, Daphne's shriek of terror encouraging him to put on more and more speed as they dove. At the very last second, and the apex of Daphne's scream, he pulled the broom up, their toes skimming the blades of grass on the pitch. Harry was laughing hard as he felt Daphne trying to catch her breath. "That was amazing," she said when she was finally able to speak once again. "No wonder you love flying so much. It's such a rush." Harry brought the broom down and the two teens dismounted. Harry noticed how white Daphne's face was and felt a pang of regret until she smiled at him. "Do you think we might go again after dinner?" she asked. Harry grinned and nodded, and together they headed up to the castle for the evening meal. As he had promised, Harry joined Daphne at the Slytherin table where Tracy was sitting, waiting for them. "You look white as a sheet," she said when Daphne sat down. "Harry took me flying. It was amazing." Daphne grinned as she took a baked potato. Harry began filling his own plate, ignoring the murmurings around him. Daphne saw Malfoy glaring malevolently at her and Harry, and wondered if Harry had been right that afternoon when he said no one would dare try anything in front of the teachers. "What are we doing after dinner?" Tracy asked, trying to distract Daphne from her fellow Slytherins and their prejudices. "Going flying again." Harry smiled as he swallowed a mouthful of chops. She only got to experience one good dive. "What are you doing here, Scarhead?" Malfoy called out, obviously unable to control his anger. "Enjoying dinner with a couple of friends, you should try it." Harry smiled politely. "You're not welcome here," Theodore Nott said icily. "You should really go back to your own table before you get hurt." "I think I'll stay here until I'm finished, thank you." Harry smiled, putting another bite into his mouth. "I asked Harry to join me this evening." "I don't recall asking your opinion on the matter," Daphne said, her tone cool and her eyes narrowed menacingly. "I swear, Potter, if you don't leave this table right now, I'll—" "What, Malfoy? What will you do? Hex me in front of every teacher in the school? Are you so desperate to get rid of me that you'd risk serious punishment?" Harry challenged. Draco looked over to the staff table and noticed several teachers watching the situation intently, including Dumbledore. Shoving his plate away, Draco stood and stormed out of the Great Hall. Nott gave Harry one last look of contempt and went back to his meal, as did many others. "I guess you were right, Harry," Daphne smiled. "Draco won't do anything to me unless he thinks the odds are in his favor," Harry shrugged. "And no one would risk starting a fight right in front of the teachers. But I'd watch my back from now on," Tracy warned. "I think Draco might be getting a bit tired of getting humiliated." Harry nodded and they finished their dinner, keeping the conversation light. When they were finished, Harry took his broom and with Daphne at his side headed back out to the pitch. When they got there, however, it looked as if more than a few others had thought a good fly was in order. "Gotten a bit crowded," Harry sighed. "Seems a shame to waste the daylight," Daphne remarked, and Harry agreed. "We could take a walk, I suppose." Daphne smiled and the two began walking towards the lake. "Tell me about your family," Harry said as they walked. Daphne looked at the lake, a soft smile on her face. "Well, Astoria, you've met," she said, her tone menacing. "She's nice, bit forward but still pretty nice." "She's a menace, nothing else. She means well, I'm sure. I hope anyway." Daphne's brow furrowed. "I'd hate to kill her and find out she was truly trying to help and not make me die from embarrassment." Harry laughed at that, which made Daphne's smile return. "My parents are really good people. Dad was a Slytherin, of course. He and my mother started dadding right after Hogwarts. She was a Ravenclaw, and they didn't really start making friends until near the end of their 7th year. I'm not sure what my dad does for work, though I'm sure it's something in law." "You mentioned that on the train. I still think it's weird that you don't know," Harry said, looking puzzled. "Dad really likes to keep work and family separate. I tried to ask a few times, but he always brushed it off. For a while I thought he might be a hit wizard or something. Then I realized he was home every night and didn't travel too much." Daphne grinned. "What about your mum?" Harry asked. Mum, she's a writer. She's wrote Wit Beyond Measure. It's a biography on Rowena Ravenclaw. She was immensely fascinated by her and did years of research. It was an amazing book." Daphne said, looking thoroughly proud. "I think she enjoyed being a writer as she could stay home with me and Tori when we were younger." "That sounds really good," Harry said. "What about your family?" Daphne asked and immediately regretted it. Harry's face darkened. "I live with my aunt and uncle who abhor anything to do with magic. I also have a cousin who I'm convinced is part whale." "You don't like living there, do you?" Daphne asked, knowing the answer just from the look on his face. "If I had a choice, I'd live with my godfather. He's incredibly funny and he's given me loads of good advice. If it wasn't for his situation, I would have gone to live with him a while ago." "What's stopping you?" Daphne asked curiously. They had come to a large boulder and Harry leaned against it, setting his broom down. He looked at Daphne, wondering how much he should tell her. He didn't think she would freak out or go running to the ministry or anything like that, but he was very protective of Sirius. He would rather die than do or say anything to jeopardize his godfather's safety. Let's just say he's got some problems with the law, he's innocent and they don't believe his story. Harry shrugged. A lot of that going around these days, huh? I suppose there is. Can he prove his innocence? Daphne asked hopefully. Harry shook his head. Unfortunately not. Well, that's just, Daphne tried, looking for the right word for the situation. Well, it's really bad, she said lamely. She looked at the ground and saw his hand, looking raw and red from where he'd had to use the blood quill. Very gently, she took his hand in her own and raised it so she could examine it closer. Harry had to suppress a shiver when Daphne took his hand in hers. He didn't understand the feeling of shame he felt as she examined his wound. He wanted to pull his hand away from her, and yet he didn't want her to let go of his hand. You can't let this happen again, Harry, she said, her soft brown eyes looking into his emerald green ones. I wish there was a way to make her pay for what she's done, but we can't. Not right now, at least. One day soon, you know who's going to make his presence known, and then they'll see. But until then, I have to just sit here and take it all. Harry sighed softly. It just isn't fair. I'm trying to help them. I know that, Daphne said. Harry was suddenly aware of how closely she was standing. He was also aware that his back was to the giant boulder, but probably the most important thing he realized was that he couldn't think of any place in the world he'd rather be. So how do I keep my temper in check? Harry asked. Daphne gave a very shy smile. Whenever you start feeling angry, you force yourself to think of something else, something relaxing, something special. She smiled. She took a step closer to him now, and he returned her smile. Do you have any suggestions on what I could think about? Daphne nodded slowly, her eyes flickering between Harry's eyes and his lips. Harry took a step closer to her. We might be able to come up with something together, she smiled. She took another step closer to him, which he mirrored so that there was very little space between them. Harry's head was moving slowly towards hers. I think you could be right, he said in a near whisper. Daphne felt her eyes closing, and her hands had gone to his chest as if drawn there. She could feel his breath tickling her skin as he bent towards her. This was it. The moment she had dreamt of for nearly 2 years. She was about to kiss Harry Potter. She had thought it was going to take much longer and loads more patience, but it seemed fate had other ideas, and she was not about to argue. She could sense his lips so close to hers. Her stomach was dancing with anticipation. She desperately wanted to feel his lips on hers. She felt she might die if he didn't kiss her. She needed to taste him. Now, for the love of Merlin, kiss her already. Although she was completely unaware of actually doing it, Atoria Greengrass had just signed her own death warrant. How long do you think I'd get in Azkaban? Daphne asked as she paced angrily in her dorm room. She had desperately wanted to murder her younger sister, who had proven to be rather fast on her feet and quite elusive once back in the safety of the castle. Atoria had ruined what should have been the single most beautiful moment in her very young life. She had been so close to kissing Harry Potter, and perhaps getting to be his girlfriend when her sister, who had apparently been following them, had been unable to take the tension and had urged Harry to get on with it. This had, of course, had the opposite effect. Harry had jumped away from Daphne as if he'd been burned, and Daphne turned to find her sister hiding unsuccessfully behind a short bush. Daphne had slipped her wand from her robes and sent a dozen spells after her spry sibling, only to leave several large holes in the ground. Harry had then suggested they say good night, as they were apparently drawing quite a crowd. Humiliated and broken-hearted over what had been denied her, Daphne agreed, and they said good night in the entrance hall. I mean, do you think I'd get life? Or do you think the Wisengamot might show mercy given the reasons for killing her? Daphne ranted. Tracy Davis was holding her sides and crying with laughter at what had happened. I think Mum would understand. Dad might be a little mad, but I think he likes me more anyway. Stop, Tracy begged. I can't breathe anymore. This isn't funny. Daphne turned to glare at her best friend. How am I even going to be able to talk to him now? This is so embarrassing. Half the school knows what happened by now, I'm sure. So what? Tracy cried, trying very hard to calm down. As far as most anyone else is going to figure, it's that you like Harry and he likes you. Big deal. Okay, you may have to deal with the Potter fans or the girls who think they're destined to be his girl, but in the end you're going to be the one to get him. You've heard what Hermione's been trying to tell you. You're going to end up with him because you make him feel comfortable. Daphne sat heavily on her bed, her fists so tight with her anger her knuckles were white. I hate her so much. In the end, if she ends up helping you get him, then maybe I'll forgive her, but all she's doing right now is making things harder. Daphne wanted to scream. She wanted to find Astoria and strangle her skinny little body until her life left her. She can't help it, and you got to admire her enthusiasm. At least she's not trying to steal him from you. The door to the dorm opened and Millicent Bulstrode walked in, her eyes pointed at Daphne. Is it really true? Did you kiss Harry Potter? She asked in her low voice. She looked unlike they could ever remember seeing her before. She looked starry-eyed. She sat on her bed, which was next to Tracy's, and waited patiently. No, I didn't kiss him, Daphne sighed. Sure what to make of Millie's presence. What? Her eyes had cleared and she looked confused. Pansy said that you two were kissing by that big boulder by the lake. She almost locked lips with the Gryffindor golden boy, but she had interference from an overzealous peeping Tom. Tracy chuckled while Daphne shot her an angry glare. Huh. Her sister interrupted. Tracy clarified. Oh, Merlin, you must want to kill her, Millie said, looking quite sad for Daphne. Where did Pansy hear about this? Daphne asked curiously. The whole house is talking about it. I'm going to guess your sister said something to one of her friends, Millie said apologetically. She's dead, Daphne said, throwing her hands up. She's so totally dead. Maybe you should take him to the astronomy tower, Millie suggested. Pansy says no one really goes up there, so it's quite private. It's where Draco takes her when he wants. LA, both Tracy and Daphne shouted, stuffing fingers in their ears. Sorry, Millie, but I really don't want to think about what Pansy does to Draco. Ever, it's really disgusting. Yeah, sorry, I wish she'd stop telling me, Millie sighed. By the way, you two should watch your backs. Draco's planning on making you both see the error of associating with lesser wizards. What's he think he's going to do? Tracy asked. Millicent shrugged. Why do you keep hanging out with him, or Pansy for that matter? Daphne asked wearily. They treat you like scum. Millicent shrugged again, looking away from them, her fingers playing with a loose string on her quilt. No one else talks to me. We talk to you. Sometimes, Millie sighed, and we're really sorry about that. Tracy smiled kindly. But neither of us can stand Parkinson, and she's always around you. Why not sit with us at breakfast? Daphne offered. Really? Millie looked up hopefully. Both Tracy and Daphne nodded, and Millicent smiled a real smile. It was intense, as neither of the other two girls could remember the girl ever smiling before. Are you sure you want me around? Millie asked, afraid she was being set up for some kind of joke. Millie, we really want you to join us for breakfast, Daphne assured her. She couldn't help but feel proud that she had done something so selfless. Millicent gave another wide smile and agreed to going to breakfast with them. She waved to the both of them and started heading for the door. Where are you going? Tracy asked. I figured I shouldn't press my luck. I was going to go back. Millicent Bulstrode. You sit down this instant, Daphne grinned. You are more than welcome to sit in here and talk with us all night, should we choose to stay up that long. Millicent practically bounded to her bed, a very excited smile on her face. She had never been invited to talk to anyone. Not since Pansy had ruined her budding friendship with Mandy Brocklehurst in first year. Not only that, but Millie thought Daphne and Tracy were much cooler than just about anyone else in Slytherin. They were nice and kind, and weren't interested in befriending her to use her as some sort of bodyguard. They liked her for herself, not how she could intimidate others. So what was it like? Almost getting to kiss Potter, I mean. Millie grinned, that dreamy expression back on her face. Daphne groaned and fell back on her bed, while Tracy burst into fresh giggles. The tension in the headmaster's office was so palpable that it was suffocating. On one side of the headmaster's desk sat Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic, and his undersecretary, and the new defense against the dark arts teacher, Dolar's Jane Umbridge. On the other side was the current headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore, and standing like a sentinel over his shoulder was his deputy headmistress, Minerva McGonagall. Fudge had asked for this meeting, and had arrived with Umbridge at his side like some kind of faithful lapdog. Fudge looked triumphant as he entered Dumbledore's office, his lime-green bowler hat twirling in his hands. We've passed some new legislation, and I wanted to be the one to inform you, Albus, Fudge said, a grin on his face. Thanks to Dolars, I've been made aware of some very disturbing things that need to be addressed right away. As such, I have named Dolars High Inquisitor here at Hogwarts. High what? McGonagall asked, looking seethingly between Fudge and Umbridge. High Inquisitor, Minerva. Umbridge gave one of her sweet girly laughs. It is a very important job. Indeed it is. Madam Umbridge will be inspecting all of your teachers, Albus. She will determine who is fit to teach and who should be dismissed, and she will be able to do just that. We only want the best for our young, and we feel this is the best course of action. Also, she will have the power to make new educational decrees, to help make things run smoother, and put the focus back into the educational experience. Fudge smiled. Dumbledore had sat passively throughout the entire meeting, nodding occasionally and smiling benignly. Am I correct in assuming that you were able to convince the school governors of these changes? Of course I have. Fudge smiled. Unlike some others, I follow proper procedures. Dumbledore steepled his fingers as he leaned forward in his chair. There was no twinkle in his eye any longer, no smile threatening to take over his face. Just a tired old man staring at the minister and his flunky. Cornelius, why must we continue this ridiculous charade? You are not a fool, so why do you insist on acting as one? Fudge's jaw clenched, and his bowler hat stopped spinning in his hands. I have never sought to run the ministry, nor do I have any aspirations to take your position away from you. That power rests with the voting public. I implore you to see reason, Cornelius. Lord Voldemort. Enough, Fudge shouted. I will not be made to look stupid, Dumbledore. Behind Dumbledore, McGonagall gave a little cough, which the headmaster suspected was hiding a laugh. Dolors will begin inspecting you teachers Monday morning, and then we shall begin fixing all of your other mistakes. This school will become the crown jewel of education that it once was, no matter what. And if we need to replace every teacher to make it happen, then by Merlin we will. Good evening. Fudge slapped his bowler onto his head, and with Umbridge on his heels, stormed out of the headmaster's office. When the door slammed shut, McGonagall stepped around to the front of the headmaster's desk and sat down inside. It won't be long now, Dumbledore said sadly. What are you talking about? McGonagall asked. I have heard talk that Cornelius believes me to be using Hogwarts to recruit for an army that I am building. I suspect his subordinate has been feeding him more facts to support this story. The first thing that will happen is that she will begin inspecting all the mail coming in or out of Hogwarts. Not only that, but she will have the flues monitored or shut off completely. Oh, Albus, what are you going to do? McGonagall asked, feeling as if there was a great black hand hovering over her, waiting to swoop down and snatch her up, squeezing her until there was nothing left of her. I can only prepare for when they come to take me. They can't take you, Albus. Surely they won't try to. I'm afraid, given Cornelius' growing paranoia, it is only a matter of time. As I suspect that Professor Umbridge to be quite ambitious, she will likely be named the new headmistress once I am removed. So we must prepare to protect our students from her cardigan-clad iron fist. Albus, this is really no time for jokes, McGonagall scolded, though the barest of smiles parted her thin lips. It is quite late. I should like to see you and Severus first thing in the morning. We have much to prepare for. Professor McGonagall stood, bidding Dumbledore a pleasant evening before leaving him to his thoughts. As she headed for her private quarters, all she could think of was what was going to become of the school if what Dumbledore believed was inevitable actually happened. More importantly, what would happen to young Harry Potter without Dumbledore's protection? Harry finally climbed into his bed at a little past 1 a.m. Neville and Hermione had agreed to have breakfast in the morning, and Hermione had gone to bed a few hours earlier. Neville and Harry had stayed up, just talking about nothing. Harry had really enjoyed Neville's company and found that the usually shy boy was immensely witty, if not a tad vulgar. Harry had really enjoyed hanging with Neville that night. Not once did they talk about brooms, Quidditch teams, or great plays, stats, or anything even remotely related to the sport. It was more than a little refreshing, Harry had felt, despite the rather abrupt and embarrassing end to his evening with Daphne. Harry couldn't help but think back about what had nearly transpired. It was almost as if he'd been drawn to her. The way she had looked at him, or how they had talked as if it were the most natural thing in the world for them. It was hard for Harry to believe that they had only spent a week together. Still, as he lay in his bed, staring up at the canopy of his four-poster, he could still see the way she leaned into him, her head tilting up towards his, her eyes fluttering closed, and the overwhelming urge he had to press his lips to hers. I hope she doesn't really kill her sister, Harry thought as he remembered the indignant shriek Daphne had emitted when the younger Greengrass girl had voiced her encouragement. Hex her or something, just not kill her. Harry grinned to himself. He closed his eyes and felt himself relax as sleep cradled him. He saw himself flying in the air on his firebolt, Daphne whispering in his ear to go faster, to go higher. They laughed together as Harry aimed his broom and chased down Draco Malfoy, who was wearing Professor Umbridge's cardigan and that tiny black bow in his hair. Harry urged his broom into the Great Hall, hopping to knock Malfoy into a pudding. But as he passed the entrance, the Great Hall was not recognizable. He was now standing in the middle of a very long corridor. Everything was done in dark marble, and Harry felt impatient. "Bring it to me," he hissed. From behind him there was a whimper, and Harry turned to see a man he was sure he recognized, though he could not remember from where. The man took several steps forward, looking back at Harry. His eyes were clouded over, and he looked utterly bewildered. "Do as I command," Harry said, waving a long skeletal and towards a door in front of them. His point of view switched now to the other man's, though he could still feel the growing impatience of the first. His body felt sluggish, as if he could not control it. He did not want to do as he'd been ordered, but he could not stop himself either. He reached out to grasp the doorknob, and then his vision went white. Harry found himself back in the first man's place. A white-hot anger gripped him, and he let loose a bellow of rage that echoed off the marbled walls. Harry sat bolt upright in his bed, sweat pouring off him like a waterfall, his sheets cold and wet. He was breathing as if he'd run a marathon, and his stomach churned. He forced himself to steady himself, to calm himself down. "What the hell was that?" he asked himself. He knew that he had just seen through Voldemort's eyes, though he had no idea where he was or what he'd been attempting, though he was sure that the man he'd recognized had been under the Imperious curse. Whatever had happened, Harry thought for sure that Voldemort had failed, especially if the throbbing pain in his scar was any indication. Harry finally managed to settle himself once again and eased himself back down onto his pillow. He knew that his dream was important and decided he would try to see the headmaster in the morning and tell him about what he'd seen. Perhaps the headmaster would understand it better than he could. Harry did not see Dumbledore the next morning. Not knowing what else he should do, and not knowing the password to his office, Harry sat down for breakfast, vowing to tell the headmaster about his dream at lunch, sure he would be able to get a minute of Dumbledore's time then. "You looked really tired, Harry," Hermione said as they all sat at the Gryffindor table. Harry simply shrugged and began to fill his plate. As he began buttering his toast, he looked over to the Slytherin table, not sure what he expected to do if he caught Daphne's eye. "I don't believe you." As one, Harry, Neville, Hermione, and nearly every other head in the Great Hall turned as Cho Chang stomped up to Harry. "Who do you think you are? You ignore me all day yesterday and then find out that you were kissing another girl by the lake last night." Harry felt suddenly like running away and hiding until Christmas. He was more than a little confused by Cho's ranting. What?" Harry asked, showing his complete control over the English language. "I kissed you in the owlery." "Didn't that mean anything to you, or am I just something to play with?" "What are you talking about?" Harry said, his own anger rising now. "I didn't ask you to kiss me, then you ran away before I could say anything. So it did mean nothing to you," Cho shouted, tears now falling from her eyes. "I should have listened to my friends. They all told me you weren't worth it. I defended you. I told them you weren't like that." "Like what?" Harry asked, now hopelessly lost. Cho simply screamed and ran out of the Great Hall, her curly-haired friend right on her heels. Harry turned to look back at Hermione and Neville, both looking as confused as he felt. "Can either of you explain to me what just happened?" Harry asked. Hermione sighed. "If I'm not very much mistaken, I'd have to say that she felt by kissing you yesterday, you and her became a couple. But we'd barely spoken before that. On top of that, she never even said that she liked me." "And I wasn't kissing anyone by the lake. But you almost did," Neville reminded Harry. "Well, yeah," Harry said, his eyes fogging a bit as he remembered how Daphne had looked the previous evening. He quickly shook his head, clearing his thoughts. "But I wasn't cheating on her. She didn't." "Harry," Hermione snapped her fingers in front of her friend, helping him to quiet himself. "Evidently in her mind, something more happened than her kissing you. However, she should have clarified to you what it all meant, rather than running away from you, no matter how embarrassed she might have been. At the very least, she should have given you the chance to decide it if you wanted to be with her." "Hi, Harry," Astoria Greengrass smiled as she sat down next to Harry. "I'm sorry about last night. Really, I am." She looked over to the Slytherin table, and Harry followed her gaze to see Daphne looking rather glum and actively avoiding looking in his direction. "I really was just trying to help you two get together. Apparently I'm not helping as much as I thought. She's really mad, and I don't know if she'll even talk to you right now. She said I really embarrassed her, and you." "It was kind of humiliating," Harry admitted, "but your heart was in the right place." "I feel really bad," Astoria said glumly, still looking at her sister. She's always been good to me, and I was trying to be a good sister and help her with you. She really does like you, and not because you're famous or anything like that. I used to listen to her and Tracy talk about you last year. When I found out that she was trying to get to know you, well, Astoria shrugged and looked back at Harry. She really deserves to be happy because I think she's a really good person. Astoria, you can't force people together. If Daphne and I are meant for each other, we'll get there in our own time. For now, I'm truly happy that she's my friend. Beyond that, I just don't know. Will you at least think about it? Believe me, I already am, Harry smiled. That smile seemed to lift Astoria's spirits, and she once again hopped off the bench. Then she did something Harry hadn't expected. She grabbed Harry around the neck and hugged him tightly. Thanks, Harry, she said, and once again skipped off down the tables. You really have a way with women, Neville chuckled. You can anger one in one instant and make another feel on top of the world with just a smile in the next. You certainly are one powerful wizard, Harry. Ah, shut up, Harry laughed. Harry wanted to speak to Daphne, but she and Tracy had slipped out of the Great Hall before he was able to catch her. Unsure of what else to do to pass the time until lunch, Harry took Hermione's suggestion to read ahead in some of his subjects. Feeling he needed the most help with potions, Harry had taken his potions book and was about to start preparing for the coming week when Lavender Brown approached him. Harry, I thought you liked Parvati, she said rather sternly. Then I hear you and Cho Chang are together, and now there's this business with you kissing a Slytherin. What is going on? Why is it your business? Hermione asked rather scathingly. Parvati is my friend, and I want to make sure she's not going to get hurt, Lavender said crossly. I'm not going out with anyone right now, nor do I have any desire to do so at this time, Harry said angrily. Who I choose to spend my time with is my business and no one else's. Wait, Dean Thomas asked from across the common room. What do you mean he was kissing a Slytherin? I heard from Lisa Turpin that Harry was snogging a Slytherin girl by the lake last night, Lavender said. I was not kissing a Slytherin, Harry said, but no one heard as Fred, George, and Lee Jordan began wolf whistling. "Ata boy Harry." Someone else shouted, "Why would he want a Slytherin?" Someone else said, "There are plenty of good-looking gals in Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw. He doesn't even really need to look outside Gryffindor." Another person said, "We got all the best-looking girls. A love potion, it's gotta be." Harry had his fill. He stood up, slamming his book on the table before him. "Everyone, shut up. It's none of your business who I snog or why." Harry then turned on Lavender. As for me and Parvati, all I said is that we would discuss it. I haven't spoken to her, nor has she expressed any desire to explore the issue. If she feels that she would like to spend time with me, it is up to her, and she can come talk to me herself. Lavender looked extremely annoyed, and Sun on her heel, whipping Harry in the face with her curly blonde hair before stomping up the stairs. All around him, other Gryffindors became very interested in their previous activities. To hell with this, Harry said, and headed out of the common room. Should we follow him? Neville asked, concern for his new friend on his face. Not right now, Hermione said wisely. Let's give him time to cool off. Harry had no idea where he was going until he found himself in front of Hagrid's hut. He had been just about to knock on the door when he remembered that his friend wasn't home. He had no idea where Hagrid was, or even if he was all right. Harry sunk down to sit on the half-giant's front steps, his anger still palpable. He couldn't understand all this sudden interest in his romantic life when he wasn't even sure if he had one. He'd only had one date, and he had botched up pretty badly, in his opinion. He apologized, and now what? Did Parvati expect him to ask her out, and Cho? One kiss and they were a couple. It wasn't even a good kiss. At least not as far as he was concerned. It had been rough and empty. Were all girls this mad? No, Hermione wasn't crazy. But maybe it was because she didn't like him like that. Tracy was easy to get along with and wasn't always blushing when he looked at her. And Daphne, well, Daphne was different, wasn't she? If she was nervous around him, he never had any idea. She was always so calm, and she was funny and so easy to talk to. He really liked it when she was around. But how did he really feel about her? They'd only really know each other a short time. Was that enough to feel anything special? Was there even such a thing as love at first sight? For that matter, what did love feel like? He knew that he cared deeply for Hermione and Sirius and even Ron, though right now he was a complete and utter git. But love... Hey! Harry looked up and saw Jinny standing in front of him. You look like you could use a friendly ear. I suppose, Harry shrugged. I'm a little overwhelmed at the moment. I kind of figured that, seeing as you're sitting on Hagrid's doorstep and he's not home. Jinny smiled, sitting next to Harry. What's on your mind? I don't understand girls. How can a girl kiss you, then run off and expect you to know that that makes you a couple? It doesn't, Jinny said simply. If you want to be with someone, you have to make sure they feel the same way as you. We girls have lots of ways to show boys that we're interested. The way we look at you or how we touch you. Boys are just generally dense and often don't get it right off, but thankfully we girls are patient. Why not just say it? Harry asked. Oh, Harry, Jinny nudged him with her shoulder playfully. It would take all the fun out of it. Besides, guys like it, they just don't know it because they don't really understand it. I don't get it. Okay, let me try and make it clear. Jinny smiled. When a girl likes you, she gives hints. When you walk with her, she'll walk very close to you so that your arms touch almost all the time. She might even brush her fingers against yours. That's kind of how she tells you that she wants you to hold her hand. Jinny brushed her fingers against Harry's to demonstrate this. Harry nodded his understanding. When you sit together, she sits very close, much like I'm sitting next to you now. When she talks to you, she stares into your eyes as if there's nothing else in the world. Jinny was now staring at Harry. Her voice had dropped several octaves. And when she wants you to kiss her, Jinny whispered lowly now, she'll lean in a bit and offer her lips to you. She might even put a hand out on your chest like she wants to push you away, but she actually trying to pull you closer. Harry turned away from Jinny, his brow furrowed deeply, as if vexed. He missed the look of bitter disappointment on Jinny's face as she pulled back, sighing. Okay, that I understand. Daphne did most of that last night and I wanted to kiss her. But Cho is a cow, Jinny said vehemently. She's trying to fill a void in her life, Harry. She doesn't really care about you. Most of the girls here don't care about the real you. Can you be sure that Daphne does? I think she does, Harry said softly. Jinny grunted and stood up. Harry, there are a lot of girls in this school who think they belong on your arm. If you're not careful, you could get hurt really badly. Make sure you know what you're getting into before you make any decisions. With that, Jinny turned and walked away, her footsteps a bit hard, in Harry's opinion. However, she had a point. Harry was sure he liked Daphne, but he really didn't know her, and if he was going to allow himself to become involved with her, then he should know what he was getting himself into. Well then, he said, standing up. I guess I should get to it then. The second week of term had passed in a blur of classes, homework, and Quidditch practices. It appeared to the fifth-year students as if their teachers were trying to cram 3 years' worth of work on them in preparation for exams that seemed a lifetime away. At least to anyone not named Hermione Granger. However, Hermione's most pressing concern was not the year-end exams. At least, not right now. No, the thing that kept distracting Hermione from her studies was the presence of the newly named High Inquisitor. At the moment, she was walking the halls of Hogwarts with her new friend, Neville Longbottom. Hermione could not help but smile as she thought back to the rather strange 2 weeks she had since coming back to school. It was thanks to Ginny's big mouth that she had learned of Neville's feelings for her, and at Harry's urging, and following his example, that Hermione was now exploring her own feelings about the shy, sometimes forgetful boy. The very first thing she had learned about Neville was how truly smart he was. Helping him with homework, which was arguably one of her favorite activities, she had discovered that Neville was rather diligent in his studies. His problem lay in his confidence. After spending time with him, Hermione had learned that his family always compared him to his father, who was supposed to have been a very brilliant and powerful wizard. After hearing some of the things that he had endured at the hands of his family, Hermione was unsurprised by Neville's low self-esteem. Another thing she had learned was, once he became comfortable, how interesting and funny Neville was. More importantly was how easy he was to get along with. Several times they had gone into debates on different topics, and the thing that stood out in Hermione was the fact that those debates never escalated to arguments or shouting matches as they would have with Ron. Neville never insulted her. He would listen to her, absorb her point of view, and then present a logical counterpoint. It was more than a little refreshing to be able to have a discussion without fear of it to dissolving into childish name-calling. But the one thing that stood out to Hermione the most was how special Neville always managed to make her feel. Whenever she entered a room, his face would light up like a child at Christmas. Whenever they were together, he would look at her as if she were the most beautiful thing in the world. It was silly, she knew, but she couldn't stoop herself from enjoying the attention. I don't get it, Neville said as they walked past the painting of Barnabas the Barmy in the 7th floor corridor. Why do we all keep making plans to study together and then leave as soon as Daphne and Harry get there? Are we avoiding them? Hermione smiled at Neville and shook her head. They need time together alone. But I thought they weren't going out together. They're not. At least not yet, but that's why we're giving them time alone. They need to figure things out on their own, and we've been helping them with that. By running away from them. Neville, are you really complaining about spending time alone with me? Hermione stopped and looked at Neville, loving the effect her question had on the boy. No, gods no, I've really enjoyed it. That's not what I was asking. Neville held up his hands in surrender. I just thought it seemed rude that we kept saying we'll study together and then we leave almost right away. Has Harry complained to you about it? Hermione asked. Neville shook his head. No, in fact, he looks kind of stupid when he gets back to Gryffindor Tower each night, like he's lost in some funny dream or something. You mean those goofy smiles he gets? Hermione chuckled. Yeah, that's why we've been leaving them to study on their own. Besides, it's had the added benefit of allowing us to get to know each other better, and I for one am very glad we have. Hermione smiled, looping her arm through his and leaning into him as they continued walking. It was impossible not to notice his cheeks turn pink, but she ignored it. They walked in silence for a moment. Hermione's mind began to wander back to the strange events that had occurred during the week. The first was the nomming of the new defense teacher to the position of High Inquisitor, and the class inspections that had followed. Though she had not witnessed it herself, she had been told by Harry, Neville, and Ron, who was now trying to repair his broken friendships, about the inspection of Professor Trelawney's class. It was horrid. I mean, sure we all know she's a fraud, but even she didn't deserve that, Harry had said after recounting the tale for Hermione at lunch on Monday afternoon. Hermione witnessed 2 inspected classes and was unimpressed by the squat teacher's behavior, especially in Professor McGonagall's class. You've got that look again, Neville said softly, and Hermione looked up at him. What? She asked, clueless to what he was referring to. You look like you're concentrating on a really difficult spell or something. Neville smiled. It's really datum endearing. Hermione smiled and playfully swatted his arm. I'm concerned about our lessons in defense. No one can argue that we've had a very disjointed education in that class, but this year it's almost as if we're not being taught at all. I'd agree with that. Neville frowned. But we all know what's going on. It's like you said the other day, the Ministry is afraid that Dumbledore is trying to build some kind of army or something. That's not what I said. Hermione frowned. Close enough, and I think you're right. Why else would Umbridge not allow us to learn spells and keep making us read and giving us those stupid lectures on negotiations and proper surrendering procedure? Neville looked as if he just smelled something horrible. We need a proper teacher, Hermione growled. Not just because it's our owl year, but also because of what's waiting for us out there. Hermione nodded towards a window as they passed. We need someone who won't sugarcoat what it's like to really fight, Neville said offhandedly. Someone who's actually experienced it. Someone like Harry. Hermione stopped so suddenly that Neville nearly fell over, as she was still holding onto his arm. She spun him to face her, a huge smile on her face, her eyes shining with pride. Neville Longbottom, you are the most brilliant man I've ever met, she said ecstatically. She grabbed his face with both hands and kissed him soundly on the lips before running off down the hall, leaving Neville staggering with a very sill grin on his face. He slumped against the nearby wall to prevent himself from falling over. He gave a great sigh of wonder. Hey! Hermione had stuck her head around a corner and was calling out to him. Neville turned to grin at her stupidly, which only made her smile that much bigger. Are you coming or not? Daphne sat in the library with Harry, both of them looking over the same book as they finished the last of their homework for the week. She chanced to glance at him through corner of her eye and saw him smile. It had become something of a game between them over the last hour. She would glance at him, trying not to get caught. Apparently she wasn't very good at it. You've been doing that most of the night, he said. What's with you? Daphne laid down her quill with a sigh. It's been kind of a weird week, she said. How do you mean? Just us, how things have been going. I've really enjoyed the time we've spent together. I guess I'm a little surprised at it all, especially after Astoria's proclamation. Harry couldn't help but grin. He had barely seen the younger Greengrass since she had apologized, though she had stopped by the Gryffindor table that morning, saying she had missed him. If that's what you want to call it. Daphne grinned and turned back to the book before them. Harry did the same, and they were quiet again for a few minutes. Daphne tried to concentrate on her work, but again found herself glancing at Harry again. What? Harry asked, the smile back on his face. You're cute when you're frustrated, you know that, she smiled. So you're staring at me to frustrate me, he asked. I wasn't starring, Daphne clarified. I was glancing, there is a huge difference. Right, Harry grinned. Just like there's a difference between nudging and pushing. I said I was sorry for that. Daphne now turned to face him, a look of righteous indignation on her face. She is about to continue her tirade when she saw him chuckling. You bugger. She laughed and poked his ribs, making him jump. Hey, haven't you tried to hurt me enough this week? Harry asked. How long are you going hold that over me? I did not mean to nudge you hard enough to knock you down the stairs, and you didn't even fall that far. Well, if Neville hadn't been there for me to fall into, I might have fallen to my death. In fact, if you think about it, you nearly killed us both. You're impossible. She smiled brightly, and Harry returned the look. Maybe next time I will just push you. At least that way I won't have to listen to you whine all week about it. You'd miss me too much. Daphne couldn't help but grin. Harry had been like this all week, so flirtatious and fun. She liked it. Hermione had commented that she liked how relaxed Harry had become and thanked Daphne for her part in it. All week, Harry had taken every opportunity to seek her out and spend time with her, even between classes for just a few minutes. They had shared quite a bit over the course of the week, and Daphne felt very good about how things were going, a feeling shared by Tracy and Hermione. Daphne had also noticed she was getting more and more glares from the female population. Nearly everywhere she went, girls from 3rd year through 7th looked ready to hex, curse, or even punch her. It's their own fault. They should have tried to get to know him. Maybe then he'd be escorting them to classes and sitting with them at meals. She had reasoned to Tracy when they noticed Cho Chang staring at her from across the Great Hall. So do you want to do something tomorrow? Harry asked, shaking Daphne from her thoughts. Why, Harry Potter, are you asking me on a date? Daphne smiled. She had to laugh when he turned red and shrugged. She nudged her shoulder into his and grinned. What did you have in mind? I have Quidditch practice until lunch, but I thought we might get everyone together and I don't know. I know it's not a Hogsmeade weekend, but there's got to be something we can do. The weather's still nice, so we could be outside. I'm sure if we all put our heads together, we could think of something fun to do. I think it's a great idea. Daphne smiled. She made a few more alterations to her essay and sighed. There, I think I did well. She looked over at Harry's work. He had really been trying to keep up with his work, and with her help, and no doubt Hermione's, he'd done quite well. Looks like you're about wrapped up as well, she pointed out. Harry nodded, finished his conclusion, and rolled up his parchment. Together they began putting all the books back they had been using and headed out of the library. Will you walk me to the dungeons? Daphne asked, knowing Harry had probably intended to anyway. Absolutely. So how are you and Ron getting along? I've noticed him sitting with you at meals and in class again. Harry shrugged, his countenance darkening. He apologized again earlier in the week. I think he was lonely. Dean and Seamus weren't hanging out with him, and his brothers kind of gave him a hard time. I just wish he'd talk to you or Tracy or Mill and see what you guys are really like. Speaking of Millie, how are things with her? Oh, that's right, I didn't tell you the latest. Pansy outright threatened her this morning. She told Millie that if she didn't stop hanging out with Tracy and I and allowing our sickness to infect her, then she was going to make her stop. Millie looked almost as if she wanted to punch her. I feel really bad for Millie, not having any choice in who your friends are. Harry shook his head sadly. I think she's going to be okay. She and Mandy Brocklehurst have been becoming friends again. I get the impression there's more to it, but maybe I'm seeing magic where there is none. It's not my place to ask, Daphne said. What about his ferretness? Harry asked, looking at Daphne with a look of worry. Daphne didn't miss it and gave Harry another playful nudge with her shoulder. I think it's sweet that you worry about me, Harry, but I can take care of myself. Besides, I got Tracy and now Millie. And gods protect him if Astoria gets mad. You wouldn't think it to look at her, but she's a little firecracker, very protective of her family, just like my dad. Hear from them lately? No, but I'm expecting a letter from Dad soon. Did you write back to Crumb? Yeah, I sent it off yesterday. There was no way I wouldn't have written him back. Not with you, Tracy, Hermione, Neville, and Ron all pestering me about it. Harry smiled. Well, we just want the best for you. If Crumb really wants his coaches to see you, then you should let them. You are a really good player. Why not get a shot at the big leagues? That'll probably be the game I fall flat on my face or something. Then maybe they'll give you a job as the mascot. Daphne laughed, and Harry poked her ribs, causing her to scream with laughter. They walked in silence for a few moments before coming to the dungeon corridors and finally to the entrance to Slytherin House. They stopped and Daphne turned to him and couldn't help the smile from forming as he looked at her. This has been a really good week, Harry. I want to thank you for giving this friendship a chance, even when I was more than ready to run and hide from you. That was not your fault. The blame lies solely with your sister. If she hadn't interrupted us, Daphne began hesitantly. I mean, would we have? You mean, would we have? Harry now looked a bit embarrassed himself. You know what? Forget it. It's really pointless to look at the past and wonder about things you can't change, Daphne said, waving her hand in front of her. Harry grabbed her hand and held it in his, smiling. You're right. We really only need to worry about the immediate future. Daphne's breath caught in her throat as she looked into Harry's smoldering green eyes. She thought her heart might burst out of her chest as he reached up and tucked a lock of her dark brown hair behind her ear. It felt as if time had stopped and only the two of them existed now. She could feel herself shaking as he took a step closer to her. This week has been amazing, he admitted, like something out of someone else's life. Really? Daphne asked lamely, he voice cracking a bit, though Harry didn't seem to notice. Yeah, he smiled. It was happening again. Daphne felt herself being drawn to him. He still held her hand in his, and he was looking at her so sweetly. She took a step closer to him, her other hand finding his arm, and slowly began to pull him closer to her. Slowly, he began to bend towards her, and Daphne's breath hitched. PTRFICUSTOTLUS. Harry went rigid and fell over, dragging Daphne with him. His eyes were wide with surprise, and Daphne had to scramble to get to her feet again before she had a chance to get her wand. She was surrounded by Malfoy and his little gang of thugs. Malfoy, you slime bag. You should be thanking me, Greengrass. Another moment and he would have had his disgusting lips all over your face, Draco said arrogantly. I know you must think I'm overreacting here, but I assure you that you'll soon see that I was right. There came a sickening crunch, and Daphne turned to see Nott had stomped on Harry's face, breaking his nose and his glasses. You bastard, Daphne screamed, shoving Nott away from Harry's prone form. Come now, Greengrass. What would your father think if he knew that a respectable, pure blood like you were mixing with such trash? I doubt very much that he'd be pleased you were besmirching your heritage. Malfoy drawled, a look of deepest satisfaction upon his pale face as he watched blood pouring from Harry's nose. Malfoy, you don't know the first thing about me, or my family, so I suggest you keep your comments to yourself and stay out of my affairs from this point on. Daphne's tone had turned cold, and Harry noticed Draco shiver involuntarily. Daphne showed now fear as she faced down the ferret. She is like stone, a striking image of cold fury that Draco actually recognized as a threat, if his wide gray eyes were any indication. I think it would be a good idea for you and your idiot disciples to get into the common room before I release him, or you'll have both of us to deal with instead of just me. Like we're worried. Nott smirked. Crabbe and Goyle both started chuckling along with Nott. Greengrass, we're trying to help you here. We only want what's best for you, and if you keep insisting on allowing this filth to taint you, well, bad things are going to happen. Draco said soothingly as he stepped closer to Daphne, wrapping a thin arm around her shoulders. Daphne elbowed Draco in the stomach and got her wand out of her pocket. She turned to face him, her wand aimed between Draco's cold gray eyes, the curse on her lips. What is going on here? Professor Snape had just rounded a corner and found them all in the hallway. They attacked Harry, sir, Daphne said quickly. Potter was about to attack Greengrass, sir. We stopped him, Malfoy countered. Snape looked at them all for several moments before speaking. Very well done, Draco. 20 points to Slytherin. SIR, Daphne cried out angrily. Gone was the cold, hard facade. Daphne was quickly losing her self-control. He was escorting back to the common room. He was not attacking me. Enough, Snape shouted. Into the common room, all of you. Draco and his minions all passed by Daphne, each wearing a triumphant smile on their faces. Daphne stood rooted to her spot, waiting for Snape to release Harry from the body bind, but Snape merely looked at her. Is there something I can help you with, Miss Greengrass? Snape sneered. Tell me they're wrong about you, she said bitterly, fighting the angry tears that were threatening to fall. Tell me you're not a hate-filled, spiteful bastard. Snape's lip curled, and he approached the young girl in front of him. What I am is a teacher in this school. As such, you will show me the proper respect when addressing me, and you will obey me when I tell you to do something. Now, get into your common room before I am forced to give you detentions. Daphne gave Harry a look of utter sympathy before turning and retiring to her common room. Once the entrance was sealed once again, Snape released Harry and allowed him to stand up. Report to the hospital wing, and then straight to your common room, Potter, Snape said coldly. She was telling the truth, Harry said in a tone that was so cold it actually made Snap shiver, though he hid it well. I know full well that you could hear everything, Potter, though I am sure your feeble mind might have difficulty in understanding. I will make myself plain. Do not push your luck this evening. I will not hesitate to give you detentions. I will be more than happy to assign you to Professor Umbridge, as she is already so fond of your company. Harry and Snape stared hard at each other for a long, tense moment before Snape's lip curled, and a sinister smile formed on his cold, twisted face. The hospital wing, Potter. You're bleeding on Mr. Filch's floor. Without another word, Snape turned and strode back the way he came, his great black cloak billowing behind him like a long shadow. Harry arrived back at the Gryffindor common room after getting his broke nose fixed, where a serious shouting match was happening. He kept to the shadows, not wishing to draw attention to himself. What he saw stopped him cold. 3 girls stood in the middle of the Gryffindor common room, 2 of them facing off against the third. Crying over this. She should be the one he walks to classes, Hermione. Lavender Brown shrieked furiously. You know how I feel about him, and you betrayed me. You're actually encouraging this, Jinny said, tears in her eyes. Harry found Neville and tapped his shoulder. Neville barely turned his head, keeping both eyes on Hermione. What is going on? Harry whispered. We came back from seeing McGonagall, and these 2 just sort of started attacking Hermione for helping you and Daphne, Neville said bitterly. I thought I was going to need to help, but she seems to be holding her own quite well. You've had 3 years to try and build something with him. Hermione shouted at Jinny. I told you before that you needed to relax around him and try to show him the real you, but you couldn't stop blushing and squeaking like some hyperactive fangirl. I told you how much he hates that. Hermione then turned to Lavender and her eyes narrowed. And as for you, Parvati is perfectly capable of talking to Harry if she really wants him. You're not her translator, nor are you her matchmaker. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen because Harry, and whoever he chooses, wants it to happen, so stop blaming me for your shortcomings. Hermione, Jinny began, but Hermione cut her off. Maybe you should try dating someone else. Maybe then you could settle down and try to get to know the real Harry instead of the fantasy Harry you imagine him to be. Jinny looked as if she wanted to curse Hermione where she stood. She gave a cry of frustration and stomped off up the stairs. A door slammed a few moments later. Lavender looked murderous before sitting herself on the couch. Hermione looked about the common room, daring anyone else to comment, but they all turned away from her cold stare. Well done, Harry said, coming out of the shadows, with Neville at his side. Harry was a bit surprised when Hermione allowed herself to be engulfed in Neville's arms. He heard Neville whisper something and saw Hermione nod slowly. Harry started to back away to allow them their privacy, but Hermione's voice stopped him. What happened to you? You're covered in blood. Harry related all that had happened to him down in the dungeons. Hermione looked furious, as did Neville. Ron had joined them halfway through the tale, and he had a look of displeasure, mixed with a look of grim satisfaction. She didn't set me up, Ron, Harry said after seeing his friend's look. I didn't say anything, Ron tried to defend himself. I don't think you had to, Neville said. Harry, we have something we need to ask you about, Hermione said, her voice tentative. Please hear us out before you say anything. All right, Harry said, unable to hide his suspicious tone. Earlier tonight, while we were walking around, we were discussing the problems with defense class. Hermione began, looking to Neville for support. He gave a smile, urging her on. We thought it would be good if we could get someone to teach us properly. Someone who's actually fought for their life for real and knows exactly what it's like to face. V. Voldemort. Harry looked at Hermione, then to Neville, then to Ron, all of them looking hopeful, and then it hit him who Hermione had been talking about. You're not serious, was all he could say. They all kept looking at him seriously for several moments before he said anything further. I'm no teacher. I don't know what I'm doing. I've only ever been really lucky that I haven't been killed, and most of the time you and Ron were helping me. That's not really true, mate, Ron interjected. I didn't help fight the basilisk. I wasn't with you when you fought the Dementors, Hermione pointed out. You were all alone against the dragon in the lake and the maze, plus facing down you-know-who, Neville countered. Yeah, okay, make it sound like I'm some great hero or something. I was scared out of my mind. Harry said, looking hard at each of them. And that's why you should be the one to teach us, Hermione said. No one else has ever told us what it's like to actually know you could be one choice away from death. To know that the next spell you cast could either save you or get you killed. Harry, you've seen and done things most wizards 3 times your age have never experienced. But you don't have to decide right this instant, Harry. Think it over, Neville said. He was looking around the common room, and Harry saw that more than few people appeared to be listening in. Fine, Harry said, feeling as if he'd been ensnared in some kind of bad prank or something. I'll think about it. He bade them all good night and headed up for bed, his mind dizzy with everything that had happened that night. Harry awoke early on Saturday morning and put on his Quidditch robes before heading down to breakfast. He filled his plate and was about to start eating when he saw the headmaster enter the Great Hall. Harry got up from his seat and sprinted to the head table, where Dumbledore was just sitting down. "Good morning, sir," Harry said. Dumbledore looked up and then suddenly averted his eyes. Harry looked at the man quizzically for a minute, but pressed on. "I'm very sorry to bother you, sir, but I had a dream that involved Voldemort last week. I've been wanting to talk to you about it, but, well, you're a busy person." "My apologies, Harry. What was this dream about?" "Well, sir, I saw Voldemort try to imperious someone. I know I've met the person, but I just can't think of who it was. An older man with shoulder-length light brown hair. Voldemort was trying to make him open a door. When he touched the doorknob, he was stunned or something." Voldemort was very angry about it. "Indeed," Dumbledore said, still avoiding Harry's gaze. This really puzzled Harry, but then again, a lot of what Dumbledore did confused Harry. "Allow me to think on this, but I do not believe it to be unimportant. In the future, should you have another dream of this nature, please write it down and send me an owl. I do not think it would be wise for us to be seen talking together like this. Someone may get the wrong idea if you take my meaning." Harry felt confident that Dumbledore was talking about Professor Umbridge. He nodded his understanding and turned to go. He took 2 steps before turning around. "Sir, thank you for your help at my hearing. Think nothing of it. Good luck to you and the Gryffindor Quidditch team this year." Dumbledore smiled and waved to Harry, who nodded again and went back to his seat, where the rest of his team was gathering. The first practice was one of the most chaotic and unfulfilling Harry had ever been a part of. Angelina Johnson was not nearly as bad as Oliver Wood, at least in regards to long-winded speeches. However, she was a ruthless taskmaster. She put her new team through its paces, flying in formation around the pitch for an hour before she broke them up to run drills. Harry felt that for the most part, the team had really worked well together. Unfortunately, the team's new keeper was proving to be more than a handful. Harry wondered how Angelina had not cursed Cormac McLaggen once during practice. The boy just seemed unable to get it through his head that Angelina was the captain of the team. After practice was over, Harry heard Fred tell Angelina that he and George could slip a few canary creams onto his plate at supper time. Harry returned to Gryffindor Tower, where he showered and changed, and then he headed for the Great Hall for lunch, where Hermione, Neville, and Ron were waiting for him. "Hi, Harry." Hermione smiled as he sat down. "How was practice? I'm not sure if our new keeper is going to make it to the first game. He's not really endearing himself to the rest of the team." Harry sighed, pouring himself a goblet of pumpkin juice. He saw Ron perk up at the news about the new Gryffindor keeper. "What happened?" The redhead asked. "I think he wants to be captain or something. He kept trying to correct everything Angelina told us, like he's some Quidditch god or something. She told him off at least 3 times that I know of for certain. He better get his act straight before you guys face Slytherin next month," Neville said, looking up the table where Cormac was sitting with his friends. "What are you doing the rest of the afternoon?" Hermione asked. "Actually, Daphne and I thought it might be fun if we all got together and did something fun," Harry said, taking a bite from his chicken sandwich. "I'm in," Neville said with a smile. "What did you have in mind?" Harry shrugged. He swallowed his bite and smiled. "There has to be something to do other than reading and studying. We're all caught up on homework. We could organize a pick-up Quidditch match," Ron suggested, looking excited at the thought. Neville looked a bit wary of the idea, while Hermione looked thoroughly annoyed. Harry guessed Ron hadn't been on his new broom since his disastrous Quidditch tryout. "Not everyone has a broom, Ron, and some people don't even like the game." "What about football?" Hermione asked. "We could transfigure a ball and anyone could play. It's a pretty simple game." "That's not a bad idea at all," Harry smiled. "Are you talking about that mental game that Dean likes so much?" Ron asked. "A new experience might do you good, Ron," Harry said, giving Ron a pointed look. Ron looked as if he was about to retort but caught himself and turned back to his food. "We could play on the pitch," Harry said, looking back to Hermione and Neville. "I'm pretty sure that it's open for the rest of the day." They all finished lunch and met Tracy and Daphne, along with Millicent Bulstrode, who the girls had invited along with them, in the entrance hall. Harry explained their idea, and the 3 Slytherins agreed. A few more people had overheard their plans and asked to join in the game. They got to the pitch, where Hermione found a good-sized rock and transfigured it into a suitable football, while Harry explained the game as best he could. Tracy Davis elected herself a team captain, and Harry suggested that Daphne should be the second team captain. "My team is going to smear your team all over the pitch," Daphne giggled. Tracy merely stuck her tongue out at her best friend while the rest of the group lined up to be picked. Harry was very surprised to see such a diverse group, all ready to play a fun Muggle game. Tracy's team had consisted of Neville, Hermione, Ron, Dennis Creevey, and Ginny Weasley. Daphne's team was made up of Harry, Colin Creevey, who looked ecstatic to be on the same team as Harry, Millicent, Luna Lovegood, who Harry was more than certain had not listened at all to his description of the game, and Daphne's younger sister, Astoria, who kept shouting threats of cruelty at the other team. Once people were assigned positions, and Hermione managed to make a couple of goals, the group got down to it. Harry was made center against Neville. The two boys grinned as they faced off, with Harry managing to get the ball past his friend. Hermione proved to have a real flair for the game and was able to steal the ball away and lead her team toward Daphne's team's goal. Hermione made it to the goal almost unimpeded, as no one had expected the bushy-haired bookworm to be quite so athletic. She took her shot and scored the first goal of the game for Tracy's team against Millicent. "When I was younger, my parents thought it might help me to make friends if I joined a team. I loved playing, but the kids were a bit crueler than the ones at school," Hermione explained when Harry asked her about her skill. The second goal of the game was made by Astoria, who was not going to be outdone. She and Colin Creevey had worked well together, getting the ball past Tracy's team and right up to the goal where Ron was waiting for them. Astoria faked to Colin, distracting Ron, before kicking the ball with all the might her skinny frame could muster. Ron looked more than a little upset as he tossed the ball back into play. Hermione took possession of the ball, and with Tracy and Neville guarding her, almost made it back into enemy territory before Harry, Daphne, and, surprisingly, Luna blocked her progress. Harry kicked the ball through Neville's legs where Astoria was waiting to take the ball back towards Ron, but tripped over Dennis Creevey, falling right on top of him. Harry noticed that Astoria didn't seem in too much of a hurry to get back to her feet, and had to fight to contain his laughter when he saw Daphne's look of utter shock at her sister lying on top of a very frightened-looking Dennis. "I think baby sister has found a lion of her own," Tracy whispered to Daphne, who snorted in a very unladylike manner, which was the noise that finally brought Astoria back to reality. Her cheeks pink, Astoria climbed back to her feet, helping Dennis back up as well. The game progressed with neither team able to score, but laughter was filling the air, and it wasn't just from the players on the field. Harry and the others noticed that more and more people were gathering around the pitch to watch the game. Harry was racing after Daphne, who was quickly making her way up the field, with Neville, Tracy, and Hermione in hot pursuit. Tracy kept shouting things in an effort to try and trip up her best friend. "You're never gonna make it, Greengrass," Tracy called out. "You run like a girl." "I am a girl," Daphne shouted back. However, she had turned to look over her shoulder and subsequently tripped over herself. Harry tried to leap over her so as not to fall on her and failed miserably. Daphne shrieked as Harry fell with a heavy thud right in front of her. Daphne began laughing while Harry rolled over, a grin on his face. "They got the ball," Harry laughed. "So what?" Daphne laughed as well. "I don't think Torai's going to let them by her. She's really competitive, but I don't think I've ever seen her so excited about a game before." However, it looked as if Daphne was wrong as Hermione managed to slip past Daphne's younger sister and managed to get the ball past Millicent again. Turning around, Hermione leapt into Neville's arms as he swung her around, both of them laughing. "Hey, when did that happen?" Daphne asked as Harry helped her to her feet. "I'm not really sure if anything has happened yet." "I think they're still figuring things out." Harry shrugged, heading back to the middle of the field. "They look happy." Daphne smiled, taking Harry's arm. "I hope things work out for them." "Me too," Harry said. "What's the score?" someone on the side of the field asked. Harry and the others could only shrug. No one had thought to keep score. Well, almost no one. 2-1, Ron shouted. "We're ahead." Harry shook his head. Not unlike little Astoria, Ron was very competitive as well. Perhaps a little too much for his own good, he thought. This was supposed to be a fun, friendly game. "Ready to give up, Potter?" Neville grinned widely as he and Hermione got into position for the next play. "Pretty sure of yourself there, Longbottom," Daphne chuckled. Maybe it's because I've got Hermione on my team. Neville smiled as he looked over at the bushy-haired girl, who looked away, slightly embarrassed. Neville smiled at the bookworm and turned back to Harry. She's all but dominated the game. She's good, Harry admitted, but I've got something up my sleeve. Yeah, Tracy asked, a wry smirk on her face. What's that skill? No, Harry said, then laughed. I mean, yes, but that's not what I was talking about. Then what? Neville asked, his eyes narrowing in mock skepticism. Astoria. Harry smiled evilly and waved the younger girl to take his place. Neville's eyes went wide, while both Tracy and Hermione looked a bit worried. Other than Hermione, Astoria had been the fiercest player that afternoon. Standing more than a head shorter than Neville, she was surprisingly intimidating as she squared off against the much bigger Gryffindor. Come on, Longbottom, someone shouted. Knock her on her. Kick his butt, Tori, a younger voice shouted. All at once cheers and jeers began being called out. Astoria didn't even appear to be listening as she readied herself. You can do it, Nev, Hermione encouraged, though she did look a bit scared as she saw Astoria narrow her eyes. The young Slytherin girl crouched a bit, as if she might leap in the air and attack the much bigger boy before her. Neville gave a very audible gulp before squaring himself and readying to make his move. Whether it was her intimidating stare, or the noise from the crowd, or just fear of hurting the second-year girl, no one could say, not even Neville himself. No matter what the reason, Astoria was able to knock Neville over as she kicked the ball towards Ron's goal. Daphne slipped past Hermione, who looked to be more concerned over Neville, while Colin dashed by Tracy. Luna and Harry followed their teammates down the pitch as Astoria slipped past Jinny and Dennis. Ron, however, looked like he was not about to let this little snake get one by him. Perhaps that was why he was so surprised when instead of kick the ball right into the goal, Astoria kicked the ball back to Daphne, who was coming up behind her, and lateraled the ball to Harry, who kicked it past his red-headed friend. Daphne leapt into Harry's arms, just as Hermione had done with Neville. Harry swung her around and set her down a moment later. They stared into each other's eyes, both of them smiling softly. Daphne's heart was pounding in her chest, and it had nothing to do with the fact that she had just been running. She looked into Harry's eyes and saw something that made her shiver. He was bending towards her, and Daphne began to lift herself up towards him. What the bloody hell? Both Daphne and Harry pulled apart and turned to see Ron screaming. However, he wasn't even looking at them. He was, in fact, looking to Hermione and Neville, who were still in the middle of the field. Harry and Daphne turned to see Hermione in Neville's arms, looking quite flushed, while Neville was grinning stupidly. They were standing very close, and Daphne knew that only a moment before they had been locked in a kiss. Daphne was suddenly a bit jealous of her new friend. What do you think you're doing, Longbottom? Ron shouted as he ran towards Hermione and Neville. Oh, this won't be good, Harry said. Quickly, he and Daphne ran over to join the group who was now converging in the middle of the field, along with more than a few of the game's spectators. Stop it, Ronald, Hermione shrieked. Ron had just shoved Neville to the ground and looked ready to pummel the boy. Ron, Harry shouted, you need to back off right now. Harry pulled Ron back a bit, and then positioned himself so Ron would have to push him out of the way to get to Neville again. Did you see what he just did? Ron asked angrily, not looking away from Neville, who looked more than a bit scared. No, Harry said calmly, keeping his eyes locked on Ron's. He was forcing himself on Hermione, Ron shouted. He most certainly was not, Hermione shouted. No, I wasn't, Neville said as he got back to his feet. Daphne noticed that Neville didn't look scared, or even the least bit intimidated by the fury of the redhead. In fact, Daphne thought Neville looked almost powerful. The normally shy, introverted Gryffindor had squared his shoulders, and there was a definite fire in his eyes. Actually, it kind of looked as if she was. Tracy started, but stopped at the deadly glare from Ron. Who I date is none of your business, Ronald, as I informed you last year, Hermione shouted. Neville is a really nice person, and I like him. You do not get a say in who I spend time with, just as you have no say in who Harry spends time with. Ron stammered, his ears burning crimson. Harry made sure to keep himself between Ron and everyone else. Oh, wow, Astoria said. You like Hermione. Everyone turned to look at the young girl, who quickly clapped her hands to her mouth. Harry was strongly reminded of Ginny's slip 2 weeks ago, and couldn't help but look at the youngest Weasley, who was staring at Hermione and Neville. Harry wondered if Jinny would be happy for Hermione, or if she was holding some kind of grudge from their argument the previous evening. "I never said that," Ron shouted. "Maybe that's the problem," Daphne said softly. "Why don't you shut up?" Ron hollered, making a move as if he might do something stupid. Harry pushed himself in front of Ron and made him back away. "Calm down, Ron," Harry said firmly. "She's right and you know it. Hell, the whole school knows it." "That's not the point," Ron stammered, looking murderous. "Actually, it is," Tracy said. "Maybe if you'd been a bit more open with Hermione and not a clueless, immature git, it might have been you she was locking lips with." "That's not helping," Hermione said, blushing. "Shut up," Ron shouted. "Everything was fine before you stupid Slytherins started hanging around. You've gone and twisted everything." "Yeah, because that's what we do," Tracy said heatedly. "You're a bunch of meddlesome, scheming serpents. You wanted to split us up. This was your goal from the start, to get Harry away from us, to isolate him. You got Hermione to fall for Longbottom so she wouldn't help Harry anymore. Then you got Harry to turn against me so he wouldn't trust me anymore. Don't you see what they've done, Harry?" Ron's eyes searched Harry's, hoping his friend would see reason at last. Harry simply stared back at his friend. Harry gave a great sigh and shook his head. This only aggravated Ron further. "Fine," he said coldly. "I get it, I see." Ron glared at everyone before stomping towards the castle. They all stared after him as he left, along with everyone else who had come down for the show, as it turned out to be. "So," Astoria cleared her throat. "Does that mean the game's over?" No one said anything for a long time, all of them still watching Ron stomp up towards the castle. No, this isn't over," Tracy said firmly, and she suddenly began running after the redhead. "Should we follow?" Hermione asked worryingly. "No," Daphne said. "I think she's got it under control." Ron was nearly to the entrance hall when he was grabbed and spun around. His eyes narrowed as he faced Tracy Davis. "What do you—" He started, but Tracy wasn't about to let him control the conversation. "Listen up, Weasley," she started. "This whole vendetta you have against me and Daphne is stupid, childish, and it's going to cost you in the end. First off, as you don't know the first thing about Daphne, let me clue you in. She is the most loyal and devoted person I've ever known. She would rather die than to see Harry hurt. Understand that because it is extremely important. She stood up against our entire house defending that boy. She and I are now all but outcasts within Slytherin." Ron looked a bit astonished at that statement, but quickly hid it. "You think that just because we're sorted into Slytherin house that we're all evil, scheming Malfoy clones. Had you even bothered to pay attention, you'd see that most of the house hates him. Then, why do they follow him like he's royalty?" Ron countered. "Fear, you moron," Tracy shrieked. "Malfoy Sr.'s a pretty influential and powerfully rich man. He's also from one of the oldest pureblood families left. You, of all people, should understand what that means." Ron merely shook his head. "That doesn't matter. Gods, you're so blind, Weasley. The world isn't black and white. There are shades of gray. You're so busy trying to show how evil Daphne is that you don't even see that you're pushing your friends away. And what's going to happen to you when neither Harry nor Hermione wants to be around you? Who's going to put up with all your paranoid delusions?" That comment seemed to get through to Ron as he took a step back, almost as if Tracy had slapped him. His anger all but evaporated. He looked back towards the pitch where his friends were most likely to still be at, probably cursing his very name. "Hermione is happy. You should support her. There's nothing to say that she and Neville will be together for the rest of eternity. Maybe if you actually tried to be a friend to her and do some serious growing up, she might see something in you. Then again, maybe you're destined for someone else. Either way, this jealousy thing only serves to piss everyone off and make it so that no one wants to be around you." "But you girls, I mean," Ron stuttered, and Tracy rolled her eyes and let out a long growl of frustration. She suddenly reached out and grabbed Ron's shirt, pulling him close to her before kissing him hard. Ron's mind went blank as Tracy's lips caressed his. Her hands went into his hair as she deepened the kiss. Ron's hands had only just found her waist when she broke off the kiss and stepped back. "I want you to think very hard about this moment, Ron, and ask yourself this one question. How could anyone who would do that to you be evil?" Tracy gave him a very pointed look before she disappeared into the castle, leaving a flustered and panting Ron Weasley to slump against the nearest wall, his brain trying desperately to make sense of what had just happened. After Ron's, and subsequently Tracy's, departure, everyone else seemed to realize the game was over and began heading off in different directions. Hermione and Neville decided a nice walk alone together was in order. Millicent waved to them all as she saw a couple of her new Ravenclaw friends waving her over to them. The Creevy brothers followed Jinny back up to the castle, with Astoria trailing behind them. No one saw what happened to Luna. Daphne took Harry's hand and began leading him to the far end of the Quidditch pitch quite an afternoon. She smiled. "I guess." Harry sighed heavily. "I'm really sorry, Harry," Daphne said, looking at him. "I honestly never wanted to come between you and Ron. I wanted to be his friend, too." "It isn't your fault," he said, trying to smile. "It's Ron's problem, and I'm not going to put my life on hold and wait for him to grow up." Daphne nodded, not exactly sure what to say. They walked silently for a minute before Daphne spoke up again. "I'm really sorry about last night. I've heard people talk about Professor Snape and what a miserable person he is, but I honestly never saw it before. I mean, I know he's always given you a hard time, but I never really thought too much about it. Last night was eye-opening for me." "It's fine," Harry said. "He's holding a grudge against my father and he's put it on me. He's just a petty person. I guess I don't help the situation, though. I kind of encourage it, I guess, by not respecting him or talking back. He's just so infuriating. You just need to apply that anger management technique we talked about. When you start getting angry, think of something calming or happy." Daphne smiled softly. "I just don't have a lot of happy to think about." Harry shrugged. "That's right, we never did get to build some happy thoughts for you. We were interrupted by my sister." Daphne chuckled. "And Malfoy last night." Daphne stopped and turned Harry towards her. She gave him a smile, cocking her head inquisitively. "They say the third time is the charm." "Not with us. Ron kind of spoiled that, didn't he?" Harry pointed out. "Actually, I'm not entirely sure we can blame it all on Ron. After all, we were upstaged by Hermione and Neville." "Upstaged? Focus, Potter." Daphne slapped his arm teasingly. "The point is that we seem to be teetering on the edge of something here. And I, for one, am getting more than a little tired of being pulled back from the edge by meddling sisters and intolerant worms." Harry smiled, his eyes shining brilliantly. "You're right." He wrapped his arms around her thin waist and drew her closer to him. She slipped her hands up his chest and around his neck. "Maybe it's time we take that leap," he said softly. Daphne smiled softly as she began lifting herself onto her tiptoes, and Harry began to pull her even closer. Daphne felt her heart hammering in her chest again and silently swore that if anyone dared interfere this time, she would make it her life's goal to put them into a very early grave. Harry must have thought the very same thing because just as his lips were about to touch hers, he stopped and began looking all around them. "What?" she asked, desperate exasperation in her voice. "Just making sure we're actually alone," he said before turning back to her and pressing his lips to hers. It was unlike anything he'd ever imagined. Her lips were soft and light on his. Gently, she caressed his lips with her own. His eyes felt heavy and he closed them as she wrapped her arms around him tighter, pulling him ever closer to her. Gently, he parted his lips as she opened her own mouth. She gave the tiniest of moans as his tongue found hers and began to dance. He could feel her heart beating against his own chest and feared his own might burst out of his chest. Slowly, her hands began to slip through his hair, and Harry could not stop the small groan of pleasure. Daphne had only ever kissed one other boy, so she didn't have a lot of experience to draw upon. However, she knew that this was something very special. Her mind felt fuzzy. When Harry had first pressed his lips to her, she swore that they were the softest things she had ever felt in her life. The way he held her made her feel as if her feet had left the ground and that they were now floating above the earth. Slowly, they broke the kiss, though neither of them made any move to separate themselves from the other. When Daphne was finally able to open her eyes, she saw Harry staring more than a little shyly back at her. "That was," he whispered. "Don't even try to do it justice with words, Harry. You'll only fail," she whispered, gently stroking his cheek. "I think you're right," he smiled. "Well, I think I definitely have something to keep me from getting angry again." "Well, we should be thorough," she grinned. "I'd hate to think we didn't do the job properly." She began pulling herself towards him again. "Better safe than sorry." He smiled before kissing her once again. September faded away, allowing for October, and a drastic change in weather. The Forbidden Forest now looked like a sea of golds and reds as the leaves changed colors. With each passing day, the air got a little cooler, and more, students could be seen wearing sweaters or light jackets about the castle and grounds. The entire school was abuzz with the promise of the first Hogsmeade weekend. The closer it got, the more anxious the students became, and the teachers had more difficulty in getting their charges to focus. On the Saturday morning of the highly anticipated weekend, Harry, Hermione, and Neville entered the Great Hall for breakfast. "Seriously, Harry, don't forget," Hermione was saying. "Hermione, there is no way in the world I'll forget. You've pounded it into my head that I need to be at the Hog's Head at 1. Daphne will be with me, and she knows how important it is that I'm at the Hog's Head at 1. I will be there at 1, Harry said exasperatedly as he took his seat. "I just don't know why we have to have a private meeting about this in the village. I thought we already decided we would get together to learn defense, and I would do my best to teach." "You'll understand later, Harry," Hermione said as she took some toast. "See what?" Tracy Davis asked as she and Daphne joined their friends. Hermione was reminding Harry where he needed to be today, Neville said. "At the Hog's Head," Daphne smiled. "You didn't really think I'd forget after that very impassioned speech you gave me, did you?" The brunette smiled. "You look really great." Harry smiled at Daphne, who returned the smile. "You're so sweet." Daphne kissed her boyfriend's cheek. "Good morning, all. Hey, Tracy." Ron smiled charmingly as he passed the group. Things had been a bit strained between Ron and his former friends, though he did seem to have turned over a new leaf. He seemed much calmer lately, and didn't seem to care that the two Slytherin girls had made themselves a part of Harry's circle of friends. He also had apologized to Neville for his behavior, and let him know that he was happy that he and Hermione were together. However, Harry and the others had noticed that Ron seemed very fascinated by Tracy, though the blonde girl did not seem to reciprocate the attention. In fact, she seemed to be growing more and more agitated by it all. "Okay, seriously, what happened between you two?" Hermione asked for what felt like the 1,000th time. "You need to tell them," Daphne said patiently. "Wait, you know." Harry looked accusingly at his girlfriend. "Yes, but I promised I wouldn't say anything." Daphne shrugged. "I never should have done it," Tracy sighed, looking up the table where Ron was sitting, piling food onto his plate. "I was trying to make a point." "What exactly happened?" Hermione pressed. "I may be sort of kind of, oh, for heaven's sake." Daphne rolled her eyes. "She kissed him." "What?" Harry and the others all but shouted. "I know," Tracy said, slamming her head onto the table. "Ow, why in the world would you kiss him?" Hermione asked. "I was trying to prove to him that we weren't evil." Tracy said, her head still on the table. "But evidently very charitable," Daphne said. "Hey, come on now," Harry said defensively. "Ron's not that bad." "No, he's really not," Neville added, glancing at the redhead who was happily enjoying his breakfast. "Except that temper of his," Daphne said. "And how childish he gets," Hermione added. "Not to mention his atrocious eating habits." They all glanced over to see Ron shoving an entire pancake in his mouth. "But you can't lead him on." "He thinks you like him now or something." "I know," Tracy said, finally sitting up again. "I didn't do it to make him fall for me, but now I don't want to hurt his feelings." "The longer you wait, the worse it's going to get," Neville said sadly. "You need to tell him you're not interested in him like that, and you need to do it today," Hermione advised. "She's right," Harry said. "It's only going to get worse if you wait." "Okay." Tracy groaned, holding up her hands to try and stop them all from further comment. "I will let him know." "On to another matter," Daphne smiled. "How many people did you convince to join us this afternoon?" Hermione shook her head quickly. Harry didn't miss her startled reaction or the movement of her eyes towards him. He also caught Daphne looking away quickly. "All right, what's going on?" Harry said, dropping his fork to his plate. "We'll tell you later," Hermione said, quickly looking around them. "No, you'll tell me now or I won't come. I've got enough people trying to keep me in the dark. I don't need it from you." "Well," Hermione said, looking to Daphne or Tracy for help. Neither girl seemed inclined to offer assistance. "Well, all right then. I may have mentioned my idea to a few others and they were more than a little interested." "How many people?" Harry asked, his voice dangerous. "Harry," Daphne said, her hand going to his back and rubbing it soothingly. "This is rather important, don't you think? If people are interested in learning how to defend themselves, don't you think they should be able to?" "Yeah, but I can't help feeling like I'm being tricked into this," Harry said angrily. "I'm sorry, Harry," Hermione said sadly. "I just thought that you'd be less willing to help if you knew exactly what I was planning, especially as you were going to be the center of attention here." Harry sighed, still upset with his friend. He knew that her heart was in the right place and that her intentions were pure. And Hermione was correct in assuming that he would more than likely have been far more resistant to the idea if he'd known exactly what she had been planning. But then again, Hermione and Daphne were right. This was important. "Fine," Harry said, "but you and I are going to have a very long talk about keeping secrets in the near future. Now, who did you tell about this?" At this, all three girls and Neville suddenly looked guilty. Harry felt his anger flaring again. "We'll talk about it in the carriage," Daphne said, tugging on Harry's arm and leading him out of the Great Hall. Harry allowed himself to be led out to the carriages that were lining up to take students down to the village of Hogsmeade. Harry's anger all but evaporated when he once again laid eyes on the ghastly sight of the strange, skeletal black horses. "What is it?" Daphne asked when Harry suddenly stopped. "I'd forgotten about them." His voice soft and wondrous. Harry stepped forward and lifted his hand so the horse could give it a sniff. Harry was amazed at how something so dangerous and nightmarish-looking could be so friendly. Harry couldn't help but think of that old Muggle saying that warned never to judge a book by its cover. "Harry, will you help me?" Daphne asked, her hand outstretched, feeling the air for the horse that Harry was now stroking gently. He gave a soft smile and took her hand to guide it to the horse's snout. "You!" Daphne shivered when she felt the horse's tongue slip across her palm. "It must have smelled the bacon you had," Harry chuckled. "It's gross." Daphne shivered again. "I just wanted to pet it, not get a bath from it." "Sorry." Harry chuckled and moved Daphne's hand so that it made contact with the smooth skin of the skeletal horse. "What does it look like?" Daphne asked. "Strange," Harry said. "It looks like a winged horse but like a skeleton. Why can I see it and you can't?" "I don't know," Daphne said thoughtfully. "It sounds familiar, but I can't think of what it might be. Come on. Let's get to Hogsmeade." They got into the carriage and it began its journey to the village. "So, who else knows about this little experiment of Hermione's?" Harry said, his irritation returning. "Harry, I know you're upset and I'm sorry for my part in it. I didn't realize that Hermione wasn't telling you everything," Daphne said softly, reaching out to take his hand. "But we all think that this is a really good idea." "You're stalling." Harry eyed her carefully. Daphne sighed and nodded. "You're right, I am." "Why?" "Just tell me." "Okay," Daphne said. She took a big breath and let it out slowly. "Hermione asked us to feel out people who could be interested in learning from you. There was, as I'm sure you could guess, very little interest in Slytherin, though we did get 3 people, 2 of which you've already spoken with." "Astoria and Millicent?" Harry asked, trying to keep calm. "And Blaise Zabini. He doesn't hang around Malfoy and considers himself to be a bit of a loner. Can we trust him?" Harry asked. "He's arrogant and a bit full of himself, but he's also quite honorable. I think he can be trusted. There was a lot of interest in Hufflepuff and a few Ravenclaws. From what Hermione said, there was also more than a handful of Gryffindors willing to learn from you." "Wait, Astoria's a second year. She won't be able to come to Hogsmeade," Harry said. "She'll be informed of everything later. All you got to do is come to the Hog's Head and let Hermione take care of the rest." "In the meantime," Daphne smiled as the carriage came to a halt, "you can show your girlfriend a good time in the village." Harry couldn't help but smile as Daphne jumped out of the carriage and turned to wait for him, a huge smile on her face. He'd been suckered into this whole thing and was admittedly a bit angry about it all. At the same time, he couldn't help but be reminded how important it all was every time he attended Umbridge's class. Harry soon forgot his concerns as Daphne led him through the shops of Hogsmeade. They stopped into Scriven Shafts for some new quills, and Daphne humored Harry and allowed him to stop into Zonko's. Though she did tell him that if he spent too long, she would demand to be taken to Madame Puddifoot's. Harry had heard horror stories from other guys about the wretched tea shop and decided it best not to linger, in case his girlfriend made good on her threat. "I think we have time to get lunch at the 3 Broomsticks," Daphne remarked as they left Honeyjuke's, where they had both restocked their own personal sweet stocks. "That would be good. I'd hate to face the masses on an empty stomach," Harry said, taking Daphne's hand. "Oh, stop it," Daphne smiled, nudging his shoulder with her own. "I promised to protect you." "Well, now I feel better." He smiled, and Daphne couldn't help but chuckle at him. She knew he hated his fame and the unwanted attention it brought. She also suspected this was the main reason he was so anxious about leading their group and teaching defense. But there was something more to it, something he hadn't mentioned at all. Was it self-doubt? Or something more? Daphne knew she'd have to be patient and wait for him to give voice to his concerns. After lunch, the two headed up to the Hog's Head where Hermione, Neville, and Tracy were supposed to meet them. The Hog's Head was in very poor shape, Harry noticed. It looked to be in only slightly better shape than the Shrieking Shack. They opened the door and were unsurprised to see how absolutely filthy it was inside. The barman was wiping a large pint glass, and it appeared he was wiping dirt on, rather than the opposite. There was a thick layer of caked in dirt on the oar, and the tables and chairs all looked ready to collapse. There was very little sunlight, as each and every window looked as if they'd never once been cleaned. There was also a very pungent smell that reminded Harry of a petting zoo he'd once visited on a school trip when he was very young. "Over here," Hermione called out, breaking the thick silence. Hermione had chosen a table in the furthest corner of the pub, with Neville at her side, looking as nervous as Harry and Daphne felt. "I'm beginning to think meeting here was a horrid idea," Daphne said as they joined their friends. "Don't be silly," Hermione smiled. "This is perfect." It's totally away from over-attentive ears. Daphne looked around the bar skeptically. It was true that the bar had a shady reputation, and now that she was there herself, Daphne could see why. There were only 4 other people in the bar, 2 of which were talking to each other in very hushed whispers on the other side of the room. A woman in a very long veil sat by herself, and a man covered in dirty rags and bandages was drinking at the bar. "I got butterbeers for you both," Hermione said, sliding the 2 extra bottles to Harry and Daphne. The bottles looked quite dirty, and Harry wondered how old they were and began to wonder if butterbeer went bad. The door to the tavern opened again, and Tracy came in, followed by Millicent, who looked thoroughly disgusted by the bar. The door didn't even close before several more people stepped inside, including Ron and his twin brothers, Fred and George. Parvati Patil and her twin Padma, along with Lavender Brown, who looked a little upset that her shopping trip had been interrupted. Blaise Zabini walked in looking sharply about the tavern with a critical eye. Dennis Creevey, Dean Thomas, and Jinny Weasley entered, followed by Luna Lovegood, and Cho Chang with her curly-haired friend, whose name Harry didn't know. A large group of Hufflepuffs came in at once, and Harry was sure it was every single 5th year in the Badger House. Lisa Turpin and Mandy Brocklehurst, along with Mitchell Corner and Anthony Goldstein of Ravenclaw, sauntered in. Finally, Angelina Johnson, Katie Bell, and Alicia Spinnet and Cormac McLagan walked in and went to the bar to order up butterbeers. Harry thought barman was going to start yelling or something. Clearly, he didn't know what to make of his sudden upturn in business. Grumbling the whole while, the tall barman began serving up dusty bottles and taking handfuls of silver coins. When everyone was settled, Hermione stood up and greeted them. "Thank you all for coming," she said, her voice shaking a bit. "We all know why we're here, of course, and that's because we all want to learn how to defend ourselves. Since Professor," Hermione put as much venom in the word as she could, "Umbridge refuses to teach us, I thought it might be a good idea if he took matters into our own hands and really learned to use spells and not just theory. So we can pass our owls." Mitchell Corner smiled knowingly at Hermione, who glared back. "Not only that, but to be prepared in case we have to protect ourselves or our families because he's come back. Lord V.V. Voldemort has come back." There were the usual gasps, and a few people who had been taking sips of their drinks began spluttering and coughing. Hermione waited for this all to paw before pressing on. "So that's our plan. If you want to join us, then we need to decide on a few." "Where's the proof?" someone asked. Nearly everyone turned to look at a tall blonde boy that Harry recognized but was unable to remember his name. "Where's the proof that you know who's back? He hasn't been seen and nobody's been killed and found with the dark mark over their home. So where's the proof?" "Dumbledore believes he's back," Hermione tried, but the boy waved off her remark. "You mean Dumbledore believes him?" The boy pointed at Harry. Realization hit Harry hard. He suddenly knew why they had all come. They wanted to hear the story. Harry shivered as the memory of that horrible night came back to him. He felt Daphne give his hand a comforting squeeze and he smiled softly at her before getting to his feet. "What's your name?" Harry asked the blonde boy. "Zacharias Smith," the boy said pompously. "All right, Zacharias, I suppose you only came to hear the story. You want to hear the thrilling tale of what happened to me that night last June." Zacharias didn't move but kept his eyes locked on Harry's, who else came because they thought they might hear some great adventure story. No one said anything, but Harry saw more than a few heads turn away in embarrassment. "That's what I thought," he said dejectedly. "Well, it's no fairy tale story. There is no happy ending. I'm not going to stand here and tell you how brave I was because I wasn't. I was scared out of my mind. I could barely think straight. That's what it's like. That's what it's really like in a real fight for your life. You don't get a time out so you can think of a good spell to use. You get a split second, and whatever you come up with could very well be the last thing you do." There was a long silence as Harry looked at each and every face in turn. "Is it true you can produce a Patronus charm?" Harry turned and saw a pretty redhead girl smiling at him. "My auntie said you could." "Yeah," Harry said, a little off guard. "Honestly?" the girl asked. A corporeal patroness? Yeah, it's a stag, Harry said, not exactly sure what was happening. There was a wave of murmuring. Wow, Harry, Lee Jordan said. I never knew that. I learned it in 3rd year. Will you teach us how to do it? A blonde girl asked. Yeah, Harry said, shrugging slightly. Did you really kill a basilisk with that sword in Dumbledore's office? A boy that Harry recognized as Justin Finch Fletchley asked in open awe. How do you know about that? Harry asked in wonder. I had to go up to his office last year and one of the portraits mentioned it. Is it true? Yeah, Harry said, suddenly embarrassed. He also stopped you-know-who from getting the Sorcerer's Stone in 1st year, Neville pointed out. And he fought the dragon and the merpeople and only Merlin knows what else last year, Daphne added. Harry waved his arms quickly. I had help on virtually all of that and more than a little luck. Not with the dragon, Justin said. You faced Voldemort on your own in 1st year, Hermione reminded him. And last year, but we've gotten off the point, which is that we all want to learn how to defend ourselves. Well said, someone said, and there was a general agreement on that fact. Hermione pulled out a rolled-up piece of parchment, looking at Daphne, and then at Tracy, who was smiling a bit too wickedly for Harry's liking. I know there are a lot of you involved in Quidditch and other things, and we don't have a place in which to gather at this moment. And also, as we don't really want people blathering about this, we're going to ask that if you're serious about joining us, that you come and sign your name on this parchment as a sort of agreement. That seemed to bring the excitement down a bit. They're nothing for you to worry about, Tracy said confidently. She got up and put her name down first. Neville and Hermione followed, and then Daphne wrote her name on before passing it to Millicent. The fact that 3 Slytherins signed up without protest seemed to encourage others who were a bit resistant, and soon everyone had scribbled their name onto the parchment before Hermione rolled it back up and slipped it into her bag. We plan on meeting at least once a week, and before anyone gets upset, we're going to make sure it doesn't interfere with anyone's Quidditch practice, Hermione said. There were several sighs of relief, and Harry saw Angelina Johnson smile proudly. Almost as one, everyone got up and began to leave the pub until finally only Harry and his friends were left. Harry noticed Ron had lingered a bit, and had been watching Tracy, before he finally left them alone. You still haven't talked to him, have you? Harry asked. Tracy's cheeks pinkened and she shook her head. I'm going to, I promise. I just hadn't seen him since breakfast. Harry nodded, and he could see that Tracy was dreading the coming confrontation, but he knew she would keep her word. He didn't envy the girl and hated to imagine how Ron would take the rejection. We still have some time before we need to head back. Daphne smiled, taking Harry's hand. Let's take a walk. They waved to their friends, and the two set off towards the shrieking shack. You were really great in there, Daphne said softly. I'm very proud of you. I wanted to punch that Zacharias kid, Harry admitted. You can't blame them for being curious, Harry. Can you say honestly that you wouldn't want to know the story if it had happened to someone else? Harry thought about Thaw for a few minutes before admitting he'd likely be just as curious. I wish it had happened to someone else, Harry sighed. But it didn't, and you proved how strong you really are by coming back, by living to tell the tale, so to speak. In fact, you might think about doing just that. Perhaps if people heard from you exactly what happened, maybe they'd start doing something. I don't know, Harry sighed. Harry, I know it must have been horrible, and I'm not going to pretend it didn't affect you, because I can see it in your eyes whenever the subject comes up, Daphne said calmly, turning him to face her. But you could be saving a lot of lives by sharing your story, lives that will be lost because of what Fudge is doing. Harry nodded. He knew that she was right, of course. Maybe it was his responsibility to the rest of the magical world to do what the government seemed to be refusing to do, to warn the people and make them aware of the growing danger that lurked in the shadows. What are you suggesting? Harry asked. Daphne stood on her tiptoes and kissed him softly. The kiss became more passionate as Harry wrapped his arms around her tightly, and Daphne moaned softly. She clutched the front of his cloak and pressed herself into his embrace. Slowly, they broke the kiss and stared at each other for a long time. We'll figure something out, she smiled, running her hands through his hair before kissing him again. Hey, how'd it go? Daphne asked as Tracy entered their dorm and flopped on her bed. I know it was the right thing to do, Tracy sighed, but I feel so awful now that it's done. You should have seen him. He looked like a beaten weasel. Gods, I'm a horrid person. Daphne slipped off her bed and went to sit next to her best friend. You're not horrid, Daphne said, pushing Tracy over so she could sit down. So, tell me what happened. Well, I caught him just as he was leaving the Great Hall, Tracy said, sitting up on her bed. I told him we had to talk, and his eyes got real big like he was excited. We walked to the transfiguration corridor, and I told him that I was sorry. Oh, Merlin, his face. Tracy shook her head, and Daphne noticed her blonde friend had tears in her eyes. He looked like I'd just smacked him. I told him everything, you know. How I didn't like him in the romantic sense, and how kissing him was supposed to make a point and not to show I liked him or whatever. He just stared at me for a few moments before he just sort of crumbled. His shoulders sagged and his head fell. I felt like I'd been stabbed in the heart. "Oh, no," Daphne said, wrapping a comforting arm around her friend. "I completely crushed him, Daph. He said that he should have known, and why in the world would any girl like him?" I told him that I thought he was a good guy, but that he needed to grow up a bit if he ever wanted a girlfriend. He just sort of shrugged. "No wonder you feel so horrible. I can't even begin to imagine facing the same situation or what I would have said." Tracy leaned into her best friend. "I wish I did feel something for him." "No, you don't," Daphne said firmly. "You're just feeling bad because you had to break his heart. He'll get over it eventually, and maybe he'll be better off for it." "Maybe," Tracy shrugged. "I suddenly feel like a terrible friend," Daphne said, looking guilty. "What? Why?" Tracy asked, looking up at Daphne, who was now slipping off Tracy's bed. "I've spent all this time talking about Harry and getting your help with him, and this whole thing with Ron made me realize that I have no idea who you fancy." Tracy smiled slightly. "To be honest, I don't know that anyone has really got my attention any more than anyone else, though I do kind of like the Weasley twins." "Really?" "Which ones?" Daphne asked, a bit surprised. "Why do I have to choose? Why can't I have them both?" Tracy gave a very sultry smile and winked at her best friend. "Oh gods, I don't need that image in my head," Daphne said, snatching up her pillow and flinging it at Tracy. The door to the Hogsmeade tavern opened, and Albus Dumbledore stepped into the dingy pub with a slight smile on his face as he took a seat at the bar. "Good evening, Abe," Albus smiled Al. The barman nodded, pulling a dirty glass from under the bar and pouring the headmaster a decent shot of brandy. "Knew you'd be coming by tonight." "I thought you might." Albus smiled gratefully as he took the glass and sipped the drink. "I heard you did a fair bit of business this afternoon." "As if you weren't aware." Abe scoffed at his older brother. "What exactly is going on up at that school of yours?" "Dark times, I'm afraid," Albus sighed. "Well, far be it for me to advise the great Albus Dumbledore," Abe said haughtily. Albus chuckled as he sipped his drink. "But I think it's time you let the boy in on the big secret and start preparing him for what's coming. Screw the ministry. They're obviously too idiotic to recognize the threat or too afraid. Either way, you need to do what's right and stop protecting the kid. I saw him there today, Al." Abe nodded towards the back corner where earlier in the day, Harry Potter had convinced other students to join him in learning to fight. It had been Aberforth's first experience watching the boy, and he'd been very impressed with the famed savior of the magical world. "He's as charismatic as you were, and people will follow him whether they believe his story or not. All those kids that were here with him, he had them eating out of his hands. Harry deserves to have a childhood. He deserves to be happy. I cannot even think of burdening him." "Bullshit," Abe said angrily, pounding his fist on the bar. "Damn it, Al, the kid's never been happy. If you truly wanted him to have a happy upbringing, you would have done whatever it took to make sure Black never went to prison." Aberforth Dumbledore held up his hands before his brother could argue. "I know you were only trying to protect him, but even you need to realize that you screwed up. I've talked to Hagrid. I know about what his life was like at that place. And don't get me started on that damned tournament." Albus frowned a bit, not surprised his trusted gamekeeper had told Harry's tale. "Give him a fighting chance for a happy future, Al. Those people who sat with him today, that girl." Aberforth shook his head, the tiniest hint of a smile appearing for the ghost of a second on his weathered face. "I'm no expert, Al, but even I could see that there was something special there. He's only 15. Albus sighed, looking at his younger brother, who only shook his head. "And from what I've heard, much more a man than most. Al, you owe it to him to teach him. We aren't going to be around forever, and once you're gone." Silence fell between the brothers, and Albus Dumbledore, arguably the wizarding world's most brilliant being, felt completely lost. This argument had been repeated between the two brothers for several years, though in the last year it had become a much more heated debate. But tonight, as he sat in his brother's pub, Albus Dumbledore slowly began to realize that perhaps his younger, more impetuous brother was indeed correct. Perhaps it was indeed time to begin helping the savior of the wizarding world for his reckoning. Harry and his friends had spent Sunday searching the castle for a suitable place where they could secretly learn to use defensive spells to no avail. Every place they looked was too easily located, or too easily breached. "Harry, what about the chamber?" Hermione asked while they were wandering through the corridors Sunday afternoon. "What chamber?" Tracy asked. "You're not serious, Hermione," Ron said, rather horror-struck. He had joined Harry and the group after lunch. Things were tense between the redhead and Tracy, who had remained uncharacteristically quiet all during their search. "You can't really be serious," Harry said, backing his estranged friend. "It's actually a good idea. How would anyone get in there without your help?" Hermione said pointedly as she stared at Harry. "What chamber?" Daphne asked. "We don't even know what else is down there," Harry pointed out. "So we go down there and look, make sure it's safe." "What chamber?" Tracy and Daphne asked together, finally gaining the attention of the Gryffindors. "The Chamber of Secrets," Harry said, looking at Daphne. Both Slytherin girls' eyes went wide. "You actually know where it is?" Daphne asked, taking Harry's hands and staring into his emerald green eyes. "Yeah, I fought the basilisk there," Harry said, still looking at Hermione. "Can we go there, like right now?" Tracy asked. Hermione began smiling while both Ron and Harry looked uncomfortable. Neville simply looked confused. "How about it, Harry?" Hermione smiled. "I never got to see it. Come to think of it." Ron started, but Harry turned to face him. "Not you too." "What? I was busy with Lockhart and trying to clear the cave and so you could get out." "If I'm going to be honest, I am a bit jealous that I didn't get to see the place." Ron shrugged. "Let's at least take a look and rule it out as a possibility," Hermione said. Harry looked at all their expectant faces and then began to lead them to the second floor and Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Hermione and Tracy went in first to make sure the restroom was empty. Once they got the all clear, Harry and the others entered the bathroom, and Harry went right to the sink with Slytherin's mark. Taking a deep breath, Harry whispered the command to open in Parseltongue. Just as it had 3 years ago, the sink slipped aside, and Harry and his friends looked into the deep dark hole that led to the cavern that held the chamber of Salazar Slytherin. "That's gross," Daphne said as the horrible odor of decay and waste hit them all in the face. "It's not any better down there," Harry said flatly. "Come on, you wanted to see it." Taking out his wand, Harry was the first to slide down the large drain pipe and down into the dark. Once he landed at the bottom, he held his wand up, lighting the tip so he could see. One by one, his friends joined him, each lighting their wand tips, and following Harry further into the cavern, they found the entrance to the great chamber open, just as Harry had left it all those years before, and one by one they crossed the threshold into the Chamber of Secrets. "It's really dark in here," Neville said softly, as if frightened of disturbing anything that might be waiting for them. "There's some torches on the wall," Harry said. After a few incendio spells, the chamber was lit up by firelight, and Harry and the others laid eyes on the rotting corpse of the Serpent King. "I can't believe you really fought this thing," Daphne said, using her sleeve to cover her nose and mouth. "Is this the entire chamber?" Tracy asked, looking around. The room was quite spacious, with the focal point being the giant stone head of what Harry could only guess to be Slytherin himself. "I never really explored it," Harry said. "I was rather preoccupied the last time I was here." "Well, it certainly fits our size requirements," Hermione shrugged. "Yeah, but don't you think Filch or someone might get a bit suspicious when they see some 30-odd student all going into the girls' loo, especially boys?" "And then what happens when they go in to investigate and no one's there?" Harry said, looking pointedly at Hermione, who must have just realized the flaw in her plan. "That would look more than a little suspicious," Daphne agreed. "So we're sunk?" Neville asked, disappointment in his tone. "No," Hermione said, coming up beside him and allowing her new boyfriend to envelope her in his arms. "We just haven't found what we need. There's a solution to our problem, we just need to find it." "In the meantime," Tracy said, looking at the entrance to the chamber, "we might have another problem." When everyone turned to look at her, she gave a weak smile. "How exactly do we get out of here?" "Oh," Harry looked very confused. "I didn't think of that. Last time Dumbledore's Phoenix got us out." "Well, there's got to be another way out of here," Hermione said, pulling away from Neville. "Where did the basilisk hide?" "He came out of the statue's mouth," Harry said, heading over to the statue and commanding it to open in Parselmouth. The mouth slid open as Harry had seen it do when the last heir of the founder had ordered it to. Harry lit up his wand and climbed into the open maw of the statue. "Harry, be careful," Daphne urged. "There's a room in here," Harry called out. Harry was soon joined by his friends in a large circular room. There was a total of 2 doors. The first was the one they had come through that led into the chamber. The second was a very large opening in the floor. It was filled with black water, which Harry guessed might lead to the Black Lake. "So, no secret staircase, huh?" Tracy remarked. "We could swim," Ron said, looking distastefully at the black water. "We can't be sure where it leads," Hermione remarked. Harry suggested they go back and see if there were any other rooms. They spread out in the main chamber but couldn't seem to find any other doors. They finally reconvened in the main hall next to the corpse of the Serpent King. "Seems odd that this place is called the Chamber of Secrets when the only secret is the dead snake," Tracy said disappointedly. "It does seem strange," Hermione agreed. "It's really disgusting down here," Ron said, wrinkling his nose. "Do you think the house elves don't clean in here because they don't know where it is?" "House elves," Harry whispered, his eyes suddenly wide. "Dobby." There was a loud pop, no doubt amplified by the vastness of the chamber, and there before them was a Dobby the house elf, his eyes shining with pride as he looked at Harry. "Dobby is overjoyed to be seeing the great Harry Potter once again. Dobby has been wanting ever so much to visit with Harry Potter, but Harry Potter has been so busy. But Dobby is now being called to serve the great wizard. How happy this is making Dobby." What's going on?" Daphne asked, staring at the little elf with the large bat-like ears and the tennis ball-sized eyes. "This is Dobby," Harry smiled. "He used to belong to Malfoy until I helped free him. I don't get it." Tracy looked confused. "How could you free Malfoy's elf? It's a really long story," Harry said, turning back to Dobby. "Dobby, we're in a bit of a pickle here. Can you help us get out of the chamber?" "Of course I can, Harry Potter, sir. Where would you like me to take you?" "Dobby," Hermione asked, stepping forward. "Is there any place in the castle that we could use to learn magic without anyone finding us?" Dobby began bouncing on his little feet, a broad smile on his face. "What Miss needs is the come-and-go room. It is a wondrous room, becoming anything you could ever need. We elves be using it when we need extra cleaning supplies." "The come-and-go room?" Harry asked, puzzled, but something seemed familiar. "Could this room become a bathroom if someone really needed one?" "Absolutely, Harry Potter, sir." Dobby smiled brightly. "Shall I be taking you all there now?" Dobby instructed them all to hold hands tightly, and then he took Harry's hand with a chirp of excitement. The group landed in a pile in a familiar hallway. "Where are we?" Ron asked. "The 7th floor," Neville said, sitting up and helping Hermione. "How do you know that?" his girlfriend asked. "That's the portrait of Barnabas the Barmy." "Dobby, I thought you said you were taking us to the come-and-go room," Harry asked. "Dobby has, sir. It is here, waiting to be called." Dobby was still smiling as he watched the teens get to their feet. "Harry Potter must think hard of what he needs and walk in front of this wall 3 times. Harry looked skeptically at his friends before concentrating on a large room where they could learn defense. He paced in front of the portrait, just as Dobby had instructed. On the 3rd pass, Harry noticed the faces of his friends lighting up with wonder. Harry turned to see what had so caught their attentions when he saw a door that had not been there before. "The room of requirement, Harry Potter, sir," Dobby said with a bow. Harry stepped forward to open the door, his friends following him inside the door. What they beheld filled them all with amazement. The room was vast. On one side of the room was a large bookshelf that was filled with hundreds of books on defense books. There was also a large shelf that held all kinds of defensive items, and a faux glass, much like the phony Moody had had in his office the previous year. On the opposite side of the room were several training dummies. There was a crate full of mats and pillows, and also a large cabinet filled with healing items. "This is amazing," Hermione said as she drifted over to the books. Ron and Neville had gone to look at the training dummies while Tracy checked out some of the sneak scopes. "This is brilliant," Harry smiled. "Thank you, Dobby. Dobby is always happy to help the great Harry Potter, sir," Dobby bowed. "If ever you be needing Dobby, just call out." With a pop, Dobby left to go back to his duties. "Look at all this stuff," Tracy said, examining the medical cabinet. "Everything we could ever need to learn how to fight is here. These books are full of really useful spells," Hermione said as she flipped through the pages of A to Z Jinxes. "There are also some books on Muggle fighting styles. That explains this," Neville said, holding a large staff. "There's a whole armory of weapons back here. Look at this," Ron said, waving a large broadsword. "RONALD, put that down," Hermione screamed just as Neville ducked one of Ron's wild swings. "That could be really useful," Daphne said, pulling Harry along with her towards the armory. "Centuries ago, wizards sometimes used swords in duels. It's why Godric Gryffindor had a sword. Supposedly, all the founders had them, but only Gryffindor's is still around. Really? Harry asked. I don't know why wizards stopped using them, but maybe it was too hard to hide them, or it was just easier to carry a wand around. Maybe they wanted to distance themselves from muggles a little more, seeing as how muggles would have been using swords at the time as well. Harry pondered. It's very possible. Daphne nodded. Neville had been correct. There was a very large selection of medieval-type weaponry. It would be good to learn how to use some of this stuff. No Death Eater would be expecting to face anyone wielding something other than their wand, Harry said. And some wizards can't stop using their fists anyway. Harry turned to look at Ron, who was still swinging the broadsword, not paying attention to the others. The group finally managed to get Ron to give up the sword and said goodnight to one another before heading back to their common rooms for the night. Daphne and Tracy immediately headed for the showers as they both smelled quite disgusting from the chamber. Harry and his Gryffindor mates all made it back to the tower. Hermione bade the boys good night, and Harry opted for retiring to bed early as well. After a long hot shower to clean off the stench of decay, he climbed into his four-poster and laid down. He felt good about things at that moment. They had found a place to learn, and he would begin preparing himself and his friends to face the dangers that awaited beyond the safety of the castle walls. Nothing was going to stop them. By order of the High Inquisitor of HOGWRTS, all student organizations, societies, teams, groups, and clubs are henceforth disbanded. An organization, society, team, group, or club is hereby defined as a regular meeting of 3 or more students. Permission to reform may be sought from the High Inquisitor, Professor Umbridge. No student organization, society, team, group, or club may exist without the knowledge and approval of the High Inquisitor. Any student found to have formed, or to belong to, an organization, society, team, group, or club that has not been approved by the High Inquisitor will be expelled. The above is in accordance with Educational Decree No. 24. Signed, Dolor's Jane Umbridge, High Inquisitor. How could she have known? Neville asked as he and Harry stared at the parchment that had been tacked to the notice board. Do you think someone ratted us out? It's possible, but who? There were a lot of people there. Anyone could have done it, or maybe Umbridge just overheard someone talking about it. Neville shrugged. I wish Hermione would get down here. She's going to be furious. We're still going to do it, right? Neville asked, looking worried. Of course we are, Harry said firmly. I'd say it's a bit important unless you'd rather lay down and let Voldemort win. No way, I'm behind you 100%. Harry couldn't help feel a swell of pride at Neville's words. Hermione came down from the girls' dormitories and was truly astonished to learn that Umbridge had disbanded every club in the school. She knows, Hermione whispered. But how? It must have been someone from the Mending, Neville said, shaking his head. I can't have been. We took precautions. Precautions? Harry looked at his friend with a humored expression. Hermione, you all but advertised it. No, everyone signed the contract. Wait a minute, Harry and Neville said together. What contract? Harry finished their thought. Daphne, Tracy, and I thought it might be good to protect ourselves and everyone who came to that meeting and joined us. We came up with something to just that. The parchment was charmed. Anyone who signed it entered into a binding contract. You tricked them. Harry looked appalled. Hermione Jean Granger, what is wrong with you? Oh, stop it, Hermione shouted back. It had to be done, and need I remind you that I wasn't the only one involved. Y'all felt it was the best way to protect what we were doing. What happens if someone tells? Neville asked. Let's just say that whoever opens their mouth will make Alois Midgeon's acne look like cut freckles in comparison, and we'll know exactly who sold us out. Hermione folded her arms, looking at the two boys proudly. Harry only shook his head. He wasn't sure that he liked tricking people into keeping their silence, even though he recognized the need for security. But everyone should have been told. They should have known what they were signing. Harry decided he would talk to Daphne about it and get her side of the story. Harry, Neville, and Hermione headed for the Great Hall, along with Ron, who had joined them just as they were leaving the common room. It was quite clear when they reached the Great Hall how impact the latest decree was. Every student seemed to be talking about what this meant for their favorite clubs. Harry was unsurprised to learn that all the Quidditch teams had been disbanded, along with every other club. Angelina Johnson had told Harry she would be speaking to McGonagall and then Umbridge about reforming the team. Professor Umbridge didn't even hesitate to allow the team to reform, drawled Malfoy as students began lining up for potions. She knows my father, of course. He's always stopping by to see the minister. She was very nice, you know. Don't listen to him. Daphne said as she took Harry's hand. "He's just trying to make you angry." Harry took a deep breath and let it out slowly, releasing his urge to lunge at Malfoy and beat some humility into the ferret. "At least we know no one blabbed." Tracy smiled. "Yeah, about that," Harry said as he turned towards his girlfriend. "Why didn't you tell them what it was they were signing?" "Because no one would have," Tracy said instantly. "Right now, no one trusts anyone else from the other houses. We're all going to be building trust in each other as we study together. If we'd come right out and told them about the contract, things would have been much worse." "We're sorry we didn't tell you, Harry," Daphne said softly. "But Hermione said you wouldn't have agreed to it, and we knew we had to protect you. If someone told Umbridge, she'd come after you regardless of the fact that we all were in on it." "Fine," Harry sighed. "From now on, no more secrets, no more tricks." Daphne gave a soft smile and kissed his cheek. "I promise." Potions turned out to be one of the hardest lessons they'd had yet, and it took every ounce of concentration Harry had to keep from melting his cauldron. In the end, his strengthening solution looked quite weak. When the class ended, the students began to head out for lunch when Snape called out for Harry to stay behind. Harry made his way over to the potions master's desk and waited for Snape to address him. The greasy-haired man didn't say a word until every last student was gone, and he'd shut the door with a flick of his wand. "The headmaster has asked me to teach you occlumency, Potter," Snape said without any preamble. "You will report to me Thursday night at 7, and you are to speak of it to no one." "What?" Harry gaped. "Are you deaf, or are your ears in need of cleaning?" Snape spun on his heel to glare at the Gryffindor. "If asked, you will only say that you are taking remedial potions. Is that in any way unclear?" "Not, I'm just, what exactly is occlumency?" Harry asked, truly bewildered. "I have no time to explain it to you now. Thursday at 7. Do not be late." Snape waved his wand and the door opened. Harry knew he was being dismissed. He felt a heavy weight settle on his shoulders. He was going to be having private lessons with Snape, and he had no idea what he was going to be studying. "But I have 3 days to find out," he vowed. "Ah, Severus, thank you for coming." Albus Dumbledore smiled as he greeted the potions master. "Can I offer you tea?" "No, thank you," Snape said flatly. "What is it you require of me?" "You never were one for small talk." Dumbledore shook his head. "I wonder how different would you have been had Lily—" "There is no reason to wonder, because there is no chance of changing the past." Snape snapped. His coal-black eyes bore into the headmaster's as if with a look he could end Dumbledore's life. Dumbledore nodded slowly, his smile fading. He went to sit behind his desk, motioning for Snape to sit down across from him. "I have been informed that certain of our students have taken it upon themselves to teach themselves defense against the dark arts. And you wish for me to oversee them?" Snape asked, a glint of pleasure in his black eyes. "No. In fact, you are to ignore anything you hear regarding this, for lack of a better word, club. Professor Umbridge will be doing her best to quell what she believes to be a rebellion. We will be doing all we can to thwart her attempts. No, what I am asking of you is to advance our original plans. It is now more than clear that we need to prepare young Harry for his fate." Snape sat up straight in his seat, eyeing the headmaster skeptically. For many years he had listened to Dumbledore's protestations that Harry Potter should not be told anything for his protection. That Potter needed to have as normal a childhood as possible. Snape had argued with the headmaster every year that coddling the boy would not help anyone. After the resurrection of the Dark Lord, Snape had once again argued that it was long past time that they reveal everything to the boy. "Why have you changed your mind?" Snape eyed the elder man wearily. "Let us just say that I had my eyes opened. However, before we can begin, it is important that Harry learn to protect his mind. I have much to show him, but cannot even begin until he is able to protect his mind." "You still believe that he has a strong connection to Lord Voldemort?" "I do indeed. I have seen it. That is why I am asking you to begin teaching him occlumency as we planned. I would like you to start as soon as possible." "What am I to tell him? The boy is far too inquisitive for his own good." "That he is," Dumbledore nodded. "Tell him the truth. That you are to teach him to protect his mind, but nothing more. It would be far too much of a risk to enlighten him too early. It would be wise to hide what you are teaching him to the rest of the school." "You mean Umbridge?" "I do," Dumbledore nodded. "I am sure you can come up with some cover story for him." Snape's arch eyebrow made the headmaster chuckle a bit. "What exactly do you plan on doing with the meddlesome little toad?" Dumbledore chuckled. "Be careful, Severus, you're starting to sound like our students. In regards to Professor Umbridge, there is little I can do about her, but I believe our troubles will end in June." June, Snape asked incredulously. How can you be so sure? Severus, for as long as you've taught here, can you ever remember a defense against the dark arts teacher lasting longer than 1 year? Snape left shortly after they discussed how often Harry would meet with the potions master, and Dumbledore asked him to keep him informed of Harry's progress. Dumbledore hated that things had happened sooner than he had hoped, but he now realized that he should have taken better care with Harry Potter. He should have begun instructing him the moment he came to Hogwarts. He could have found a balance for the boy, so he could have had time to be a teenager while preparing for his future. Dumbledore only hoped there would be time to correct his mistakes now. With the help of his friends, Harry had learned exactly what occlumency was, and he now felt ready to step into Snape's office to begin learning. There had been a fair amount of books on the subject, and he had found them very informative about the mind art, but none of them had been particularly instructive. Daphne had suggested that he see if Flourish and Blots could help him, and Wednesday he'd sent Hedwig off with his request for books on occlumency. Harry had also contacted Sirius and informed him of the private lessons. Sirius was quite upset at the fact that it would be Snape teaching his godson. It's no secret that I don't like the man, but I will say that he is quite an accomplished occlumens. However, don't let your guard down, Harry. I know that Dumbledore trusts him, but I don't. Sirius said grimly. Both Neville and Ron seemed to share Sirius' sentiments, though Hermione was more excited for her best friend. Harry was sure she was more than a little jealous of her best friend, and would have given anything to trade places with Harry on this. Daphne, however, was rather morose on the subject. She had not forgotten Snape's actions when Harry had been attacked. Whenever the subject of Harry's upcoming private lessons came up, Daphne would become mute and refuse to speak until the subject changed. I know how he feels about you, Harry, she told him Wednesday night when they decided to take a walk before curfew. He's made his feeling more than clear, and I just know he's going to take advantage of the situation with you. I agree with you, Harry said, giving his girlfriend's hand a squeeze. Then why don't you refuse to take the lessons? Harry gave a great sigh and looked at his girlfriend carefully. They'd only been together a month or so, but she had proven to him time and time again that she was loyal. She would knee his secrets. How he was so sure he could not explain, but he could feel it whenever he looked in her eyes. She trusted him, and Harry felt that it was time to place his trust in her. There are things being kept from me. Daphne stopped walking and turned to look at him curiously. What do you mean? She asked cautiously. She knew instinctively that she was about to be told something important, and Harry rarely divulged his secrets. She knew this was important to him, and she meant to listen carefully. Voldemort is after something like a weapon. Something he didn't have in the last war, and I think it has something to do with me. No one will tell me exactly what's going on, and I think that's why I need to learn this stuff. How can you be sure? Harry looked all around them to make sure they were alone. He reached into his pocket and took out a hand mirror, showing it to Daphne. Harry, this is hardly the time to be vain. She frowned, her hands going to her hips. Harry shook his head. What if I told you that Sirius Black was innocent of the crimes he was accused of? Harry asked, a mischievous look in his eyes. Daphne cocked her head to the side to look at her boyfriend even more curiously. How do you know that? She asked slowly. Because I met him, and I met Peter Pettigrew, both of them on the same night. Wait a second here, Daphne said, waving her arms in front of her. Pettigrew was killed by Black. Everyone knows that. Harry, what are you talking about? Pettigrew is alive, Daphne. Believe me, he gave me this, Harry said, pulling up his sleeve to reveal a jagged-looking scar on his forearm. He gave me that in that graveyard last year. He's an animagus, and he killed all those muggles before cutting off his own finger and disappearing into the sewers as a rat. Sirius Black never committed any crimes, nor did he betray my parents. He's my godfather. Daphne's eyes were huge, and she had to lean against the wall to keep from falling over. But he confessed. No, he never denied it. He was too busy laughing like an idiot. And then he was never given a trial or a chance to defend himself. He's the only one who's tried to keep me informed on things, and it's how I know what I know. He's also the reason I think I'm being prepared for something big. That's why I'm going to have lessons with Snape. So what's with the mirror? Daphne asked, trying to change the topic, as she was having quite a bit of difficulty with this one. Once again, Harry peered down the corridor, making sure no one was around, before calling Sirius' name. Merlin, pup, what the hell could have happened since we talked yesterday? Daphne's eyes went wide again as she stared at the face that had once haunted her nightmares. Yet this was different. He was clean-shaven, and his hair was not a matted, dirty mess. His eyes were a bit sunken, but the man she was looking at was almost handsome and looked nothing like the deranged killer she had feared 2 years ago. "I wanted you to meet someone, Sirius, someone very special to me." Harry smiled at Daphne. "Ah, at last, the legendary Miss Greengrass. It is indeed my esteemed honor to at last make your acquaintance, though we have met on a previous occasion." "Wah." Daphne looked between the mirror and Harry, who was smiling. "I thought it was time you two met." Harry grinned. "I do hope that Harry is treating you well. If not, do not hesitate to put him back in line and write to me immediately so I can remind him of his manners." Daphne could not help but smile at this. She leaned her head on Harry's shoulder. "I don't think I need to worry about that. Harry's one of the truly good ones. Careful, we don't want him getting a bigger head," Sirius remarked, which made Daphne laugh, and Harry shout with indignance. "So, you are one of the young ladies who convinced him it was his duty to teach you all defense. Good on you. Truth be told, he actually didn't need much in the way of persuasion, though we did trick him a bit, for which I'm very sorry. He wasn't happy at all about that, but your hearts are in the right place, and that carries a lot of water with me. Just make sure that you don't forget to make time for one another. Don't ever forget what really matters." "I won't let him," Daphne smiled. "We need to go, but I wanted to introduce you too," Harry said, glancing down the hall. "Keep me informed, Harry. Daphne, it was a pleasure, and I hope we get the chance to speak again soon." Sirius smiled at them both. "It was very nice speaking with you, sir." Daphne smiled, giving a little wave. "Good night, Sirius," Harry said before sticking the mirror back in his pocket. He turned back to his girlfriend, taking her soft hands into his and smiling gently. "I know I don't need to tell you how important it is that you keep this quiet. Very few people know of his innocence, and if it got out that any of us were speaking to him. I get it, Harry. All your secrets are safe with me. I would never do anything to betray your trust. You do know that you can't even tell Tracy. Maybe I'll tell her later on, but for now she can't know." "I promise," Daphne said, leaning into him and capturing his lips with hers. "Thank you for trusting me." Harry escorted his girlfriend down to the dungeons, where they said goodnight for 20 minutes, even though they barely actually spoke. Finally, they tore themselves away from one another, and Harry began making his way to Gryffindor Tower. Neither Harry nor Daphne had been aware of a shadow that had watched them in the dungeons. As soon as Harry was gone, and Daphne had entered the Slytherin common room, Draco Malfoy stepped out of the dark alcove, a murderous look on his face. "This has gone long enough," he told himself. He had convinced himself that steps had to be taken to break up this disgusting abomination of a relationship between Potter and the girl who was by rights his to claim. He was from one of the oldest and most powerful families in existence, and as such should have his choice of the finest of the pureblood princesses, should he not? Yet, Greengrass refused to fall in line with the way things should be. She had gone against her brothers and sister in Slytherin and chosen to ally herself with Potter. Worse, though, had been the fact that she was sucking face with his enemy and flaunting it right in front of him. Well, he was going to put a stop to it. He'd finally gotten the answer he sought that morning with the post. He had only just located a place in which to work. He had but to gather the things he needed. Then when everything was done, he would put his plan into action and he would be victorious over Harry Potter at last. Unexpected, Snape said as Harry entered his office 15 minutes early. "This is important, isn't it?" Harry asked. Snape turned to look at him with disdain. "Sir," Harry added hastily. "Indeed it is." Snape flicked his wand, shutting and locking the door. "Now I will attempt to explain to you exactly what I will be trying to teach you. If you please, sir, I looked it up," Harry said quickly, anxious to actually begin learning. "You're going to teach me how to block my mind from mental attacks, or rather trained legilimens. I read every book I could find these past few days, but there wasn't really a lot on the subject." Snape's eyebrows were so high that they had disappeared into his curtain of greasy black hair. "What I'm unclear on is exactly why I'm going to be learning it. You will be learning occlumency, because Dumbledore believes that there is a mental connection between you and the Dark Lord," Snape said, apparently happy to have information Harry did not. Harry suddenly realized that Snape had likely been looking forward to lording his vast knowledge over Harry. "It is that reason that you can feel the Dark Lord's emotions when they are at their strongest. It is believed that it might be only a matter of time before the Dark Lord discovers this rare connection and tries to exploit it. You and I will be attempting to close off that connection before you will be able to move forward." "Move forward? I'm going to be learning other things," Harry asked with excitement. "That is not for me to tell you," Snape sneered, obviously enjoying teasing the boy with nuggets of information. "If Voldemort, do not say his name in my presence, boy." Harry eyed the professor strangely, loathing the sight of him at that moment, weak and cowardly. "Why, it's his name." "It is, but you need to show respect." "Respect? For a murdering, lying piece of garbage? Come on, Professor, even you're a better person than him. And I don't think it's a secret how you and I feel about each other." Snape's face went blank for the merest of seconds. It was quite clear to Snape what kind of influence that the Greengrass girl was having on Potter. Be that as it may, he wields immense power, and as such he deserves a modicum of respect. "Potter, so how do we begin?" Harry asked, not wishing to discuss the matter anymore. "I will be attempting to penetrate your mind. You will try to throw me out by any means you can. You must do your very best to keep your mind clear and focus on repelling my attack. Are you clear?" "I think so." Harry shrugged, not really sure he understood at all. "Then we shall begin. Legolimens." Harry felt as he was being squeezed tightly. His mind flashed millions of images, so fast he was unsure what he was seeing. He saw glimpses of things. Things he'd done or seen, places he'd been. Then he realized he was seeing his memories, and that Snape was likely seeing these as well. His mind was being attacked. This is what he had to fight against. The images began to slow down a bit, and Harry could see them more clearly. He saw himself running from Dudley's gang in primary school. He saw his uncle grabbing him by the throat after he'd been caught nicking food because he was hungry. He saw Daphne looking at him tenderly during a magical creatures class. "No," Harry shouted as she felt his limbs loosen and he fell against Snape's desk. "Pathetic," Snape sneered. "You took far too long before you even attempted to throw me out. Did I actually throw you out of my mind?" "No," Snape shook his head. "Tell me, Potter, who's the fat boy who shoved your head in a toilet?" Harry was panting heavily. He felt winded, though he couldn't understand why. "Dudley, my cousin," Harry said weakly, getting back to his feet. "How am I supposed to fight you out? I can't even feel you. You see all your memories as I sift through them. It distracts you. You have to empty your mind in order to focus on my attack, Potter." "Okay, let's try again." Snape gave him an odd look before shouting the spell again. Harry felt himself stiffen once again, and again his mind was flooded with images of his life. Harry was determined to ignore his memories. He tried to push them down to see past them. He tried to focus on Snape when there was a sudden burst of hatred. Harry felt rage, unbridled fury like he'd never felt in his entire life. As his anger boiled in his veins, Harry was able to push his memories aside and he could feel Snape in his mind, but there was something else, something dark and sinister. There was pain as well, intense searing pain. Harry tried to fight, but the pain was overwhelming, and soon he was consumed by cold blackness. "You lied to me, you stupid old fool," Snape snarled as he entered Dumbledore's office. "You lied to me about their connection. It's something for more dangerous, isn't it? Calm down, Severus. Tell me what it is that you are talking about," Dumbledore said, a look of utter confusion on his old face. "Potter, we had our first lesson tonight, and as I was probing his mind, I felt something that was not Potter. In his mind, there was a stain, a blackness that did not belong to the boy. When I tried to investigate, he lashed out. What are you not telling me?" Dumbledore looked desperately saddened. "I have feared for the longest time of what Lord Voldemort did to that boy. It is no coincidence that Harry is able to speak to snakes, nor that he can feel Lord Voldemort's emotions. As you are aware, I have been researching the means by which your former master achieved his seemingly immortality. The Horcruxes." Snape looked shocked as he began putting the pieces together. "You think?" "I had prayed it was not true, that it was merely a byproduct of the attack young Harry survived, but more and more the evidence seems to suggest that Harry is the seventh Horcrux. Then that thing in his head," Snape looked disgusted, "is in fact a piece of Lord Voldemort's soul," Dumbledore sighed. Snape went to the headmaster's brandy and poured a strong drink, swallowing it all in one swig before pouring another. "This complicates matters," Dumbledore said sadly. "I can't continue teaching him. You know what it will do to his mind? It will weaken his mind until he is able to build his protections. It will make it easier for the Dark Lord to see into his mind. He would be able to drive the boy mad. I must insist that you continue teaching him. So long as Voldemort remains ignorant of the connection, we can continue. Should he learn of it before Harry can protect himself, the consequences would be dire. Shouldn't we try to remove it from him? I am afraid that only one person can do that, and until Harry is ready to face him, there is nothing that can be done." Snape swallowed his brandy and then hurled the glass at Dumbledore in rage. Dumbledore merely flicked his finger and the glass shattered harmlessly against the wall. "You bloody arrogant bastard. You're playing with his life. Don't you care?" "I do, more than you realize. But I wonder why you, who have never shown him anything less than the deepest hate, should act as if you do." Snape growled fiercely before sweeping from the headmaster's office, slamming the door hard after him, leaving a very disturbed Dumbledore behind. Harry awoke in the hospital wing with a pounding headache. He sat up slowly, wondering how he'd gotten there. The last thing he could remember was Snape casting legolimens on him. He thought he remembered Snape telling him to hang on, but that was just crazy. "Awake at last," Madame Pomfrey said as she bustled over. "How did I get here? What happened?" "Professor Snape brought you in last night. He said you had fainted. Said you were brewing a potion with him and were a bit heavy-handed on some of the ingredients. You need to be more careful, young man." Harry grimaced. Snape had used the remedial potion's excuse. He wanted to scream. What if something very serious had happened and Pomfrey had been unable to heal him because she didn't know exactly what had happened to him? He would have died because of Snape's arrogance. "Harry!" Daphne shouted as she ran towards him, followed by Neville, Hermione, and Astoria. "I've been going spare all day," Daphne said as she clutched him tightly. "How'd you find out what happened?" Harry asked. "Neville told us you weren't in bed this morning," Hermione said, looking very concerned. "We had waited up really late and you never came back. When we found out you didn't get back to Gryffindor Tower, we knew there was only one place you could be." "What happened, Harry?" Astoria asked, looking very concerned. Harry glanced at Madame Pomfrey, who was preparing to give him a dose of what he hoped was a headache cure. "I had a remedial potions lesson with Snape, and things went bad." Astoria wrinkled her nose at his excuse, but wisely didn't push the issue. Harry could tell, however, that she didn't believe the story at all. "Take this, and then you're free to go, Mr. Potter, and do try to stay out of here the rest of the year." "I can't promise anything, Madame Pomfrey," Harry said, swallowing the disgusting muck she'd handed him. "His first Quidditch match is 2 weeks from Saturday." Neville couldn't help but grin. "Oh dear," Pomfrey frowned. "I'd better stock up on bandages and painkillers. Merlin only knows what will happen to you this year." Draco Malfoy sat in a forgotten closet deep in the dungeons of Hogwarts School. Before him sat a small cauldron filled with a deep crimson concoction that bubbled lazily. Draco busied himself grinding up scorpion stingers to be added when the potion finally reached a full boil. Draco checked to see how the stingers were progressing, thinking over his plan to break up Potter and Greengrass and place himself as the object of Daphne's affections. While it was true he could simply use a love potion, Draco detested the idea of purchasing or brewing a new batch to keep the girl in line. No, this was going to be much simpler, and her feelings for him would be genuine. The best part would be that he would be able to watch as Potter got his heart ripped out. The potion that was the key to his plan was nearly ready, and by the end of the Quidditch match the next day, it would be ready, and he would be able to set his plan into motion. All he needed was a drop of Potter's blood to key the potion to the Gryffindor golden boy. Getting that would be child's play. Gryffindor would win the match, of that Draco had no illusions. It was a curse to be so gifted at the sport, but be burdened with a team with bumbling sycophants, Draco had often thought. It was no wonder his team could never win. They had the best brooms and an infallible seeker, but the rest of the team lacked even the most basic of talent. "If only I was captain," Draco whispered to himself. Slytherin would recapture its glory in no time. The potion began to get hotter and boil faster. Draco double-checked the instructions he'd been given and slowly sprinkled the now powdered scorpion stingers in. The potion thinned a bit and started to glisten in the low candlelight. Draco reduced the heat of his fire, stirring it slowly to make sure it was well mixed. He kept thinking about how easy it would be to instigate a fight with the Gryffindor golden boy. Simply playing the poor sport, he could hurl insults at his enemy until Potter's rage peaked, and he attacked. Surely a jab or two about being an orphan would get the job done. Draco was not looking forward that part of the plan, but knew it to be necessary. He had to get Potter close so he could use the gift he'd been sent by his father. A simple slash across Potter's cheek would be all he would need. And he'd have plenty of blood for the potion. The best part would be that Potter would likely get detention for attacking Malfoy. Draco could not stop himself from chuckling at the image of Snape dragging Potter to the dungeons for some horrible and humiliating punishment. The next part of his grand plan would require serious cunning and immense patience, more than Draco felt he possessed, and yet he knew the rewards would be immeasurable in the end. All he had to do was be there as a friend to Daphne as her world fell apart. He would be the friendly shoulder to cry on, the unjudging ear that would listen to her worries and her fears. And then, he would console her when things finally fell apart. Draco would swoop in like a mythical knight in shining armor, defending Daphne Greengrass' honor, and she would realize who her heart belonged to. He would finally be free of Pansy and her inane babbling and subpar sexual abilities, and he would get to see Potter crumble at his machinations. He would feed on Potter's despair like the sweetest nectar of the gods. I am really looking forward to tomorrow's match. He smiled wickedly. The first Quidditch match of the season never failed to amp up the school with anticipation. Anytime Gryffindor faced Slytherin, the excitement level always seemed to grow exponentially. Today's match was no different. Harry went to breakfast along with his team, who all looked incredibly pumped to get out on the pitch and start off their season with a bang. Cormac McLaggen, Gryffindor's new keeper, seemed in higher spirits than the rest of the team, and Harry nearly spit out his orange juice when Fred mentioned Cormac must have used a cheering charm on himself. The last few practices had seen the team finally gel as a unit, though problems with Cormac still seemed to surface from time to time. It was more than apparent to the rest of the team that McLaggen thought of himself as an amazing player and strategist, which had led to more than a handful of arguments and 1 or 2 hexes during practices. However, he had finally calmed down a bit in his exuberance, and as a result, the Gryffindor team was now a well-put-together machine, waiting to dominate the rest of the competition. On top of that, Harry knew that there was going to be a scout at the game. Victor Krum had confirmed that he and his head coach would be joining Dumbledore for that day's game, and was looking forward to congratulating Harry upon his victory, and maybe catching up with his friend. The fact that a scout from the Bulgarian national team was going to be in attendance had somehow managed to make its way through the Hogwarts rumor mill, and Harry was positive that it had been Ron who had let it slip. Fortunately for Harry, Angelina Johnson was his captain, and she was not about to let Harry screw up a shot at a big professional contract. It was why she had taken him aside right before breakfast and made sure he knew how important it was. Harry, you are to forget everything. There is no scout, no crowd, no nothing. I don't even want you thinking about how hot your little girlfriend is at all. In fact, I want you to imagine Snape in his Speedos. Why would you do that to me? Harry asked, horrified at the mental picture the dark-skinned girl had just given him. Because I want you to focus on finding that snitch and keeping it from Malfoy at all costs. We're going to be unstoppable this season, and I want to prove a point to the other teams. Nothing exists except that snitch and Malfoy. You keep it away from him, is that clear? Harry gave a mock salute, which earned him a punch in the arm before he was allowed to eat. Angelina was more than serious about keeping her team focused on the coming competition. As soon as the Great Hall began filling with students, Angelina ordered her team to rise from the table, finished eating or not, and marched them down to the pitch to check conditions. Harry felt a pang of anger at his team captain, as he hadn't been allowed to see Daphne at all. She likely had been on her way to breakfast just as he was being forcibly marched outside. He knew he'd see her after the game, but he had to admit he would have appreciated a good luck kiss or something. The sky was a cool steel gray with very little wind. It was cool, but not too cold. Angelina seemed to be very pleased with the weather. With the clouds, it should be much easy to spot something gold flittering about, she said to Harry. Without wind, it'll make tossing the quaffle much easier as well as flying in general. At their captain's urging, the team headed up to the locker rooms to change. Not long afterwards, the Gryffindor team could hear the rumble of people filling the stands, readying themselves for what promised to be a match for the ages. All right, Angelina said firmly, standing before her team. This is our season. We have a great team, and we've worked very hard to learn to communicate and work together to be one of the best teams Gryffindor's ever had. We know Slytherin's tactics, and we know how sneaky and dirty they like to play. Keep your eyes open and watch your teammates. All right, let's do it. Harry followed the rest of his team as they headed to the pitch. The roar from the crowd was deafening. The cheering was so powerful that Harry could feel it in his chest. Harry could not help himself from looking towards the Gryffindor stands to see if he could spot his friends. Madame Hooch stepped onto the field and gave her normal speech about wanting a clean game. At her whistle, Harry mounted his broom and followed his team into the air. Madame Hooch kicked open the chest containing the balls, bending down to pick up the quaffle. The two bludgers took to the air, followed by the tiny golden snitch. Madame Hooch tossed the quaffle into the air, and the game commenced. Harry rose high in the air, scanning the field for the tiny golden ball. He began circling the field when he noticed Draco speeding towards the field. Harry looked hard, but saw no sign of the snitch. At that moment, Draco must have realized Harry wasn't buying the ruse, and shot up in the air. Katie Bell had possession of the quaffle at the moment and was racing down the pitch toward the Slytherin goal posts. Harry saw the new Slytherin beaters, Crabbe and Goyle, doing their best to unseat her by smacking one of the bludgers at her. Katie, however, was far too good a flyer for them to hit. Katie tossed the quaffle to Alicia Spinnet, who soared underneath her teammate. Alicia shot off and up to the left goal post, feigning a shot, before shooting up and firing the quaffle through the center hoop for the team's first goal. The crowd roared as Alicia turned her broom back down the pitch. Harry pumped his fist and continued scanning for any sign of the snitch. He felt more than saw that Draco was shadowing him. Harry thought it might be a good time for a Wronski feint, but felt it might be too soon, as Draco was likely expecting the move. Cormac was proving to be a very able keeper. He was able to anticipate the opposing team's chasers. Attempt after attempt was made to score against the Lions, but their new keeper refused to give up any points. Harry cheered his team on when he saw Draco diving after something. Looking hard, Harry saw that the blonde boy had indeed seen the snitch, though it was much closer to Harry. Harry turned his broom and sped off like a bullet from a gun. He was above Draco almost right away, when a bludger nearly collided with the front of his broom. Harry dropped down, crashing into Draco's head. The two boys went tumbling towards the ground. Draco threw his hands out, trying to push Harry away from him. Harry managed to separate himself from his adversary and pulled his broom up and began soaring away. He glanced back and saw that Draco had managed to pull out of his fall as well. "Watch where you're going, Potter," Draco shouted. "All right, Harry." Fred asked, coming alongside his teammate. "Fine, just got a little ferret problem." Harry nodded towards Draco, who was flying steadily behind him, not even bother to look for the snitch. "Need a hand?" Fred asked, a mischievous grin on his face. "Maybe. How good's your aim?" Harry grinned, shooting straight up as if he'd just seen the snitch. Draco followed, predictably, and Harry made sure to look as if he was actually reaching for the tiny golden ball. Harry snapped his broom around, making sure to keep Draco right on his tail. Harry aimed his broom back towards the earth, leaning forward, zigzagging, mimicking the snitch that was not in front of him. He knew his plan had worked when he heard the distinctive snap crunch. Pulling his broom up and turning, he just caught Malfoy landing in a heap on the ground, his broom smashed thanks to Fred's bludger. There was a huge reaction from the crowd. And Harry was sure he and Fred would be getting more than a few back slaps later that night. Draco landed hard on the ground, his broomstick handle broken by the bludger. The Slytherin prince was not about to let this offense go without retribution. He decided he needed to alter his plan. He was incredibly thankful that he hadn't been too high up when he'd been hit. Shakily, he got to his feet and waved to Crabbe, who was only just passing above him. Draco confiscated his friend's broom and kicked off hard. He slipped his hand into his robe and fit the tiny razor to his finger. All he had to do now was to get close to Potter. Harry was circling high above once again in search of the tiny golden ball that would end the game. He hadn't seen Draco take to the air again, and was confident that the Slytherin team was down their most important man. Without a seeker to catch the snitch, a Gryffindor victory was nearly guaranteed. Harry finally spotted the faintest flicker of gold just below the Slytherin center goal post, and lunged forward, low to the ground, keeping his sharp eyes on the zipping ball. Then, something blocked his view, and Harry nearly stopped in astonishment. Draco was back. He was leaning forward on his broom, heading towards the tiny golden ball, a look of utter contempt on his face as he turned to smile at Harry. Harry shook his head and urged his superior broom onward. Soon, the two rivals were neck and neck. Draco bumped Harry hard, trying to knock him off his broom. Harry, of course, bumped his rival back. Draco gave a good hard shove, which nearly toppled Harry, but the Gryffindor was able to right himself and made to return the shove when he felt something slice his cheek. Harry looked at Draco, who was smiling malevolently. Harry tried to see what the ferret had used, but there was nothing. Harry shoved Draco hard, but the Slytherin pulled his broom away, which nearly made Harry fall. Harry found himself riding his broom upside down, clinging tightly to the handle. Draco took advantage of Harry's predicament and lunged for the snitch. His fingers were nearly touching the tiny golden ball when Draco felt himself being flipped end over end. Harry had managed to right himself and gotten back in the rack. Harry pushed his firebolt harder than he'd ever done before, and it had not failed him. Coming up like a missile under Malfoy, Harry slammed himself into the tail of Malfoy's broom, spinning the Slytherin seeker like a pinwheel. The snitch shot off into the sky, with Harry close behind, and Draco now trailing ever so slightly. Harry didn't spare a glance at the git and began reaching for the speeding golden ball. Harry felt Draco's hand gripping his leg, and Harry tried to kick his leg. He reached out his hand, stretching his fingers, willing his broom to go just a little faster. His fingertips grazed the smooth, golden surface. Harry grimaced as he leaned just a bit further on his broom, trying to pull the little speeding ball into his hands until finally, his fingers clasped around the snitch, its tiny golden wings beating against the ends of his hands. The air exploded with cheers as Harry pulled up his broom to stop himself. High above the pitch, Harry held his fist triumphantly over his head, the golden snitch still struggling in his fist. Harry headed back to the pitch where his team was waiting for him. He was barely on the ground again when Katie Bell hugged him, shouting with excitement. George clapped him on the back as Alicia Spinnet engulfed Harry and Katie, shouting about Harry's brilliance. Suddenly, Harry was forcibly turned around and found himself staring into the murderous face of Draco Malfoy. "You owe me a new broom, Potter." "How do you figure that?" Harry asked. "I demand that you replace what you destroyed, Potter." "You're a cheat and everybody knows it. And what about you? What did you use to cut my face?" Harry pointed at his cheek where the blood had dried on the long, thin gash, thanks to the wind in Harry's face during the last few minutes of the game. "I didn't do that to you," Draco said smugly, thanking Merlin for giving him the foresight to disillusion the ring-mounted razor. "I suppose a bug cut my face while we were up there," Harry said angrily. "Potter, I really don't care about your skin problems." Draco snarled. "I want you to be a man and admit that you cheated." "I'm no cheat, you son of a," Harry was shouting as he made to grab Draco. He was suddenly on his tail, having been hit by a spell. Harry turned to see several people approaching, Umbridge leading the charge. "I knew it," she shouted disapprovingly. "I knew I should not have allowed the Gryffindor team to reform. Never have I seen such reprehensible behavior." "What are you talking about?" Angelina Johnson shouted angrily at the much shorter woman. "Draco started it." "Did he?" Umbridge looked disbelievingly. "Not from where I was sitting. The bludger hit by Mr. Weasley could have killed the poor boy, and Mr. Potter pushing and shoving Mr. Malfoy so high in the air was a blatant disregard for safety. I'm afraid action must be taken." "Draco cut me," Harry shouted. "I did not," Draco shouted back, struggling to hide his glee. "I was doing everything I could not to be knocked off my broom again. I see your lying problem has not been cured," Umbridge said, looking coldly at Harry. "I think another 2 weeks' detention with me should help. As for your behavior here today, well, I think it would be best if both you and Mr. Weasley were not allowed on the field again. Yes, a lifetime ban." "Are you mad?" Angelina shouted. "Perhaps you should remember who you are addressing, Miss Johnson, or I might have to remind you as well." Umbridge said coldly. "What is going on here?" McGonagall asked as she finally reached them all. She could tell that she was not going to like what she heard. "Is this the kind of behavior you encourage, Minerva? Because I should not like to have to review your teaching policies again. You are already on probation as it is." Umbridge glared at the Transfiguration teacher. "Fighting, disrespect, questionable moral fortitude. Never in all my life have I been so appalled." "She just gave Fred and Harry lifetime bans," Angelina said bitterly, hopping her head of house could fix this. "Lifetime bans?" McGonagall looked confused. "For what? Were you not watching this game? Mr. Potter's deplorable methods for winning were inexcusable. Mr. Malfoy could have been killed. And Mr. Weasley's use of the bludger to break the poor boy's broom. I think he should replace it with a comparable broom as well as his ban." "I'll do no such thing," Fred shouted. His twin was now holding him back to keep him from making matters worse. "Dolors, exactly how many Quidditch games have you ever seen? I saw nothing that violated the rules. As for Mr. Malfoy's broom, it is well known that brooms can get destroyed during the game. No one got hurt, and this was the cleanest game I've ever seen between these two teams." "The cleanest?" Umbridge's eyes looked as if they might pop out of her skull. "That is simply intolerable." "I knew it all along, and yet I let you convince me to reinstate this team. No, as of this moment the Gryffindor team is disbanded and will not be allowed to continue this year." "You can't do that," Katie Bell shrieked. That's completely unfair, Alicia Spinnet screamed. My decision is final. Mr. Potter, I expect you in my office Monday night at 7. Umbridge glared at the astonished Gryffindors before heading back up to the castle. Professor. Angelina Johnson looked pleadingly at her head of house. Not to worry, she said heavily. I will not allow this to stand. I will speak to the headmaster. I'm sure we will have the team reinstated by the end of the day. Go on back to your common room. You all played incredibly today. Do try and enjoy the victory. Professor McGonagall looked at each of them in turn before patting Harry on the shoulder and bustling off to the castle. You heard her, Angelina said, trying to sound encouraging. Everyone hit the showers. Harry followed the rest of the team towards the locker rooms, but did not go inside as his friends were waiting for him along with 2 other people, one of whom Harry was very glad to see again. That vast an amazing game, Harry, Victor Crumb said in his heavy Bulgarian accent. Harry shook his friend's hand and tried his best to smile. This is my coach, Ivan Karas. Victor introduced the incredibly tall man next to him. Coach Karas had a short military-style haircut and piercing blue eyes. He was quite lean but also powerful-looking. He held out his hand and shook Harry's hand with a small smile. A very impressive display. I have, of course, heard your name from other team coaches. Karas smiled. He had the very distinct Bulgarian accent, though it was not as pronounced as Victor's. You have. Harry looked surprised. He glanced over at Neville and Ron, who looked just as bewildered, though he also noted that Daphne was unsurprised by this. In fact, she looked to be hiding a smile. It is common practice for teams to send scouts to every game to see the up-and-coming talent, though it is uncommon for us to speak to players while they are still attending school. Only a handful of players are ever recruited before they finish school, like Victor here. Wow, I had no idea, Harry said. He saw Ron looking a bit jealous out the corner of his eye, while the rest of his friends looked on excitedly. Daphne in particular looked as if it was taking everything she had to keep from jumping on him then and there. I will be interested in seeing your next game to see more of your talent. Karas smiled appreciatively. That could be a problem. Harry's earlier excitement that he'd been scouted for professional Quidditch evaporating. I was just given a lifetime ban. For what? Hermione shouted angrily, endangering Malfoy's life. Harry said, using his fingers to make quote marks in the air. That little bastard. Daphne stamped her foot. The team got disbanded as well, Harry said heavily. Umbridge is convinced that we played a very dirty game. It's like she'd never seen a match before or she was wearing blinders. Interesting. Who exactly put this ban on you? Karas looked puzzled. Professor Umbridge. She works for the ministry and she's got it in for me. Harry said simply, I see. Karas turned to look at Crumb, who looked upset. Your ministry seems very intent on reassuring the public at large that everything is well. It makes any rational person wonder what they are hiding and why they are trying so hard to hide it. How do you know what's going on? Ron asked, looking perplexed. Do you think England is the only country with a newspaper? Karas raised an eyebrow. Or a wireless? It is not only wise to know what is going on in your homeland, but other countries as well. You never know when something could affect your way of life, good or bad. Harry, why haven't you spoken out? Victor wondered. From what I witnessed last year, your country is quite loyal to you. Have you not given any interviews if you told them all? The ministry is in control of the papers. Hermione said simply. Anything Harry said would never be printed. I'm also willing to bet he'd not be allowed on the wireless. Perhaps you should consider speaking to foreign press. It is not just in England in which your name is known, Mr. Potter. Karas smiled. Foreign opinion could help turn things here. Harry looked to Daphne and Hermione, who were both smiling emphatically at the coach's suggestion. You know, I think you're right, Harry said simply. His right hand tingled where he knew he'd be forced to maim himself at Umbridge's detention. People need to know what exactly is happening around here before it's too late. They need to know exactly who's lying and why. Excellent, Karas smiled, offering his hand. I know several very good reporters whom I will suggest to meet with you. I will be in contact. And one more thing. A ban is only effective in the country it was issued in. Harry's face lit up in a genuine smile at the coach's comment, and he thanked the elder man and Victor again for coming to see him. Victor promised he would write soon, and Hermione and Neville escorted the visitor to the gates to Hogsmeade, while Ron, Tracy, and Astoria all headed back to the castle, sparing waves to Harry. Daphne hugged her boyfriend tightly, kissing him warmly before pulling back and looking at the scabbed cut on his face. What happened? She asked, touching the cut gingerly, not wishing to hurt her boyfriend further. Draco cut me. Or maybe he just scratched me with his girly fingernails. It's no big deal. Harry shrugged. I'm extremely proud of you, Harry. You handled yourself well, and you're going to make a difference to a lot of people. We're not talking about Quidditch, are we? Harry smiled, taking his girlfriend by the waist and heading for the locker rooms. No, I'm talking about you talking to the press and getting the story out there. I've been trying to think of a way for you to do that since we first met about the defense club, which we need to start soon. I know, but I just got detention again for 2 weeks. Umbridge is convinced I was lying about Draco cutting me. I wish I knew what her ultimate plan was. It's almost like she wants to set me up for something, or I could just be paranoid. A little paranoia isn't such a bad thing, Harry. Daphne smiled. We'll deal with this together. I'm behind you, and so are your friends. Now, why don't you get showered and changed, and you can escort your amazingly brilliant and sexy girlfriend to get dinner. Harry gave Daphne a last kiss and went to clean up. He was anxious to spend time alone with Daphne tonight, as the entire day had been completely mentally, physically, and emotionally exhausting. Draco hadn't even bothered to shower. He had rushed back to the castle and slipped into the dungeons right after Umbridge had disbanded the Gryffindor team. He entered the forgotten classroom, where his potion was waiting for its final ingredient. Draco negated the disillusionment charm and found that the tiny blade was glistening with Potter's blood. The charm to keep the blood fresh had worked just as he'd been told it would. Tapping it lightly, 3 drops of Potter's blood fell into the slowly bubbling crimson liquid. In the blink of an eye, the potion became crystal clear, and Draco grinned maniacally. He took several crystal vials out of a leather satchel that had been resting on a nearby table and began filling each one until all of the potion was gone. He capped each vial with a golden spray top. All he then needed was to spray a bit on Daphne's clothing or her pillow so that she would breathe it in, and then he had only to wait. Things were about to get very interesting around Hogwarts. When Daphne awoke on Monday morning, she felt very strange, almost detached from herself. The previous evening she had spent alone with Harry, and it had been one of the most romantic nights they had shared yet. The two had stolen away to the astronomy tower and spent a few hours talking. He had held her tightly under the stars, keeping her warm by wrapping her in his cloak. They had shared many passionate kisses, and Daphne had begun to realize just how much she truly cared for the green-eyed boy. But for some reason, as she climbed out of bed, the mere thought of Harry troubled her. This perplexed her, as she usually loved waking up still thinking of her amazing boyfriend. Great, I'm probably getting my... You were out late. Tracy smirked as she came out of the girls' bathroom, her hair wrapped in a towel. Harry behaved himself. Yeah, Daphne shrugged. Something wrong? Tracy asked, noticing Daphne's lack of smile at the mention of her boyfriend. No, maybe, I don't know. Daphne responded lamely. I think I might be getting sick or something. Well, we can go by the hospital wing and you can get a dose of pepper-up potion. Hustle up Greengrass, I'm hungry. Tracy grinned, smacking Daphne's butt to get the girl moving. Daphne followed her best friend's advice and reported to Madame Pomfrey before they met with their friends in the Great Hall. Daphne sat next to Harry, kissing him softly as she usually did, but she felt like she was forcing herself. In fact, for some reason she felt irritated, though she could not figure out why. Her irritation grew as the day went on. Every time she saw Harry or was anywhere near him, she felt angry and annoyed. In fact, as the week progressed, so did her growing annoyance. By Friday, she was actively avoiding her boyfriend, and everyone had noticed. Daphne! Draco Malfoy smiled as he sat down next to her in the Slytherin common room. Daphne let out a sigh of annoyance. Draco made sure there was plenty of space between himself and the girl, and he kept his tone friendly as he spoke. What do you want, Draco? She said, not bothering to hide her disgust. I'm concerned. Look, I know that I can be a right ass at times, but I just have high standards that I hold people to. It's how I was brought up. But I'm not here to talk about me. I've noticed you avoiding Potter. Is everything all right? Daphne looked into Draco's cold gray eyes. Why are you asking about it? She asked angrily. Even Harry's name seemed to be irksome. It probably didn't help that it was Draco talking to her. I just wondered if he did something to you. Forget the fact I don't like the guy. You're my housemate, and Draco, let's get something clear here and now. I don't like you, and I never have. Pretending to be a concerned friend after everything I've seen you do is not going to suddenly endear you to me. You're a vile, disgusting shell of a person, and I... Calm down. Draco smiled in what he felt was his most charming way. I just thought you could use an objective ear, that's all. Tracy is too close to Potter now to really listen to any issues you might have without a little bias towards your boyfriend. And you hate him, so why would I ever talk to you? Because I'm likely the only person in this school who doesn't see Potter through rose-colored glasses. I never said that I wouldn't be judgmental. Like you said, Potter and I don't see eye to eye. But unlike many people, I can suspend my feelings to listen without damning the guy, if only so you can vent your feelings. Daphne stood up. Clutching the book she'd been reading to her chest, she stared hard at Draco, and when she spoke, Draco could swear he saw the words come out of her mouth. Her tone was so cold. Malfoy, I don't know what you think you're going to accomplish with this act of yours, but I can assure you that you would be the last person I would ever consider speaking to about anything other than to tell you to get your pointed nose out of my business. Daphne spun on her heel and stormed off to her dorm room. Draco simply stared after her, a cold smile on his face. It was actually working. His plan was going so smoothly, it was hard to believe. Still, he needed to practice more patience. Daphne wasn't quite ready to welcome him into her life just yet. However, she had not hexed his bits off, so progress was being made. The best part was that Potter was becoming more and more confused by his girlfriend's apparent distance. Draco had to be careful now. It would be easy to speed up the process, but if Daphne's personality switched too quickly, his plan would unravel quickly. Worse, he might be caught, and Draco didn't want to risk the consequences. Patience, Draco. He told himself. Everything was going fine. He simply needed to keep at it, and he was sure that by Christmas, Potter would be a blubbering mess, while he would be making time in a broom closet with Daphne Greengrass. Astoria had been doing her very best to keep from interfering in her older sister's life. She'd even limited herself to 2 Harry visits a week, and refrained herself from asking how things were going between the two of them. Astoria really liked Harry. He was fun, especially when he was confused. But more than that, he was a good person at his heart and soul. She could see it in how he interacted with people. To Astoria, it was evident how much Daphne truly felt for her boyfriend, though she knew neither of them had spoken of their feelings yet. Still, it was Astoria's deepest hope that one day in the future she would be able to welcome Harry into her family. She'd always wanted a brother, after all. But this week, Daphne had been so strange. Astoria had first noticed it on Tuesday night when Daphne and Tracy were doing their homework. Tracy had wondered aloud how Harry was coping with his fresh round of detentions with Umbridge. Daphne had let out this really long sigh. It was the same sigh Daphne gave at home when Astoria had really been bugging her, and she was trying to keep from losing her temper. At first, Astoria thought that her sister was angry at Umbridge. But as she overheard the conversation, she noticed the way Daphne said Harry's name, as if it tasted foul on her tongue or something. Astoria thought that maybe the two had an argument or something. Struggling not to bug her older sister and try and help resolve the issue, Astoria let the matter slide. On Thursday, she had seen Daphne and Harry talking, and there was confusion on both faces. Harry had been trying to find out what was bothering his girlfriend, who was adamant that nothing was wrong, and was growing more and more irritated by Harry's constant hounding. This had been what clued Astoria that something was wrong. No one knew Daphne better than her younger sister, despite what others believed. One thing that Astoria knew for certain was that Daphne hated when something bothered her. If she and Harry were having problems, she would have faced them. She would have tried to resolve the problem right away. It was one of her stronger traits, and one that Astoria envied at times. But seeing Malfoy sitting next to her sister, trying to become a friend to Daphne, that had been the thing that made it clear that something wasn't right. And Astoria was nearly positive that Malfoy was behind it all. This also presented a problem. Who did she tell? And what exactly would she say? Astoria admitted to herself that it did sound crazy, and she had nothing solid to base her suspicions on, save for the fact that she knew Daphne well. She needed to watch Draco more carefully and find proof fast before something happened that ruined Daphne's life. Or worse, Daphne ruined it herself. Harry sat alone in the Quidditch stands, staring at the empty field. He felt so lost at that moment. He felt like his world was falling apart all around him. First, he'd been given a lifetime ban from Quidditch, and on top of that, Umbridge had confiscated his firebolt. McGonagall had promised to work to get the Gryffindor team reinstated, going right to Dumbledore. Apparently, the High Inquisitor had been granted more power, because Dumbledore was unable to overturn the decision thanks in large part to Educational Decree No. whatever they were up to now. Morale in Gryffindor Tower had fallen severely since McGonagall had come to tell them that Gryffindor would not be allowed to compete any further that year, and it was hard to find any Gryffindor student who could manage a smile, although Slytherin seemed to be in very high spirits these days. Umbridge had lengthened his detentions, forcing him to cut into his hand longer every night. When he'd left her office near midnight the previous evening, Harry's hand was dripping blood all the way back to the common room where Hermione, Neville, and Ron were waiting for him with a bowl of murtlap for him. The worst part was Daphne's attitude this week. She seemed to be so easily irritated this week, and he couldn't figure out why. He was sure he'd done nothing wrong, and yet Daphne had snapped at him almost every time he opened his mouth. Each time she had reacted so bitterly towards him, she had looked extremely upset. He had tried several times to solve the problem, but she refused to discuss it. Even Hermione had tried to get to the heart of the matter, and Daphne had brushed it off as being none of the nosy bookworm's business. Harry had also had to miss his lesson with Snape on Thursday evening. Snape had simply told Harry that they would have to do it on Saturday night instead, and urged Harry to keep up with the exercises he'd been given. Harry was supposed to practice clearing his mind while doing a breathing exercise each night before he went to sleep. However, Harry had been unable to clear his head. He knew he was going to pay for it, but he didn't care. "Hey!" Harry looked to see that Ron was sitting down next to him. "Thought I might find you out here," Ron said softly. "It's quiet, I just needed to get out of the castle for a bit," Harry said glumly. Ron nodded and the two boys sat quietly for a few moments. "I hate seeing you so miserable, mate," Ron sighed, rubbing his hands together, trying to warm them in the biting wind. "Not really anything you can do about it," Harry shrugged. "Maybe it's my fate to be miserable." "Don't say that." Ron looked annoyed. "Why not? It's true," Harry said bitterly. "I don't think so, mate. I think you're being tested. It's like fate has something in mind for you, and everything you've gone through is preparing you for it. Maybe that's why you and Daphne got together. Maybe she wasn't supposed to be in your life until now." "Why do you think that?" Harry asked, puzzled, wondering just how strange it was for the redhead to be so insightful. "When you got to Grimmauld Place, I've never known you to be so angry. No matter what we said, you would just explode. If she hadn't come into your life, I think things might be worse for you somehow." "I thought you hated her," Harry smirked. Ron could only shrug. "I did, things change." Harry chuckled at Ron's admission. The redhead gave a low laugh as well. "Having Daphne and Tracy around have changed a lot of things for all of us, and I don't think it's all bad," Ron said, looking out across the Quidditch pitch. "Well, I don't know if she's going to be around much longer," Harry said sadly. "She won't even talk to me right now. You gotta have a little faith, Harry. Whatever's happening, you two will figure it out." "Thanks, Ron," Harry sighed. Ron shrugged again. "Suppose with Quidditch gone, you'll have more time to work on planning lessons for the defense club. We've been thinking about that as well." Hermione and Neville had just appeared in the stands, both wearing heavy cloaks. "I think as soon as you're finished with detentions, we shouldn't wait any longer. We have a place to practice, and I've worked up a way for us to communicate without actually drawing attention to ourselves." "How's that?" Ron asked. Hermione reached into her pocket and pulled out 2 gold coins. "These are fake galleons," she smiled. "One the side is the serial number of the coin. Harry can set the date of each meeting on his coin, and the rest of us can find out by looking at our coin. It's grow warm in your pocket, so you'll know when it's been changed. A protean charm." Ron looked incredibly surprised. "That's like Newt-level spell work. My girl's a genius." Neville grinned, kissing his girlfriend's cheek, causing the bookworm to blush slightly and lean into his shoulder. "It was nothing." Hermione waved off the compliment. "It's not nothing," Harry said, taking one of the galleons. "It's brilliant. Can we pass these out to everyone now? We can't start until next week when my detentions are done." "Already started," Neville smiled. "We gave most of them out today. I haven't seen a few people yet, but most everyone has them now." Hermione nodded. "Let's go in, it's cold and it should be time for dinner," Ron said, hugging himself against the cold. The others all stood and began heading towards the castle. "Have you talked to Daphne today?" Hermione asked. Harry shook his head sadly. "I just wish I could figure out what was going on. She won't talk to me and she's been getting more and more defensive. I don't know what to do. I tried to talk to her yesterday and she basically blew me off," Hermione sighed. "Don't worry, Harry. Everything will work out. Just be patient and give her a bit of space." Harry wanted to believe his best friend, but things had gotten so strange between him and his girlfriend. If she didn't want to be with him anymore, he wished she'd just tell him. He hated the idea of losing her, but he wasn't going to force her to stay with him if she didn't want to be. At the same time, he cared for Daphne very deeply, and would hate himself if he didn't try to fight to save what he felt was the single greatest thing in his life. Daphne was incredibly special. She had taught him so much in such a short period of time, and whenever he was around her, he felt like he was whole, as strange as it was to say. The question was, what was he supposed to do? "I thought I told you to practice emptying your mind." Snape snarled as he watched Harry picking himself up off the floor. "Can't you even do one simple task?" "I've had a rather difficult week," Harry snapped. "I do not wish to hear your excuses, Potter." Snape pointed a long, sallow finger to his pupil. "I want you to do as you're told. You know, it might help if you gave me a damn clue as to what I was supposed to do instead of just attacking my mind." Snape's lip curled as he faced the young man. His eyebrow cocked, Snape stepped closer, a smug look on his face. "Would you like it if I fed you?" "Need me to tuck you in at night, Potter?" Harry looked confused and slightly creeped out as Snape bent forward, his nose nearly touching Harry's. "It is time for you to grow up, Potter, and learn to do things on your own. There is no set way for one to defend their mind. It is up to the individual to find a way to protect their thoughts. No two minds work the same, Potter. If they did, occlumency would be completely useless." Harry thought about what his professor said and began to understand. If everyone had the same defense for their mind, it would be so much easier to break into everyone's mind. Once you broke into one person's mind, you could use the same method to break into everyone else's mind. The key was to find what worked for him. "We shall try again," Snape said, backing away. Harry took a deep breath and prepared himself for the attack. "Legolemons!" Harry ignored the flashes of memory, searching for the foreign presence in his mind. He knew it would be subtle, but he needed to find it and push it out. And then he realized that more than searching for Snape, he needed something to distract the potion's master. He needed to be proactive, instead of reactive. Harry wondered what he could use that would capture the slimy Git's attentions, and then he realized that Snape loved to torture Harry, so maybe he'd enjoy watching Harry be tortured. He immediately called up his latest memory from his detentions. Harry worked hard to control his mind, focusing his energies into making that the most prominent memory. Slowly, the other memories faded, and Harry could see the blood quill in his hand, and feel the pain in his hand as he wrote the line over and over again. He could see Umbridge's patronizing smile, and the glint in her eye that always made Harry cringe. The memory seemed to solidify, and Harry could feel the probing presence of Snape. Instantly, Harry pounced on the presence and pushed against it. The aura fought back, but Harry saw himself fighting a blurry shadow. He imagined firing a bludgeoning hex and followed it up with a handful of stunning spells. Harry fell to his knees, panting heavily. "Much better, Potter, though you still let me get in too far," Snape sneered. Harry noticed that Snape was rubbing his wrists and leaning against his desk. He also seemed to be breathing a little heavier, and Harry wondered if he'd actually done more than Snape was letting on. "I think I'm finally understanding," Harry gasped. "I need to build a defense, something to distract my enemy until I can find their presence. That is usually what most effective, but it would be better if you did not need to distract your enemy. You need to be able to know at once if someone is trying to gain access to your thoughts." "I know, but I have to start somewhere," Harry quipped. Snape shook his head. "If you could clear your mind, you would have no difficulty in this, Potter. You need to be able to lock away your thoughts at once, making them impossible for an enemy to see." "I'm trying," Harry snapped, his frustration coming to the fore. Harry got to his feet, still struggling to catch his breath. "We are finished for tonight. We will continue next Saturday evening. Clear your mind and work on your breathing exercises. I want to see a marked improvement by next week, Potter, or I shall have to give you detentions," Snape said pointedly at the tired-looking teen before him. "Back to your common room." Harry walked back to Gryffindor Tower feeling extremely drained. He felt tired after his other occlumency lessons, but this was the worst he'd ever felt. Harry figured it was due to everything he'd had to go through that week. Harry entered the common room, finding it bustling with activity, as was usual for a Saturday night. Hermione and Neville were tucked away in a corner, Hermione resting against Neville, quietly talking. Harry saw the twins holding court with a large group of kids. He guessed they were trying out new products or taking orders or some combination of the two. Ron, surprisingly, was sitting on a couch with Lavender Brown, of all people. Harry was wondering exactly what the two were talking about, but felt it would be wrong to intrude. Besides, he was incredibly tired. He slipped through the common room and was about to head up the stairs when he nearly collided with Parvati Patil. "Harry!" she said with a soft smile. "Do you have a minute?" "Sure," he said politely. "I've been wanting to talk to you for a while now, but you're hardly ever alone. I just wanted to tell you that I'm not mad or anything. I know Lavender's given you a lot of grief about you and me being together, but I could see that your heart belonged to someone else, even on the first day of term." Parvati smiled softly. "You did?" "Yeah, it was kind of obvious. Although I thought for sure it was Hermione." Parvati chuckled. "I was a little shocked when you started seeing Greengrass." "To be honest, I was surprised too," Harry admitted. "She's good for you. I can't remember seeing you smile so much. For the past 4 years, you've always had this dark cloud hanging over you. But not this year. You've changed, and it's a nice change. Everyone's noticed." Harry felt himself blushing and tried to look away. Parvati couldn't help but give the tiniest of giggles at Harry's discomfort and gave his arm a comforting squeeze. "Don't be embarrassed, Harry. It's not a bad thing. Maybe if you'd always been like this, more people would be supportive of you because you would have been easier to get to know. You haven't been the easiest person to approach, you know. But now, well," Parvati shrugged. Harry tried to think of something to say, but a million things were going through his head, and he couldn't even form a coherent thought. Parvati simply smiled at him. "Anyway, I just wanted to tell you that I didn't fancy you like Lavender believes I do. But I do hope that you would consider me a friend." "I do," Harry said, happy that his mouth still functioned. "And I am truly sorry for how I treated you last year. Think nothing of it. It's all in the past, and I think you learned a good lesson on how to properly treat a girl." Harry had to smile at that and ran his hand through his messy black hair. "Thanks, Parvati. I'll see you, Harry." Harry watched the Indian girl mingle with other Gryffindors in the common room before finally making it up the stairs and into his dorm. He wondered why Parvati had felt the need to tell him she wasn't interested in him that way, but felt glad that she had. He felt almost as if there had been a weight lifted off him he hadn't realized he was carrying. Harry changed into pajamas and finally crawled into bed, wanting nothing more than to sleep for a week. Before he allowed himself to sleep, he made an effort to empty his mind, envisioning the grounds of Hogwarts covered in fresh snow. He focused on breathing, keeping the image of the snow-covered castle in his mind's eye. He kept thinking about what Snape had said about locking away his thoughts. For some reason, all Harry could think of was the vaults at Gringotts and all the enchantments put on them to keep thieves from gaining access. Harry wondered if he could try and build some sort of mental vault. However, before he could think too long on the idea, he was overcome by sleep. Apparently, he was far more tired than he'd realized. "Why have you not retrieved it yet?" asked the high, cold, sinister voice. A man bowed before him, eyes focused on the floor, not even daring to look up. The room was very dark, and Harry knew he was sitting in a raised chair from the angle at which he was staring at the quivering man who was kneeling on the cold stone floor. A very large serpent was circling at his feet, and Harry could hear the snake begging to be allowed to kill the man and devour him. "Dumbledore has placed a guard outside. They have wards placed to alert them if we try, my lord," the man said, his voice shaking. "We shall have to eliminate this guard then," the high voice said with disdain. "And what of our other plans? The fortress is ready to fall at your command," the man said, his voice holding a bit more confidence. "Our spy has given us everything we need, and even suggested the perfect time to strike." "Have they?" the sinister voice inquired with a hint of malicious joy. "Very well, I wish for you to learn all you can about Dumbledore's guard. I want to know exactly how many guards he has posted and when they change. I want to know exactly who they are as well. You have 1 week. Do as I command." The man crawled backwards out of the room, keeping his eyes low. The serpent followed until it was called back. "I am sorry, Jinny, but I still have need for him. Do not worry, for your master will soon provide you a feast. You must be patient, my sweet. Soon we shall both have what we crave." "If you want to break up with me, just say it," Harry said, looking horror-struck that the words had left his mouth. Daphne stared back as if she'd been slapped. She didn't understand how things had become so strained between the two of them. She wanted to explain it all to him, but the problem was she had no idea what was going on. She was in the middle of a war with herself. "I don't want to break up with you, Harry," Daphne sighed, clearly irritated by him. "Then what?" "You've all but ignored me for the past 2 weeks, and I'm trying hard to figure out what I did wrong. Look, I just need a little space, all right?" Daphne said firmly, fighting her urge to scream at him. As she looked at him, she was having trouble seeing straight. Why did she feel this way when 2 weeks ago she had trouble going an hour without him near her? "Fine," Harry said, holding up his hands in defeat. "Take all the space you need." He turned on his heel and stormed away, leaving Daphne even angrier than she was to begin with. Daphne stomped all the way down to the Slytherin common room, where she was greeted by Draco Malfoy, who was now following her around like a lost puppy. He was always wanting her to share with him, like he was trying to become her best friend. It was sickening. To make matters worse, Tracy had taken Harry's side. Her best friend had tried to get to the bottom of the issue between Daphne and Harry, but had been shouted at for her trouble. Tracy had not given up, and now things were strained between the two best friends. "Hey, Daphne, I saw Potter haul you off like a piece of meat earlier. Want to talk about it?" Draco said as she sat on the couch in front of the fire. Instantly, Daphne's warning bells were ringing in her head. She turned to look coldly at the Slytherin prince, who simply smiled gently, trying to invite the girl to open up to him. "Are you kidding me? You really want me to just tell you me deepest secrets?" Daphne said sarcastically. "Well, you should talk to someone." Draco shrugged, his voice calm and encouraging. "I told you Tracy would side with Potter, and I know it's eating you up. You're snapping at everyone, and frankly, it's getting to be quite disconcerting." He placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, and Daphne shivered at his touch. Her skin broke out in goose flesh, and she felt bile creep up her throat. Daphne shook her head angrily. "Unbelievable." She rose from her seat, taking her bag with her, and stomped into her dorm. She'd been doing her homework in while sitting on her bed almost every night just to avoid Draco, but also so she wouldn't have to face Tracy either. She felt horrible for how she'd been acting lately. Not just with her best friend, but with Harry as well. She wanted to be with him, but she almost couldn't look at him anymore without feeling bitter resentment towards. What was more irksome was the fact that there seemed to be no reason for it. So every day had been full of inner conflict. Her heart wanting to go to Harry and let him hold her and kiss her and make her feel special, while her mind was clouded by a growing loathing of the boy. Somehow. She knew it wasn't natural. However, she could not figure out how it was possible. She was quite sure she hadn't been slipped anything, as she rarely accepted sweets or anything like that from people she didn't trust. The only other thing she could think of was that she'd somehow been imperious, though she was fairly confident that no one in the school was capable of controlling her for a long period of time. "So what is it?" she asked herself. "Oh, hello, Greengrass," Pansy sneered as she entered the dorm. "Hiding from your problems again? If only you had a boyfriend like Draco," the girl simpered. "Things between me and Harry are just fine," Daphne lied. She knew things were as far from fine as they could get, but she was not about to give Pansy the satisfaction. "That's not what people are saying. I heard he's getting a lot of attention from Paddle lately. It must be sad to be unable to hold onto a boy. Of course, if you dated someone in your own house, you could probably keep better track of him." Pansy smiled wickedly. "And you could get your fix whenever you wanted. I'm sorry, but I don't really like the thought of letting my boyfriend whore me out to his dorm mates." "That's a lie," Pansy stiffened, looking murderous. "That never happened. Not according to Knott, Crabbe, and Goyle. In fact, the way they tell it, it's a fairly frequent occurrence. Is that why you have so much lingerie? Because those gorillas can't take it off you without tearing it to shreds trying to get at your bits." "You shut your face, Greengrass. You don't know anything." Pansy's face was getting redder and redder by the second, and Daphne had to admit she was taking a bit of joy in making the girl angry. Pansy had pulled out her wand and was tapping it against her leg. Daphne could tell that Pansy wanted to hex her, but C made no move to try. "Did I strike a nerve there, Pans?" Daphne asked coyly. She slipped off her bed and walked right up the shorter girl, a bold smile on her face. "Are you terrified that Draco is bored with you, despite everything you do for him? Even going so far as to please his moronic friends, all in a vain hope that you'll eventually get your hands on the vast Malfoy wealth." "Bitch!" Pansy shouted as she balled up her fist and swung hard at Daphne, connecting with her eye. Daphne fell onto the cold stone floor, looking awe-struck at what had just happened. She could not believe that Pansy Parkinson had hit her. Pansy was still standing over her, her chest heaving as she stared down at Daphne. "Well, I think I should be impressed," Daphne said, tuffing her eye tenderly. She was quite certain it was going to be bad, but she didn't care at the moment. She got to feet quickly and without another word, lunged at the shorted girl, who seemed to have forgotten she was a witch and had a wand in her hand. Tracy Davis was tired. She just wanted to go have a lie down for a bit. Classes were getting harder in preparation for the OWL exams, and it was becoming difficult to keep up on homework, though having Hermione Granger as a friend certainly helped. She had completed her work early tonight and figured she would go to bed a little early. Perhaps tomorrow she could try to patch things up with Daphne and figure out exactly what was going on between her and Harry, who was becoming more and more depressing every day. She opened the door to the dorm and was knocked to the ground as Daphne and Pansy, who were locked together in mortal combat, slammed into her. Tracy could not understand what exactly she was seeing. It was like something out of a trashy Muggle book or something. Pansy had a fistful of Daphne's hair and was trying to pull it out of her skull, while Daphne looked intent on scratching out Pansy's eyes. "I am immobilis," Tracy shouted, freezing the two girls in place. "What in the fiery depths of hell is going on here?" Tracy demanded, looking solely at Daphne, whose eyes were still focused on Pansy. "Okay, I'm going to free you both, and if either of you tries anything stupid, I'll make you wish you'd never been born. Finite." The two girls fell to the floor, and Tracy pulled Daphne up, leaving Pansy on the floor looking murderous. "I think you should go cool off for a while," Tracy said. "But this is my room too," Pansy shouted. "Fine, but keep your mouth shut or I'll shut it for you." Tracy smiled as she guided Daphne into the bathroom. Daphne struggled a bit, but Tracy proved to be a bit stronger and got her into the bathroom. "Sit," Tracy said as she ran a cloth under cool water. "You want to explain why I walked in to see you and Pansy acting like a couple of crazed griffins?" "She started it," Daphne said, sounding like a 5-year-old. "She always does," Tracy remarked. "What did she say?" "She made some crack about what's going on with me and Harry, and then said it wouldn't have happened if I dated a Slytherin," Daphne hissed as Tracy touched the cold cloth to her eye. "And you decided to rip her eyes out?" Tracy looked confused. "No, I might have made a few remarks about her," Daphne trailed off. "Being an amusement ride for the boys?" Tracy asked, starting to figure out what happened. "I don't think I put it quite so eloquently," Daphne sighed. "It's just she made me so mad, not that it took much. Harry asked me if I wanted to break up today." "Oh gods," Tracy said, her hands covering her mouth in horror. "What'd you say?" "I told him I didn't, but that I needed space. I don't know what's happening, Tracy. I don't like that I want to be with him, but even hearing his name irks me." Tracy leaned against the sink, trying to figure out what the problem was. "Do you think someone slipped you a potion or something?" "It's possible, but I'm usually pretty careful about that sort of thing. I thought about someone trying to control me, but..." Daphne shrugged. "You've appeared to be fine to me," Tracy admitted. "Then what is it?" "You stupid bint." The shout was followed by a loud crash. Tracy and Daphne stared at each other for a moment before rushing out of the bathroom to find Astoria with her wand out and Pansy slumped against the wardrobe. "Tori?" Daphne asked, looking between Pansy and her younger sister. "She was doozing you," Astoria said angrily. "Look in her hand." Tracy bent down and found what looked like an expensive perfume bottle in Pansy's slack hand. "I saw her spraying it on your pillow. I bet it's what's making you and Harry having problems," Astoria said, finally putting her wand away. "I'm also willing to bet Malfoy is the one who gave it to her." "I'm such an idiot," Daphne shouted as she took the bottle from Tracy. Inside was a clear fluid that none of them recognized. "Okay, first we need to find out what this is," Tracy said, trying to urge Daphne to move. But the darker-haired girl stooped down and slapped Pansy awake. "Wake up, you bitch! You have some explaining to do." Pansy came round and looked frightened when she saw the crystal bottle in Daphne's hand. "What is this?" Daphne demanded. Pansy merely shrugged while she looked for a way to get away. Astoria was standing firmly between her and the door, and her wand was in her hand. The second year had proven to be more than a bit fast with her wand. To make matters worse, both Daphne and Tracy were hovering over her, both with identical furious looks. "Where did you get it? And why were you spraying it on my pillow?" Pansy sat up a bit straighter and put on her best indifferent look, as if she was bored. Tracy bent lower so that she was looking the girl in the eye as she spoke. "You do realize that this could be construed as an attack on a member of an ancient house, and as such, her father could call for retribution from your family. As I understand it, the Parkinson clan isn't it that great of shape right now." Pansy's eyes went wide and she started to shake. "It was Malfoy, wasn't it?" Daphne asked, starting to piece the puzzle out in her head. "It's supposed to make me hate Harry or something, isn't it?" Pansy said nothing, but her look of fear told them everything. "Me Pansy, how stupid are you?" Daphne looked outraged. "What do you think Malfoy's plan was, to just ruin my relationship with Harry? Do you really think he would have been content with that alone? Likely he'd try and get you to date him so he could rub Harry's nose in it," Tracy said. "And where would that have left you?" Daphne asked coldly, her eyes becoming slits. "He would have tossed you to his buddies." "No, he wouldn't have," Pansy shouted. "You really think he cares about you at all?" Tracy asked. "Malfoy only cares about himself, and everyone knows that. You're just too blinded by this twisted fantasy you've imagined to realize it. What did he tell you to do? How does this stuff work? I'm not telling either of you anything, so shove off. Fine, Daphne said. We'll take this to Professor Snape and find out what it is. And then I'll be sure to let my father know your part in this conspiracy. Daphne, Tracy, and Astoria left Pansy, still sitting on the floor looking more than a little fearful of what her parents would say when the Greengrass family called for retribution. Tori, thank you, Daphne said as the three girls headed towards Professor Snape's office. How did you find out? I've noticed you and Harry not talking and knew that it was weird. I never thought you were the kind to string a boy along. If you didn't like him anymore, you would have ended it and been done with it. Then there was Malfoy's obvious attempts to court you. Things weren't adding up, so I started watching a bit more carefully. And tonight? Tracy asked. Look, I was coming to ask if I could borrow a book when I saw her spraying your pillow with that stuff. I had seen her talking with Malfoy earlier and they looked mad at each other. Then he told her to do as he told her or else. Astoria shrugged. Well, hopefully we'll have answers soon, Tracy said as they knocked on Professor Snape's office. Enter. Professor Snape looked up as the three girls entered the office. Sorry to bother you so late, Professor, Tracy said, setting the bottle in front of him. We found Pansy Parkinson spraying this on Daphne's pillow, and we wanted to know what it is. Could it be perfume? Snape asked, looking bored. Tracy and Daphne had experienced a noticeable change in treatment from their head of house ever since Daphne and Harry had started dating. It could be, but it could also be something else. Can you please just check it, sir? Tracy asked, rather impatiently. I can see associating with Gryffindors has affected your manners, Snape said coldly. Fine, Daphne said, clutching up the bottle. We'll just find a competent teacher to figure it out. I do not believe that a more competent potions expert resides at Hogwarts. Everyone turned to see the headmaster standing in the doorway. Snape's lip curled a bit as he held out his hand for the bottle. Reluctantly, Daphne handed the bottle back to the greasy-haired man and folded her arms over her chest. Did I hear correctly, Miss Davis, in that you discovered Miss Parkinson spraying this on your pillow? Actually, sir, Astoria said proudly. I saw her spraying it on Daphne's pillow. I think she was doing it on Draco Malfoy's orders. Quite a serious accusation. Have you any proof? Woman's intuition, Astoria said slyly, causing Dumbledore to chuckle a bit. Strange, Snape whispered. He had emptied the bottle into a small bowl and had waved his wand over the liquid, examining the reactions he saw. This is a rather complicated mixture. I myself have never brewed it before, he said airily. And what exactly is it, Professor? Dumbledore asked patiently. It is similar to a compulsion charm, though it works on emotions rather than making a person act. It is focused on the negative emotions, almost like the opposite of a love potion. However, it is not meant to be drunk. An airborne potion, Dumbledore asked curiously. So it would seem, Snape nodded. I do not believe this is in the expertise of Miss Parkinson, and I know she would not be able to purchase such a mixture. Someone made this. It had to have been Malfoy, Astoria said firmly. Miss Greengrass, Snape glowered. For what purpose would Mr. Malfoy have to make such a potion? To break up Harry and I, Daphne said indignantly. He's been overly friendly to me for 2 weeks now. Maybe he figured with this stuff on his side he could get you to warm up to him, Tracy shrugged. We should not try and theorize anything. I think it prudent we speak to Miss Parkinson right away, Dumbledore said. With a wave of his arm, the girls led the way back to Slytherin House, where the entire house went silent at the appearance of the headmaster. A few moments later, a very frightened-looking pansy was led out of the common room by Dumbledore and Snape, who gave a pointed look at Malfoy. The silence hung about the common room for several long minutes after the two teachers had left with their housemate. She's going to rat you out, Daphne said angrily, staring right at Draco, who looked unworried. For what exactly? Draco asked. For that stuff you were using on me. What stuff? I have no idea what you're talking about. Astoria couldn't stand it any longer. She rushed forward and kicked Draco's shin as hard as she could. Draco howled with pain and fell to the floor, clutching his wounded leg. Astoria stood above him, using words that Daphne didn't even know, and was very unclear on where her younger sister had learned them. You'd better control your sister, Greengrass, before I do it myself, Draco threatened. I'll warn you once, Malfoy, Daphne said, reaching into her robes and pulling out her wand. If you even think for a second about hurting my sister, I will change your gender permanently. And I'll help her accomplish it, right down to giving you a huge pair of breasts for your buddies to lust after. Tracy smirked. Draco could only glare at the girls for several moments. He then turned his attentions to the second year who was still standing over him, her fists balled up, and a look of malevolence on her face. Draco managed to get to his feet, glaring at the three girls before slinking away to the boys' dormitories. The common room began buzzing with conversation again, and Daphne, Tracy, and Astoria decided to go to the girls' dorms. "Hey, what happened?" Millicent asked when they entered their dorm. "Snape and Dumbledore came and took Pansy away. They said they had some serious questions for her. She was using something on me that was making me have problems with Harry. That's what was wrong with you guys," Millie said, slapping her forehead. "Now I have to try and fix things," Daphne sighed. "If he doesn't believe you, I can kick him in the shins," Astoria said, trying to be helpful. "I don't think you'll have to resort to that." Tracy grinned, patting the younger girl on the back. "I'm sure Harry will listen and forgive you." "How could he be angry once he finds out that you weren't yourself? I'd be a little more concerned what he's going to do to Draco." "I've ignored him for 2 weeks," Daphne said, flopping on her bed. "The first thing you should do is to replace that pillow. It's still got that stuff on it, and you won't be able to fix things with Harry so long as you're still breathing it in," Daphne said, grabbing up her friend's pillow. "I wonder how long this stuff lasts," Daphne sighed, "and why it didn't work better." "I never hated Harry, I just found him annoying." "Could it be because you love him?" Astoria asked. Tracy stared at Daphne, who looked flushed. She sat up slowly, biting her lower lip softly. "You do, don't you?" Astoria started grinning, bouncing on the balls of her feet. "You do." Tracy began to smile. "That's why you didn't dump him as soon as you started feeling so bothered by him." "Oh my gods," Millicent grinned. "I'm so happy for you." "Wait a minute," Daphne said, waving her hands madly. "We've never even discussed our feelings. What if I do? What if he doesn't? What if all this stuff soured his feelings towards me? I don't even know if it is love that I'm feeling. Everything's messed up because of that stuff." She pointed at the pillow in Tracy's arms. "Whoa, calm down, girl," Tracy said, tossing the pillow away as if it were poison. "We got to slow down here. What if he really does want to break up with me?" Daphne's eyes starting welling up as she clutched at her chest. "Daphne," Astoria said, shoving her sister down onto her bed. "Calm down." Daphne felt as if she were being squeezed and she couldn't breathe. Tears were now falling from her eyes and she felt weak and lightheaded. "You have to calm down," Tracy said, sitting next to her friend. "Nothing is broken here and you've never been one to give up, so calm down. We're going to fix this. We'll find Harry in the morning, and you two can figure this all out. You have nothing to worry about because if I had to bet, I think Harry loves you too." Daphne looked up at her best friend with hope. "You have no idea how much this has been tearing him up. He's been miserable without you, and he's been so confused on how to make things right. Now you know what's been happening and you can fix it. He's going to listen to what you have to say because he cares about you." "You think so? Are you kidding me?" Astoria shouted. "Of course he does. All you have to do is watch him when he looks at you. The boy's mental over you." The other girls laughed at Astoria's exuberance. Daphne hoped that everything was work out as they believed. She felt horrible for how she'd treated her boyfriend and wanted nothing more than to find him at that moment, to find him and snog him until they passed out. She still felt irritated as she thought of him. But knowing the reason why that was, she was now able to shove that aside and focus on her true feelings for Harry. She wanted him, needed him. He had become so much a part of her life that she had been so miserable without him. Maybe Tracy and Astoria were right. Maybe it was love she was feeling, and if it was, Daphne only hoped that Harry would allow her to make up for her behavior. Daphne awoke very early on Saturday morning. She had hardly slept during the night as her mind refused to stop imagining horrific scenes of Harry rejecting her apology for everything that had happened. In her heart, she knew that she was not to blame for her behavior, but she still felt trepidation at having to apologize. The fact of the matter was that she still knew very little about Harry, and she wasn't sure if he would forgive her. She realized that getting any more sleep was going to be impossible, and got up to make herself presentable. Her plan was to grab Harry before he could enter the Great Hall and explain what had happened, and why she'd been acting so abrasively. If he still refused to forgive her, Daphne was not above begging. She showered, dressed, and spent a little extra time on her hair and makeup, doing her best to look as irresistible to Harry as she could manage. She then started heading up to wait for her destiny. As she was leaving her dorm, Daphne swore she heard Tracy whisper good luck. She reached the empty entrance hall and found a place where she could easily see Harry when he came down to breakfast. She had no idea how long she would have to wait, and wished she could hurry time along so that she could fix everything with Harry. She was not as confident as Tracy or Astoria had been the previous evening about things working out. In fact, she would not have been surprised if Harry refused to even listen to her. She'd been so cold towards him. Knowing that it wasn't her fault did not seem to help the situation at all. She was lost in her thoughts when she saw something that gave her pause. Professor Dumbledore coming in out of the cold. He was wearing a heavy traveling cloak and looked rather tired. Daphne thought it strange that the headmaster should be awake so early and outside on such a cold morning. Yet, from all the stories and rumors she'd heard of the man, Daphne was actually surprised she found the man's behavior so strange. "It is most unusual to see any student awake and about this early on a Saturday morning, Miss Greengrass. Is everything all right?" he asked kindly as he got close to her. "I'm waiting for Harry. I need to fix things between us. That stuff that Draco used on me." "Ah, yes." Miss Parkinson made it abundantly clear that Mr. Malfoy was behind it all, though he refuses to tell me where he procured the potion. Professor Snape believes it to be a very rare recipe. Nevertheless, Mr. Malfoy had been suitably punished for his actions. "May I ask?" Daphne began. "He will be receiving detentions with Professor McGonagall for the rest of the year. He has also been removed from the Quidditch team and has been stripped of his prefect status, as has Miss Parkinson." "That's better than I thought would happen," Daphne said. She blushed furiously when she realized she had said it aloud. "Who are the prefects going to be now?" she said quickly, changing subjects. "Professor Snape will be making the announcement later today. If I may offer some advice regarding Mr. Potter. Honesty, Miss Greengrass. Mr. Potter can forgive much, so long as you remain forthright with him." Daphne looked questioningly at the headmaster, who simply smiled as he made his way into the great hall. Daphne knew that the headmaster was trying to be helpful, but something about his advice seemed to trigger some kind of warning bell. The fact was, she'd almost always been honest with Harry. Sure, there was the fact that she had helped Hermione more or less trick him into teaching the defense club, which was finally going to have its first meeting this week. And yes, there was that one other omission regarding the contract that they had made everyone sign. But other than those two instances, she'd been very straight with Harry about everything. So why would the headmaster urge her to be honest? Little by little, the student body of Hogwarts began to awaken and trickle into the great hall to feast on sausages, bacon, eggs, fruit, or whatever else the house elves had prepared. Many students eyed her as they entered the great hall, most of them being girls, who Daphne was sure were waiting for their chance to steal Harry away from her. The worst was from Cho Chang, who looked ready to strangle the Slytherin girl as she passed. The smells wafting out of the great hall made her stomach ache with longing, but Daphne remained rooted to her spot, awaiting the appearance of her estranged boyfriend. She didn't believe she could eat a single bite, even though her stomach was obviously telling her the opposite. Finally, after nearly 3 hours of waiting, she saw him. Harry was with Ron, and the two looked to be discussing what Daphne guessed was likely Quidditch related. Daphne couldn't help a small smile as the two boys descended the stairs. Though Harry had not admitted it to her, she knew that he missed Ron. There was a bond between them that had suffered heavily because of Ron's paranoia. Watching them now, it looked as if everything was in the past, though she knew that looks were deceiving. Harry had said that the two may never be as close as they once were, and that if not for his growing friendship with Ron, Harry would have been truly heartbroken over it. As the two boys stepped off the staircase, Daphne pounced, grabbing Harry by the arm and dragging him away from Ron and the great hall. She led the raven-haired boy down a corridor and found an empty classroom, shutting the door behind after she forcibly pushed Harry through. The look on his face broke her heart. He looked so hurt and dejected, and Daphne felt herself beginning to shake with anger at Draco for everything he'd caused. She could still feel the effects of the potion in her system, but they were far weaker than they'd been the day before. For that, she was endlessly thankful. She hoped in just a few more days, she'd feel normal again. "Thought about it, have you? Ready to toss me aside?" Harry asked, pain evident in his eyes. "Don't think you're going to get rid of me, Harry," Daphne said, feeling her eyes beginning to sting. "I know you've been wondering what's been going on with me, and I have to tell you that I wasn't even sure. One day I woke up, and the thought of you made me feel strangely irritated, like someone had thrown a switch in my brain. To make matters worse, I was fighting against myself because my heart wanted nothing more than to be with you all the time. Last night, I found out exactly what was happening with me, or rather to me." Harry's pained expression began to melt into one of curious interest. I was being drugged, for lack of a better word, by Draco. What? Harry's curiosity was burned away by his intense anger. He started for the door when Daphne grabbed him. Please, just wait. We can deal with him later. Right now, you and I have to fix this. Harry, I was so awful to you. Harry turned to look at her. He felt horrible when he saw tears brimming in her dark brown eyes. Why didn't you try to tell me how you were feeling? He asked. Because it would have made things worse. Gods, Harry, I was so miserable. I wanted to be with you, to have you hold me and kiss me, and be like a normal couple, like we had been, but just the sight of you made me so angry and bitter. I know I should have been suspicious when Draco started trying to be like my best friend, but I was so wrapped up in trying to figure out what was wrong with us. And there was nothing wrong, was there? Harry asked, feeling concerned. No, you've been better than perfect. Most guys would just want to spend all our time in a broom cupboard trying to get into my knickers, but not you. You actually want to spend time with me and have conversations and share with me. With you, it isn't just physical, it's deeper, and it's something I cherish more than anything, and it's something I don't ever want to give up. Harry, I love you. Her words made him feel strange. She loved him. She really loved him. His heart beat faster at her revelation, and he felt lightheaded. Could that be what he had been feeling all this time? Whenever they were together, and he felt like he could conquer any challenge. Or how he felt complete, though he had no idea he'd been missing something in his life. Was that why these past 2 weeks had been so damned painful for him? Because he loved her and was so afraid of losing her. I don't know what to say. Harry stammered as he stared into her tearful eyes. She stepped closer to him, taking both his hands in hers. Harry felt her trembling and wanted to comfort her. You don't need to say anything until you're ready to, she said, her voice low. To be honest, I only really puzzled it all out myself last night, and I had Tracy and Astoria helping me. By the way, I think letting Tori learn football was a good idea. She kicked Draco in the shin, and I don't think he'll be walking right for a while. That's nothing compared to what I'm going to do to him. Harry snarled, feeling his anger rising again. No, we'll do it together. Daphne said firmly. He did this to both of us. Beating him to a pulp won't get us justice. Well, neither will detention with Snape, Harry frowned. He's not doing detention with Snape, he's doing it with McGonagall, and he's been removed from the Quidditch team and he's no longer a prefect. Daphne smiled softly. How do you know all this? I have my ways, she grinned. I saw Professor Dumbledore this morning. I'll tell you everything later. Right now, I really want to. She wasn't able to finish her thought. Harry bent down and captured her lips with his own. Daphne melted into his embrace, and 2 weeks of frustration and confusion seemed to vanish as they reconnected. The kiss was one of the most intense Daphne could remember. Even their first kiss paled ever so slightly in comparison. Daphne wondered later on if it was because she understood what he meant to her now. She loved him with all her heart. And she knew, by the way he held her and kissed her, that even though he'd not said the words, Harry Potter loved her in return. A short while later, Harry and Daphne were heading into the Great Hall, arm in arm, when they were met by Draco and his group of thugs. Daphne noticed that Pansy was with them, though she looked beaten. Her head was hung low, and she was standing behind all of the boys. Well, I see no matter how I try to help, you're just far too attracted to trash, Greengrass. Draco sneered. Just what exactly were you trying to accomplish, Malfoy? Harry growled angrily. Daphne tightened her grip on his arm to keep him from attacking his rival. I couldn't live with myself if I didn't attempt to make Greengrass see that you're beneath her, Potter. Face it, you're dangerous to be around. People get hurt because of you, and you know it. I mean, for Merlin's sake, Diggory died because of you. You rotten little, Harry lunged, but Daphne pulled him back. No, Harry, he's just trying to goad you. The truth is, he thought the only way to get me in his bed was to use a potion on me. It wouldn't have worked even if I hadn't found out what he was doing. And why is that, Greengrass? Come on, Draco, everyone in Slytherin knows about your problem. Your performance problem. Harry's eyes went wide as he realized what Daphne was hinting at. Draco's eyes went to slits and his face reddened. It got worse as Crabbe, Goyle, and Not All snickered. Pansy went white as a sheet and kept her eyes on the floor. Daphne simply stood before the blonde defiantly. You little whore, Draco hissed, his wand suddenly in his hand. I'll make you pay for that insult. I don't think so, Malfoy, Harry said, his wand already pointed directly between Draco's eyes. Just give me a reason, you bigoted little ponce. Are you threatening me, Potter? Draco's face was stony, his eyes cold slits. Are you daring to challenge me? Draco, there would be no challenge. I'm giving you only one warning. If I even think you're looking at me or my friends wrong, I'll put you in a world of hurt. Empty threats, Potter. You haven't got the guts to back it up. Try me. Diffindo, Draco called out. Harry had been waiting for it, knowing that Draco was just waiting for the right moment. Harry easily slid out of the way before Draco had finished taking in a breath to cast the spell. Expelliarmus. Harry tried to grip his wand as it sailed out of his hand right into the pudgy toad like paws of Dolar's Umbridge. I see I got here just in time. She looked quite distraught. I fear if I had been a moment later, well, thank goodness I came when I did. Mr. Potter, I'm afraid your behavior is inexcusable. Detention will not be enough this time. I'm afraid you will have to start packing. What? Harry and Daphne shouted. I will not allow such violent behavior stand. Umbridge smiled. But he attacked Harry first, Daphne shouted. Miss Greengrass is correct, Professor. Dumbledore said plaintively as he appeared at Harry's side. I do believe Harry was not only defending himself against Mr. Malfoy's attack, but Miss Greengrass as well. Professor Dumbledore, forgive me, but you were not here and did not see. Oh, but I was, Professor. In fact, I was just about to intervene. It seems my reflexes are not what they once were. Again, I thank you for stepping in. Mr. Malfoy, we will need to add to your detentions, I believe, and I think 50 points from Slytherin. Now, as there is nothing more to discuss, I believe Mr. Potter and Miss Greengrass have yet to have breakfast. Off you go then. Harry held out his hand to take back his wand, and noticed how reluctant Umbridge was to give it back to him. Finally, she slapped it in his hand rather forcefully, and Harry turned his back and escorted Daphne into the Great Hall. Draco and his friends all left as well, leaving the headmaster and the High Inquisitor. I have the right to overturn punishments, Albus. Yes, you and the minister are working quite diligently to push me out of my position. However, you have not yet managed, and in your haste, you have overlooked quite a few details, including the need to present a case to the school governors before expelling a student. You may consider that in your next educational decree. Umbridge was left seething as Dumbledore stepped by her, heading to his private quarters. It was very late that evening when Severus Snape knocked on the door to the headmaster's office. He entered the office after he had been bade to enter. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his stone basin pensive sitting upon the desk in front of him. I take it your trip was successful, Snape said, taking a seat across from the headmaster. Indeed, it proved quite fruitful, though I am regretful. The little creature hung to life so desperately, as if she knew I would be coming to see her one day. Dumbledore said sadly. So, have you finally completed your puzzle, or is this just another piece? Snape asked, motioning to the pensive. Another piece, I am afraid, but a very important one. It has shown me 2 items I believe that Lord Voldemort used, thought I still have no idea where he has hidden them. The boy is getting stronger. It seems that he finally understands. So long as he practices in between our lessons, I feel he should be ready by the end of the year. That is too long to wait. Dumbledore shook his head. Why not keep him at headquarters during the summer? Then you can teach him without interruption. I'm sure the mutt would have no objections. Snape smiled at his own joke. Dumbledore simply glared at the potion's master. Severus, it is my greatest hope that one day you will give up this petty grudge. It has been nearly 25 years. As for your suggestion, you know why Harry must return to his relatives. Ah yes, the blood wards. Snape snickered. The same wards that became all but useless when the Dark Lord took the boy's blood. The same wards that have been steadily weakening over the last 10 years because the key element has been missing. Dumbledore's face soured at Snape's words. As much as he hated it, the headmaster knew his potions professor was correct. Had Petunia Dursley cared for Harry as much as she cared for her own son, things may have been very different. Yet, Dumbledore still held hope that the wards he placed so much faith in would keep Harry safe for just a bit longer. He had few other options left to him. Professor Umbridge is trying to press her power, Dumbledore said, changing topics. This morning she tried to have Harry expelled. This cannot be allowed. I will need you and Minerva to look after him and protect him. If she manages to succeed, we shall have far more problems. You still expect to be sacked. I think it is only a matter of time. Cornelius is becoming more and more desperate in his conviction. As I understand it, he has been having some difficulties with some of our foreign dignitaries. They all believe he is trying hard to cover something up and are becoming rather suspicious. Rather stupid of Fudge. We are in agreement. Had he but accepted the truth, we might have been able to acquire assistance or even found sanctuary for those hit hardest by the coming conflict. Now, we will be forced to face this alone. Dumbledore sat back in his seat, staring into the swirling silvery substance in the stone basin before him. He had collected so many pieces of the puzzle in the last 10 years. And still he felt no closer to putting it all together. His suspicions had been confirmed by Harry himself 3 years ago, when the 12-year-old presented a destroyed diary. Ad told the tale of what he had faced deep under Hogwarts. He still had a few more people to track down, and it was his greatest hope that he would finally get all the answers he sought, and be able to track down and destroy every single one of the Dark Lord's Horcruxes, and ready young Harry Potter for the eventual confrontation. Neither can live, while the other survives, he thought to himself. Not that I'm complaining. Harry smiled as Daphne pressed her mouth against his in yet another fiery kiss that Harry could feel in the tips of his toes. But I have forgiven you. You don't need to try and apologize anymore. I know, Daphne grinned as she captured her boyfriend's lips again. I'm not apologizing anymore. What exactly are you doing then? Making up for lost time. I have 2 weeks of snogging owed to me. She giggled as she kissed him again. Harry, please tell me that isn't your mirror. Daphne sighed, her lips barely brushing Harry's hair. Harry sighed and Daphne extracted herself from Harry's embrace so he could get to his mirror where Sirius' face was waiting. Where are you? Why's it so dark? Sirius asked, though Harry guessed his godfather already knew. Can I help you, Sirius? Harry said, not bothering to hide his ire. Is that the lovely Miss Greengrass with you? It has been far too long, my dear. Sirius grinned. Hello again, Sirius. Daphne smiled politely, though she felt much the same as Harry at the moment. Am I interrupting something? Perhaps a what do you want, you mutt? Harry demanded. Testy. Well then, right to the point. I got word that you nearly got expelled. Umbridge caught me and Draco fighting. I didn't even cast a spell, though Draco got one off. She completely ignored him and went right after me. It's true. Draco threatened me and Harry stepped in. He only had his wand in his hand. Daphne said. She looked very sour. Look, Harry, I know you don't want to hear this, especially after everything else, but you need to keep your head down. That woman is trying to get more power. Soon, she'll be able to override Dumbledore's decisions, and anyone who opposes her will find themselves in serious trouble. Have you started your defense club yet? This week will be our first meeting, Harry said, his tone becoming excited. And you've got someplace to meet that you won't be discovered. Oh yeah, Dobby helped us find it. It's wicked. Good, be careful, Harry. Contact me if you need anything, and I'll see to it you get what you need. How are your lessons with Snape going? Sirius's countenance grew a bit darker. I think I've finally grasped the concept. I haven't had a single nightmare since our last lesson, Harry proclaimed proudly. Just remember what I told you. The better you get, the harder Snape's going to push you. It'll weaken you for a bit, but you'll get stronger for it. Listen to him. As much as I hate to admit it, there is no one better to teach you. I will. Have you found out why it's so important I learn all this? I've tried to ask Dumbledore, but he just keeps saying it's important, but he won't say why. I have a feeling he'll tell you when he thinks you're ready. Have you heard from Victor yet? I got a letter earlier this week. He says it's all arranged. Fleur also got hold of a few people, and Hermione says she's got someone here in England who will write a story, Harry said. Daphne looked at him oddly. She couldn't help the guilt that crept up inside her, as she'd forgotten that Harry was arranging to tell his story to some reporters. She wanted to be there at his side to support him and was thankful that she had not missed the opportunity because of Draco's meddling. Good. Let me know when it happens. In the meantime, keep your head down. The last thing you need is to be tossed into Azkaban. Good night, Harry, Daphne. Good night, Sirius. Harry smiled while Daphne merely waved. Harry returned the mirror to his pocket and turned to face Daphne, who looked very depressed. I'm sorry, Harry. I know it wasn't my fault, but I can't help feeling bad for everything. I want to be there for you when you talk to those reporters. If I had missed that because of... Daphne, it's over and you haven't missed a thing. What's important is that you found out what was happening on before something happened that we couldn't fix. Malfoy's the one to blame here, not you. It won't do anybody any good if we dwell on what might have happened. I know, and I swear I'm going to get that little bastard. He's going to pay for everything, Daphne said, melting into Harry's embrace. I think we should just unleash Astoria on him. Harry, that's too cruel, even for Malfoy. Daphne shook her head. Images of her little sister tormenting the Slytherin prince in ways far too disturbing to utter aloud. It seemed like it had taken an eternity. There had been every kind of delay imaginable, but finally, Harry was standing before a group of students who had placed their trust that he would teach them defensive magic. In truth, Harry had so much more in mind. Apologies to you all for taking so long. Harry started as soon as the last student arrived in the room of requirement. Harry! Harry turned to see Hermione looking sort of pensive. I think we should do a few things first and get them out of the way, she said. Harry shrugged and let her take center stage. Right, I think we should vote on who the leader of our little club is just so there's no arguments later. Are you barking? Fred shouted. Yeah, Harry's our leader, George pointed out. There was a murmur of agreement to which Hermione simply nodded. I agree as well, but we should just make it official. Is there anyone who is opposed to Harry being the official leader of this group? No one said a word, nor made any move to contend. Hermione waited a few moments, watching everyone before she gave a small smile. Right then, it's official, Harry is our leader. Now I think that we should have some kind of name for our club, for lack of a better word. The Defense League, someone shouted. The Ministry of Magic are morons group, Fred laughed. The Anti-Umbridge Brigade. Several more names were shouted out, none of which were very flattering to the Ministry or Umbridge. It seemed the Weasleys, all four of them present, were masterminds on the matter of naming the club, yet none of them really stuck, and it was starting to get a bit out of hand when Hermione cleared her throat. Enough, Hermione said loudly. Harry was trying to stifle his laughter as Hermione regained control of the situation. She gave Harry a glare before continuing. I was actually thinking of something that didn't advertise what we were doing so that we might talk about it outside of this room. Why not call it the Defense Association? Cho Chang said proudly, staring directly at Harry. We can call it the DA for short. No one will know what it means that way. If we're going to call it the DA, why not make it stand for Dumbledore's army? Jinny Weasley asked. I mean, Fudge already thinks that's what's going on here. There was more murmuring as the group contemplated the suggestion. Cho looked a bit upset that her idea had been twisted, but she didn't seem to mind how it had been changed either. All right, Hermione said. Dumbledore's army it is. Hermione went back to sit next to Neville, who was smiling quite proudly at his girlfriend. Harry stepped up in front of everyone again, and all conversation stopped. All right, I thought for tonight I'd give you all a rundown of what I have planned. Then I thought we'd work on disarming spells. Disarming spells? Zacharias Smith looked incredulous. We already know that. But can you perform it perfectly every time you cast it? Harry asked. Can you disarm an opponent every single time you use it? The best way to beat your opponent is to make sure he can't cast a spell. But Zach's right, Ernie Macmillan said. We all know that spell. I thought you'd be teaching us like advanced stuff. Everyone clear the floor, Harry sighed. Ernie, you and Zach stay there. Harry was staring both Zacharias and Ernie down as the rest of the group split. Since you both seem to have the spell down, disarm me then. Ernie looked to Zacharias, who looked just as nervous as Ernie felt. Both of them drew their wands just as Harry pulled his own wand out. Expelliarmus, Ernie said, casting the disarming spell. Harry slipped to the left, avoiding the spell and casting one of his own. Ernie watched helplessly as his wand was torn from his hand and sailed right into Harry's. Before anyone could blink, Harry had done the same to Zacharias. You cannot hesitate. You can't spend time thinking about what you're going to do. You can't ask your opponent to stand still. You need to be able to cast without thinking. One spell may be all that keeps you alive, and it might end up being the most simple spell you know. Harry tossed the boys back their wands as he turned to address the rest of the room. Defense isn't about how many spells you have in your arsenal. It's about surprising your enemy. Keep them off balance, don't be predictable. And I don't mean just with magic. We're all going to be learning how to fight like muggles. We're going to be learning how to use weapons. Death Eaters rely on magic, we shouldn't. I'm not saying that it will work, but the more we know, the better chance we have at staying alive or protecting people we love. Harry was looking at Daphne as he said this. The Slytherin girl nodded at him, a look of understanding on her face. Harry looked at each and every face, each of them mulling over his words. This isn't about grades or tests. It's about staying alive. Do not be fooled by the ministry. Voldemort is alive. There was a wave of shuddering, and Harry shook his head angrily. Sooner or later, he's going to be coming for all of us. Harry allowed for the silence to hang for a moment so his words could sink in. He then got everyone to pair off and begin disarming each other while he walked around the room helping people. He was surprised at how bad many of them were at the spell. In fact, other than Hermione, only Fred, George, and Luna Lovegood appeared to be fairly proficient. Harry turned to find Cho Chang standing behind him. I can't seem to get it. Could you help? Daphne, Millicent called. Daphne tore her eyes away from where Harry was helping Cho with her casting. I've waiting for you to try. Sorry, Millie, Daphne said. She tried to cast the spell and missed entirely. Her mind was clouded with bitter irritation at the Asian girl, who was obviously trying to flirt with Harry. She hadn't forgotten all the trouble she had caused Harry when she'd kissed him in the first week. Expelliarmus. Daphne felt her wand fly out of her hand, and she was forcibly brought back into reality as Millicent shouted with delight. Not only had she managed to disarm Daphne, but had caught her wand as well. "Great job," Daphne said as she took her wand back. "You shouldn't worry," Millie said, patting Daphne's shoulder. "I see how he looks at you, like you're the only girl in the whole world. Don't worry until you actually have something to worry about." Daphne had to smile. She watched as Harry gave Cho a pat on the shoulder and turned to help Dennis Creevey, who was partnered with her younger sister. Daphne noticed the way Astoria looked very nervous next to the Gryffindor second year. "Not to get nosy, but do you think your sister has a thing for that scrawny kid?" Millie asked, a smirk on her face. "What can I say?" Daphne grinned. "We Greengrass girls like our men scrawny and sweet. Come on, I believe it's my turn." Harry kept them at it for 3 hours when Hermione noticed the time. Harry allowed everyone to leave in pairs, watching the Marauders map carefully to make sure no teacher was near the room of requirement. As it was so late, Harry was denied the privilege of walking Daphne back to her common room. There was no way, even with every secret passages he knew, and the Marauders map in his hand, that he would make it back to his own common room before curfew, though he was more than willing to risk it. "No, Harry," Daphne said firmly as she finished kissing him goodnight. "I intend to keep you out of trouble, and if that means I have to walk myself to my common room, then so be it." "Don't worry, Harry," Astoria grinned. "I'll see to it she gets back okay." "See," Daphne grinned. "I have an escort, I'll see you tomorrow." "Fine," Harry conceded. "Next time I'll make sure we end earlier." "You'd better not, this was really good," Astoria said firmly. "Why?" "Because you are now able to disarm someone, or because you spent the entire time with that little blonde boy," Daphne prodded. Astoria's face went a brilliant shade of pink, and she made a strange, squeaking noise. Without a word, she began tugging her sister out the door before Daphne could utter another word. Harry was left alone with Ron now. They waited a few seconds before they left the room. "It was a really good lesson, mate, and the way you handled Smith and Macmillan." It really made people realize how serious this is. "I wasn't trying to embarrass them," Harry shrugged. "I just wanted to show them that it could be the easiest." "Harry, I get it," Ron cut him off. "I'm glad you're doing things this way. I didn't even realize how weak my disarming spell was. By the end of the lesson, I was able to disarm Tracy nearly every time, and Neville, I never thought he could cast that well, and against Hermione. Everyone did really well tonight." Harry smiled. "I'm anxious to see how they do with shield charms." The two boys arrived in the Gryffindor common room to be met by a very excited Hermione. "Harry," she said as she ran up to her two friends. "You'll never believe it. I was looking out the window and I saw—" Hermione was practically jumping up and down. Harry looked at Ron, who appeared just as confused. "What are you talking about?" Harry asked. "Hagrid's back," Hermione whispered, her eyes glowing with happiness. Harry turned on his heel and started walking out of Gryffindor Tower. Ron grasped his arm. "Where are you going?" "To see Hagrid," Harry said, tugging his arm out of Ron's hand. "Harry, you can't, it's past curfew now," Hermione said as if Harry had suddenly lost his mind. "You're right, I'll go get my cloak," Harry said, beginning to head up to the dorm. "Harry, no," Hermione snarled, clutching Harry's shoulders. "I know you've missed him, we all have, but you can't leave the castle tonight. Filch has got the doors closed for the night by now, and Umbridge is just looking for a reason to get you back in detention. We'll all go see him tomorrow." "Listen to us, for once, Harry," Ron said calmly. "I'm just as anxious to see the big guy as you are, but if we go now and get caught—" Silence fell while Harry thought over everything. He desperately wanted to see Hagrid and find out where his half-giant friend had been all this time. At the same time, he knew Ron and Hermione were trying to keep him safe. He turned to look at them both, each wearing identical looks of pleading on their faces. Slowly, Harry nodded his head. He would wait until the morning to go visit Hagrid. "Draco, a moment, if you please," Professor Umbridge said as her fifth-year class ended. The Slytherins and Ravenclaws were all collecting their books and heading out for their next classes. Daphne spared a glance at her fellow Slytherin and the hated defense teacher before Tracy tugged her along. "Yes, Professor. I wanted to be the one to tell you that you will no longer be having detention with Professor McGonagall. I have overturned the headmaster's ruling." Umbridge smiled at the blonde, who looked rather puzzled. Thank you, Professor," Draco stuttered. Yes, I of course know you to be innocent. After all, your father is quite an upstanding man. Absolutely. Draco said, still feeling wary. I find myself in need of help. I need students who are trustworthy and who believe in discipline and order. This institution of learning has become a mockery of itself, and I intend to restore it to its once proud glory. To do this, I need your help. My help? Draco asked, incredulous. Yes, I am putting together a group of students to help me monitor the school and help to keep order. They must be upstanding students who can be trusted not to abuse the power they'll have. And what power is that? Draco asked, his inquisitiveness getting the better of him. Umbridge smiled. You will be able to hand out detentions just like a prefect, but you will also be able to take away and reward house points. Draco's eyebrows rose so high they might have been lost in his hairline. House points? Yes, I will also have other duties for you to perform as well. I would like you to lead this group. Draco smiled. I am honored, Professor. Of course, I will be happy to help you clean this school up. Very good. Umbridge clapped her hands together. Your first job will be to find more students to help us. No more than 20. Also, I think they should be from prominent families, pure bloods. I want students who are loyal to the ministry, do you understand? I do, Draco said as he thrust his chest out proudly. I'll get to work on it right away. Please bring your candidates to me. Together, we shall have this school cleaned up in no time. Draco gave a small bow before leaving his defense teacher. He was shocked at how things had changed so suddenly. He'd only had one detention under McGonagall and had hated it so much. The way she watched him so judgmentally. As if she was so much better than he was. She was little more than Dumbledore's stooge. But now he no longer had to do those detentions, and he'd been given back his prefect status. No, he'd been given something better. He could now take away or reward house points. Prefects couldn't do that. Prefects couldn't give detentions either. They could only report offenses to teachers so they could give detentions. Draco was even more powerful than the head boy and girl. He would have other students looking up to him. It was now very clear to him that Umbridge coming to Hogwarts was the best thing that had ever happened to the institution. Yes, he would help Umbridge. And while he helped the High Inquisitor, he would help himself. Draco had a score to settle, and now it looked like he would have the means to get back at Daphne Greengrass. It was one of the most difficult things he'd ever had to do. Harry could not concentrate on any of his subjects, because all he wanted to do was to go and see Hagrid. The half-giant had not been at breakfast, but neither was Professor Grubblyplank. He didn't have care of magical creatures today, and he did not know anyone who did. Harry's neck was in serious risk of snapping off his head with as much as he kept turning it during lunch, hopping for a glimpse of his first friend in the world. Every time he passed a window that he knew looked out on Hagrid's hut, he checked to see if there was still smoke coming from the chimney. Finally, when classes were finished, Harry, along with Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Daphne, all raced down to the half-giant's hut, where Harry began banging loudly on the door. The smile that appeared on his face when he heard Hagrid's great boarhound's loud barks was something Daphne could not remember seeing. He looked like Astoria at Christmas. That smile intensified as they all heard sounds coming from the cabin, and finally the voice of the long-lost groundskeeper. Out-o the way, your dodgy mongrel. Daphne had only had a few encounters with the Hogwarts groundskeeper and had found him somewhat oafish. At the same time, she knew him to be a kind and well-meaning man. She had heard stories about the man through Harry and knew how important Hagrid was to her boyfriend. "Ah, been expectin' you three." Hagrid smiled as he opened the door to his cabin. "Oh, Hagrid," Hermione said, her hands covering her mouth. "What happened to your face?" What little of Hagrid's face that wasn't covered with hair was a mass of purple and black bruises. His left eye was nearly swollen shut. There were fresh cuts on his face and hands. Hagrid waved off Hermione's concerns. "I'm fine, don't ya worry. Come in, come in." Hagrid waved them all in. "So good ter see ya." The 5 students stepped into Hagrid's hut and took seats. Harry and Daphne shared a chair, while Hermione and Neville took another. Ron had a seat to himself, and Fang immediately laid his head on Ron's lap, his doleful eyes bright as Ron patted the dog's head. "Where have you been, Hagrid?" Harry asked as the mountain of a man bustled about making tea. Hagrid turned and gave a wary look at Daphne and Neville and then shrugged. "I don't know if I should be telling ye thaw," Hagrid said. "At least not in mixed company." "So sorry," Harry said, shaking his head. "Hagrid, this is Daphne Greengrass, my girlfriend." Hagrid nearly dropped the mugs he was setting on the table. "Girlfriend? Since when Ave you got a girlfriend, awry? Since nearly the start of the year, Harry said, wrapping an arm around Daphne, who settled her head on his shoulder. She was feeling desperately uncomfortable under the half-giant's gaze. Hagrid appeared to be sizing the girl up for several moments. Daphne noticed both Ron and Hermione watching with bated breath. Daphne herself wondered what Hagrid's judgment might mean for her in Harry's world. "I imagine ye have gone a bit o' trouble for crossing house lines, eh?" Hagrid asked. Daphne gave a weak nod, which Hagrid returned. "I don't mean to sound prejudiced or nothin' like thaw, but you Slytherins do tend to stick to your own. If you don't mind my askin', why awry?" Daphne cleared her throat and sat up. "I don't know if there's really one answer to that question, Professor Hagrid. I've liked him for a long time. I had a lot to prove to him when we first started getting to know each other, but while he was getting to know the real me, I got a look at the real Harry, and that's the boy I fell for. Maybe if there weren't houses, there wouldn't be those stupid house lines, and I would have gotten to know Harry much sooner. Hagrid, I trust her as much as I trust everyone else in this room. She's proven to me beyond any doubt that she really cares for me. If I trust her, you can too," Harry said. Hagrid looked over at Hermione as if he was going to ask a question when he saw her gripping Neville's hand. "You and Neville?" The half-giant's beetle-black eyes looked as if they might pop out of his head. "Ya all grew up while I was away." The half-giant looked to Ron, who was scratching Fang behind his ears, making the dog's back legs twitch. "About ya, Ron. Have ya got yourself a young lady now, too?" Ron's face burned crimson and he shook his head. "Not at the moment." "Well, not to worry yourself. Your brothers didn't date too much when they were your age either. In fact, Percy was the only on to have a girlfriend while they were in school." "Hagrid, where have you been all this time?" Hermione asked, changing the subject to save Ron further embarrassment. Hagrid shook his great head. "I already told ya I can't be telling any of ya." "Did you find the giants?" Hagrid spun so fast Harry thought for sure he was going to fall over. How? It was kind of obvious if you think about it," Ron said, shrugging. "Who better to go talk to them than a half-giant?" Hagrid looked nervously at them all, lingering on Daphne. "Why did it take you so long to get back?" Hermione asked. "And what happened to you? Did the giants do that to you? Have you been held captive?" No. Hagrid said firmly, waving his hands in front of him as if he were swatting at bats. "No, nothing like thaw." Hagrid heaved a great sigh and sat heavily in the only remaining seat that creaked a bit under his weight. "Too bloody nosy for ya own good," Hagrid muttered. "I've said it 100 times. All right, I'll tell ya, but I'm warning ya all to keep it between ya." Again, he eyed Daphne in particular. Hagrid spent the next hour filling them in on his adventures through Europe with Madame Maxine. Harry and the others could tell he was trying to be very vague, but he ended up telling more and more as the youngsters prodded the information out of him. Though he sounded troubled by sharing the story, there was an obvious spark in his eye that told them all he was quite proud of them. They hung on his every word, as they heard all about his experience trying to open relations with the giants, and the ultimate failure when Death Eaters showed up. "You're not telling us everything," Harry accused. "Madame Maxine made it back by the start of term. Something else happened, didn't it?" Hagrid looked out his window nervously, but shook his head. "Nothing you need to know. Now tell me about what's been going on around here. Dumbledore was pretty hazy on the topic last night." "You saw Dumbledore?" Hermione asked, looking confused. "Yeah, right after thaw Umbridge woman informed me she'd be inspectin' me classes. Dumbledore told me to beware of her, said she's working for Fudge. Dumbledore reckoned I should try and keep it simple this year. And he's right." Hermione was out of her seat. "She's a horrid woman." Hermione was joined by the others in informing their friend of Umbridge's one-woman crusade against Harry and all the things that had happened since the start of term. Hagrid became truly outraged when he learned of the new defense teacher's detention methods and demanded to see the scar on Harry's hand. "Did ye not go to another teacher?" "Hagrid," Harry sighed. "It's been made quite clear what will happen to me if I open my mouth. Besides, she's got the minister behind her," Ron snapped. Hagrid shook his great bushy head, muttering about the corruption in the ministry. Harry smiled to Hermione, who was grinning as well. Harry gave his girlfriend a squeeze, and she smiled at him. She knew that she was an outsider in this group, and she could tell from Neville's silence and his awkward looks that he was feeling just as strange as she was. But at the same time, she felt exhilarated. Harry had wanted her here with him. She had been accepted by the man whose opinion seemed to matter the most to Harry, despite the fact she was from Slytherin house. Daphne knew there was more going on than she knew, and she also knew she was not going to be told everything. She had kept her questions to herself during Hagrid's tale. as she had been frightened of making the half-giant nervous. She didn't like the thought of being kicked out because Hagrid thought she was from a family of Death Eaters. She could tell by his occasional looks of suspicion that even though Harry trusted her, Hagrid was still suspicious. Daphne knew from the beginning that she was going to have to constantly prove herself to people who Harry felt were important. The experience with Ron had proven that, but she knew he was worth it. She loved him, and she would do anything to keep him in her life. The next few weeks saw vast changes inside the castle. The holidays were approaching quickly, and Hogwarts underwent its normal festive alterations. The normal 12 Christmas trees had been set up in the Great Hall and had been decorated amazingly. The suits of armor would break out into carols, and even Peeves had scaled back his pranks to get into the holiday spirit, though his carols weren't always so seasonal or appropriate. Despite the decorations, the singing armor, and the knowledge that Christmas was coming, the mood about the castle was quite dark. First off, it seemed that Umbridge was passing a new rule almost every day. Each new rule was obviously meant to restrict the students more and more. To make things worse, Umbridge had formed the Inquisitorial Squad, a group of students who had the power to assign detentions and take away house points. In the first week alone, Gryffindor House had lost every single point and was now in the negative, with absolutely no hope of securing the house championship. Students often asked their teachers why Dumbledore was allowing Umbridge to pass her ridiculous rules. "Why doesn't he sack her?" was the inquiry most heard from teachers. The answer was that simply, Umbridge had Cornelius Fudge backing her, and it seemed that Fudge had the Board of Governors in his pocket. What was worse was that every new rule was the result of something that someone did or said in Umbridge's presence that she disagreed with. With every passing day, Umbridge's grip on the school was tightening, and it was mainly due to Draco Malfoy. Draco had been made the leader of the Inquisitorial Squad. With his new power, Draco made it a point to terrorize the student population. Even older students did their best to avoid Malfoy, fearing he might send them to detention with Filch or worse, Umbridge herself. What was worse was how silly the reasons students were punished for. Daphne Greengrass had landed a detention, her first ever, for holding hands with her boyfriend. "What?" she screamed at Draco, who had his arms folded across his chest, sneering at the dark-haired girl and her boyfriend, Potter. They had arrived for their potions lesson, having met in the hall and queuing up outside the dungeon classroom. "Don't you know the rules, Greengrass?" Draco said as Crabbe, Goyle, and Knott stood behind their leader, chuckling. "It's against the rules to show affection publicly. That means no holding hands, no hugging, no kissing." "That's insane," Tracy Davis shouted. "I'll be sure and let the High Inquisitor know your feelings on the matter," Draco said snidely. "You'll report to the High Inquisitor tonight for detention." 7 o'clock. Daphne was about to tell Malfoy what he could do with his detention, but before she could say anything further on the matter, the door opened and Snape ushered them in. The sallow-skinned professor eyed Malfoy with something close to pride as the blonde walked past. Daphne had worried about using the blood quill, but welcomed it at the same time. Perhaps if she had been forced to use it, she would then have proof, and her father could do something about the atrocious little fat woman draped perpetually in pink. However, she never saw the black quill. Inappropriate behavior with a member of the opposite sex. Is that truly any way for a young witch from such an upstanding family act? Umbridge asked Daphne that night at her detention. "I would think someone with your upbringing could find a more suitable companion." "One who is equal to you in class and status, Miss Greengrass." "Forgive me, Professor," Daphne said coldly, "but is it not my choice whom I choose to be with?" "Of course it is, my dear, but I would think you would aim a bit higher in your relationships. After all, it would likely be in your best interests to end your obviously teenage tryst with Mr. Potter and find and explore a more mature relationship with someone more to your station." "I know your father well, dear, and I know he only wants what is best for you. Surely you can find a young man with more of a future." "I don't see how it's really any of your business. Now, can we get on with my punishment?" Daphne replied, folding her arms across her chest. Umbridge's expression soured from the false cheeriness. It was clear to her that she would not be swaying Daphne so easily, and so Daphne was handed over to Filch and made to clean bathrooms without the aid of magic. That was not the only time Draco chose to target Harry's friends. Harry's rival took every opportunity to take away points or assign detentions. Hermione got the very worst of it and missed many DA classes, though Harry, Ron, Neville, and the rest did their best to keep her up to date on everything they were doing. Their weekends were now spent in the room of requirement getting the Muggle-born witch caught up and planning their next lesson. On the Wednesday evening just before the holiday was to start, Harry stood in front of the DA, watching as they were practicing stunning and shields. Harry was wandering the room, helping those who needed it, and admiring how well they were all progressing. As he passed Hermione, she made a motion to her watch, indicating that it was nearing quitting time. Harry blew his whistle and all the other students ceased casting. "All right, very good, everyone. You've all done extremely well. When we get back from holiday, we'll start new stuff. We'll start working with weapons and we'll start learning new spells, even patronuses." There was a great cheer, and then they all began preparation to leave. Harry pulled out the Marauders map to make sure the way was clear, and as was now the drill, the DA began to leave in groups of 2. As they left the room of requirement, each person would pause to wish Harry a good holiday. "Harry, could I talk to you?" Cho Chang asked. "Privately." The pretty Asian girl looked very nervous, and her eyes were pleading. Harry, curious as to what Cho needed from him, handed the Marauders map to Ron so he could oversee the students' departure and followed Cho to the far side of the room. "What did you need, Cho?" Harry asked, staring at the girl, who was unable to meet his eyes. "I wanted to thank you. You're a really good teacher, and I've gotten so much better." "You're welcome." Harry smiled politely. I can't help but wonder if only Cedric knew this stuff, maybe. He did, Cho. He wouldn't have been chosen if he wasn't capable, at least, but when Voldemort wants to kill you." Harry let the remark remain unfinished. "Look, try not to think too much about it. Go home and have a good holiday. Drink eggnog and eat sweets." "Kiss under the mistletoe?" Cho asked, a hopeful glint in her eye. Sure, why not? Get kissed lots under mistletoe." Harry shrugged. Suddenly Cho leapt forward, her arms wrapping tightly around Harry's neck, her lips smashing against his. Harry's arms went wild, trying to push the girl off of him. He had no idea why she was kissing him, but he wanted nothing to do with it. Her lips were pressed so hard against his, he could taste blood as his teeth opened cuts inside his mouth. Harry felt her tongue sliding across his lips, and Harry tightened his mouth, making it impossible for her to gain access. Then it was over, and Harry was on the floor. He looked and saw Cho was also on the floor, looking murderous, but she wasn't looking at Harry. "You need to find your own boyfriend, Chang, and leave mine alone," Daphne snarled, her wand in her hand. Cho quickly got to her feet, brushing herself off. Harry saw that Cho had her wand out and couldn't remember her getting it out. "Real good trick, transfiguring that pillow into mistletoe," Daphne said flatly. "How'd you keep his attention on you the whole time?" "Maybe you should be asking why it wasn't on you," Cho said spitefully. "Clearly he's not as infatuated with you as people think. I got him to kiss me and I wasn't even really trying." "You attacked me," Harry shouted angrily. "You don't deserve him, Greengrass." "And you do?" Daphne asked incredulously. "The only way you can get him to look at you is by tricking him. You don't even know the first thing about him. Can you even tell me what his favorite color is?" Harry looked at Daphne. He was quite sure that she didn't know his favorite color. He couldn't remember ever discussing it. What was more maddening was that he wasn't even sure he had a favorite color. He wondered if he should mention that, but a quick glance at the 2 girls told him he'd better wait. "Face it, Cho, you only want him because he's famous, and you don't have Cedric anymore." "Daphne," Harry said, getting up finally. He was just as angry at Cho as she was. At least he thought he was, but even he felt bringing the Hufflepuff boy's name up was hitting below the belt. That was a bit much. Indeed, Cho's eyes were now glistening with tears. The pretty Ravenclaw scowled at Daphne and Harry before picking up her bag and running out of the room without waiting to be told if they were clear yet. "Daphne, love, thank you for coming to my aid," Harry began. "But you did kind of cross the line there." "I know," Daphne sighed heavily. "I didn't mean to say that, but the rest of it was true. She's got her sights set on you, and I don't think it's because she has any actual feelings for you. What worse is that she more or less threw down the gauntlet." Tracy said as she put her wand away. She had been prepared to step in if Cho got any funny ideas. That was quite clever of her to transfigure some mistletoe. Harry looked up to where Tracy indicated and saw a bough of fresh mistletoe hanging right where he'd been standing. How did she do that? Harry wondered. She had her wand behind her back and she did it without looking, Daphne said. Hermione told me, not that she needed to. I was watching her the whole time, bent. I just thought it was fishy, her asking you to speak alone, Hermione said, now joining the group. Everyone's gone now. We should get going or risk running into Draco and his goon squad. One more day, Ron sighed. I just can't wait to get out of here. How many new rules do you think Umbridge will pass while we're all gone? Neville asked angrily. I don't even want to think about it. Harry shook his head. I just want to get through tomorrow night with Snape and then rest. He's getting tougher on you, isn't he? Daphne looked sympathetic. Harry only nodded. But you're getting better. Hermione smiled encouragingly. You said it's getting easier to find him and throw him out of your mind. Yeah, but Snape has a very brutal attack style, Harry pointed out. That book we found said they're all different kinds. How can I learn to defend myself if I only get attack in one manner? Ask him to vary it, Tracy suggested. I have. Harry said, collecting his cloak and following the others to the door. He says he will when he thinks I'm ready. Daphne hated hearing her boyfriend sound so discouraged. Don't worry too much about it, Harry. There are other things a bit scarier to worry about. Tracy grinned, nudging Daphne as she passed by. Like what? You're meeting Daphne's father day after tomorrow. Don't listen to her, Daphne said, squeezing Harry's arm when she saw him go pale. Dad's really not bad. He's very excited to meet you. Are you going to try to come to Christmas dinner? I told you I would. I'll ask my godfather and see what he says, but it's not just his decision, Harry said meaningfully. He hadn't told her everything about the order, but he'd given her enough information so she would understand if he couldn't visit her during the holiday. We need to go, Tracy said. It's getting close to curfew. I'll see you at breakfast. Daphne smiled, kissing Harry quickly. She and Tracy ran down the stairs. Harry watched her go for a few seconds before Neville tugged on his sleeve. Come on, Harry. One more day to get through. Punctum. Harry stumbled a bit on his feet before catching his balance, while Professor Snape rubbed his wrists, trying to soothe the ache from the stinging hex Harry had used to push him out of his mind. Snape had not even waited for Harry to get settled this evening, and had attacked his mind at once. Harry was becoming much better at finding and evicting Snape from his thoughts. Snape was never one to shower Harry with compliments, so Harry guessed that by not giving Harry time to prepare, he must be improving. We shall rest a moment, Potter, Snape grumbled. Harry guessed his teacher was a bit sore. Harry had begun using some new spells he'd been researching with his friends, and Snape was his test subject. This clearly did not please the potion's master, but Harry was beyond caring what the slimy rat thought. Professor, I was wondering why you always use such a brutal attack. Wouldn't be good if I learned to detect more subtle invasions, Harry asked. He was breathing a bit heavy, but nowhere near what he had been during his first lessons. Potter, if you can detect an obvious attack and successfully fight it off, you will most certainly be able to feel someone entering your mind any other way. Tell me, have you had any further dreams about the Dark Lord? No, sir, Harry answered suspiciously. And you are continuing to empty your mind before you go to bed? More like organizing and locking away thoughts. I can't empty my head, but I have been able to more or less compartmentalize my head. Snape regarded the young man before him for a moment. Interesting. I've really tried to empty my head, but my brain just won't shut off, for lack of a better word. So I take time to organize my mind and work on my mental defenses. Indeed. I have seen that your defenses have become much more adequate, though you still need lots of work. Is there such a thing as a natural occlumen, sir? Harry wondered. No, anyone who seeks to block their mind must learn to do so. It is not a gift, but a very strict mental discipline, not unlike some forms of dance or fighting styles. Very few become truly accomplished at it. Legllms. Harry was caught completely off guard, which was what Snape wanted. Harry wasted no time in raising his shields. He felt Snape at once, and with a few fast spells was able to push the man out of his mind. He had no time to rest before Snape started again. On and on it went, with Snape hammering Harry's mind and Harry fighting the greasy codger out. Unfortunately for Harry, it was exhausting, and he'd not yet built up any sort of stamina to fight prolonged attacks. On top of that, Harry was nowhere near the level that Snape was, and after 2 hours, Snape was beginning to break through Harry's defenses. I expect that when you return to school, you will be able to expel me from your mind much faster, Snape said. Harry was now on his knees, panting heavily. He looked up at the cold, dark eyes of his professor, who had not an ounce of sympathy for the boy. Collect your things and remove yourself from my sight. His head was pounding harder than it had even on his first lesson. He had to stop several times along the way back to Gryffindor Tower to stop from being sick. The world was spinning out of control, and Harry just wanted to get to his bed, without throwing up. When he finally got to the common room, he found it eerily deserted. He guessed everyone had gone to bed so that morning would come sooner, and they could all go home. He sat heavily upon the sofa in front of the fire to ease his spinning head. Snape had been absurdly brutal on him tonight, and Harry felt definably weaker at the moment. He knew that by the time he got back to school, his defenses would be that much stronger, but he couldn't understand why Snape had to virtually destroy his mental shields in one go. When he caught his breath again, and the room had stopped spinning so hard, Harry eased himself up the stairs and, without even bothering to change his clothes, fell into bed. I hunger for flesh. It was dark, and he felt a cool stone on his belly as he moved swiftly in the shadows. He could smell blood, and rather than sickening him, it made him salivate. He could feel the heat radiating off his quarry, and it was intoxicating to him. He could not wait to sink his teeth into the sweet meal that was waiting for him, getting closer by the second. Sliding in the dark, he could now hear the rhythmic beating of his prey's heartbeat, like a homing beacon to him. He was close now. He began to tighten his muscles in preparation to strike, then he would feast. But something happened. His prey turned its head and its strange eyes went wide in horror. The beast rose from its perch and was backing away. He struck out fast as lightning, sinking his fangs deep into the soft, supple flesh and tasting the first intensely euphoric taste of warm, fresh blood. He struck again, and again. The beast fell onto its back, shivering and panting. His meal knew the end was near now. All he had to do was wait for his venom to work its way through the nervous system, and then he could feast. Slowly, he moved closer to watch the beast's eyes, his warm, nurturing eyes, and the familiar thinning red hair. No! Harry toppled out of his bed, landing on his rear. He looked up to find all 4 of his dorm mates looking at him in fear. All of them were out of bed and huddled around him. "Harry, can you hear me?" Neville said, stooping down to look into Harry's eyes. "Someone go get McGonagall," Neville ordered. "Ron," Harry said, looking to his once best friend. "It's your dad. He's been attacked." "Wah, what?" "Voldemort's snake. He's somewhere dark and the snake is going to eat him," Harry said, trying to get to his feet. His legs felt like rubber and his stomach churned. "We need to get to Dumbledore. He's got to do something." Ron took Harry by the waist to steady him, while Neville got on Harry's other side. The 3 were just about to the door when Seamus came racing back in, with Professor McGonagall on his heels. "Potter, are you all right? Mr. Finnegan told me you were having a fit." "More like a vision. Mr. Weasley's been attacked. We need to see the headmaster. Now." McGonagall hesitated for a fraction of a second as she took in Harry's appearance. He was still dressed and extremely pale. He was sweating profusely and looked as if he could throw up at any moment, but what swayed her was the intensity in his emerald green eyes. "Come with me." Harry was helped along by Ron, while Neville was made to remain in the dorms. The 3 moved swiftly through the castle, with Harry gaining his strength as they went along. In a matter of minutes, they were inside Dumbledore's office, where it appeared the headmaster was just preparing for bed. "I'm very sorry to disturb you, Albus, but Potter has." McGonagall began, but Harry cut across her. "Mr. Weasley's been attacked by Voldemort's snake. We've got to find him. Please try to calm yourself," Dumbledore said gently, but Harry only became more irritated. "He's dying. The snake bite him 3 times, and it's going to eat him if we don't find him." "Are you certain of this?" Dumbledore, looking oddly skeptical. "I saw it. I was there. I was the snake. Professor, I attacked him in my dream. Please, sir, you've got to believe me." "We must find him." Dumbledore rose from his seat and began speaking with some of the portraits. Harry tried to hear what was being said, but Ron made him forget about what the headmaster was doing. "You attacked him?" Ron asked, his voice soft. Harry turned to see Ron had gone quite white and his freckles stood out in stark contrast. Ron didn't look angry. In fact, he looked frightened, more frightened than Harry had ever seen him. "No," Harry said, shaking his head fiercely. "Yes." "It's complicated. Fear not, Mr. Weasley. There is no way Mr. Potter could have attacked your father this evening. He clearly was able to see into the mind of the serpent," Dumbledore said, as he went over to a portrait of a man who looked severely bored. "Phineas, I will need you to go visit your other portrait at once and inform them of Arthur Weasley's injuries and let them know to expect their house guests this evening. Minerva, I think you had better get the other Weasley children and bring them here straight away." "Yes, Albus," McGonagall said, turning to leave. "I'll ask you 2 gentlemen to sit down. Try to remain calm until we hear news," Dumbledore said in his most grandfatherly tone. Both Harry and Ron sat down. Ron stared at Harry for a long time, but Harry kept his eyes on the floor. "How was it possible that I saw through the snake's eyes? I haven't had a dream or anything for so long," Harry wondered. "Albus, he's been found." A sallow-skinned wizard with long black bangs reappeared in his portrait. "I kept calling until someone arrived. They're taking him to St. Mungo's. The snake was there too, but it slithered off." All right, Dumbledore nodded. Fawkes, my friend, we shall need your help now, a warning if you would not mind. In a flash of fire, the phoenix vanished. Dumbledore took a pinch of flue powder and cast it into the fire. Severus, Dumbledore asked. Severus, I know that you are awake. Please come to my office straight away. Here they are, Albus, McGonagall said as she re-entered the headmaster's office with Jinny, Fred, and George in tow. What's going on? Fred asked. Your father has suffered an attack. He has been found and is now on his way to St. Mungo's. My great-grandson has been informed and says he'll be delighted to welcome them. The woman flew to the hospital straight away, Phineas said irritably as he stepped back into his painting. Now, can I go back to sleep? There was a flash of flame and a single red feather appeared, floating lazily to the floor. She's becoming more and more troublesome, Dumbledore said angrily. All right, all of you, please come here. Dumbledore turned around and picked up an old tea kettle. Portus, he said, tapping it gently with his wand. All of you, take hold of this now. Harry and the four Weasleys touched their hands to the kettle, and in an instant felt the familiar tug behind their navels as they were swept away by Dumbledore's portkey. There was a knock on the door and Snape peered around the door. You called for me? Come in, we have a problem. We must wait a few moments, however, as we are about to have another visitor, Dumbledore said with undisguised abhorrence. Snape stepped further into the office and took a seat. Did they find him, Albus? McGonagall asked, but the headmaster waved his hand in warning. A second later, there was a knock on the headmaster's door. Enter, Dumbledore called, and was unsurprised when Dolar's Umbridge stepped inside. She was dressed in a very fluffy pink dressing gown and carrying her clipboard and quill. Professor Dumbledore, are you aware that several children are not in their beds? She asked in the falsely high, syrupy voice. Yes, that is correct. I have sent several students home early. There was an emergency with their family. And which students would they be? Umbridge demanded. The Weasley children, as well as Harry Potter. He was going to be staying with them during the holiday. But he is not related to them, so why was he allowed to leave? He is practically family to the Weasleys. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes now. The decision was mine to make. Now, if you'll excuse me, I still have a few things to discuss with my deputy headmistress and Professor Snape before I take my leave for the holiday. I suggest you get some rest yourself, Professor Umbridge. You will be most buzzed tomorrow. Umbridge glared at the wizened old man before turning and huffing out of the room. Dumbledore remained silent for a long few minutes before turning to Snape. You informed me that Harry was improving at occlumency. Then he comes here tonight after having what I assume was a very intense vision through Lord Voldemort's eyes. Snape actually jumped a bit at being addressed so harshly. You know how each session weakens him. Tonight I may have been a bit more unpleasant. Severus, Dumbledore scowled. We cannot afford any more delays until he can protect his mind. I cannot teach him all he needs to know. Then why don't you teach him? Damn it, Albus, I'm more than a little tired of this charade. Snape rose from his seat, glaring at the headmaster. Please do not make me remind you of why things need to happen this way. Have you forgotten? How could I possibly forget with you bringing it up every time we speak, you old fool? Snape scowled. I am teaching the boy in the best way I know how. If it is not good enough for you, then find someone else. Snape turned and left the office in a swirl of black. McGonagall sighed heavily. Perhaps he is right, Albus. Perhaps you should be the one to teach Potter. If only it were that simple. I fear that Severus is not being honest with me any longer. I regret that I may be pushing him back towards Lord Voldemort. If that happens... Dumbledore let the words remain unspoken. Albus, I have rarely agreed with Severus, and I have never hidden my feeling about him from you. But he's right. You have been the one to steer Potter's life. It's long past time for you to do what you should have done that night you left him on those horrid muggles' doorstep. It is time for you to rectify your mistakes with him. McGonagall stood and, without turning back, left the office, leaving Albus Dumbledore with his own bleak thoughts. They were both right, and though he was loath to admit it, he would have to step in and do what he should have done years ago. I can only hope that he will forgive me one day. Dolors, I have told you repeatedly that Potter is only a pawn. It is Dumbledore we should concern ourselves with. Cornelius Fudge rubbed his face. Everyone knows that Potter is close to the Weasley family, and had I been in the same situation, I would have allowed the boy to join them as well. Now, I have backed you in every ridiculous new rule you've wished to institute, but I have yet to get anything from you in regards to what Dumbledore is up to, and until I do, I will not let any more of your decrees pass. And another thing, you'd better rein in your squad of students. I'm getting letters, and some of them are more than a little unpleasant." Dolor's Umbridge gave a small smile and nodded her head in understanding. "Very well. I will focus my attentions on the headmaster, though it will have to wait until the end of the holiday, as he has elected to leave the castle." "Has he?" Fudge's eyes bulged. "That is most unusual." "I agree, Minister, other than his brother who lives in the village. Dumbledore has no other family. I have no idea where he might have gone. And of course, it's too late to assign someone to follow him. All right, we will just have to wait until he returns. You should be able to set up some sort of way to monitor Dumbledore by the time he returns, and to be discreet, if any of the other teachers even suspect. Then I will have to bring up their reviews and decided whether or not their teaching methods are up to our new standards." Umbridge smiled, and it made Fudge shudder a bit. Umbridge's face disappeared from the fire and Fudge went back to his desk to try and ease his throbbing headache. Things had spiraled so far out of control, and now Cornelius had very little choice but to remain on the path he had chosen. The alternative was entirely too worrisome. He had to be able to prove to the public that the ancient headmaster, the man who stood for so much good in their world, was losing his faculties and was using fear to press his agenda. The worst decision in all of this had been allowing Dolor's Umbridge to be his eyes and ears within the school. She was far too focused on the Potter boy. Time and time again, she had tried to convince him to try the boy for the murder of Cedric Diggory and lock him away in Azkaban. Fudge was not a brilliant man, but he wasn't stupid either. There was absolutely no proof that Potter killed Diggory. It was far more likely that the Bulgarian seeker, Victor Crumb, had killed Diggory while under the influence of Barty Crouch Jr.'s imperious curse. How a known Death Eater had managed to infiltrate the school and remain hidden for a year, much less being free for Merlin, only knew how long. Fudge rubbed at his eyes again. Things had become so messy. He made so many bad decisions, and he could not back out of any of it. It would make the people think he was weak or indecisive. No, he was not about to do anything to show weakness. Dumbledore was the one going mad, not Fudge. He would do his best to rein in Umbridge and prove that Dumbledore was trying to sow the seeds of discourse. It would be Cornelius Fudge that the people would remain faithful to. They would see that there was no darkness, and that things were now the best they had ever been. "I thought I would be meeting your suitor," Mr. Greengrass said as he embraced his eldest daughter on the train platform in London. "As did I," Daphne said sadly. "I don't know what happened, but he left last night. I'm told it was an emergency." "Should we expect him at Christmas dinner?" Mrs. Greengrass asked, looking hopeful. Daphne could only shrug. She turned around to look at the train, as if Harry might miraculously step off the Crimson steam engine. "He wasn't sure if he would be allowed the last time we spoke," Daphne admitted heavily. "Perhaps we should go home. Maybe the young man has sent you a message," Mr. Greengrass said gently. He took both of his daughter's bags and shrunk them down before placing them inside his pocket. Daphne was terribly worried. She was supposed to meet Harry in the Great Hall, and they were supposed to enjoy the train ride back to London in each other's company. She had hoped she would be able to curl up next to him and be held tightly in his arms the entire way. She even liked the idea of falling asleep in his embrace. But that didn't happen. Instead, she was met by Neville and Hermione, who both looked terribly frightened. According to Neville, Harry had had some kind of nightmare about Ron's father. He and Ron had gone to Professor Dumbledore and had never come back. That morning, Hermione had learned that Jinny and the Weasley twins had been summoned to Dumbledore's office late the previous night and had also not returned. He swore that Ron's dad was hurt really bad, Neville said while they attempted to eat breakfast. None of them had any real appetite as they were all very worried. "So, it's likely that Dumbledore sent them to St. Mungo's to be with their father," Tracy remarked. "But why Harry too?" Daphne asked. "Because he was staying with them over the holiday and he's like family to them," Hermione said. "Harry said he was staying with his godfather," Daphne pointed out. Hermione's voice became like a whisper. "That's true, but he can't go about advertising that he's staying with a wanted fugitive. Besides, the Weasleys are staying at the same place." Daphne nodded in understanding. "Come on, the carriages are lining up," Tracy said, throwing down her half-eaten toast. The 4 students rose and collected their baggage to take with them, and went out to await their own carriage. When they finally managed to get one, Daphne went to the front and slowly and softly groped at the air. until she felt it bump against what she guessed was the head of the Thestral. She had learned at last what these strange horse-like creatures were during one of the first classes that Professor Hagrid had taught upon his return. He assured them all there was nothing to fear from them, and that they had a bad reputation because only a person who had witnessed someone die could see them. Very few people could see the creatures, and she was astounded to learn that besides Harry, Neville could in fact see the Thestrals. He had always seen them, and had been terrified of them until that lesson. In fact, one of the Thestrals seemed to really like Neville and had followed him about for most of the class. The train ride had been very boring without Harry. Even Malfoy had not come to harass them. Apparently, he only bothered if Harry was around. All during the journey, Daphne felt a pang of jealousy whenever she looked at Hermione and Neville. She wanted to be in Hermione's place, with her boyfriend holding her while she read, or at least just to feel Harry next to her. Halfway through the train ride, Astoria had come by to wish Harry a Merry Christmas, and had been more than a bit distraught to learn he was not aboard the train. Daphne was not surprised, as Harry had become like an older brother to her sister. Their relationship was hard to define in any other way. Daphne wondered sometimes if her younger sister might know something that the two young lovers had yet to see for themselves. The trip back to the Greengrass home was quick. As soon as they found a dark alley, Daphne's parents took hold of their daughters and apparated them to the foyer of their home. "Put your things away, then come down for supper," Mrs. Greengrass said as their father enlarged their bags once again and handed them to his daughters. The two girls went up the stairs and separated to go to their rooms. Daphne heard the thud of her younger sister's bag and the quick footsteps as the younger girl ran back down the stairs. Daphne lingered in her room a bit. She felt disheartened that she had been unable to, at the very least, say goodbye to Harry. Now she had no idea if she would even see him until they returned to school. "Daphne!" The brunette turned to see her father carrying a very distinct snowy owl on his arm. "It wouldn't let me take the letter." "Hedwig!" Daphne practically shouted. The snowy owl opened her wings and glided to Daphne's outstretched arm. She gave a low, warm hoot as she presented her leg with an envelope tied to it. "Am I correct in guessing this owl belongs to your suitor?" Mr. Greengrass asked. His face was as impassive as ever, but his tone carried a hint of mischief, which made Daphne smile even brighter. "Yes, this is Hedwig, Harry's familiar. She is quite possibly the smartest owl ever. Even more clever than Archie." Her father raised an eyebrow. Archie, or Archimedes, was the Greengrass family owl, a very big eagle owl with intense gold eyes. Mr. Greengrass loved that owl and could not believe that any other animal could ever be more clever than his precious bird. "Of course not, Dad." Daphne rolled her eyes and then winked at Hedwig, who puffed her chest proudly. "Well, try not to keep your mother waiting. She's most anxious to hear about how things have been going. You really should try to write home more often." He gave a rare smirk as he left her alone with her letter. Daphne quickly untied the letter, and Hedwig went to perch on the headboard of her bed, tucking her head under her wing. "Daphne, I'm so sorry that I couldn't ride the train with you, but something terrible happened. Please try not to worry. Everything is okay for now. I can't tell you anymore, and you know why. I've asked about coming to see you on Christmas, and the request has been passed along. My godfather is hopeful that I will be able to join you and your family, though he says that it's likely that some measures might have to be taken to assure my safety, whatever that means. I miss you, and I'm sorry that I didn't at least get to say goodbye properly. Please write me back soon. Love, Harry. P.S. I've told Hedwig to remain with you until you can send a letter. Even a short one will do. I love you." Daphne clutched the letter to her chest. He was safe, and that was what really mattered. Plus, they could write to each other over the holiday, at least. Daphne set the letter on her bedside table so she could read it again before she went to bed. She would write to him the next day, and with a bit of luck, she would actually get to see him on Christmas. Harry sat alone in the bedroom he and Ron shared within the walls of number 12 Grimmauld Place, simply staring out the window into the night. Ron and the other Weasleys were all at St. Mungo's Hospital checking in on Mr. Weasley, who had suffered a serious attack by a snake. They had learned that the Weasley patriarch was going to be okay, and he had been found just in time. Mrs. Weasley had nearly broken his ribs when she had thanked him. The Weasley children had all thanked Harry for his part in their father's rescue, even though none of them really understood how it happened, except Ron. Earlier that day, the two boys had managed to find some time alone, and Ron had asked about Harry's vision. I thought the lessons with Snape were supposed to block it all out, Ron had said. So did I, Harry shrugged, feeling uncomfortable with his former best friend. I haven't had a nightmare in weeks, and I haven't felt any of his emotions in quite a while. I was exhausted when I came back from lessons. You've always said that you felt weak after lessons. Do you think that might have been the reason? Ron probed. I suppose. Snape was more vicious than he'd ever been before. Maybe he weakened me enough to allow for Voldemort's thoughts to get into my head. Maybe he wanted me to see it but didn't think I'd do something to help your dad. But you said you were the snake. I said I was seeing through the snake's eyes. I could feel its thoughts, or maybe just its instincts. I don't know. But Voldemort can control snakes, so I think I was seeing what he could see. Harry shrugged. What I can't figure is why they want to block it out. It's kind of useful, isn't it? Ron looked curiously at his friend. But I can't control it. And what if he can see into my mind? He'd know everything. I told you that I think that I'm being made to learn all this for a reason. They're preparing me for something. I just wish we knew what. Harry had thought about that most of the day. Why was it so important that he learn occlumency? What were they going to teach him or show him? Was he going to learn about the weapon that Voldemort apparently wanted? How are you doing, kid? Sirius asked. Harry turned to see his godfather leaning in the doorway. You've been holed up here most of the day. Lot on my mind, Harry shrugged. I imagine so. It's not your fault, you know. Hell, if it hadn't been for you. I know, Harry nodded, turning back to the window. I just wish I knew what this was all about. Why is he so intent on killing me? What did I do? I wish I had all the answers for you. Your parents knew, but I made them not tell me. I figured the less I knew, the safer they would be, Sirius said, placing a comforting hand on Harry's shoulder. You're doing great, though. You're teaching a bunch of kids how to defend themselves. That's no small thing. And you're probably the bravest kid I've ever known. How do you mean? Gods, Harry, most any other kid who had to deal with what you have had to would likely have given up a long time ago. But not you. You've stepped up each time and managed to overcome just about every obstacle and been triumphant. I know you aren't the sort to brag, but you've done things most grown-ups would never even dream of doing. What's more, you've come face to face with this madman and walked away with your life each time. That's saying something. But I was lucky, Harry argued. Yeah, I agree. You were extremely lucky. But you were also smart, kid. You somehow managed to overcome your fear enough to think things through. You didn't freeze when it came down to it. That's more than luck. Harry thought about it for a few moments before nodding his understanding. I sent a letter to the old man about getting you to your girlfriend's for dinner. If he doesn't get back to us by Christmas, you and I will figure something out together. I'd really hate for you to not get to see her until you get back to school. Besides, this Jonathan Greengrass might be a good ally for you. Man on the Wisengamot might come in handy one day. Harry thanked his godfather, and the two of them went down to the kitchen to fix themselves something to eat. The Weasleys returned very late that evening, and Harry heard Ron stumble into bed. 2 days passed in relative quiet anticipation of Christmas and Mr. Weasley's release from the hospital. For Harry, it was nearly excruciating. He had received a letter from Daphne, thanking him for writing to her and letting her know what had happened. She was hopeful that he would be joining her family for Christmas and given him the Floo address so that he could just show up at the appointed time. However, there had not been any word from Dumbledore on the matter, and Harry was becoming anxious that he would not be allowed to go. Sirius assured Harry over and over again that it was going to happen. Look, Harry, Sirius grinned when the two had gone to feed Buckbeak. You are going to go to that dinner if I have to take you myself. You can't risk being caught. The Death Eaters know you're an animagus and have likely informed the Ministry, Harry argued. Do you honestly believe that a dog is my only disguise, Harry? Have a little faith in your godfather. I do have faith in you. I just don't want anything happening to you. Thanks, Harry, but I'll be fine. Besides, I think I know 1 or 2 people around here who'd be willing to give me a hand in a rather grand sort of prank. Harry was filled with a sense of foreboding at those words. It was late on Christmas Eve when word from Dumbledore finally arrived. Harry was in the study playing a rather boisterous game of exploding snap with all the Weasley children. Ah, good, you're all here, Sirius said, shutting the door behind him. It seems the old man does not believe it would be safe for Harry to visit his girlfriend tomorrow evening. George held out his hand as Fred slapped a silver coin into it. I told you, George smiled proudly. I had a 50-50 chance, Fred said glumly. So the plan is on, then? George asked. What plan? Harry and Ron asked together. Sirius is calling it Operation Lover Boy Escape. Jinny shook her head. She had a rather sour expression on her face. I wanted to call it something else, but it wasn't very nice, Fred grinned. Methinks our little Ginevra does not approve of your choice of lady friend. Jinny punched her brother and put a bit of distance between her and Fred. "Listen up, we have a lot to go over if we are going to pull this off," Sirius said. "Tomorrow afternoon, the Weasleys will be going to visit Arthur in the hospital. That's when we're going to move." Daphne awoke early on Christmas morning. She slipped from under the warmth of her blankets and went to her window to look out at the snow-covered ground. She rubbed her arms, trying to warm them from the biting cold. Christmas. Daphne nearly fell to the floor from fright when Astoria slammed open the door to awaken her sister. It was tradition, ever since Astoria could walk and speak the glorious word. The youngest Greengrass was the Christmas morning alarm clock, waking up everyone in the house so they could open gifts. Last year, Daphne had remained at Hogwarts and not remembered it was the holiday because her sister had gone home. She had not opened her gifts until quite late in the morning. It still amazed her how that one little tradition had made that Christmas feel wrong somehow. "Merry Christmas," Mrs. Greengrass said as she was now passing Daphne's room. She stopped and waited for the eldest Greengrass child to fetch her dressing gown and slippers and join her in the hallway. Mrs. Greengrass wrapped a warm arm around her daughter's shoulders and placed a kiss on the top of Daphne's head. "Shall we see what Father Christmas brought you?" Mrs. Greengrass smiled. "There's really only one thing I want, and I doubt it's under the tree," Daphne said quietly. Her mother gave an encouraging squeeze as they began to descend the stairs. "Finally," Astoria said as her sister and mother joined her and her father in the sitting room. What followed was nothing short of a cyclone of torn paper and ribbons and bows, flying through the air as the Greengrass family opened gifts. Daphne was more than a little happy with her growing pile of gifts. New clothes were always welcome, especially since her mother had such great tastes. There was a few new books and a beautiful silver charm bracelet from her father. She was disappointed, however, to find that there was no gift from Harry. She decided to hold out and see if he were bringing it with him, and if it turned out that he was not going to come to dinner, well, then he would have to make it up to her in spades. After breakfast, Daphne took her gifts up to her room where she could put them away. She took a hot shower and dressed simply in jeans and one of the new jumpers from her mother. Since there was nothing to do until dinner, Daphne settled onto her bed, where she could read one of her new books. It was a small book, and Daphne got lost within its pages. She lost all track of time until Astoria appeared in her door once again, a very broad smile on her face. "It's a bit rude to be sitting up here when your boyfriend is downstairs being grilled by Dad." "What?" Daphne looked up, not really hearing what her sister said. Astoria simply grinned at her older sister for a moment. "If you don't get down there, Dad might scare him away." "Harry's here," Daphne asked, surprised. "When did he get here?" "Does it matter?" Astoria looked confused. "Get off your big butt and get down there." Daphne didn't need telling twice, stopping ever so briefly to look herself over in the mirror. Daphne stampeded down the stairs like her hind end was on fire and came to a stop just outside the sitting room where she could hear her father talking with someone. A woman. Daphne stepped around the corner and saw her mother and father speaking with a woman with purple hair and aura robes. Next to her was a very familiar head of messy black hair. Harry glanced over his shoulder and smiled warmly when he spotted his girlfriend. "Merry Christmas," he smiled. Daphne practically leapt into his arms and gave him a soft kiss. "Merry Christmas to you," she said softly. "Well, that's that then. I'll see you in 4 hours, Harry." The woman smiled mischievously. She shook hands with Daphne's parents and stepped into the flue, disappearing in a burst of bright green flame. "Dinner will be in an hour." Mrs. Greengrass smiled politely, taking her husband's arm and leading him away. "Why don't you show Harry around the house until then?" Daphne smiled brightly and took Harry's hand. "Who was that woman?" Daphne asked when they were out of the sitting room. "Tonks, she's my godfather's cousin and an Auror." "Really? Does she know about?" Daphne gave Harry's scarred hand a squeeze and Harry's expression darkened. "Yeah, she knows, they all do, and they say they can't do anything," Harry said a bit darkly. "Doesn't matter, she's the defense teacher. Everyone knows that job is jinxed." "A bit optimistic, don't you think?" Daphne chuckled. "What happened to you? Hermione and Neville said you had a nightmare about Ron's dad." Harry explained everything that had happened since the night before holiday started. He told her that Mr. Weasley had been found and that he was now in the hospital, and it looked as if he would be fine. He then went on to tell his girlfriend about the letter that was written to Dumbledore about coming to dinner, and the headmaster's response that it was unsafe. "So, how did you get here?" Daphne asked, looking rather impressed that Harry would go against the headmaster's wishes. Harry was awoken by a pillow from Ron to the head. "Wake up, Harry, happy Christmas." "Merry Christmas." Harry smiled at his friend. The two boys eagerly began opening their presents. "Harry," Ron said, holding up a bright orange jacket. The back was emblazoned with a cannonball and two large C's. "Thanks, mate, this is really great." "It's nothing, Ron, really, thanks for the sweets." Ron looked away embarrassed. Harry knew that it was likely all Ron could afford and the redhead wasn't the most creative, but the thought still meant a lot to Harry. He'd gotten quite a few gifts this year. He flipped open the book, Giants, Their Noble History, from Hagrid. Harry hoped that the care of magical creatures teacher was not going to bring a giant to class, as his history lessons had taught him that they were not the nicest of beings. His next gift was from Sirius, a long box which contained something Harry never would have expected, a sword. "Whoa," Ron said, as Harry lifted the sword out of the box. "Who's that from?" "Sirius," Harry said, a bit awed. "Wicked." The blade shone in the early dawn light, and Harry thought he felt the handle vibrating as if it might have been alive. He laid the weapon back in its box and set it aside, making a note to ask Sirius about it later. The two finished opening gifts, both of them receiving a homework planner from Hermione, which Ron tossed aside, rolling his eyes. "She means well," Harry shrugged. "Yeah, but it really isn't up to her if we fail or not," Ron said. "Oh, come on, Ron. If it wasn't for her, you would have likely failed your first year." "Yeah," Ron shrugged, "but I've really been trying this year. Kind of hard to slack off when all your friends ever do is study." Harry shook his head and went back to opening gifts. Ron picked up the homework planner again, examining the soft black leather. With a sigh, he set it down on top of his pile of gifts. He really had made a lot of mistakes with his friends, and now he'd lost any chance he ever thought he might have had to be Hermione's boyfriend. Neville really was good for her, and as soon as they got back to school, he was going to make sure the once shy boy knew it. Harry picked up his last gift. It was from Daphne, a dragon hide wand holster for his wrist. According to the instructions, it was charmed to prevent his wand from being summoned away from him. The hide was from a Hungarian horntail, which made Harry chuckle. After finishing with their gifts, Ron and Harry went down to join the rest of the occupants of number 12 for breakfast. It was here that Sirius' plan went into motion. It was also the worst part of the plan, in Harry's opinion. When Mrs. Weasley wasn't looking, Fred slid a sweet over to him, tapping one side of the colorful candy, which Harry tore off and popped into his mouth. "One day, I'll make them all pay for this." Harry thought a few moments later as his head hung in the toilet bowl. "If I didn't love Daphne so much, well, it's clear that you've gotten some sort of bug," Mrs. Weasley said, feeling how clammy his forehead was. "Perhaps it's best if you remain in bed the rest of the day." "But I wanted to go see Mr. Weasley too," Harry said woefully. Mrs. Weasley smiled at him, which made Harry feel badly for lying to the woman. She was always so kind to him, it felt like a betrayal. "I'm sure Arthur won't mind. Now get on up to bed, and I'll make sure Sirius looks after you the rest of the day." As soon as he was alone, Harry finally managed to get the other half of the puking pastille into his mouth, and his nausea evaporated at once. A few minutes later, Sirius popped his head in the bedroom. "Get to it." Harry leapt out of bed to shower and dress in some new clothes that Sirius had provided. "It won't do wearing your cousin's blankets. These are much nicer, and I believe they're in your size." The man smiled as he presented Harry with a pair of dark pants and a nice black shirt. 20 minutes later, he was downstairs looking dashing, according to Tonks, who was waiting in the kitchen with Sirius and Remus, who looked rather upset. Harry had his invisibility cloak and Daphne's present in his hands. "We can't use the flu, so you three are going into London," Sirius said. "You'll be wearing your invisibility cloak the entire time." Remus said firmly, "You are to do exactly as we tell you no matter what. Is that clear?" Harry nodded. It was obvious that his former defense teacher did not approve of this plan. Still, it made Harry feel very fond of the werewolf that he was choosing to help him. Harry donned his cloak and took Tonk's hand as she took Remus. It would appear to all the world as if two lovers were taking a winter stroll. Remus hailed a taxi, and the three climbed inside. The cabbie chattered away about politics and such as Remus nodded politely. The journey took a bit, and Harry enjoyed watching London go by his window. "'Ere we are." The cabbie smiled toothily at Remus and Tonks. Remus paid the man, and they got out of the cab. Tonks took Remus' hand, and they waited until the felt Harry's hand joined theirs. "Merry Christmas," Tom, the owner of the Leaky Cauldron, shouted as they entered. "Good afternoon, Tom," Remus smiled. "I'd like a pint if it isn't too much trouble." "I'll only be a moment." Tonks smiled as she and Harry went to the flue. Tonks stepped inside the fireplace and gave a small wave of her hand to Harry for him to join her. Harry felt Tonks grip him tighter as she tossed the flue powder into the flame and spoke their destination. Tonks and Harry fell out of the flue in the sitting room of the Greengrass home. Jonathan Greengrass rose from his seat as the Auror stood up. "So sorry, are you Jonathan Greengrass?" Tonks asked. Jonathan nodded slowly as his wife stood up as well. "Oh, good. My name is Tonks, and I'm here to present Mr. Harry Potter." Harry took his cloak off and smiled nervously at the rather stone-faced man before him. "Harry Potter?" Jonathan asked, looking the young man over before finding the famous scar upon the boy's forehead. "Yes, sir. It's good to finally met you in person." Harry smiled as he offered his hand. Jonathan took it and gave it a firm shake. "Jonathan Greengrass." "Allow me to introduce my wife, Abigail." Harry knew at once where Daphne gleaned her beauty from. Mrs. Greengrass was a stunningly beautiful woman with sharp, intelligent eyes and wavy brown hair not unlike Daphne's. "It is a pleasure," she said as she took Harry's hand. "Harry," Astoria shrieked as she hugged the teen tightly. "Thank you for the charm bracelet, I love it." "You're welcome, thank you for the scarf." Harry smiled as he pointed out the garment he was wearing. Astoria's face reddened a bit, but she spoke quite nonchalantly. "It was nothing. Tori, would you mind telling your sister she has a guest?" Mrs. Greengrass smiled kindly. Astoria nodded and with another smile at Harry left the sitting room. "Miss Tonks, will you be staying for dinner as well?" Mr. Greengrass asked. "No, sir. I am only here to make sure that Harry will be safe. He's rather important to more than a few interested parties." "I understand." "Well, we shall do our best to make sure he stays safe while in our company." "Well then, I will be back to escort him home around 8 o'clock this evening." "Merry Christmas," Harry said. The three adults turned to see Daphne entering the room. She looked as if Harry was the only one in the room. She slipped her slim arms around his neck and kissed him tenderly. Jonathan Greengrass was about to clear his throat when his wife shook her head, and his daughter broke the kiss. "Merry Christmas to you." Daphne smiled at her boyfriend. "Well, that's that then. I'll see you in 4 hours, Harry," Tonks said with a wink. The young Auror shook hands with both Daphne's parents before excusing herself and using the flue to go back to the leaky cauldron. "Dinner will be in an hour." Mrs. Greengrass gave a warm smile as she took hold of her husband's arm. "Why don't you show Harry around the house until then?" "You really spent the morning puking just to come see me?" Daphne asked, a small smile on her face. "You did brush your teeth, right?" Harry gave his girlfriend a wry expression, and Daphne captured his lips. "Yep, you did. Thank you for being considerate. I won't even tell you what they wanted to do to me." Harry smiled in return. "I hope it isn't too late, but I wanted to give this to you in person," Harry said as he held out Daphne's gift. Daphne took the small package and gingerly opened it. Resting on an impossibly thin gold chain was a small heart-shaped stone of the most brilliant blue. "This is beautiful," Daphne gasped. Harry took the necklace and slipped it around her neck, fastening it securely. He captured her lips as he finished. "Thank you, Harry. Thank you for the wand holster. I think it'll come in very handy." Daphne smiled and melted into Harry's arms. It was so nice to be back in his arms again. On top of it, she was home, and she was showing him around her home, giving him a look into her life that they had only ever talked about. She hoped that one day she would get the chance to see where he grew up and get a real look into his life, though she knew he was not proud of his life away from the wizarding world. "I hope you're ready." "For what?" Harry asked a bit nervously. "Dinner. Daddy's going to have a ton of questions. He's been rather looking forward to me bringing a boy home so he could play the overprotective father role. However, I don't think he ever imagined I'd bring home the famous Harry Potter." Harry gave a rather audible gulp as Daphne took his hand and began leading him to the dining room. "He's where?" The woman's shrieks were so loud that they awoke the portrait of Mrs. Black. Now there were 2 shrill voices echoing throughout the confines of the house. Remus ran out of the kitchen, followed by all the Weasley children to silence the portrait, while Sirius faced the wrath of a very irate Mrs. Molly Weasley, who had discovered that Harry was not within the house. It was only by sheer dumb luck that she had discovered the plot. While visiting her husband in the hospital, she had learned that Arthur and the healer had decided to use stitches to try and close the rather pesky wounds. A rather heated argument had broken out, and her children had all excused themselves. When she had gone to gather them all up, she discovered that Ron had run into Hermione and Neville Longbottom. It was to Molly's dismay to learn that Hermione was now dadding the Longbottom boy, as she had hoped Ron and Hermione might begin dadding. However, she had no assumptions, as Ron was a very short-sighted boy, and Hermione was very smart and quite intelligent. It would be no time at all before some boy swooped in and charmed the girl away from her rather thick son. As she approached, she overheard Ron telling his friends that Harry and Sirius had fooled his mother, and Harry was now visiting his girlfriend, of which Mrs. Weasley did not approve of. Harry was meant for Jinny, and Molly had been trying to think of a way to subtly suggest to Harry that he was meant for someone else. She had hoped Jinny and Harry would get there on their own, but Jinny was inexplicably shy around Harry, and Harry never seemed to notice how lovely Mrs. Weasley's only daughter was. On top of that, Harry was dating a Slytherin, whom Molly was more than positive had Death Eater connections. "Molly, you need to calm down. He's fine," Sirius said, holding up his hands, trying to make the red-haired woman settle down. He still hadn't realized he was fighting a losing battle. Sirius didn't fear much. After all, he'd nearly been kissed by Dementors. But somehow, a fuming Molly Weasley seemed to force him to cower just a bit. "He's perfectly fine. He's with his girlfriend's family. Tonks sent word that he's quite safe." "That bunch of snakes. My God, Sirius, you may as well gift-wrap him and present him to you-know-who." "Molly, you're being ridiculous," Sirius said. "You've no proof that the Greengrass are dark. We've been over this. It's Harry's choice who he dates." "Ridiculous? Am I the only one in this house who cares at all about poor Harry's well-being? I knew you could be irresponsible, but this the height of depravity. How could you not realize what that girl is doing to him?" Batting her pretty little eyes, and who knows what else, charming Harry to believe everything she says, and then gaining his trust all so her family could deliver Harry to. "Enough," Sirius shouted, finally stopping Mrs. Weasley's tirade. "I have had the opportunity to speak to the girl on several occasions, and I believe her to be the exact opposite of what you believe her to be. Now you've just suffered a horrible shock with Arthur, so it's natural for you to be a bit concerned about those you care about, but you need not worry so much about Harry. He's fine, and I'm quite sure he's enjoying a very lovely dinner with his girlfriend's family." "How have you spoken to the girl?" Mrs. Weasley asked, her hands going to her hips, eyeing Sirius suspiciously. "The same way I've been able to talk with Harry whenever he's needed me," Sirius said ominously. The two-way mirrors were a secret, and Sirius feared that if Dumbledore found out about them, he might try and take them away. Sirius didn't want to risk not being able to communicate with his godson, especially since Harry sometimes really needed a friendly, grown-up ear to talk to. "If anything happens to that boy, it will be on your head, and I would think after everything," Molly Weasley stared hard at the convict, "that you would have far better judgment in regards to that boy." Molly stalked off, muttering loudly to herself. Sirius settled into a chair, pounding his fist on the table. He was angry at Molly Weasley for being an overprotective mother, angry at Dumbledore for trying to force Harry to live a sheltered life and not allowing him the experiences any other normal teenager was allowed to have. But he was also angry at himself because, loath though he was to admit it, some of what Molly had said had struck home. He was still sure that Harry was in no danger with the Greengrass family. Daphne seemed for all intents and purposes to be a normal 15-year-old girl who was deeply in love with his godson, and Harry seemed to genuinely care for the girl in return. It was true that he knew virtually nothing about the girl's family, though he'd always heard that the Greengrass clan was, for the most part, neutral in the last war, and so far as he knew, had no desire to get involved in any sort of war now. "No," Sirius said firmly to no one. "He's fine." Even as he said it, the smallest twinge of doubt was beginning to creep inside his mind. Sirius got up from his seat and opened a cabinet where he took a large bottle of Ogden's finest and a glass. "I think this is going to be a long night." It wasn't quite as grand as Hogwarts, but it was amazing. There was such a wide variety of dishes. Harry wondered how many house elves the Greengrass employed. The smells wafting in the air as Harry and Daphne made their way to the dining area made Harry salivate so bad he had to wipe his mouth. "Thank you very much for inviting me to dinner, Mr. and Mrs. Greengrass." Harry smiled genuinely as they all sat down for dinner. Mr. Greengrass sat at the head of the table with his daughters on either side of him. Harry sat in between Daphne and her mother, who was seated at the opposite side of the table from her husband. "It is our pleasure, Harry." Mrs. Greengrass smiled kindly. "Ever since our daughter told us she was seeing you, we have both been rather curious about you," Jonathan said as he piled turkey on his plate. There have been some rather wild tales that have reached our ears over the years, not to mention all the rather misleading stories in the Daily Prophet. You can't believe everything that they write, Harry said, trying to hide the bitter resentment in his voice. No, it's why we've been so anxious to speak with you, Mr. Greengrass said, looking straight at Harry. Harry felt a shiver under the man's gaze. Mr. Greengrass was like a stone statue come to life. His eyes gave nothing away, and Harry wondered if the man was a Legolimens. There are rumors that say that Dumbledore is telling the truth, Mr. Greengrass continued. About Voldemort, Harry said. Mrs. Greengrass' fork fell to her plate, while Mr. Greengrass shuddered violently. However, neither Daphne nor Astoria even so much as twitched. This did not go unnoticed by the adults. I'm sorry, Harry said quickly. No need to apologize, Mrs. Greengrass said softly. We are a victim of our own fears. I noticed neither of you two had a reaction. Both Astoria and Daphne shrugged. I guess we've just gotten used to hearing it out of Harry, Astoria said. He didn't grow up learning to fear the name like we did, Daphne added. He uses the name so often that anyone who spends any significant time around him will start doing it as well. I think that's why it doesn't frighten us anymore. Dumbledore told me that fear of a name just increases fear of the thing itself. I don't think we should fear his name because it just gives him more power. He's not even what he claims to be. Mr. Greengrass looked up, his eyes narrowing a bit. What do you mean? He's a half-blood. His father was a muggle. He even went to Hogwarts. He's gone to great lengths to hide that from the rest of the world. Did he? Mrs. Greengrass asked, astonished. He changed his name to Vol-you-know-who after he left school, Harry remarked, looking between the elder Greengrass. Abigail looked across the table to her husband, who looked as if he was puzzling over something. What was his real name? Tom Marvolo Riddle. His father was a muggle named Tom Riddle, and he lived in Little Hangelton. How do you know all this? Mrs. Greengrass asked curiously. Harry was about to answer when Mr. Greengrass stopped him. Excuse me, but I don't know that this is proper dinner conversation. Perhaps after we've had pudding we might return to this topic. I have a few questions for you, Harry. It is my understanding that Dolar's Umbridge forced you to use a rather dark object. The blood quill, Harry asked. He held up his scarred hand to show Daphne's father the result of his detentions. I see. Mr. Greengrass sighed. I had hoped that Daphne was being alarmist. I should have known better. I am sorry that I doubted you at all, Daphne. Had our places been reversed, I don't know that I would have fully believed it of you. At least you looked into it. Thank you for that. Unfortunately, Harry, Minister Fudge has done everything he can to protect himself, and by extension, his High Inquisitor. Mr. Greengrass spat out the words. If you could get hold of the quill, perhaps you might have a case. I doubt that, Harry shook his head. She made it clear to me that there was no way anyone would believe me over the might of the Ministry. In that, she might have been mistaken. Mrs. Greengrass smiled, patting Harry's hand. You see, there are more than a few people on the Wisengamot who disagree with Minister Fudge's course of action. However, there is a bit of fear among them. If the minister will go after Dumbledore, who, to my recollection at least, has never misled the people, who else might he try to discredit? Not to mention the fact that Lucius Malfoy has the Minster in his pocket. Over the years, Malfoy has been able to influence more than a few votes on laws he wanted passed or eliminated. It is fairly widely believed that Fudge is nothing more than a puppet to Malfoy. Why has no one ever questioned or even challenged it? Astoria asked. Complacency. Mr. Greengrass shrugged. We have experienced 14 years of peace and prosperity, and there was not really a reason to try and improve our political system, or at the very least, try and rid it of corruption. However, now I fear it might be the beginning of our undoing. Is it too late to fix it? Daphne asked. No, but it would require a group of people to stand up and call out the minister. One person cannot do it alone. Well, unless that person already had some influence of their own. Dumbledore could if he chose. But he doesn't want to be minister, Harry said. He's turned down the job a few times, hasn't he? That he has, Mr. Greengrass nodded. But he wouldn't have to take the job if he just spoke out against the minister. I mean, really spoke out, people would listen. I am curious as to why he's allowed this Umbridge woman to use methods of torture on you. I'm sure he's aware of it. He should. Harry said, Our friend Hermione reported it to Professor McGonagall, but nothing happened. There must be a reason that Dumbledore has not acted, Mrs. Greengrass said. It's possible he's trying to maintain a low profile or else be sacked as headmaster. You have to admit, given the current situation, it makes sense. If he were sacked, those children would under the influence of the ministry, and those who influence the ministry with gold, Mr. Greengrass said sourly. Harry thought about that for a few moments. Maybe if the headmaster would just come out publicly and tell everyone about Voldemort, maybe they could prepare people for the war that was almost at their doors. But he remained so ambivalent, as if he didn't care. What could he hope to accomplish with this attitude? "Hello!" A familiar voice called from the sitting room. Mr. Greengrass rose from his seat, followed by the rest of the diners, and went into the sitting room to find a rather haggard-looking Tonks. The metamorphosis tried to smile, though it looked forced, and Harry could see that the Auror was upset about something. "I'm sorry, Harry, but we need to go now," Tonks said, looking forlorn. "What? Why?" "Mrs. Weasley came home early and found out you were gone. She contacted Dumbledore and he insisted that we bring you back straight away. He's a bit put out." Harry's expression turned to anger as Daphne took his hand, squeezing it tightly. "We haven't finished dinner yet," Harry said bitterly. "I'm sorry, but, well, he's really angry, Harry. I'm a bit surprised he didn't come himself." "Perhaps it's best if you returned home, Harry," Mr. Greengrass said flatly. "Perhaps we will be able to arrange another visit in the near future, and we can continue our discussion." The man held out his hand for Harry, who shook it firmly. "It was a great pleasure to meet you." Mrs. Greengrass smiled, taking Harry's hand once again. She and her husband turned to leave, allowing Harry and Daphne a moment to say goodbye. Astoria gave Harry a quick hug before leaving as well. "Will you write me for the rest of the holiday?" Daphne asked. "You have Hedwig from my last letter." Harry smiled. "As soon as you send her back with a reply, I'll write you back. She'll be happy for the work, she hardly gets any." Harry smiled. The two embraced and shared a long, deep kiss until Tonks cleared her throat, reminding them that H or Rye had to get going. Daphne stayed until the fire died back down and returned to the dining room, where the rest of her family was eating. "Interesting young man." Mr. Greengrass gave another rare smile as Daphne resumed her seat. "He makes a good first impression." Daphne smiled to herself. It was an amazing feeling to know her father approved of her boyfriend. "Oh, Harry, we were so worried." Mrs. Weasley descended upon Harry, hugging him so tightly. Harry thought he might pass out from lack of oxygen. "Are you all right?" Harry pushed her away, feeling the slightest pang of guilt when he saw the hurt in her eyes, but his anger was quite overpowering at the moment. "Harry," she asked worriedly. "You had no right," Harry said softly. "I was perfectly safe. I was only looking out for you," Mrs. Weasley said, a bit hurt. "And I appreciate that you care about me, I really do, but it's my life, I should be allowed to live it. I'm sick to death of being protected. It doesn't do any good anyway, because if he really wants to, Voldemort can get to me. He's proven it over and over again." "You're correct, Harry." Harry turned to see Albus Dumbledore in the doorway to the kitchen. He looked terribly upset at the moment. "Yet we still feel the need to try and keep you safe." Harry's anger began to boil as he stared at the headmaster. This man had been basically controlling his life, and Harry had no real idea why. He'd gone along with it, mostly because he'd been unaware of it until this year. Now, in this moment, Harry had had about enough. "If you truly wanted to keep me safe, then you need to tell me everything right now. Tell me why I'm so important to him. Tell me why he killed my parents to get to me. Why the fuck am I so damned important to him?" Harry shouted. He looked up at Dumbledore and held the old man's gaze. He'd faced Voldemort, arguably the most frightening man alive. Harry was not going to be cowed by his headmaster. Dumbledore took a deep breath before he spoke. "It is not yet time." "No," Harry said quickly. "It's past time. Every year since I've come into the wizarding world, I've been forced to act when you refuse to. The Sorcerer's Stone, the Basilisk, Sirius. Last year I was entered into a contest that I should never have been forced to compete in and got no help, and ended up being part of a ritual to resurrect Voldemort. And let's not forget what I've been forced to suffer at the hands of my so-called relatives." "Harry," Mrs. Weasley started. "This year I feel like I've been singled out by the Ministry, and no one has done anything to help me. Tonight I learned that if you would only come out and tell the world what was happening, we could actually prepare people for the war. Sir, you're going to be responsible for people getting killed because you won't do anything to stop Fudge's campaign of fear." Dumbledore sighed heavily. He turned and retreated into the kitchen. "Harry, that was very rude. That girl has had a terrible influence on you," Mrs. Weasley said sternly. "How can you be so sure? Have you ever met her or talked to her?" Harry said scornfully. Before the Weasley matriarch could respond, Harry followed the headmaster into the kitchen. He found Dumbledore sitting down across from Sirius, who was drinking fire whiskey with a smug smile on his face. "Nice speech, kid," Sirius toasted the youth. It was quite clear that Sirius was more than a bit tipsy. "I don't think he needs more encouragement." Dumbledore shook his head. You got to admit he's made several points. Dumbledore looked up at Harry and nodded. I wanted only to spare you from the burden that had been placed upon you. However, it has been made more than clear by you and Professor Snape that you have been ready for what you must learn for a long time. I, however, am not yet ready to take away your childhood. Professor, I never had one to take away, Harry said bitterly. The Dursleys saw to that. This made Dumbledore hang his head shamefully. His greatest mistake was leaving the boy with those hateful muggles and never going to check on him. He felt at the time that he'd had no choice, and it would seem, as events unfolded right after Voldemort's initial defeat, that he had been correct. However, as the years went by, and Dumbledore had learned of what Harry had suffered, the old man realized he should have listened to his deputy headmistress and his greatest friend. He should have found someone else to take the boy in. I hope that one day you can forgive me for the part I have played in your life, Harry. It was my deepest wish to see you have as normal a childhood as possible. Had your aunt and uncle at least been decent to you? Dumbledore shook his head gravely. And yet you have managed somehow to become a remarkable young man. What might have become of you if I had acted differently? Albus, you can't fix the past. You can only repair your mistakes by not repeating them, Sirius said, filling his glass and sliding it to the headmaster. Dumbledore took the glass and drank it in one gulp. Harry could see a bit of steam coming out of Dumbledore's ears. You are both right, he said woefully. I promise you, Harry, that I will begin explaining everything to you before the school year ends. I ask only that you be patient with me, as I am trying to solve several riddles myself. I ask that you continue in your venture to teach your peers in the ways of defense, and I will provide you any assistance that I can. So long as you keep your word, sir, I will keep mine, Harry nodded. I know that I do not deserve it, but I ask that you trust in me, Harry, Dumbledore said as he rose. We will speak very soon, Harry. I hope that you are as ready as you think you are. Dumbledore thanked Sirius for the whiskey and left the house. Harry sat down heavily, feeling exhausted and anxious as well. Well done, Harry, Sirius grinned, pouring a bit of fire whiskey and sliding the glass to his godson. I think you earned it. Harry drank the amber liquid down just as he'd seen Dumbledore do, immediately regretting the action, as the cool liquid burned his throat on its way to his stomach, where it felt like it was boiling his insides. Harry began coughing and wheezing. Sirius chuckled softly. Able to stand up to the great Albus Dumbledore but give him a bit of fire whiskey. Not funny, Harry wheezed. The rest of the Christmas holiday was near agony for Harry. First, and possibly the toughest on Harry, was how Mrs. Weasley seemed colder to him. Ever since Christmas, when Harry had argued with the Weasley matriarch over his girlfriend, the woman no longer fussed over him or forced him to eat until he felt as if he might burst. She barely spoke to him anymore, and when she did, her tone was stiff and callous. The other Weasley female was just as unwelcoming as her mother. Harry had known for years that Jinny Weasley had a crush on him, and maybe, in some other world, he might have fancied her. When Jinny was herself, she could be quite fun. But Harry's heart belonged to another, and as the days wore on, Harry's irritation grew, and he began to care less and less about the Weasley women's opinion. I just don't know why they hate her, Harry said, blocking a sword strike from Sirius in the basement. They don't even know her. Ginny's never even talked to her, and they go to the same school for Merlin's sake. Don't keep your feet together, Harry, Sirius advised as he brought his sword up in a low arc. Harry swung his own blade down to block his godfather's strike. Sirius had begun teaching Harry some fencing and sword dueling techniques ever since Christmas. The sword that he had given to Harry was given to Sirius by his great-grandfather when Sirius was 14. Sirius had been very interested in sword fighting, and his father had supplied a tutor to train Sirius from the time he was 7. It was, as Sirius said, the only nice thing his father had ever done for him. Harry, they both care for you and they want you to be happy. Eventually they'll accept that they can't change it, and they'll come around. Jinny will find someone and she'll grow up and get over her crush, and you might even become great friends. As for Molly, well, she's had a picture in her head and your Daphne doesn't fit into it. But she's a mother and a very good one. She only wants her children to be happy, and that includes you. Once she gets a chance to see how happy you are with Daphne, she'll come round. You didn't hear her arguing with Ron and the twins about it the other night. Ron was arguing with her about it, Harry asked incredulously, nearly getting his arm hacked off by Sirius. Focus, Harry, Sirius said with a smile. Yeah, he seemed to think his mother was going too far, and she needed to apologize to you for how she's acted. Harry took a few steps back, and Sirius lowered his sword. Things have been so strained between Ron and I this year. Harry shook his head sadly. He's never stopped being your friend, Harry. His role has just evolved. You're growing up and experiencing life. Sometimes people we thought would be with us forever aren't. That doesn't mean they no longer care. You both need to understand and not blame yourselves or each other. What matters is that he's there when you need him, and you for him. Harry considered his godfather's words and nodded his understanding. Come on, lazy. We've got a good 2 hours before the Weasleys come back with Arthur. Let's see if I've managed to teach you anything. Harry was counting the days down until they returned to school. He was unsure if he would be riding the train with the rest of his friends or if other arrangements were being made. He had made it clear that he wished to go back just as any other student would, but it seemed as if there were a few worries about safety. In the end, however, Harry got his wish and rose early on the last day of vacation. Harry was not surprised by the chaos that happened whenever Weasleys and traveling mixed. Harry, having packed his things early, simply sat in the kitchen with Sirius eating toast and watching the scenes unfold, all while doing their best to keep their faces impassive. You remembered the sword? Sirius asked, looking at Harry's bag on the floor. You saw me put it in the pocket after you shrank it. Harry rolled his eyes. And you'll practice. As much as I can, I wish you could come by and help teach this stuff. I think it'll be fun for everyone to learn methods of defense that don't rely on magic. Harry sighed. You'll do fine. Sirius smiled, patting Harry's shoulder. You've got those books, and I've given you a firm foundation, but don't neglect the magic side. Your best weapons are your knowledge and being unpredictable. Never forget that. Harry nodded. When do you think Dumbledore will start teaching me? Sirius bowed his head and sighed. Soon, I hope. No one's heard from him since Christmas. He's a good man, Harry, never forget that. But he is a man and we all make mistakes. Being as smart as he is, his mistakes will likely be much bigger. Be patient with him, and when he does start sharing, really listen to what he's got to say. Harry agreed. Mrs. Weasley popped her head in the door and looked at the two of them. Are you ready, Harry? She averted her eyes, and Harry was filled with a strange sense of déjà vu. It was very similar to how his Aunt Petunia would talk to him. Harry had enough. He didn't want to go back to school with things so strained between himself and Mrs. Weasley. Mrs. Weasley, I'm sorry for everything. I know that you just want what's best for me. Mrs. Weasley looked taken aback, and Harry pressed on. You always been so good to me, and I betrayed your trust by disappearing like that. Well, thank you, Harry, she said, a bit warmer than she'd spoken to him since Christmas. It means a great deal to me that you apologized. Harry nodded. That doesn't mean I was wrong in what I said, only in how I said it. It is my life, and I'm the one who has to live it. I need to choose what I feel what's right for me. If I can't look in the mirror and like who I see looking back. Harry let the rest hang, and Mrs. Weasley stared at him for a long time before finally nodding. I suppose you're right, Harry dear. It is your life and you need to be happy. I'm sorry if I was too smothering. Never apologize for being a good mother. Harry smiled, and at these words Mrs. Weasley began sniffling and wiping her eyes. We should get going, she said, dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief. She bustled out of the kitchen, and Harry bent to retrieve his bag. Good show, kid. I'm proud of you. Sirius smiled. Harry gave his godfather a tight hug. Thanks for the advice and everything else. Mirror, call me tonight. Let me know you're fine, yeah? You got it. I was beginning to think you weren't going to be on the train. Daphne smiled brightly as Harry gathered her in his arms. She had been standing in the doorway of the compartment she, Tracy, Neville, and Hermione had taken, watching as people boarded the train, watching for her boyfriend. Harry and the Weasleys all boarded just as the last whistle sounded. Harry greeted Daphne with a soft, lingering kiss that Daphne swore she could feel in her toes. Yeah, I don't think these redheads can be early for anything. I wonder if it's a curse or something. Harry smiled softly when he broke the kiss. He stared deeply into Daphne's eyes, who was biting her bottom lip as she stared back. Hey, Ron said indignantly, though he was smiling, slipping past the young couple. Seriously, is it too difficult for you to pack everything the night before and be prepared? Harry chuckled. What, and break tradition? Everyone laughed as they all settled into their seats. They all shared their stories from the holiday. Hermione and Neville's was by far the most interesting and entertaining, as the couple had managed to split their time between Neville's grands and Hermione's parents. I still can't believe I went skiing, Neville said. I can't believe how good you were at it. Hermione smiled proudly. You should have seen him. I've never enjoyed it as much as my parents, but I could not stop with Neville there. He was so amazing. What's skiing? Ron asked, which led to a long discussion about the sport, which only befuddled the redhead further. The topics turned to gifts, and a round of thank yous ensued between the friends. The topic then came round to the interesting discussion that the Greengrass had on the night Harry had visited. Dad's convinced that if Dumbledore would only come out and tell the world that Voldemort is alive, it would end this whole thing. Daphne finished her tale. I don't understand why he doesn't, Tracy commented. Dumbledore still has loads more sway with the public, even with all these attacks in the papers. He's got to have a reason for it, Hermione added. It's one of the many things I plan to ask him, Harry said. We had words when I got home that night, and none of them were really pleasant. Harry then recounted the story from his point of view. His friends all sat with jaws unhinged as he recalled how he'd spoken to arguably one of the most respected and influential wizards of all time. I can't believe you said that, Hermione whispered, and to Dumbledore. He was right to do so, Daphne said firmly. If he wants to keep Harry safe, then he should tell him everything. It isn't enough to keep him hidden or whatever. He's got to keep him informed as well. Knowing is half the battle, Tracy nodded. Everyone turned to look at her weirdly. Sorry, saw it on a Muggle cartoon once, Tracy shrugged. So Ron's mum doesn't like me? Daphne asked, looking a bit forlorn. She heard Harry talk about the Weasley matriarch and knew that he cared deeply for her, almost like his own mother, though he'd never said it outright. Just like with Hagrid, Mrs. Weasley's opinion mattered to her a bit. I don't think she doesn't like you, she's never met you. That said, I think you threw a wrench into her grand plan. What plan? Hermione asked, looking confused. Mrs. Weasley isn't planning anything. Actually, Hermione, Ron said forlornly, you might as well call it a plan. She had it in her head that Harry and Jinny would end up together. It was kind of her dream, and so long as Harry and Daphne are together. But she wouldn't do anything to break them up, would she? Hermione asked, looking very concerned. No, Ron said affronted. I don't think she would ever try and meddle, but Harry, I'd get used to her offhand comments. She makes them about Bill's hair all the time, or about how Charlie needs to find a good woman and stop playing around with dragons. So what do we have planned for the DA? Neville asked, changing the subject. Patronesses and hand-to-hand combat. Harry smiled. Hand-to-hand? Hermione looked appalled. Kind of barbaric, don't you think? Nope, Harry smiled. Death Eaters rely on magic to do everything. If we know how to fight dirty, it'll throw them off and maybe give people enough of an advantage to protect their families and even get away before something really bad happens. The room provided us with weapons, so we're going to learn how to use them. Sirius taught me some basic sword fighting, and he gave me my own sword. No way, Neville said, leaning forward. I've always wanted a sword. My gran thinks I'd cut off my own hand or something. Daphne leaned against Harry as the train rumbled north. She felt elated to be with him, the way she had dreamt about before the holiday. After the food trolley came by, the conversation broke up, and each of the teens settled in their seats. Hermione opened a book and leaned into Neville's embrace, while Tracy also took out a book to read. Ron disappeared from the cabin, saying he was going to catch up with some other Gryffindors. Daphne could not keep her eyes open as she leaned against Harry. Whether it was the motion of the train, the warmth of her boyfriend's embrace, or the simply exquisite sensation of Harry running his fingers through her hair, she could not say exactly what was making her so drowsy. All she knew for sure was that she was actually living a fantasy, and she really liked it, as she snuggled a bit closer to her boyfriend, who sighed contentedly at her movements. Daphne could not help but wonder what the rest of the year would have in store for them all. As she closed her eyes, she held tightly to a hope that things were going to change for the better. The next month passed in a blur of homework and DA meetings. Harry and his friends spent nearly every evening in the library working on homework, which got harder and harder as the year went on. Harry also was still working hard on his occlumency lessons with Snape, which had become even more brutish. Harry knew he must be improving, as Snape, it seemed, could no longer criticize Harry on his mental barriers or his focus. Before Harry knew it, February had come. Valentine's Day was to be on a Hogsmeade weekend, and couples were making plans for the holiday. Harry and Daphne were no different. However, unlike other couples, were planning romantic walks and intimate encounters. Harry and Daphne had something else in mind. They had been making their plans ever since the return from the Christmas holiday, when Harry received a letter from Victor Crumb asking when the next Hogsmeade weekend was. Fleur de Lacquer had also written asking about the date of the next Hogsmeade weekend, and Hermione had been writing to someone she said was important to their cause for weeks on end. The morning of Valentine's Day dawned clear, and Harry was up early. He'd been talking to Sirius about what he was preparing to do for weeks now. Sirius had assured Harry that it was a very wise thing to do, but it hadn't alleviated Harry's growing nerves. He was the first one in the common room that morning, and Harry sat in front of the fire, trying to warm the strange chill that had gripped him sometime during the night. "Good morning, Harry." Harry turned to see Neville, who looked his usual cheery self. "Big day today, huh?" Neville said as he sat next to his friend. Harry merely shrugged indifferently. "I can't imagine what you must be feeling, but we'll be there with you, mate. Me and Hermione and Ron, and I doubt that wild hippogriffs could stop Daphne from being there." "I appreciate it, Nev," Harry said, staring into the embers of the fire. I've tried my best to forget that night. Sometimes I still see Cedric in my nightmares. I've avoided telling anyone about what happened that night because it's so horrible. To be honest, I don't think there are words to truly describe how bad that night was," Harry said, finally looking up at Neville, who looked a bit pale. "I'm not sure if I even want you guys there with me. Harry, I know that I'm new to your circle, but I think it's time you know what kind of friend I am. I know I'm not the smartest or the bravest, but I am loyal. I stand by the people I care about no matter what. So I'm going with you into Hogsmeade, and I'm going to stand right behind you as you tell your story. And when it's all done, I'm taking you straight over to Honeyjuke's for a mess of sweets to ease your mind." Harry chuckled a bit and thanked Neville. Harry was amazed that he was so lucky to have Neville for a friend. The two had become much closer over the last few months. Harry was very happy for Hermione, who had become so close to Neville. Neither of them talked about their relationship, but Harry could easily see how happy they were together. Neville had proven in a very short period of time that he was a true friend. "Good morning." Both boys turned to see Hermione coming down the stairs. She was dressed in faded jeans and a dark green jumper, her coat and gloves in her hand. She had tied her mane of bushy hair into a loose ponytail and was smiling brightly as she leaned in and kissed Neville. "Are you all right, Harry? You look a bit pale." Hermione said when she looked at him, "He's feeling a bit nervous." Neville said easily, "Ah, I see." Hermione nodded. "You won't be alone, we'll all be there for you." "I know," Harry said, forcing himself to smile. "Come on, let's get breakfast." Neville smiled, standing up. "What about Ron? Shouldn't we wait for him?" Hermione asked, looking up towards the boys' dormitories. "Hermione, it's Saturday. Do you honestly think he's awake at 8 in the morning?" Harry asked with a wry look. Hermione looked hopeful for the merest fraction of a second before heaving a sigh and shaking her head. "All right, let's go." Hermione frowned. The Great Hall was as empty as Harry had expected it to be. The new trio picked a spot about halfway up the table and sat down. Harry felt that he was hungry, but his nervousness over what awaited him that afternoon prevented him from taking too much. Neville and Hermione kept up a steady stream of conversation, trying to keep Harry's focus away from his memories. It seemed to be working, though Hermione could tell Harry was only half listening. "Good morning, love." Daphne smiled brightly as she took a seat next to her boyfriend, kissing him lightly. Harry noticed she looked very attractive in her tight jeans and black sweater. Her dark hair was done in a simple plait. She had applied light makeup, not that Harry felt she needed it, but he couldn't help stare at her pink lips as she pulled away. "Are you okay? You look sick." "Nerves," Harry said simply. "He's having second thoughts," Hermione explained. "Oh, Harry," Daphne sighed, taking his hand in hers. "It'll be okay. You might even find it therapeutic. You've held on to these memories for far too long, and that's not good. I promise that you'll feel better when it's done, and if not, well then, I'll do everything in my power to make you feel better." Daphne gave a small grin and kissed him softly, tugging on his bottom lip playfully. Harry had to smile at Daphne's encouragement. He guessed that she felt that she owed him for helping her with her patroness charm. Daphne was one of the few who hadn't managed to produce anything during the first lesson. In fact, Astoria had been the first to get anything bigger than a light vapor to appear. Only Luna Lovegood had managed a full corporeal patroness that night, much to everyone's surprise. At the end of the on, Daphne was terribly upset about her failings and had asked Harry if they could spend a bit more time at it. Harry, not stupid enough to pass up time alone with his girlfriend, had eagerly agreed. 3 hours Daphne had struggled with the charm. She had used a dozen memories, none of which seemed sufficient enough to power the charm, and her frustration grew, making it more difficult to perform the patroness. Daphne finally asked Harry what memory he used when he cast, hoping she might get an idea of how Harry was able to do it. I don't use a memory, that's just how it's taught. I use a feeling. I try and feel the love my parents have for me. Strange, but when I first started casting, I used the memory of the first time I ever saw what they looked like. I found the mirror of Arist, and I saw them standing with me in its reflection. So it's not really the memory, but the feelings associated with the memory, Daphne asked. I'm sure there's more to it than that, but basically, yeah. You have to let the power of the joy fill you, warm your every nerve ending. Huh, Daphne said thoughtfully, thinking about Harry's words for a few moments. Harry watched her puzzling out the problem when Daphne suddenly grabbed him and kissed him so deeply, his toes curled inside his shoes. Expecto Patronum, she shouted once she broke the kiss, and her eyes bulged when at last, a bright silver light shot out of her wand. Daphne shouted triumphantly, and Harry embraced her tightly as she thanked him again and again with her lips. Is Tracy coming with us to the village? Hermione asked Daphne, breaking Harry out of his reminiscence. Actually, no. She got asked out by Marcus Belby, and since she hasn't been out with anyone all year, she agreed. She's kind of excited. Daphne chuckled. She was still trying on outfits when I left her. Oi, there you lot are, Ron said as he joined his friends. Harry, I know I said I would come today, but oh well. What is it? Hermione asked. Ron looked very nervous, and he kept looking towards the entrance of the Great Hall. Did you get detention? Daphne asked, and Ron shook his head. No, actually, I got asked out. Hermione's fork dropped with a clatter, and Neville choked on his juice. Who? Harry, Daphne, Neville, and Hermione asked almost at once. Lavender, she asked me just now. What should I do? Go with her, Neville shouted. His face reddened when he saw many heads turn to stare at him. I had no idea she liked you, Hermione said. She's never mentioned it, and she talks a lot. Ron, mate, I think Neville's right. You should go with her today. Don't worry, I'll be fine, and you deserve a bit of fun, you know. Are you sure? I mean, I can. Ron looked happy, but still quite torn. I've already let you down a bunch, and I've been trying to. Ron, it's all in the past. You'll let me down if you don't go with her, and don't make the same mistakes you made with Padma last year. Ron's face got a bit red, but he nodded all the same. He stood up and clapped Harry on the shoulder. I want to hear about it later, all right? You got it, Harry smiled. Ron gave a nod to everyone and then left them, presumably to join with Lavender Brown. Ron and Lavender, Hermione asked, staring after her friend. They have been talking a lot more lately. Harry shrugged. I thought she went for more good-looking guys, Daphne said. Not that Ron's a slouch, but he's not what she usually hangs off of. She's going to hurt him. She doesn't stay with anyone for very long, Hermione said. She keeps going back to Seamus. But he's happy right now, and let's admit it, we haven't been that great to him, Harry said. It's been a very bad year for all of us. Hermione agreed. I don't know. Neville smiled, wrapping an arm around Hermione. There've been a few upsides. Hermione smiled, her cheeks turning pink as she leaned into Neville's embrace. I agree, Mr. Longbottom, Daphne grinned, taking Harry's hand. There have been a few bright spots to the year. Harry felt himself warming to Daphne's smile and kissed her hand gently. All right, enough of this gooey mush, Hermione grinned. I say we head down to the carriages. It was a very crisp, sunny late winter day as the two couples made their way along the street, stopping into a few shops, simply killing time before the appointment. Harry's friends did their best to keep his spirits up. At 10 minutes to noon, the four youngsters headed for the Three Broomsticks. Hello, Luna Lovegood smiled as she reached the door at the same time as Hermione. Hello, Luna, how are you? Very well, thank you. I was just coming to find you. My father will be arriving in a bit. He had another appointment. That's great. Shall we head inside? Hermione smiled, opening the door. Harry was the last to enter, being dragged inside by Daphne, who kept eyeing him worriedly. Hermione excused herself for a moment, and the others started looking for a table. The pub was very busy, and Harry saw Ron and Lavender in a booth sharing lunch. Ron looked as if he was having a good time, though Harry swore he could feel the heat from Ron's ears all the way across the pub. This way, Hermione said, pulling Neville's arm. Daphne led Harry after them, with Luna tagging along. They went up a flight of steps and into a large sitting room where 2 men and 3 women were awaiting them. Harry, how good to see you again, Victor Crumb said, grasping Harry's hand firmly. He gave Neville a similar greeting and embraced both Hermione and Daphne in turn. Allow me to introduce Marko Nankov of the Mystic, the Bulgarian National News. A great pleasure to meet you. Nankov looked like a reporter from some old movie, with horn-rimmed glasses similar to Percy Weasley's. He wore crimson robes over a very muggle-looking business suit. His hair was quite short and had once been deep brown, though it was now turning quite gray. Awry! Fleur de Lacre looked as beautiful as ever. Her long blonde hair fell over her shoulders like a waterfall, and her smile was brilliant. She kissed Harry on each cheek in greeting before stepping back to greet the others with friendly handshakes. I would very much like to introduce you to Madame Clarice Levick of La Gazzetta Magica. Bonjour. The woman was quite tall, though she had nothing on Hagrid. She was quite willowy and moved with the grace of a dancer. What is she doing here? Harry asked angrily when he recognized one of the women. Though she looked very careworn, there was no mistaking Rita Skeeter. I've been wondering the very same thing. Rita smirked, looking past Harry to Hermione, who simply glared back. We thought it would be a good idea to get someone who could report your story here in the country. Someone who would jump at the chance to write a very scintillating story regarding you and the ministry, Hermione said, her eyes boring holes into Rita, who looked taken aback. You want me to write a story about young Harry? Isn't that why we had our disagreement? Yes, it is. But this time, you'll be writing with his permission, and I guarantee this story will make people remember Rita Skeeter forever, Hermione said boldly as she took a seat. Well, thanks to you, even if the story is as great as you claim, I no longer work for the Prophet. They wouldn't print it anyway, in case you haven't been keeping track. They aren't that friendly to Harry these days. Don't worry, we've taken care of that, Hermione grinned. At that moment, a very harried-looking man walked in. So sorry, but I was following a lead on the famed crumple-horned Snorkack. It's been seen in these parts, and I just have to get a photo. Was it a good lead, Father? Luna asked, her eyes lighting up. I am afraid not. Just another loony trying to get the prize money. Xenophilius Lovegood was quite simply absolutely mad-looking. One look and it was more than clear where Luna got her strange sense of fashion, not to mention her far-away dreamlike stare. The Quibbler! You want me to write for the Quibbler? No one reads that rag, Rita shouted indignantly. I'll have you know our readership has gone up tenfold in the last year, thank you very much. Xenophilius said proudly. Luna nodded firmly as if that put the matter to rest. It's this, or walk away from the story that will make your entire career. Hermione smiled. Harry was concerned that Hermione was overselling it a bit. Rita, on the other hand, seemed to believe that Hermione wasn't bluffing and sat down again. Once everyone was settled in, and food had been brought up, Harry began his tale, starting with his name coming out of the goblet of fire, and going through all the events of the precious year, sparing no detail when he came to the night of the final task. He explained how a Death Eater posed as Mad-Eye Moody, and all but fixed the tournament in Harry's favor so that he would be the one to arrive in the graveyard that night. Harry nearly lost his control when he told them of Cedric and the ritual. He named all of the Death Eaters that arrived after Voldemort rose out of the cauldron, whole once again. Everyone in the room stared at him as he went into vivid detail over the duel he fought against the darkest wizard in history, and at seeing the spirits. For lack of better words, of his mother and father, and of Cedric's request to return his body to his parents. The tale didn't end there, as the reporters asked many questions, and Harry filled in all the answers he could. Harry remembered to them how Fudge had had Barty Crouch Jr., kissed by Dementors before he could be questioned, and of the argument Dumbledore had with Fudge right after. He told of the 2 Dementors that had shown up in Privet Drive, and the trial by a full court, headed up by Cornelius Fudge himself. He went on to explain in great detail about the detentions he suffered at the hands of Dolar's Umbridge, and even allowed his hand to be photographed by the Bulgarian reporter. Harry, dear. But I think I heard you wrong. Did you really say that Peter Pettigrew was the one who had performed the ritual? Rita asked, her eyes hungry for details. Yes, he's alive and Sirius Black is innocent of all he was charged with. He's no more a Death Eater than I am, Harry said bitterly. How do you know Sirius Black? The Bulgarian reporter asked. Harry looked at Hermione, who nodded her head, and he took a deep breath. He's my godfather, Harry admitted. Minister Fudge has wasted a lot of time and energy trying to cover up your story, the French reporter said. Why do you think that is? Fear. I don't know if either of your countries ever dealt with Voldemort when he was powerful before, but here, Harry said, looking to his friends. He did immensely horrid things, and people are dealing with loss from that first war. But not only that, he thinks Dumbledore wants his job. He's afraid of losing his power. Harry said, sounding much more confident than he felt. Harry glanced around the room and saw his friends all looking miserable. Both Fleur and Victor wore masks of grim regret. Hermione appeared as if she'd just been thrown into the icy depths of the Black Lake. She was shivering horribly as she rubbed at her arms to warm herself. Neville looked quite horrified, and at the same time, immensely furious. Harry had never seen Neville so angry. He was usually so easygoing. The Neville that stood next to the fire at that moment filled Harry with intimidation. He swore he could see waves of energy pooling off of his new friend. Daphne, on the other hand, looked terribly saddened by Harry's story. She stared at him through glistening eyes, and it was clear that she was trying hard to remain strong for him. "Is there any more, Mr. Potter?" Harry looked up and saw the 3 reporters and the Quibbler's editor looking at him anxiously. "No, that's all," Harry said. As he spoke, he felt as if some great weight was taken from him. He looked at Daphne, remembering what she had said about this being good for him, like some kind of cleansing. He gave her hand a squeeze and she nodded to him, giving him a watery smile. "Well then, thank you for sharing this with us today," Nankov said, coming to Harry first and shaking his hand. "It has been most enlightening." It most certainly has." Levick smiled demurely. She too shook Harry's hand. "It truly pains me to admit this, but it would seem you were correct, Miss Granger. This story may shake the very foundations of our government." Rita smiled, as she clasped her handbag shut. "Zeno, I shall be seeing you tomorrow when I have finished writing the article." "I shall be waiting," Xenophilius bowed. "Though it may have to wait if I am able to finally get those pictures of the Snorkak." Harry looked to Hermione, who shrugged bemusedly. "I need to get back to London," Fleur said. Rising from her seat, "Arai, please let me know if I can help in any way. It was so very good to see you again, all of you." "Harry, I am very sorry for the part I played," Victor said, grasping Harry's hand. "There's nothing to apologize for, Victor," Harry said. "You were imperiused and you're not to blame. But I feel I am." "Well, you more than made up for it today, thank you." Victor gave a grim smile but nodded. "We should really start heading back. It's getting late," Hermione said, glancing at her watch. There was another round of farewells, and Harry and his friends, including Luna, left the 3 broomsticks. As promised, Neville made them all stop by Honeyjuke's, where Neville bought a large bag of sweets, which he then immediately handed to Harry. "It's all I can do right now," he shrugged. He paused and then shot his hand into the bag, retrieving a licorice wand. "Sorry, it's one of my few weaknesses." Harry laughed and opened the bag, offering it to his friends, who all found something to their liking, seeing as Neville had apparently bought one of everything. They then began the journey back up to the castle. The entire way, they kept quite quiet, each lost in their own thoughts. Today had been very taxing on them all, and Harry could not help wonder what the fallout of his revelations were going to be. "Weasley, I do not wish to be disturbed, except by Madam Bones. Don't answer any questions from the press, do you understand? If anyone asks anything, you are to reply with no comment." Minister of Magic stared hard at Percy Weasley, who could only nod in response. Percy had only arrived a few moments before his new boss, and had not yet even had his morning tea, much less opened his case to retrieve the files he'd been studying the night before to prepare for the meeting with Germany's minister that afternoon. In the few months he'd been working directly under the minister, he'd never even heard Fudge so much as raise his voice. However, this morning it looked as if Fudge's head could explode at any moment. "Damn that boy!" Fudge snarled, slamming his office door behind him. He flicked his wand at the fire, igniting it. He mumbled curses at the famed boy who lived as he took off his cloak and his bowler hat before stomping over to the fire and throwing a handful of flue powder into the flames. "Hogwarts! Defense against the Dark Arts Office!" Fudge shouted as he stuck his head in the emerald green flames. Fudge usually enjoyed the feeling of the flames tickling his face when he made flue calls, but this morning, the fire could have been burning his face to ash, and he wouldn't have even blinked. "Dolors! Dolors!" Fudge shouted. The woman had to be in her office. They always spoke at this time on Mondays. Umbridge would give her report about Dumbledore's activities and wait to be advised on what she should do next. Fudge was seething as he called again for his undersecretary to appear. The moment she did, Fudge felt boiling hot rage in his veins. "Good morning, Minister." "Do not good morning me. I thought you told me you had things in hand there." Umbridge looked shaken. "What do you mean?" "The boy, Potter, he spoke to the press over the weekend. He accused you of using a blood quill. He's told his story about he who must not be name's return." "Surely there is nothing to fret about. The editor of the Prophet won't run any story from the boy." He spoke to foreign press. "Potter talked to reporters from the French and Bulgarian newspapers, and he's gotten Rita Skeeter to do an exclusive," Fudge said between gritted teeth. "I've been hounded by reporters since late last night. The Minister of Germany was supposed to meet with me today, but cancelled, saying he couldn't trust me if I'd lie about the innocence of Sirius Black. Can you believe it? Sirius Black. What does the guilt of that murdering psychopath have to do with anything? Everything. Potters told the papers that Black was unfairly imprisoned and that he never received a trail. He told them I had Barty Crouch Jr. kissed by Dementors without being questioned. He's completely undermining everything I've built. We have to do something before things get out of hand. What do you suggest, Minister? Umbridge gulped. I'm sending orders to search your property at the school. The first thing we have to do is show that the boy is lying by proving you do not have a blood quill. I'll be sending Amelia Bones. If she says you don't have one, people will believe her. Can't you just order her to say it to the press? Umbridge stuttered. Fudge shook his head. She'll never agree to that. She believes in Dumbledore. No, she must see it for herself. I know you two don't get along, but she'll do her job without bias. Allow her to search whatever and wherever, is that understood? Umbridge's already light pallor went a bit paler. Her pouchy eyes bulged a bit, and she looked as if she had just seen something to give her a serious fright. Of course, sir. Is there anything else? I've arranged for you to meet with several reporters this afternoon. You'll condemn the boy's actions as an obvious cry for attention. Bring up the lies he spread around the school, and bring some of those loyal students to back your story. Umbridge nodded, giving a smile. It's clear that the boy was coached. You'll remember I told you about his sudden disappearance from the school, followed by Dumbledore's absence. Clearly the two of them set this up to discredit you. Clearly. I can't believe you allowed this to happen. I thought you had everything under control. My sincerest apologies, Minister, but I do not have the resources to monitor all the students all the time. Only the headmaster has that ability, as you well know. Had you only listened to me from the beginning, we could have prevented this. Maybe it's time we take a firmer hand in how things are run in this school. Fine, fine. If we manage to get through this crisis, I give you full authority to do whatever you need to make sure the boy is silenced. So absorbed in his own misery, Fudge missed the malicious glint in Umbridge's eye. Fudge stood up, ending the flu call and sitting heavily in his desk. He took a few deep breaths, trying to calm himself. There was a knock on his door, and Percy Weasley stuck his head inside. Minister, Amelia Bones is here to see you, Percy said, a look of utmost horror on his face. Fudge guessed the boy had just learned of the articles in the foreign press and that rag, the Quibbler. Send her in. Amelia Bones was a tall woman with piercing dark eyes and a strong jaw. She wore a monocle in her left eye, and her dark hair was done in a tight bun. She exuded control, and she was one of the most decorated law enforcement officers the Ministry had ever seen, besides Alastor Moody. Quite a morning, Minister? She said with no hint of humor. Indeed. Amelia, I'd like you to take a group of Aurors to Hogwarts and search the High Inquisitor's offices and personal quarters. I want these lies shown for what they are. The pathetic cries for attention from a very disturbed young man. And if she is in possession of banned items, Amelia posed the query. If, by some miracle, she is in possession of any banned items, well, carry out your duty by the book. What of the Black situation? Amelia asked, eyeing the minster suspiciously. There is absolutely no evidence to support those claims. You yourself were there when Black was arrested. You saw how mad he was. Forgive me, Minister, but Black was never questioned. And the eyewitnesses were all muggles. They wouldn't have known exactly what they saw. And this business of Pettigrew being an animagus, it deserves some investigation. No, this is all a bunch of tosh fabricated by Dumbledore to shake the faith of the people. We are going to show them just how manipulative that old coot can be. Sirius Black is guilty of murdering Peter Pettigrew and all those muggles. He's to be found and sentenced to the Dementor's kiss. Now you have your assignment. Please let me know what you find. Fudge shouted forcefully, his face becoming a deep shade of purple. Amelia stood up, her eyes cold. Very well, Minster. I shall see you upon my return. She turned and quickly left the office. Fudge pounded his fists on his desk. He was in a real mess at the moment. How had the boy even made contact with foreign reporters? So far as he knew, Harry Potter had no friends anywhere outside of England. Was it possible that he had forged some with the competitors of the Tri-Wizard tournament? All of his intelligence suggested that the French woman and Crumb had not even spoken to the boy during the tournament. Perhaps he should have listened to Umbridge and charged the boy with Diggory's murder after all. A series of images ran through his head of a highly publicized trial of a 14-year-old boy. The boy who lived, no less. Dumbledore would have demanded the use of Veritaserum, and the public would have sided with him. And what if even under Veritaserum the story didn't change? What if all this time? Fudge shook his head. He was going to conquer this and show the people once and for all exactly who Albus Dumbledore was. A lying, manipulative, scheming old codger bent on ruling the country. And that was that. Dolores Umbridge was more than a bit flustered after her conversation with the Minster of Magic. The first thing she did, when the flu call finished, was run to her desk and throw the blood quill into the fire. With a bit of stoking from her wand, the quill became little more than ash in seconds. She hated having to sacrifice the quill, but she had connections, and would have a new one delivered to her later in the week, once the hubbub had blown over. Her only priority was to show her support of the minister. Next, she bustled down to her living quarters and went to her jewelry box where a large golden heart-shaped locket rested. She opened the locket and made sure the truth serum antidote was still inside. She was sure she would not be subjected to questioning, but one could not be too careful when Amelia Bones was involved. The two had a long-standing rivalry. Now, all she had to do was act surprised when the Aurors arrived. The boy had proven resourceful, and even with her threats he had managed to tell his filthy lies. Now, her beloved minister was in jeopardy, and it was once again up to her to save him. If only he'd listened to her before. She thought about sending for Draco and a few of the other inquisitorial squad members, but decided to wait. She thought it best to appear as if she were not expecting Madame Bones. Gathering her clipboard and her favorite pink quill, she headed for the Great Hall to await the Aurors, and perhaps put on a bit of a show for the students. The more those simple-minded sheep believed her to be innocent, the more it would help the cause. Dolores Umbridge had only one thought as she headed for breakfast. She was going to make Harry Potter pay for his crimes. Hogwarts was abuzz with rumors regarding their defense teacher. When the Aurors showed up at breakfast and demanded to see her office and living quarters, and that she was suspected of being in possession of banned dark objects, every single student began whispering frantically, all of them wondering what it was this ministry stooge could have. Not long after, a few subscribers of the Quibbler had their answers. Luna Lovegood skipped over to the Gryffindor table and sat right next to Harry, handing him a copy of the magazine. Daddy sent this with his compliments. He felt it was important to get out a special edition. Harry unrolled the magazine to see his picture, blinking back at him. It was a photo from the year before, right after the first task if the singed jersey was any indication. Harry Potter NAMES death EATERS TELLS of ministry corruption, YO you know who's alive. That was really fast, Daphne said, looking at the picture. I suspect the foreign papers got their stories out yesterday, and the ministry is scrambling to save face, Neville said. I can't wait until they find that damned quill, Harry said just as Madame Bones was passing by, with Umbridge in tow. Umbridge shot Harry a cold glare as she sauntered by. Maybe if she gets sacked, the Gryffindor team could reform, Ron said happily. I'd just be happy to get rid of her goon squad. Daphne said, staring across the Great Hall to where Malfoy and the other inquisitorial squad all sat watching Umbridge leaving the hall. He's so insufferable in the common room. Tracy and I just stay in our room all the time now. We only have to deal with Pansy. She's been rather quiet ever since Millicent told her off. Tracy nodded. I'm starting to feel a bit sorry for her. Harry was no longer listening, as his mind was imagining all manner of scenes where the Aurors opened the Toad's desk and found that long velvet case where the blood quill resided and hauled the fat Toad kicking and screaming out of Hogwarts for good. He wanted to contact Sirius right at that moment to announce his victory over the ministry, but restrained himself. He decided he'd wait until he actually saw the Toad being taken away. Come on, he said, rising from the table. Where are we going? Neville asked. I want to get a good seat for when they haul her fat arse out of here. Laughing excitedly, Harry and his friends left the Great Hall and found spots to sit where they were guaranteed to see Umbridge's fate. The search of the Undersecretary Defense teacher's property took very little time. The search turned up nothing more dark than a gray cardigan in the squat woman's wardrobe. The entire time her things were being riffled through, Dolores Umbridge simply stood with a warm smile on her wide, toad-like visage, watching as her things were tossed about and inspected. Amelia Bones stayed with Umbridge, watching her carefully for any sign of nervousness, but the little woman barely even blinked. Madame Bones did not like Dolores Umbridge. The two had butted heads on policies for many years, but Amelia had never had a reason to suspect the undersecretary of wrongdoing. It was true the Umbridge was very outspoken in matters of half-breeds, werewolves, vampires, and the like, but she had never given any cause for anyone to suspect her of doing dark magic. And yet Madame Bones could not shake the feeling she was being fooled. "We're done, madam," Kirkland said as he approached his superior. "The undersecretary is clean." "Very well," Amelia said. She turned to the shorter woman and gave a polite smile. "So sorry to have to do this." "Not need to apologize, Amelia," Umbridge smiled. "You were just doing your job, and I would expect nothing less of you." "Thank you for your patience." Madame Bones nodded. She watched as Umbridge entered her quarters and with a quick wave of her wand began putting her space back in order. Amelia ordered her officers back to the ministry and turned to follow them. When she was nearly to the entrance hall, she decided that perhaps she should have a few words with the headmaster. "Clint Peters, I shall see you back at the office. I'm going to pay a visit to Dumbledore." Her subordinates nodded, and Amelia quickly found the headmaster's office. "Amelia Bones to see Headmaster Dumbledore," Madame Bones said to the gargoyle guarding the staircase. She waited patiently as her message was being delivered. After only a few moments, the gargoyle stepped aside, revealing the spiral staircase that led up to the headmaster's office. "Madame Bones, a most pleasant surprise. Do come in." Dumbledore smiled. "Apologies for coming unannounced, headmaster, but I feel that we need to have a talk." "I see. Have a seat. Can I offer you anything?" "No, if it's all the same, I'd rather get right down to it. You know why I am here. I believe it is because Minister Fudge is preparing to fight the allegations made by Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said as he took his own seat. "So far we are on the same parchment. Do you know if the boy is telling the truth?" "I have never known him to lie, especially regarding something so serious," Dumbledore said seriously. Madame Bones mulled this over. "We found nothing. If she did actually have a blood quill, it's clear she got rid of it. I could question him with Veritaserum. Amelia, we both know that Fudge, as the new head of the Wisengamot, would never allow that in court. Nor would he allow the submission of memories, as I'm sure he would convince everyone that they had been altered, likely by myself." "Okay, so let's put that aside," Madame Bones said, realizing Dumbledore was right. "Sirius Black." Dumbledore steepled his fingers, leaning forward on his desk. "I have a sneaking suspicion that you know exactly where to find him." Dumbledore said nothing, allowing Madame Bones to steer the conversation. "The minister has decreed that if he's found, he's to be kissed by the Dementors. No trail, no questions. The only way to clear him is to find Pettigrew." "Am I to understand that you believe Harry's story?" Dumbledore asked, a bright twinkle in his sky-blue eyes. Madame Bones stared at the old man for several long moments before sighing heavily. "Albus, I don't know exactly what's going on here, but I do know that whatever it is has the minister very afraid. His actions over the past months have proven that there is more going on than him just being afraid of you taking over the ministry." "Indeed," Dumbledore smiled. "Albus, if you don't tell me what's going on, I can't help. I am not about to stand by and watch our society fall apart because Fudge is too afraid to do anything. Now, the time for secrets is past." Dumbledore sat back in his seat, looking at the head of the Law Enforcement Division. He wasn't quite sure he could trust her. Despite her extremely outstanding service record, he knew that the Order of the Phoenix could use more help, especially from the Aurors. The Death Eaters had an army, and the Order would need an army to fight them, not to mention the help that Harry would need to accomplish his destiny. "For the greater good," Dumbledore thought to himself. "What I tell you must not be repeated. We do not yet know exactly who we can trust. This is a serious infraction, Professor. You cannot deny it." Umbridge said, her rosy pallor becoming something rather frightening to behold, and yet Dumbledore merely smiled back at her. "As I have said, quite clearly to you, Harry Potter did nothing wrong. He merely spoke to reporters on his own time. He was not in school when he spoke to them. There have not yet been any rules written about what a student may or may not do outside these walls, nor do I think we would truly have the power to enforce such restrictions." Umbridge's fat little fists clenched tightly. "He lied. He is spreading a disease of mistrust through our society. Even you cannot deny. My dear Professor Umbridge, so far as I know, Harry Potter knows he must not tell lies." There was no mistaking it. Umbridge's boiling hot rage cooled somewhat as Dumbledore's usually sparkling blue eyes went, for just the briefest of moments, dark. She gasped at the words she knew were carved permanently into the boy's hand, having watched him do it. "You're playing a very dangerous game here, Headmaster," Umbridge snarled. You can't protect the boy forever. He's going to face justice for his crimes. And exactly what crimes are those, madam? Expressing his opinion. So far as I know, he still has the freedom under our government to say whatever he likes about whatever he likes. A freedom that we all share. Umbridge's jaw was clenched so tightly that it was shaking. Her eyes were narrowed slits of displeasure. I think this meeting is finished, Dumbledore said, and with a wave of his hand, his office door opened. Umbridge gave one last look of dissent and left. She quickly bustled down to her office, where she had several new educational decrees to submit to the Minister of Magic. As she walked, her mind mulled over everything that had happened today. She had been forced to destroy her blood quill, and she now knew she would be unable to replace it, as Madame Bones had let slip that Aurors would now be handing mail searches. Her dream of order was coming crashing down around her. From the moment she had convinced Cornelius to put her in Hogwarts to be his eyes and ears, Dolors had begun harboring a new dream, one where she would rule over the students and mold their minds. She had begun to dream of a new society, where wizards and witches understood their place in the world, and purebloods would once again reign over all lesser beings. Order to chaos. But two people stood in the way of that now. Albus Dumbledore and Harry Potter. They had to be removed. Dumbledore would be a tough nut to crack. He was quite powerful, and Umbridge still did not have enough support behind her to remove the old codger from his throne, so to speak. Potter, on the other hand. Potter she could scrape off her shoe like so much owl droppings. She had only but to catch him. She believed he was leading a group of students in a rebellion against the ministry. She knew they were meeting somewhere in the castle, though she had been quite flummoxed as to where. She had originally wanted to get one of her inquisitorial squad in with that group, but other than Potter, Weasley, and Granger, she was unsure who else was a part of it. Greengrass was, of course. How could she not be? Umbridge was still at a loss to understand how the Greengrass girl, coming from such a noble and respected bloodline, could sully her family's name by even associating with Potter. It was something else Umbridge felt needed to be remedied. Blood traitors must be made to understand. They must all be reprogrammed in order to protect their gifts. Umbridge slammed her office door and sat heavily at her desk, her pouchy face in her fat little hands. She had to catch the boy in the act in order to expel him. Once he was out of the school, he could be brought to trial for his numerous crimes against the ministry. Boy who lived or not, no one was above the law. Umbridge smiled to herself. If she could catch the boy, surely Dumbledore would try and aid him, and then perhaps she could kill 2 doxies with 1 hex. Then she would be made headmistress, and things would truly change. She had made 2 allies to her cause. Filch was easy to manipulate. Dolors guessed the ancient caretaker would throw himself to the lions if she asked. The promise of reinstituting corporal punishments swayed him easily. Perhaps if students knew there was something truly worth fearing in detention, they might actually behave themselves. Snape had been a bit harder to sway, but in the end, the hope of teaching the subject he longed for proved too much. Snape had agreed to start making Veritaserum for her. The first batch would be ready in the next few weeks, and Umbridge could start inviting students for tea. It was a plan that had begun forming in her mind shortly after the start of the year. Children were very guarded, and it seemed most believed her to be some kind of watchdog. They kept their secrets hidden quite well, and most unfortunately, Umbridge was no Legolimens. So, she would question them all with a nice cup of tea, and then she would begin to get her leverage. Then she would be on her way to her perfect world, with her being celebrated for saving wizarding kind from its own destruction at the hands of half-breeds and charlatans. Over the next months, classes had become exercises in exhaustion for 5th and 7th year students. The closer the exams got, the more homework and studying the students had to do. There was a steady increase in tension throughout the castle. At the beginning of April, the 5th year students met with their heads of house to get career guidance, in order for them to plan their next 2 years of study. There had been a flood of pamphlets about every career the wizarding world offered for their young, and Harry Potter and his friends had spent a great deal of time trying to figure out their futures. Harry's meeting with Professor McGonagall had been an eye-opening experience, as Professor Umbridge had decided to sit in, and after Harry had confessed to wanting to be an Auror, a very heated argument broke out between McGonagall and Umbridge. "Potter, I promise you that if it is the last thing I do on this plane of existence, I will see you become an Auror," McGonagall had shouted, her fists pounding her desk in utter frustration. "Harry Potter will never be an Auror. He will spend his life in prison where he belongs. I swear it. Umbridge had replied with deathly calm before waddling out of McGonagall's office. Harry looked at McGonagall, who was breathing hard, as if she'd sprinted across all of the British Isles. She was staring at her door looking as if she wanted to chase down Umbridge and hex her to tiny, minuscule pieces. "Professor," Harry asked, jarring the Transfiguration teacher back to the present. "Did she really mean that? Does she really want me in prison?" McGonagall couldn't even look at Harry. That alone confirmed it, and Harry felt as if someone had just gut-checked him. He reached out to grasp his head of house's desk to prevent himself from falling off his chair. "Why?" "Do not worry about it. It will never happen. We are finished here, Potter. I think you have homework to be getting on with," McGonagall said without even looking at the young man. Harry nodded and retreated from the office, feeling no comfort that Umbridge would not get her way. Ever since the Quibbler article had come out, things within Hogwarts had become even more oppressive. Umbridge had done everything she could think of to break the will of the students. First, she had banned any more trips to Hogsmeade, followed by strict dress codes, stricter curfews, and more rules that in many students' opinions were seriously insane. The High Inquisitor had then eliminated all clubs that were not devoted to study, and those that were, she monitored very carefully. Between classes, Umbridge and her goon squad would patrol the halls, breaking up any groups of more than 2 students. She had all but eliminated the prefects. Anyone caught out of their common room after curfew faced seriously punishments, and the inquisitorial squad looked in every broom cupboard, empty class, alcove, and bathroom stall searching for violator. There was no place left where couples could go for to snog anymore, and with no outlets left to vent any sort of tensions, tempers were quickly rising. Easily the most disturbing new development were the invitations to join the defense teacher for tea. She seemed to be working her way through the entire student populace. Only a handful of students spoke about it, while others couldn't recall ever sitting with the toad. It was clear that Umbridge obliviated those who she had not had success with. However, a handful of students were managing to keep their spirits up, thanks to their now twice-weekly meetings to learn defensive magics. After Umbridge had eliminated every single club again, the DA had voted to start meeting more frequently. This had a profound effect on the members, as they were now getting in more time to learn everything. Most every person had managed a full corporeal patronus. Every person could disarm an opponent easily, and they were integrating hand-to-hand combat in their dueling now. Harry and his friends had quickly put a new schedule together in which one night they would practice new spells together, and the next time they met, they would have duels. Sometimes it was 1 against 1, and others, Harry would create teams so they could all learn to work together. Harry stood watching as Neville was pitted against 3 others, Zacharias Smith, Dean Thomas, and Padma Paddle. Neville had shown the most improvement in the past few months, much to Harry's surprise. He guessed Hermione's constant influence might have had something to do with it all. The once forgetful boy now stood tall when he walked the halls. He'd become stronger in his schoolwork, and he never cowered against opposition now. Even Snape didn't bother Neville any longer. Neville sidestepped a curse thrown by Padma and launched a curse at Dean, who had broken from cover to get a shot in. Neville's spell hit Dean square in the face, knocking the tall, dark-skinned boy onto his butt. Zacharias tried to take advantage of Dean's mistake, thinking Neville might be too preoccupied with taking out his housemate, but Neville had anticipated and had his shield up instantly. The crowd cheered for Neville as he tripped Zacharias and bound him in rope with toe-quick flicks of his wand. Unfortunately, he'd forgotten about Padma. The lithe Indian girl came out of nowhere to knock Neville to the ground, using all of her might. She tripped herself in the process, but rolled to her feet instantly. More cheers rose up, mostly from the girls, as Padma stalked towards Neville, who had lost his wand. Padma smiled like a cat when she aimed her wand for Neville, but Neville surprised everyone when he rolled out of the way when Padma fired her curse. On his feet again, Neville lunged for Padma, who froze with shock. Neville tackled the girl, grabbing her wand arm and twisting up behind her back and taking her wand from her. This only served to anger the girl, who kicked at Neville's shin with all her might. Neville grunted in agony, lost his balance, and landed hard on his back. Padma snatched up her wand, and much to everyone's shock and amazement, petrified Neville without saying the incantation. Harry blew the whistle and the duel ended. Hermione rushed forward and undid the spell on Neville, while Tracy freed Zacharias and checked on Dean, who had been knocked out when he hit his head on the floor. "Well done, Padma," Harry said, coming forward. "Well done to all of you. Neville, nice spell work, but you've got to remember to watch all your opponents. You forgot Padma while dealing with Zacharias. She was able to sneak up on you because you were too focused on Smith. Padma, you got a bit overconfident when you tackled Neville. You could have petrified him instead of tackling him, though it was a good hit. But I tripped and almost. You did trip, but it's okay." The real mistake was going after him in the first place. While he was dealing with Zacharias, you had the advantage. There was no need to take him down physically because you had the element of surprise. There was a crack in the back of the room, followed by several shouts of surprise. Harry turned as the crowd began parting, and to Harry's great shock, Dobby the house elf came forward looking seriously frightened. "Harry Potter, sir." "Dobby, what is it?" Harry asked, kneeling in front of the rather shaky elf. "Dobby has come to warn you, Harry Potter, sir. The Pink Lady is coming for you. She has learned of your secret meetings. Dobby only just learned of it, sir. You must flee." Ron had begun moving just as soon as he'd heard Dobby's reference to Umbridge. He'd gone to Harry's cloak and dug the Marauder's map from its pockets. He opened it and found that Umbridge, Filch, and all of the Toad's inquisitorial squad was outside the room of requirement as they spoke. "Oh no," he muttered just as the room shook with a ear-splitting boom. Everyone looked at the door, chills running up their spines as it cracked. "We've been sold out," Ron said, looking to Harry. Harry felt someone take his hand and turned to see Daphne looking worried. "Harry, what do you want to do?" Fred asked. George looked as if he was ready to fight as well. In fact, everyone in the room looked ready to defend themselves. Harry felt a surge of pride at the people around him. They were united with him, ready to fight against Umbridge for what they all believed in. Him, Harry Potter. And Harry knew then that this was not their fight. It was his, and he would not allow anyone to take the fall for him, not if he could help it. No, he would face the consequences of his actions, no matter the price. There was another loud boom, and the door creaked ominously. They all knew it wouldn't hold up much longer. "Get ready to run," Harry said. They all looked at him with shock. "They won't be able to catch all of us. Run, and run fast." Everyone stared back at Harry with confusion, but they all gathered their things and prepared to do as Harry had told them. Harry hung in the back of the room, knowing that it was really him that Umbridge wanted. He was resigned to his fate when Daphne took his hand again. "I'm not letting you do this alone," she said. "Us either," Hermione said firmly. She, Neville, Ron, and Tracy all stood with him. Even Astoria joined them. And then, one by one, the others all came back to stand around their leader, their friend. Watch of them unwilling to abandon Harry to his fate. With a series of loud creaks, cracks, and snaps, the door finally gave way in a cloud of splinters and dust. A moment later, Dolar's Umbridge walked in looking absolutely delighted. "As I'm sure you're all aware, you are in violation of several educational decrees, not the least of which is being out past curfew. I can also see plainly that this is some sort of club which is against the rules as well. Now, who is the leader of this club?" Umbridge was staring hard at Harry. "No one is the leader." Umbridge blinked once and then turned to look at Colin Creevey. "We never had a leader, we were just all trying to help each other," the skinny fourth-year boy said, looking to the others around him. "I see, and what exactly were you helping each other with?" "Baking," George grinned. "Yeah, we're all terrible cooks, and none of us fancy eating out all the time," Fred added. "Have you seen prices in pubs lately?" George went on. "Bloody robbery," the Weasley twins said at once. Umbridge's smile faltered. She gave her wand a swish, and the Weasley twins found they could no longer talk. They both glared murderously at the High Inquisitor. "Professor, this will give you your answers." Draco smiled, handing a familiar parchment to Umbridge. "Where did you find this?" Umbridge asked, looking quite greedy. "Granger's bag. You can't just go snooping in other people's things," Hermione shouted indignantly. "I'd hold my tongue if I were you, Miss Granger. You see, you are in serious trouble this evening. You may even be expelled." Harry knew by Neville's sharp intake of breath that Hermione must have just squeezed his hand very tightly. It was Hermione's biggest fear to be thrown out of school. "Well, Mr. Potter, it appears you and I have an appointment with the headmaster. The rest of you will return to your houses. Tomorrow we will be discussing punishments." Umbridge stood aside, watching each and every student pass her on their way to their houses, each and every one of them glaring contemptuously at her. "That includes you as well, Miss Greengrass. Do not make things worse for yourself." Umbridge smiled. Daphne looked to Harry, who nodded for her to go. Daphne wanted very much to stay next to Harry, but he gave her a soft push, and she knew he was going to face Umbridge alone, and she could do nothing for him. "Draco, see that she gets back to her house," Umbridge said, and Draco gave a triumphant smile to her and a wicked grin to Harry, who was now starting to get angry. "Follow me, Mr. Potter," Umbridge said, all sweetness gone from her tone. "And if I refuse?" Umbridge's smile fell at once, and she walked to Harry and stared coldly up at him, as he was a head taller than her. "I am not asking you, boy," said venomously. "I finally caught you, and you are going to be punished as you should have been all along. Even the great Albus Dumbledore," she sneered, icy bitterness in her tone, "won't be able to save you now." Umbridge grabbed Harry by the front of his robes and shoved him past her. Harry, caught off guard by the stubby little woman's strength, stumbled, tripped on the hem of his robes, and fell forward. The two-way mirror slid out of his pocket and skidded along the floor. "What is that?" Umbridge asked. "Nothing," Harry said, trying to reach it, but Umbridge was quicker. "Accio." The mirror shot up and into the fat little fingers of the High Inquisitor. "Let's find out." Specialties Revelio. Harry stared in horror as the mirror glowed white and then blue. "A communication device, how extraordinary. With whom have you been speaking to? More reporters?" "No," Harry shook his head. "It's a joke item I got at Zonko's," Harry lied, thinking quickly. "Lies," Umbridge shrieked. "I will not tolerate lying." She threw the mirror across the hall and into the stone wall, where it shattered into 1,000 sparkling pieces. Harry felt his heart sink. Without his mirror, he could not speak to Sirius. His blood now on fire, Harry turned back to Umbridge, who was once again smiling. "No more exclusives for you, Mr. Potter," she laughed. Harry drew his wand now, his rage getting the best of him. However, Umbridge had been waiting for it, and Harry found himself bound and unable to move. Harry cursed himself for falling for her trap. She'd had her wand out the entire time, just waiting for the moment he lost his temper. Now, instead of walking to the headmaster's office, he was being floated along. As soon as they entered Dumbledore's office, Harry heard McGonagall gasp. "What is the meaning of this?" the Transfiguration teacher asked angrily. "Release him at once." "I do not think so," Umbridge simpered. "The boy is dangerous. He tried to attack me only a moment ago." "I seriously doubt that," McGonagall said gruffly. Harry felt his body relax as the curse was lifted, and he quickly got to his feet. It was clear from the death glares from Umbridge that Dumbledore had released the spell. Harry saw that they were not alone. The Minister of Magic was there, looking extremely pleased, along with 2 Aurors, one of which he recognized. However, before he could greet the man, Kingsley Shacklebolt gave the smallest shake of his head. "Now that we are all here, I think we should get to the bottom of this," Dumbledore said, bringing the attention of the room to him. "Quite right, I am a very busy man these days, a lot of problems with foreign ministries, seems they don't trust me anymore," Fudge said, giving a scathing look to Harry, who merely shrugged. "Maybe if you weren't so close-minded and idiotic," Harry said softly. "What was that?" Fudge asked. "Keep your mouth shut, boy," Umbridge hissed. "Enough, what is this all about?" Dumbledore asked, looking for the first time, quite irritated. "Very well, Minister. You may recall that we spoke on several occasions about my suspicions of Potter leading a secret group within the castle. Well, tonight we finally caught them, thanks in no small part from one of the group's own members." "And what proof do you have that this group is anything more than a study group?" Dumbledore asked. "Owl and Newt exams are coming ever closer. Perhaps we should bring in our witness," Umbridge suggested. "It might make things go smoother." "Quite right," Fudge smiled. "There's nothing better than a good witness, is there, Albus?" Fudge said sarcastically. "Nothing at all," Dumbledore smiled benignly. The door to the headmaster's office opened, and a girl that Harry recognized as Marietta, Cho Chang's best friend, walked in. She looked horrid. Her eyes were bright red and puffy, as if she'd been crying all day long. It was clear as to the reason why. On her forehead, in very large, ugly-looking purple pimples, was the word sneak. Harry felt his stomach turn a bit at the sight, as the pustules looked rather painful. "My gods, what has happened to her?" Fudge recoiled in fright, and Marietta burst into tears. "My dear, everything is all right," Umbridge said, wrapping a comforting arm around the girl. "This is Marietta Edgecombe, Minister. Her mother works in the Department of Magical Transportation." "Now, dear, I just need you to tell the Minister exactly what you told me." Marietta hid her face in her hands, shaking her head violently. She had her face almost completely hidden, using the sleeves of her robes to cover her face. "Dear, I'm sure it won't make things any worse. You do want to make your mother proud of you, don't you?" Umbridge tried, but Marietta refused to speak. She tried to turn away from Umbridge, who kept her firmly rooted next to herself. "Very well," Umbridge sighed. "Miss Edgecombe and I were having tea together this afternoon, and she confessed that she had been part of an illegal group led by Mr. Potter. She informed me of where I could find this group this evening. That's when this blemish appeared, and she refused to say any more on the matter. However, I had all the information I needed. And exactly how did you question her? Harry asked angrily. You wouldn't have happened to slip a few drops of Veritaserum into her tea, would you? Mind your tongue, Mr. Potter. You're only making things harder on yourself. Umbridge scowled. It's a very interesting question, Dolors, McGonagall said. Did Miss Edgecombe offer the information of her own accord, or was it coerced from her? That isn't the point, Fudge said testily. It might be Cornelius, Dumbledore said. If Veritaserum was used without her knowledge, her testimony will be inadmissible. It doesn't matter because I caught them all. Umbridge smiled, pulling the parchment from her pocket. I have each of their names, so I know exactly who is involved, and it implicates you, Albus. Does it? Dumbledore looked interestedly at the parchment. Umbridge laid the parchment out on the desk for them all to see. There at the top, written in Hermione's elegant hand, was the name they had given themselves so many months ago, Dumbledore's Army. Well, I guess that is that, Dumbledore said, rising to his feet. Would you like a written confession, Cornelius? Fudge blinked for several moments while his brain tried to work out what was happening. You really, I can't believe this. I knew it. You were conspiring against me all this time, using children to fight your battle. Clearly, Dumbledore smiled. I asked Harry to probe the students and see who might be interested in helping me with your downfall. Quite ingenious, if I do say so myself. You see, Harry is quite well thought of by most of the student body, and he trusts me. He had no idea what I was getting him into. No, Harry shouted, but no one paid him any mind. Do not patronize me, Umbridge glowered. This boy is no less guilty of crimes than you are, Dumbledore. He's been sowing insurrection among the students and lying to the press about the ineffectiveness of our government. Plus, he clearly was the one to murder Cedric Diggory last year. That's a lie. Harry shouted, but Umbridge had enough and backhanded Harry across the mouth. Harry instantly made to lung at the squat woman who was staring at him with contempt. He wanted to get his hands around her fat throat and remind her that she shouldn't tell lies. Unfortunately, both McGonagall and Kingsley had restrained him. Dolors, Fudge shouted. Control yourself. It wouldn't do if the boy is able to generate any more sympathy. Things are bad enough where he's concerned. Harry did not murder Cedric last year, Dumbledore said calmly. Mr. Diggory was murdered with the killing curse, and Harry's wand was cleared. The only thing he is guilty of is working under my influence. We can deal with the boy later, Fudge insisted. For now, Shacklebolt Dawlish, please take the headmaster into custody. Oh yes, I had nearly forgotten, Dumbledore smiled. I do not intend to be taken in, as the Muggles say. Farewell. Grab HIM, Umbridge shouted. Harry was pushed down onto the floor, and there was a blinding light. Harry squeezed his eyes shut, but he still was momentarily blinded. Harry! Harry looked up to see Dumbledore reaching out his hand. Harry was helped to his feet and saw that everyone in the room had been knocked unconscious, except him. Kingsley did a good job. I will need to tell him so later. Now listen to me, this is very important. Do not do anything to allow Professor Umbridge to get leverage upon you. I had hoped we would be starting our lessons within the next few weeks, but I'm afraid it will have to wait until the summer. We have so much to discuss. What's going to happen, Professor? Harry asked, glancing around the office quickly. I will have to go into hiding for a while. Rest assured that I will do my utmost to make sure the public believes you to be innocent. I have set up meetings with the reporters who wrote those very eye-opening articles. I think we will be able to generate enough support so that the minister cannot move against you. Keep your head down and study hard for your exams, and keep up your occlumency lessons with Professor Snape. I promise that we will see each other soon. With that, the headmaster wandered back around his desk, picking up a few items and shoving them into a small bag. He then whistled and Fawkes, the brilliant red phoenix, flew from his perch, latched his feet around the headmaster's arm, and in a flash of flame, vanished. Where is he? Fudge asked, being the first to recover. Harry saw that Umbridge, the Aurors, McGonagall, and even Marietta were also stirring now. Damn it! Fudge screamed. Get up! Get up! Dawlish and Kingsley got shakily to their feet. Fudge was mutilating his favorite lime green bowler hat in his anger. I want every Auror we have hunting him. Get back to the ministry and tell Madame Bones I want to see her immediately. Dawlish bowed and left at once, with Kingsley following him. Fudge turned back to the two teachers. Dolors, you are officially promoted to headmistress. For the interim, the Board of Governors will be notified. and I'm sure they will vote you as the new headmistress permanently. Minerva will serve as your deputy until further notice. Umbridge looked about ready to squeal with delight while McGonagall looked ready to vomit. What of Potter? Umbridge said, still smiling delightedly. Without Dumbledore, he's harmless. Fudge said offhandedly. He's of no more concern. We have much bigger fish to catch. Fudge turned and gave a warning look to Umbridge, who nodded her understanding. When Fudge turned around to leave, Umbridge gave a very disturbing look to Harry, which chilled him deeply. Harry knew then that despite what support Dumbledore promised to drum up, or Fudge's reprimands, it was not going to stop Umbridge from getting Harry. She saw him as a poison that desperately needed to be eradicated before it spread and infected her new order that she had only just won. Summer could not get here fast enough. In the weeks following Albus Dumbledore's departure, Hogwarts School deteriorated into little more than a battlefield. Almost the entire student body rose up against the new headmistress and her inquisitorial squad. Umbridge was at a complete loss as to how to reign in the uprising, as she was truly unable to catch anyone in wrongdoing. Explosions were the order of the day. Loud, earth-shaking booms were heard all throughout the day, except while students were sleeping, and even then an occasional thunder crack would awaken the castle. What was worse, at least for Umbridge, was the serious lack of support she had to help in controlling the student population. Teachers were turning blind eyes to any sort of shenanigans they happened upon, as it all seemed directed to making the new headmistress miserable. 2 more students have resigned their posts upon the inquisitorial squad. If this keeps up, we shall have no help in keeping order within the school. Umbridge shouted during the weekly staff meeting. Up and down the table, the professors all stared blankly at their headmistress, each of them filled with some disdain for the tiny fat woman. Save Filch, of course. The man practically worshipped Umbridge, especially since she had kept her promise and was now allowing whippings of students again. However, no one had been caught yet. Headmistress, as I've told you several times already, you are suffocating the students, McGonagall said flatly. If you would consider rescinding some of your rather constrictive rules, you might find that the rebellion ends on its own. Without rules, there is no order, Umbridge scowled. Yes, but too many rules and those who you are trying to bring to order will fight back, Professor Sprout said wisely. You are exacerbating the problem every time you introduce a new decree, Flitwick added. I do not need a lecture. What I need is for all of you to do your jobs, or I shall be forced to have you all sacked. Umbridge tried to threaten them all, but they all smirked. Yes, that would be a very wise move, to remove us all with so little time left in the year and have no one who could save you from the students. Flitwick grinned. I don't know if you realize, but the students outnumber us by a serious margin. How long do you think you'd last once it got out you fired Minerva, or Pomona, or Severus? No offense to you, Severus, but I do not think there would be too many students fussed over you getting sacked. Professor Sprout smiled. Snape merely looked bored. Umbridge stared at the teachers before her, her blood boiling in her veins. They were right, of course. She had very little time left in the year. There was no time to seek out new teachers to fill all the posts, and the students would most assuredly rise up as one even more than they were at the moment. Very well. The answer here is clear. We must make an example. It is obvious that these troublemakers are being led by someone with a serious grudge against the ministry. I believe we all know who that is. Umbridge's scowl melted into a smile. Yes, we all know of your personal vendetta against the Potter brat. Snape spoke up, making all the other teachers look at him oddly. However, much as the boy abhors rules in general, he is no ringleader. But you forget, Severus, he was leading Dumbledore's little group. No, he was recruiting for the group, as you know full well. McGonagall reminded Umbridge of Dumbledore's words. Potter doesn't have enough brains in his head to lead, much less plan, some of the more impressive bits of magic that have been happening around us lately. Given what we've seen, portable swamps, multiplying fireworks, not to mention the rise in sudden illnesses. Ah, yes, the cases of Umbridgitis, Flitwick chuckled. I think it is clear that the true culprits are the Weasley twins, Snape sneered. Though you should be warned, those 2 boys are even more charismatic than Potter, McGonagall warned. Singling them out will be equivalent to declaring war on the student body. So what are you all telling me? To give up, to let chaos reign? I cannot do that. I will have order in my school, Umbridge screamed, stamping her foot, her fists balled tightly at her waist. The other teachers just looked at each other, some of them rolling their eyes in exasperation. Except Snape, who was watching the headmistress with cold, calculating eyes. He recognized something in the woman, something that chilled his cold, black heart, lust for power. He saw it whenever he had to gaze into the burning red eyes of his former master. He should have seen it sooner, from the time she arrived, or even from the time she had tried to recruit him to her cause, by promising that he would one day be allowed to teach the subject he so wanted. Snape was only now realizing what would become of the school should this obscene woman get her way. It would be like living in the world his former master sought for himself, only pinker. This was not a future that Snape coveted. As much as he loathed Potter, he knew he had to protect him from Umbridge's clutches. He hoped by diverting Umbridge's attentions to the Weasley twins, the new headmistress might actually forget Harry long enough so the boy could sit his exams and go home for the summer. They would have a few months then in which to figure out what they would do for the next year. Damn you, Albus, for abandoning us. Snape thought as Umbridge gathered her notes, dismissing the teachers. This isn't our bloody war. As the exams grew closer, the students within 5th and 7th years began studying harder than ever. However, it was believed that thanks to several of the new educational decrees, banning the use and practice of spells, no one felt they would perform all that well. They weren't even being allowed to use spells within classes anymore. For some, it was beginning to be too much. Harry awoke very late one evening after a rather disturbing dream in where Lord Voldemort was threatening one of his followers. It was one of the ones who'd been freed in the recent break out of Azkaban that was blamed on Sirius. Harry was sure, especially since he had finished another very brutal session with Snape earlier in the evening, that the dream was real, though it was clear that his mental defenses were trying to stop him from seeing any more. In the dream, Voldemort was wearing one of his Aunt Petunia's most hideous dresses, and he and his follower were on the stage at Harry's primary school. Harry awoke with a start and decided that he was not going to get much more sleep. As the mental picture of the most notorious dark wizard in his aunt's clothes was the most disturbing thing he'd ever imagined. When he came down to the common room, he found Fred and George Weasley, along with Lee Jordan, hunkered over a small table in front of the fire. "A bit late, isn't it, Harry?" Fred asked. "I was going to say the same to you, just what are you up to?" "Planning our escape," George said. "Umbridge has been questioning more and more students lately, and it's only a matter of time before one of them gives us up. How are you even sure of what she's been asking students about? No one's been able to remember being questioned," Harry asked. "That's 'cause she's obliviating them when she's done. If memory charms were easy to prove, that old toad would be tossed into Azkaban so fast it's make her fat head spin," Lee Jordan growled. "Why are they hard to prove?" Harry asked. "Partially because the person has no recollection of having his memory modified, but if there are also no witnesses, there's no case. Only really talented mind healer could tell, and even then they wouldn't be certain," George explained. "The mind's a really complicated thing." Fred nodded. "So, you're convinced she's going to come after you instead of me?" Harry asked, a hint of a smile on his face. There was a lot of talk that Umbridge suspected Harry to be the one causing most of the disturbances about the school, even though every single time he was nowhere near the incidents. "Bit of an ego there, mate," Fred winked. "Yeah, you may be public enemy number 1 on Umbridge's list, but we all know who the real criminal masterminds in this school are." George smiled mischievously. "I never ever doubt my place in the criminal hierarchy." Harry chuckled. "So am I going to be allowed to know what you're planning? What do you think, Fred?" "I think that as our financial backer, Harry has more than proven himself." Fred grinned to his brother. "All right, Harry, listen up." The twins' plans were put into effect upon the Friday before the start of the exams. It was lunchtime when a group of very old-looking witches and wizards appeared in the Great Hall, escorted by a smiling and rather nervous-looking Umbridge. Harry was staring across the Great Hall at Daphne, who looked just as upset as he was. No longer were students allowed to sit anywhere but at their own house tables. Harry only got to see Daphne during class now, and both of them were missing each other terribly. Harry was very jealous of Hermione and Neville, who got to spend loads of time together. Harry even felt a few twinges of bitterness at Ron, who was spending more time with Lavender Brown. "You suppose she's nervous that something might explode and the examiners will see how little control she has on the school?" Neville asked, breaking Harry out of Daphne's spell. "I think it's a certainty," Hermione nodded. "I'm actually disappointed that Fred and George didn't have something planned." "Who says they haven't?" Harry smirked, remembering his late-night meeting with the twins. "What do you know?" Hermione asked, her eyes bright with curiosity. Harry had to admit that his friend had changed a lot over the year. She was still a dedicated student. However, her love of rules and order had melted away a bit. Harry was sure having seen that she could become like their current headmistress had done much to humble the bookworm. I was sworn to secrecy. Sorry, Harry smiled, and Hermione shook her head. Both Ron and Neville grinned as Harry winked at them. The day progressed as any other, with students grumbling as they walked between classes. Harry kept his eyes open for Daphne. They survived these days on quick touches as they passed in the halls. Harry had not had a decent amount of time with her since Dumbledore's exodus. The very next day, Umbridge had issued several decrees forbidding houses to mix at mealtimes, and a very strange rule about boys and girls remaining at least 8 inches apart. There were lots of rumors regarding this rule, most of which centered around Umbridge's own lack of romantic experience. It was at dinner that the Weasley twins' plot unfolded. Harry and his friends entered the Great Hall for dinner, as they usually did, and Hermione had been quizzing them on charms to help them review as they sat down. Harry noticed Umbridge looking rather pleased with herself as she spoke with the examiners. Harry guessed she was rather pleased that the school had been quiet over the last few hours. He thought she might be telling them how much better she was as headmistress than Dumbledore had been while he was in charge. Students began filling their plates, and a general buzz begun as students began talking about whatever held their interests at that moment. "Students of Hogwarts!" came a very loud voice which echoed off the high ceiling. Harry and the rest of the student body turned as one to the entrance to the Great Hall, where the Weasley twins stood tall and proud before them. "We would like to direct your attention to the staff table, where the teachers and guests of Hogwarts School have kindly volunteered to demonstrate our latest Weasley Wizard Wheezes." Every head turned again to stare up at the staff table to gaze upon the rather hilarious faces of the staff. They all looked like frightened deer as the Weasleys began to approach. While they look perfectly normal for the moment, we secretly replaced their drinks with our newest and most outrageous new products. Fred said to the very attentive audience, "First, our Weasley Hair Tonic gives the drinker a very luxurious mane of Weasley red hair." George smiled and gave a wave to the staff table. At that moment, every adult's hair began to chance in color to become flaming red, even brighter than any Weasley. Harry thought for sure that McGonagall at least would be severely angry, but the Transfiguration teacher seemed rather impressed actually. She looked as if she was complimenting Professor Sprout on her new color. In fact, only Snape seemed upset, though Harry swore he saw the man's lip twitch once, though Harry was sure it had been a trick of his mind. Laughter began softly at first, as one by one each teacher's hair began to alter in color. Umbridge stood up at once, fury in her pouchy eyes. However, when she opened her mouth to speak, a loud croak issued forth. Umbridge's face turned crimson as the laughter became a roar. The squat teacher slapped her hands to her mouth, her eyes bulging with embarrassment. "Oh, yes," Fred smiled triumphantly. "The dialect liquor changes your victim's voice into a very realistic animal sound. Comes in toad, lion, elephant, gorilla, and—" Filch came rushing into the Great Hall, holding his throat and braying loudly like a donkey. His stringy hair was also Weasley red. "Jackass," George finished. "All of these items can be purchased at our new location in Diagon Alley," Fred smiled. "There is a 50% discount to all Hogwarts students who intend to use our products to cause mayhem for the Great Pink Toad," Jor announced with a bow. More laughter erupted at the Slytherin table as known members of the Inquisitorial Squad's hair all turned brilliant shades of Weasley red. Umbridge was pounding her fists on the staff table and pointing to teachers to get up and take the Weasleys. All of the other teachers looked confused by her hand motions. Umbridge tried to yell her orders, but only loud croaks came out, making the Great Hall erupt in more laughter. Finally, Umbridge took out her wand and aimed it at her throat. With a final loud croak, Umbridge somehow canceled the effects of the spell on her voice. Almost. As she spoke, her false high girly speech was more of a deep toad-like croaking. "You two have gone too far this time," she snarled, her face burning red with embarrassment and anger. She aimed her wand at the two of them who stood before her proudly. "Mr. Filch, I have your first 2 troublemakers. You will give them each 20 lashes before making them assist you in cleaning up the defacement on the 3rd, 5th, and 6th floors. I will be most pleased to see those swamps taken care of at last." "Sorry to disappoint you," George smiled. "Yeah, you see, we've had all we can stomach of you and your decrees." Fred chuckled. So we decided to throw ourselves a going-away party, and you were the entertainment. To the rest of the staff, don't worry, the effects will wear off in an hour. The headmistress, however, will have that frog in her throat and the gorgeous new hair for quite some time. Fred grinned. We gave her a special dose. George chuckled. Croak, stay where you are. Umbridge shouted as Fred and George began backing out of the Great Hall. Sorry, but we've got a schedule to keep. Fred waved. At that moment, 2 brooms came soaring into the Great Hall from the ceiling windows that the post owls usually used. Harry noticed something else as well. Peeves the poltergeist was slowly rising up behind Umbridge with a trumpet to his lips. Stop! Croak! Someone stop them! Play us off, Peeves! George said as he mounted his broom. It sounded like a foghorn blast, loud and very rude sounding, and it was right in the headmistress' ear. Umbridge looked as if she'd been knocked over the head with an elephant-sized bludger. Cheers rang up from the students as Fred and George did a victory lap about the Great Hall, before hovering in front of the staff table and saluting the teachers. Professor Snape, we feel we should thank you most of all, Fred said. You were a right git, but your class proved to be the most beneficial to us. George smiled. To Professor Severus Snape. The Great Hall broke into applause, and Snape looked mixed between pleased and murderous. Harry was sure he'd never been celebrated in his entire life, and was unsure what he should be doing. The twins snapped off a very respectful salute, to which Snape barely inclined his head, and the Weasley twins soared out of the castle and into Hogwarts legend forever. For the rest of the weekend, no one saw nor heard from Professor Umbridge. She had locked herself away in her private quarters, presumably to try and fix what the twins had done to her. Fortunately, the images would never disappear, as Colin Creevey had managed to snap a few amazing shots of Umbridge with flaming red hair. I only wish it'd sound, he said, showing Harry and his friends Sunday morning. I doubt that will ever be forgotten. Neville smiled. I wonder what color hair someone would get if they already had red hair. Hermione puzzled aloud. The owl exams started Monday morning and were scheduled to be spread out over the course of the next 2 weeks. They would sit for an exam on one day, and then get the next day off to review for the next subject. As Monday was scheduled to be for Transfiguration, Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Neville were all poring over 5 years of notes and quizzing each other diligently about the exam. Other 5th years joined them, and soon all the Gryffindor 5th years were studying hard together with one goal, to make Professor McGonagall proud. On Monday morning, just after breakfast, all the 5th years were excused to the entrance hall while the Great Hall was prepared for the exams. Daphne and Tracy caught up with their friends while they were waiting. Are you ready for this? Tracy asked. Daphne stood as close to Harry as she could under Professor Umbridge's watchful eye. The toad had finally appeared that morning with her disgustingly sweet, girly voice returned at last, though her hair had a distinct pinkish hue now. I have missed you so much, she said earnestly. She wanted desperately to have his arms around her, but she didn't dare while Umbridge was watching. Several 6th-year students had been expelled for breaking that particular rule. Daphne had heard a rumor that they were Muggle-borns, and that a few pureblood students caught doing the same thing got off with detention only. Given that Harry was high on Umbridge's list, Daphne didn't want to be the reason he got expelled. I've missed you, too. But I think we'll make up for it all over the summer. Harry smiled genuinely. They had been talking about arranging visits during the summer holidays, and Harry had even promised to take Daphne into the Muggle world for a movie like regular teenagers. After Harry had explained the concept, Daphne had gotten excited. She had once seen Muggle television and had enjoyed it immensely. This promised to be even better. The Great Hall opened, and the students filed in. The 4 house tables were gone, and individual desks were now arranged in 4 long rows. Everyone got a seat, and the examiners introduced themselves. They explained how the written portions of the exams would work, and then handed out the tests. Harry had never been so glad for Hermione being his friend. Thanks to her insistence that they all review, Harry found that he had very little trouble with this part of the exam. He had a few points where he really had to rack his brain, but when time was called, Harry felt very strongly about his results. Harry, Daphne, and the rest of Harry's friends headed out onto the grounds in the hour they had before lunch. Harry hoped he might get a chance to steal away with Daphne and make up for so much lost time. However, wherever they went, Draco Malfoy and his goons followed at a distance. I bet he's hopping you guys do something he can report to Umbridge. Tracy glared over her shoulder as the group climbed up on a large boulder near the Black Lake. Or he's hopping to get a few pointers. Daphne quipped. I think Tracy is closer. Hermione growled. He's been following me around like a lost dog for weeks. Harry scowled. He's been like my personal shadow. You should thank him. Ron smiled. Everyone looked at him as if he'd suddenly lost his mind. Thank him what the hell for? Harry asked. Think about it. Every time there's been anything dodgy going on around here, he's been a witness that you weren't involved. Actually, that's right. Daphne smiled, catching on. He's been your personal alibi. I guess the polite thing then would be to thank him. Harry grinned, knowing how it would grate on the blonde Slytherin that he'd been helping Harry all this time. Oh, Harry, don't go provoking him now. Hermione whined as Harry climbed down from the boulder, the rest of his friends following him. I'm not provoking him, Hermione. I'm simply going to thank him for watching my back. Oi, Malfoy. Malfoy turned his head and glared at Harry as he approached. What do you want, Potter? I wanted to thank you for watching over me these past few weeks. If you hadn't, I'd probably have been kicked out of here. Harry smiled. What are you on about? Draco asked, obviously confused. Well, if you hadn't been so diligent in watching my every move, Umbridge might have not believed I wasn't responsible for all the chaos around here. You've been a really great friend to me, and I just wanted to thank you. Draco's pale face suddenly burned crimson with rage. I thought we were trying to get him kicked out, Theodore not asked with surprise. Is that why we've been following him all this time, to protect him? Wasn't it? Harry asked in mock surprise. No, you idiot, Malfoy snapped. But he just said, Goyle grunted. He's messing with us. Draco snarled. Wait a minute. Harry looked puzzled. You weren't trying to be my friend. I would never lower myself to be your friend, Potter. I'd rather. Get caught snogging Umbridge, Neville asked. Polishing your wand while looking at pictures of Lockhart, Tracy suggested. Have mudblood lover tattooed on your chest, Daphne grinned. Or was it your bum? Now, come on you guys, Harry said, his eyes intent on Draco's cold gray ones. Y'all know his greatest ambition is to lick the boots of the powerful. His father's been teaching him how ever since he was a baby. It's a Malfoy family tradition to lick boots, isn't it, Draco? How dare you? Draco hissed, groping in his cloak for his wand. I'll show you who licks boots. Now, Draco, you know we're not allowed to use magic, Tracy scolded. Whatever would the High Inquisitor think if one of her own squad broke the rules? Daphne asked, feigning horror. And the captain, no less. Tracy looked pitifully at Draco, shaking her head. Draco seemed to be thinking hard about what was said. He stared hard into Harry's eyes, weighing his options. Sure, the headmistress was on his side, but would she have his back with so many witnesses? And Potter hadn't even pulled his wand. He knew he'd have a better chance if Potter were wielding his wand as well. Erring on the side of caution, Draco put his wand away. One day, Potter, you and I are going to settle things once and for all. Draco said menacingly. Draco, I eagerly await that day, Harry said fondly. Draco turned and walked away, his goons following, hounding their leader with questions and looking over their shoulders at Harry and his friends. Ron began, looking thoroughly delighted. Brilliant. You shouldn't have said those things, Harry, Hermione chided. Because they were mean or because they were true, Harry smiled, and Hermione had a very difficult time keeping her face stoic. Come on, let's eat. We're going to need the energy for this afternoon. The next 2 weeks passed in a haze of exams, and Harry found himself losing sleep as he and his friends spent as much time as they could reviewing. The written portions had been fairly easy due to the immense amount of time they reviewed, but the practical portions had been more difficult, given they had been unable to practice magic within the school. As a result, more and more students were becoming frustrated with their performances and having more difficulty in performing magic when the time came. It was looking as if Umbridge's philosophy about understanding the theory being enough to get them through was a load of dragon dung. The only consolation was that the examiners were aware of Umbridge's ban on magic performance and seemed genuinely sympathetic. The bright spot for a select few had been on the defense against the dark arts practical, in which those who had been part of the DA performed brilliantly. Harry received many claps on the back and thank yous from his fellow DA members when they finished their practicals. As well as studying for exams, Harry was still meeting with Snape for occlumency lessons, which had progressed to Harry not being allowed his wand during their sessions. Harry had little difficulty in seeking out Snape's presence, which had become increasingly more subtle. However, without his wand, it was very troublesome getting the great black get out of his head. By the last day of exams, Harry was a wreck. The night before he had had his most tiring session with Snape yet, and his lack of sleep over the 2 weeks was catching up with him at last. Thankfully, the last exam was for history of magic, and there would be no practical exam that afternoon. Harry sat down and prepared to take his final exam along with the other fifth years, looking forward to a well-deserved rest. There was only 1 week of school left, and all fifth years would not be doing any work. In fact, Professor Flitwick had promised that they would be having a party in his class. "You may begin," the examiner called out, and as they had done for the past 2 weeks, the students bent over their parchment and began answering questions. Once again, Harry was thankful that Hermione was so insistent on reviewing for everything, while at the same time, he began feeling a dull thud inside his skull. As tired as he was, Harry had a great deal of trouble focusing on his exam. During the Goblin Rebellion of 1450, who led the Goblin army against the Wizards of York? Harry read the question. He took a breath trying to think of the name of the Goblin general when the face of his godfather appeared in his mind for a brief moment. Harry shook his head to clear it. He had missed Sirius, but had been unable to speak to him since the mirror was now shattered. He didn't dare write as mail was being searched, and he couldn't use the flu as they were all being monitored. He knew that he'd be seeing his godfather soon, but he needed to focus on the exam. "Get it for me." It was a whisper, a cold, hissing whisper. Harry looked up from his parchment to look around him. Had someone spoken to him? The dull thus in his head was becoming more insistent. Harry shook his head again, trying to clear it. "I'm tired. That's all." "Finish this and you can take a nap or something," Harry told himself. Sirius' face flashed in his mind again. He wasn't smiling at all. He was staring defiantly up at someone. He looked as if he'd been beaten up. "He's fine. You're tired and you're imagining things," Harry said firmly. "Focus now." He began to feel a prickle in his scar as the pounding in his head reached a fervent pitch. Harry gripped the sides of his desk tightly, breathing hard and beginning to sweat. "What is happening to me?" Harry wondered, looking around at all the other students who were intently focused on their tests. "You will do as I command, Black. You will retrieve the prophecy or you will die," the voice said in an almost loving intonation. Sinister, pale fingers reached out to wipe at the blood on Sirius' forehead. Sirius recoiled and spit at the hand. "You've wasted your time in bringing me to the Hall of Prophecies. I will never do your bidding." "We shall see. CRUCIO." Harry's scar burst with intense blinding pain, and he heard Sirius cries in his mind. All around Sirius, Harry saw sparkling points of light and many, many shelves. Sirius writhed and squirmed upon the obsidian floor at the feet of his captor. "Retrieve the prophecy, Black. You know its location. Row 95. Retrieve it for Lord Voldemort and you shall be free." "No!" Harry screamed with his godfather and fell out of his seat, clutching at his head. He felt hands grabbing him, trying to calm him. "Harry!" It was Daphne's voice. He heard Hermione and Neville as well. "Back to your seats," a stern voice said. Slowly the pain rescinded and Harry's mind cleared. "Are you all right, young man?" Harry's vision cleared and he could see the head examiner staring at him with concern. "I'm okay, I think." "All right then, this happens every year. Someone always has a bit of a breakdown, a bit of water and a few breaths of fresh air, and you'll be fine." "But it will have to wait. You still have time to finish your exam." "No," Harry said quickly. "No, I think I've done all I could, thank you," Harry said, getting to his feet. He could see Daphne standing just behind the examiner. "Very well then, off you get." "I'm finished too," Daphne said, following Harry out of the Great Hall. "What happened?" she asked as soon as they were outside. "Voldemort," Harry said gravely. "He's got Sirius." "You're sure of what you saw?" Hermione asked. She, Neville, Ron, and Tracy had finished their exams and found Harry and Daphne outside waiting for them. "You're supposed to be able to protect your mind." "Yes, but between exams and Snape's new training regime, I'm exhausted. The last time I saw something was at Christmas, when I was really tired, remember?" Harry reminded her. "But Harry, the Hall of Prophecies is deep within the Ministry." "My Uncle Algy is an unspeakable in the Department of Mysteries, and that's where the Hall of Prophecies is located," Neville said. "How would Voldemort and Sirius get in there without being seen?" "Polyjuice, disillusionment, invisibility cloaks," Harry responded. He looked truly frightened, and Daphne took his hand, making him look into her eyes. "Does it really matter? It's Voldemort for Merlin's sake." "What you're suggesting is crazy, Harry. Going to the Ministry. How would we even get there?" Ron asked, looking halfway convinced and fearful. "We fly. We get brooms and we fly there," Harry said quickly. "Harry, it's not that I don't believe you, but this seems," Hermione began, "like some kind of trap," Tracy suggested, looking at them all in turn. "Fine," Harry said angrily. "I'll go by myself." He began walking back to the castle to get his broom when Daphne suddenly stepped in front of him. "Hold on just a minute," Daphne said, putting her hand on his chest and being surprised to feel his heart hammering within it. "You're not going to fly off to London on your own without help. We're with you." "She's right, mate," Ron said firmly, crossing his arms. "There is no way you're going without us. We just need to be smart. We need to make sure it's not some silly trap," Hermione said wisely. "And how do we do that?" Harry looked restrained. He wanted to be moving, to go and rescue his godfather. Why couldn't they understand the severity of the situation? "We contact Sirius," Hermione said. "How? The mirror was smashed, remember?" Harry scowled. "I know," Hermione said, ignoring the venom in Harry's voice. "That's why we're going to use the flu." "Okay, are you all right?" Ron asked. "All the flus are being monitored." "Not the flu in Umbridge's office," Hermione smiled. "She's gone mental," Ron said as he stared at Hermione's Cheshire-like grin. "She's not going to just let us make a call. We'll have to distract her long enough for Harry to get in and make the call. If it turns out that Sirius is indeed missing, then we can figure out what we should do then. For right now, let's just make sure that this isn't a trap to get Harry." Harry mulled it over. It made sense. If it turned out that Sirius was all right, then there was no need to go off half-cocked. However, Harry had rarely ever seen something through Voldemort's eyes that wasn't true. Was it possible that Voldemort now knew of their connection, and Harry wasn't strong enough to keep him out of his mind? Snape had told him often how terribly powerful the Dark Lord was supposed to be. Yet, he'd not had any nightmares of visions except when he was truly worn down. And if old Snake Face really was aware of their connection, why show him what was happening? Did he know Dumbledore wasn't around? It was all too confusing to think about for the moment, and every second he wasted was a second that Sirius got closer to death. He needed to get moving. Harry took several calming breaths before turning to Hermione. "All right, what do you have in mind?" "Excuse me, Professor, but some of the inquisitorial squad caught a few students setting up another portable swamp in the Transfiguration corridor," Tracy said, looking concerned. "They asked me to come get you right away." "Did they?" Umbridge asked, looking delighted. "Who was it?" "I'm not sure, but I think it was Weasley," Tracy said, shrugging her shoulders. "Aha," Umbridge said with glee as she picked up her wand. "Another Weasley out of this school. Take me to them." Tracy turned and led the headmistress away from her office. As soon as they had turned a corner, Harry and Daphne emerged from under Harry's invisibility cloak and slipped inside the headmistress' office. "We have to hurry," Daphne said. "Once she figures out that there's no swamp, she's going to come right back." She whipped out her wand and aimed at the fireplace. "Incendio! Neville and Hermione should be able to give us plenty of warning," Harry said as he went to the mantel and grabbed a pinch of flu powder and immediately tossed it into the flames. He got on his hands and knees and slowly put his head in the green flames. "Number 12, Grimmauld Place." Harry blinked his eyes and found himself staring into the kitchen of his godfather's home. "Hello," he shouted. "Sirius." He was met with only silence. Harry called out several more times, but no one answered. "Come on, anyone," Harry said, getting increasingly worried. His heartbeat raced in his chest and a cold chill crept up his spine. Could it all be true? Did Voldemort have his godfather? "Sirius!" Finally, Harry heard a low wheeze and a slow shuffle. Harry craned his neck as best he could until he saw Creature, Sirius' house elf. The decrepit beast was carrying a basket full of trinkets that he had obviously pilfered from throughout the house, trying to save them from the purge. "Creature, where is Sirius?" Harry asked, panic in his voice. "Master Sirius is not here," Creature said in a slow wheeze. "Master Sirius was fed up with Albus Dumbledore's insistence that he remain hidden. Master Sirius has been gone a very, very long time. Creature only hopes nothing bad has befallen his master." Creature was smiling as he spoke, and Harry remembered that Creature had been missing for a long time during the Christmas holiday. Was it possible that Creature had sought out Death Eaters and told them any secrets he might have overheard? "Creature, you'd better tell me where he is." "Creature has no idea where his master has been taken." "Taken? What do you mean taken?" Creature shuffled off, chuckling to himself and muttering about what could be happening to his master. Harry started to call him back when he felt himself being pulled out of the fireplace. Harry stumbled and fell on his hind end to find himself looking up at a very delighted-looking Professor Umbridge. "I knew warding my office was a good idea. And using Miss Davis to try and lure me away, do you think I'm stupid?" Harry glanced around and saw that Tracy was slumped in a chair, obviously having been stunned. Draco Malfoy and several other inquisitorial squad members were there, each holding on to one of Harry's friends. All their wands were in Umbridge's fat little hand. "I've finally got you, Mr. Potter. Dumbledore isn't here to protect you. I'm going to ask you questions and you are going to give me answers. You are going to tell the truth or you will pay the consequences." "Consequences? Like what?" "You'll make me write lines in my own blood," Harry asked, incredulously getting to his feet. He had no time to waste on this waste of skin. Sirius needed him, and no one was going to stand in his way of helping his godfather. "I've tolerated your outbursts and your lies all year, boy. The world thinks you're something special, but I know better. I know the truth. You are nothing more than a lying, no-good, attention-seeking, mentally unbalanced murderer. You've sought to sow sedition and conspired against the government, but you've finally been caught. You were trying to contact Dumbledore, weren't you? Answer me, you little liar. What in Merlin's name is going on here?" It was Professor McGonagall. She was looking around at the inquisitorial squad members holding students at wand point and Umbridge staring coldly at Harry. "I was just informed you were marching students into your office. What have they done?" "Professor, he's got Padfoot." Harry shouted as he suddenly realized the McGonagall could get word to help his godfather. She must know how to contact Dumbledore. "Padfoot? What is Padfoot? Professor McGonagall, you had better tell me what is going on if you know what's good for you," Umbridge said threateningly. "Dolors, I suggest you tell your goon squad to let these children go before you get yourself into serious trouble. My gods, Miss Granger is turning blue. The minister won't be able to." "Enough. I want answers now." Umbridge shouted. "Tell me what is Padfoot and where Albus Dumbledore is hiding this instant, or I will have you arrested for treason." "Treason?" McGonagall looked astonished. "Have you lost your mind? Do not think me a fool. I know that you and the other teachers have conspired against me. That's why these brats have gone away with all the trouble they've caused. You've protected this boy, but you can't help him anymore. I caught him sneaking in here to use the flu to contact Dumbledore. Now where is he hiding?" Umbridge turned her wand on McGonagall, who had not drawn her own wand. "I am going to give you one final chance, Minerva," Umbridge said coldly. "Make things easy on yourself. Do your worst," McGonagall said, her tone turning to ice in an instant. With reflexes that astonished Harry and every other student in the small office, McGonagall whipped out her wand just as Umbridge sent a stunning spell in her direction. The two women exchanged a volley of spells while the teens all took refuge behind the desk. Harry and Hermione pulled an unconscious Tracy to the floor with them. "Don't get any ideas, Potter," Draco said, shoving his wand up under Harry's chin. Harry took a quick look around. They were outnumbered and unarmed. This only served to make Harry angrier. To be at Draco's mercy was simply unacceptable. "I'll give you one chance, Malfoy," Harry said menacingly. "You can back off and let us go, or we can make you and your friends regret ever joining the Toad." "Do you really think you can beat all of us?" Draco laughed. "You don't even have your wands." Harry didn't bother with an answer. He clasped his hands together and brought them up as hard and fast as he could right into Draco's jaw. Harry heard and felt a very satisfying crack as Draco stumbled backward. To his right, Neville tackled Crabbe, who was easily twice Neville's girth to the ground, knocking away Crabbe's wand. The two began a mad scramble for the wand, while Hermione and Pansy began struggling. For the next few minutes it was pure bedlam as Harry and his friends struggled against their captors. Harry only had eyes for Malfoy. After knocking the blonde slime ball back, Harry lunged forward, tackling Draco to the floor, where he proceeded to wrestle his opponent into submission using an old reliable hold Dudley had often employed against Harry. Harry got hold of Malfoy's wrist and managed to pull the blonde boy's arm up and behind his back until it would go no further. Draco screamed in agony. He couldn't get a clear shot with his wand as Harry now had him face down on the ground, pinned to the floor. "Let him go, Potter." Harry turned to see Theodore not with his wand aimed at Daphne's face. He had apparently been able to bind Harry's girlfriend in ropes. Hermione was on the floor, with Pansy sitting on top of her, wand aimed directly between her eyes. Hermione had blood trickling from her split lip. Ron was being held against the wall by two very large Slytherins that Harry was sure were the 7th years. He looked as if both of the bigger boys had punched him in the gut and winded him. Both Crabbe and Goyle had managed to subdue Neville, who hadn't yet given up struggling. The 3 other inquisitorial squad members all had their wands trained on Harry as well. From outside, there was a shriek of pain. Everyone turned at the sound. Harry took advantage and managed to get Draco's wand away from his rival and sent a stunner at Nott, knocking the boy head over heels across Umbridge's desk. Unfortunately, that had gotten everyone's attention, and Harry wasn't hit by 2 stunners. He'd been focused on the 3 people in front of him and was stunned by Parkinson and one of the big 7th years. "Wake up, Mr. Potter." Harry opened his eyes to see a triumphant-looking Umbridge staring down at him. Her hair was quite messy and there was a cut on her cheek, but she was smiling just the same. It unnerve-read him somewhat. He had no idea how much time had passed since he'd been stunned, though he guessed it hadn't been too long. "We still have things to discuss." Umbridge smiled. "What happened to Professor McGonagall?" Harry asked angrily, still feeling a bit groggy. Umbridge allowed him to sit up, and Harry saw his friends still being held back. Hermione had been stood up and Nott had been revived, though he still looked slightly loopy. "Not to worry, she will be fine in time. She forced my hand, you see. I didn't want to have to do it, but she gave me no choice." "What did you do to her?" Harry asked. "It is none of your concern at the moment. Now, I'm going to ask you a question. Answer it, and it will make things much easier. Choose not to, and I will have to punish you. What is Padfoot?" "Piss off," Harry spat. Umbridge didn't even bat an eye. She lowered her wand at him and with a simpering sweet smile said, "Crucio." Every nerve in his body felt as if it were on fire. His muscles contracted so hard that Harry thought he might break in half. He couldn't control himself. His body writhed and squirmed upon the floor as Harry felt he was being torn apart one tiny molecule at a time. "Stop it! Leave him alone. He doesn't know anything." Harry had the screams of protest from his friends from somewhere far away, and then the curse lifted. Harry took several gasping breaths as his body relaxed and the pain ebbed away slightly. "I'll tell you." Umbridge turned to look at someone Harry couldn't see. He closed his eyes, trying to clear his head. He had to get out of there. Sirius needed him. "I'll tell you why Harry was trying to contact Dumbledore. We finished it and we needed to know what to do with it." "With what?" Umbridge asked, that disgusting smile still on her face. "The weapon. The one we've been building for Dumbledore." Harry recognized the voice as belonging to Hermione. He had no idea what she was talking about, and frankly, he didn't care. He'd simply had enough. Anger surged through him like he'd never felt in his life. She'd tortured him, she'd harassed him. Everything bad that had happened to him that year was at her hands, and he'd taken it all. "No!" Harry shouted as he kicked both of his legs out, striking the fat woman just above her knee. There was a loud crack and Umbridge howled in agony. Harry rolled himself up and knocked the toad onto her back, snatching her wand away and snapping it before tossing the pieces into the fire. "You broke my leg, you insolent brat. You'll pay for this. I'm going to see you kissed by the Dementors. I should have sent more of them after you last summer. I should have sent 100 of them to do the job right." Umbridge shouted at Harry, who had already launched himself across the desk and knocked both Crabbe and Goyle away from Neville. Ron had not waited and kicked the legs out from under one of the gorillas that had been holding him. Neville lunged for Umbridge's desk where their wands lay and snatched up the first one he could reach, spinning on his heel and stunning Nott for the second time. Hermione shoved her elbow right into Pansy's gut and also went for a wand. Ron broke the nose of his second captor and shoved the large teen away before stomping on the hand of the second boy, who was trying to get to his feet. Neville stunned both Crabbe and Goyle before turning to Pansy, who Hermione had shoved onto the floor. In a few more minutes, all of the inquisitorial squad was stunned and bound on the floor. Tracy was being revived by Daphne, who Harry had freed from her bonds. Harry was now standing over Umbridge, who was still on the floor holding her damaged leg. He held the wands of the inquisitorial squad in his hand as he stared at the woman who'd made his life so miserable for so long. "You sent the Dementors after me?" he asked, his wand now aimed right at the toad. "Just what was it you hoped to accomplish?" "I had to do something. I had to silence you. You were threatening the government and no one was doing anything. I had to shut that filthy lying mouth of yours once and for all." "Stupefy." It had been Daphne who stunned the headmistress. Harry turned to look at her face, eyes full of tears. She lowered her wand slowly as she looked up at him. Harry could see clearly that she was shaking badly. "She's lucky she only got stunned," Daphne said, her voice full of bitterness. I just couldn't stand watching her do that to you." Harry enveloped her in his arms and held her tightly for a moment. "How did she get all of you?" Harry asked. "She didn't buy my story at all," Tracy said, still sitting down. "As soon as we were out of the corridor, she stunned me. Malfoy and the rest of these losers came and got us," Neville said, resisting the urge to kick Malfoy. "Did you talk to Sirius?" Ron asked. "No, he's gone. Creature said he'd left and mentioned he was caught." "It was real. My vision was real." Then we should get moving, Tracy said, getting to her feet. What happened to McGonagall? Harry asked. The group left the headmistress' office and found McGonagall lying on the floor unconscious. Hermione reached her first. She checked for a pulse first and sighed when she felt it. She's alive. Ron quickly left the defense class and grabbed the first student he found and sent them for Madame Pomfrey. We need to get to the ministry, Harry said. As fast as possible. We also need a few things from the room of requirement, Neville said. Your invisibility cloak would be good to have along as well. He's right. Harry, you get up to Gryffindor Tower and get your broom and invisibility cloak. The rest of us will got to the room of requirement. We'll meet at the front gates in 15 minutes. Harry was impressed at Ron's sudden take-charge attitude. The redhead didn't even wait for Harry to confirm that he understood before he was leading the group out of the defense classroom. Harry raced up the stairs and into Gryffindor Tower. He realized that he still had the wands of Malfoy and the rest of Umbridge's henchmen in his hand. Might be good to keep these a bit longer, Harry thought. He threw open his trunk's lid and pulled out his invisibility cloak and his broom. He also grabbed the sword given to him by his godfather, shrinking it down and stuffing it in his pocket. As he ran back down towards the gates, it occurred to him that he was the only one with a fast broom. How were they all going to get to London? Harry was the first one down to the gates. He watched as his friends emerged from the castle, running towards him. Not a single one of them was carrying a broomstick. We have a problem, Harry said, holding up his broom. Neville already thought of that. Don't you remember Hagrid's lessons? Hermione smiled proudly at her boyfriend. Harry arched an eyebrow, looking confused. How are flobberworms going to get us to Thestral's? Daphne said, patting his cheek and walking past him towards the forbidden forest. All we gotta do is tell them where we want to go, and they'll get us there. Neville grinned. Hagrid said they have an amazing sense of direction. Hagrid's lesson came back to him as the black skeletal horse he'd been seeing since his return to the school was finally explained. The Thestrals were attracted to the scent of blood, as they liked fresh meat. Before Harry could ask how they were going to go about getting the Thestrals' attentions, he saw Ron running his hand along one of the swords from the room of requirement. He then noticed all of his friends carrying swords. Thought it'd be a good idea, Neville said, answering his unasked question. Thinking ahead, good. So was I. Harry smiled, holding up his fistful of wands. Backup wands, not bad, mate. Ron grinned, taking on and testing it with a flourish. You guys need to pay attention, because none of the rest of us can see these things. Daphne reminded Harry and Neville. Both boys looked up and saw that indeed two of the spectral-looking beasts were emerging from the wood. Harry went to the closest and allowed it to sniff him. Harry wondered if this was the same Thestrals he'd seen a few times before, as it nudged him playfully, snorting hard. I'll help you up, Harry said to Daphne. It was a very strange sight to see Daphne floating in the air. Neville helped Hermione onto the next Thestral, and as a few more came out to inspect things, they all had mounts in a matter of moments. Harry set his broom down, sure he would not need it, and that he would be able to find it again when it was all over, not that he was all that concerned with it now. Mounting the last Thestral, he announced their destination and gave a slight kick to his mount. Almost as one, the Thestrals all spread the great black reptilian wings, and with startled screams from the girls, they were off. As they rose above the canopy of trees, Harry had only one single thought. I'm coming, Sirius. Minerva! Madame Pomfrey shouted in abject astonishment when she arrived in the defense classroom. She had been told she needed to come quickly by Jinny Weasley, who had responded to her older brother's plea for help. McGonagall was lying on her back in the middle of the room, her wand still clutched in her hands. Enervate, the matron said, brandishing her wand, but the deputy headmistress did not stir. Pomfrey ran a few diagnostic spells over her patient. Madame Pomfrey, there are more people in here, including Umbridge, Jinny said, having gone to inspect the open office. She can wait, Pomfrey said, and then under her breath, stupid hag. She performed a few quick spells and tried again to revive her patient. McGonagall gave a soft moan and very slowly opened her eyes. Poppy, Minnie, what the devil happened? Umbridge crucioed me. Merlin's underpants, Jinny shrieked. Poppy, I need to speak to Severus. We have to find Albus. Something terrible has happened. Have you found him? Minerva McGonagall asked as Severus Snape swept towards her. The sallow-skinned man shook his head. She had been taken to the hospital wing shortly after being found. All members of the inquisitorial squad had been sent to their common rooms, unless they were hurt badly. Only Malfoy had been taken in, as he looked as if he'd been beaten quite badly. Umbridge had been screaming bloody murder all the way to the infirmary about how much trouble Potter was in. Her ranting had gathered a large following of students who were excited to hear what Harry had done to her. Once the doors to the hospital wing shut, there went up a great cheer, and even Pomfrey had trouble hiding her smile. No one has seen him. Weasley, Granger, and the others are all missing as well. Snape scowled. The little sod likely went to the ministry himself. We've got to, McGonagall began, but Snape waved his hand. I've already spoken to Lupin. He is gathering people as we speak. Snape said flatly, peering over his shoulder. And Albus? Snape simply shook his head. McGonagall sighed heavily and fell back into her pillows. She succumbed to a horrible hacking cough, and Madame Pomfrey bustled over from where she had just sedated Umbridge, who had not stopped screaming like a madwoman. At least he was able to restrain himself. Snape turned back to McGonagall. With all she put the boy through, it's quite a wonder that she's still able to speak. Had I been in his place. I am often surprised that he doesn't retaliate against you sometimes, Severus. McGonagall hissed as she tried to get more comfortable. I've never tortured the boy. Snape looked insulted. At McGonagall's skeptic glance, he cleared his throat, at least not that badly. Why on earth did they go rushing off for? Potter likely felt that only he could rescue the mutt, typical arrogance. Now isn't the time, Severus. McGonagall chastised. I would truly like know exactly what happened this afternoon. As would I, Snape said, looking darkly at Umbridge's sleeping form. The Thestrals had proven to be very swift in the air, though Harry felt he could have gotten to the ministry much faster on his broom and alone. However, he was grateful for the company. During the trip, they all tried their best to come with some kind of strategy. When they did finally manage to get down into the Department of Mysteries, which had proven to be incredibly easy, and had made them all very leery, they hit their first obstacle. The entrance to the department was a large round room with many doors that spun whenever a door was chosen. Hermione found a way to mark all the doors they tried which were wrong, which actually made being in the spinning room a bit tougher to stomach. However, all nausea was countered by the immense amount of adrenaline pumping through their bodies. Finally, they found the Hall of Prophecies, and with wands held aloft to provide light, they began searching for Harry's godfather. The room itself was immense. There were shelves that got lost in the dark, as they were so tall, and on every single shelf, there were millions of glowing glass balls all in different sizes. Harry happened to notice that each had a tag on it, though he did not stop to read any. Is this really how prophecies are recorded? Hermione whispered. How can they even get recorded? Ron wondered. No one was there with Trelawney when she made that prediction in third year except Harry, and I didn't have anything to record it with. Harry whispered over his shoulder. Harry began looking for the numbers on the rows, counting them down as they got closer and closer to where he had seen Sirius was being held. With every step, Harry began to get the feeling that there were eyes on him. Several times he stopped the group to look around in all directions. They could find no trace of anyone else, and continued onward. Harry was unable to shake the feeling of foreboding that was rising within his chest. At row 95, Harry and his friends all turned the corner to find nothing, Harry said incredulously. He was supposed to be here, right here. The others spread out, all of them looking for any sign that anyone else had been there. Harry was starting to feel really foolish now. Questions flooded his mind now. What was the purpose of showing him that scene? Did Voldemort truly have Sirius, or was it all just a trick? And if so, what had been the point? Why draw him here to this place at all? Harry! Harry turned to see Daphne, Neville, and Hermione standing next the shelf, all of them staring at one of the softly glowing orbs. "It has your name on it." "What?" Harry came over and lifted the tag to see that his name was indeed on it, as was Voldemort's. The prophecy had been made the year before he'd been born, though he didn't know who had made it, as it was only the initial. However, he thought he might know who it was made to. Only one person he knew of had that many initials in their name. "I think it was made to Dumbledore," he said softly. "I wonder what it says," Ron said, having now joined the rest of them, Tracy next to him. "Perhaps we can help with that." The teens all spun to see someone approaching them. He had a dark hood and a decorative metal mask covering his face, but there was no mistaking the voice. "Malfoy," Harry said, raising his wand. "I'd put that down if I were you. You are surrounded and we don't need things to get messy." Lucius Malfoy sniggered as he removed his mask. Malfoy wasn't lying. Harry could see 2 Death Eaters approaching from his left and another 2 coming from the right. Hermione gave a gasp, and Harry knew there were more behind them. Do as we ask, and you can all back to school. All we want is that prophecy. Please take it down from the shelf and kindly hand it over. Why don't you take it? Harry asked, trying to think fast. Foolish boy. Malfoy chuckled, keeping his wand leveled at Harry, who hadn't lowered his own. Only 4 people can remove it, the person who made it, the person who witnessed it, or the 2 people to which it refers. You can't truly believe the Dark Lord would dare step foot in the Ministry when they've been kind enough to ignore his return. So, Sirius, Harry began, his gut twisting in bitter anger at being so easily fooled, is likely still hidden in whatever rat trap he has been for the last few years. Enough talk, Potter. The prophecy, if you please. What assurance do I have that you'll let us go? Harry asked, fearing he knew the answer. None, but I can guarantee that if you refuse, we will kill your friends while you watch. I've had a good life, Ron shouted bravely. I like that one, he's got spirit he has. Behind Malfoy, a very thin woman with heavy-lidded arc eyes emerged from the shadows. You bitch! Neville made to lunge, but Ron, Hermione, Tracy, and Daphne all restrained him. Is that baby Longbottom? You've really grown up, haven't you? Mummy and Daddy must be so very proud. Do they recognize you at all? The woman taunted. Now, Bellatrix, let's not make things harder. I'm going to ask you one last time, Potter. Retrieve the prophecy and bring it to me, Malfoy said firmly. Harry began thinking quickly now. The prophecy was safe where it rested. So long as he didn't take it, Voldemort would not have it. At the same time, if he didn't hand it over, he and his friends would surely not get out of there alive. Slowly, keeping his eyes on Malfoy and Bellatrix, Harry reached up and slowly grasped the glowing orb. It was cool to his touch and hummed slightly in his hand. It was incredibly light as well. Harry thought he could crush it with his bare hands, and that gave him an idea. He passed Daphne and whispered, Reductos on my word. What's to stop me from smashing it right here? He asked, trying to buy time. Malfoy actually laughed. Because it holds all the answers. Haven't you ever wondered why the Dark Lord chose to go after a child? A child of seemingly little consequence to his greatness. Haven't you ever wondered why your parents had to die? The answers are there in your hand. Voldemort thinks the answer to killing me is in this, doesn't he? Don't say his name with your filthy mouth, Bellatrix hissed. You filthy half-blood, you are unworthy. Unworthy. Do you know anything about the bastard? His father was a muggle. He's no more pure blood than I am. Harry snapped. You dare, Bellatrix asked with shock. She raised her wand, curse on her lips, when Lucius batted her hand away. You know the Dark Lord's decree. His word is law. Potter is to be untouched. Harry looked sharply at Malfoy, who had brought his mask of boredom back over his face and held out his hand for the prophecy. Bellatrix looked like a dog who'd just been kicked and sank back a step, eyeing Harry with disdain. Harry alone was to be left alone. Kill the spare! Those horrible words echoed in his mind then, and Harry's mind saw his friends lying all around him, eyes wide and accusing, asking why he had led them to air deaths. Daphne, the girl he had fallen in love with, staring blankly at him as he held her limp form in his arms. He had led them into this trap. It was his responsibility to get them all out of there alive. But at what cost? Allowing Voldemort the prophecy and potentially the greatest weapon he could ever hope for. Harry knew he had no choice. He had to get his friends out of there, and if he couldn't take the prophecy as well, he would smash it so no one would know what it said. I'm getting tired of waiting, Potter. Malfoy's tone was now menacing. Get used to it, Malfoy, now. The Death Eaters were ready for Potter and his friends to try and escape. However, they had thought the curses would be directed at their person. They hadn't expected the curses to be aimed at the shelves of prophecies. Harry shot forward, shoving Malfoy into a collapsing shelf, where dozens of prophecies smashed on his head. Bellatrix leveled her wand and shot a few hexes, but Harry had his shield up. He raced forward, and just before he reached the crazed witch, dropped to the floor and slid, using his legs to knock Bellatrix Lestrange onto her face. Harry felt hands pulling him up, and began to fight until he heard Daphne shouting at him to get moving. Clutching the prophecy, Harry ran headlong down the row, looking for the exit. Occasionally, he would glance over his shoulder to make sure that his friends were still with him. This way, Hermione shouted. They all turned down another long row, running as fast as they could. They heard the Death Eaters coming after them. Harry thought he saw the outline of a door up ahead, but he wasn't sure. He wasn't about to stop running. There was an explosion just ahead. One of the pursuing Death Eaters had fired a curse, splintering a nearby shelf. More prophecies began raining down, popping as they shattered upon the floor. Harry skidded to a halt, his friends colliding with him. "Go!" Harry shouted. He turned to his left, hopping to put some distance between himself and his pursuers. "There!" Daphne shouted. Harry saw it as well. A door that was sitting ajar. Warm light spilled out, and Harry guessed this had been where the Death Eaters had come. Pouring on more speed, Harry reached the door first and slipped inside. Daphne followed, and Ron as well. "Where are the others?" Harry asked with panic. He started to peer around the door when a bright purple spell impacted the wall next to the door. "Shut it!" Daphne screamed. Harry reacted before he thought about it and slammed the door shut. Ron grabbed the edge of a nearby desk and began pushing it towards the door. Harry quickly helped Ron, and soon they had 2 desks and a few chairs piled against the door. "Are you 2 wizards or what?" Daphne asked, slightly hysterically. She waved her and in an intricate pattern, and the door gave a weird squishing noise. "It'll only hold them off for a little bit," she said, gasping for air. "We've got to find the others." Harry said flatly, "And then we need to get the hell out of here." "No arguments here, mate," Ron nodded. There was pounding on the other side of the door, and Harry heard 2 gruff voices cursing. There was a muffled voice and a loud bang against the door. "We need to leave now," Daphne said, grabbing Harry's hand. The 3 teens found a door on the other side of the office and quickly slipped through. Daphne performed the same spell and turned to find herself, Ron and Harry in a very large room with a long row of shelves, with tiny hourglasses suspended in gold rings. "Time turners," Harry said. At the end of the room was a large bell jar with a fluttering bird. It flew to the top when its feathers began to fall out and disappear. Harry and Ron started forward to investigate, but Daphne, being far more aware of their situation and not so easily distracted, grabbed them both. "Hey! Death Eaters chasing us, our friends still missing. How can you be so thick?" "Right," Harry nodded. "Okay, we've got 3 doors to choose from. Everyone grab a door," Daphne said and headed off to the door farthest from the one they had come through. She opened it and peeked inside. At the same time, Harry and Ron had both opened doors. "Wrong door," Ron shouted, slamming his closed right away. "Daphne!" Daphne ran over and sealed the door. There were 2 heavy thuds and a shriek of frustration. "I'm going to rip their eyes out," Bellatrix shouted. "This way," Malfoy Sr. said. "Harry, what have you got?" Ron huffed. "A room with a weird-looking aquarium. I think I remember this from earlier." "You think it was one of the rooms we saw from that first room?" Daphne asked, jogging over to peer inside. Harry began to step over the threshold when a door on the other side of the room burst open, and 2 Death Eaters came through, firing spells. The door was smashed, and Harry and Daphne stumbled back into the Time Turner room, looking for cover. The Death Eaters moved fast, and were now coming into the Time Turner room. Daphne dove over a large desk and cast a tripping jinx from underneath it. Both Ron and Harry fired spells at the 2 robed figures who ducked back to avoid getting hit. "Akia!" one of the Death Eaters began to cast, but Daphne aimed her wand and shouted, "Aguamenti!" The Death Eater was suddenly choking on a mouth full of water. He had to remove his mask, and Harry recognized him as the executioner who had been sent to kill Buckbeak 2 years ago. The second Death Eater came around to fire a spell, but slipped in the pool of water. "Confringo!" Ron shouted, and the floor where the Death Eaters were exploded. Harry heard one of them scream, and the doorway was now clouded with dust and smoke. "This way," Daphne said, getting to her feet and moving the door she had checked out earlier. Harry and Ron wasted no time and dove through behind Daphne, who sealed it behind her. "Lumos," Harry said. The room was sparsely furnished, and there sat many tables against the walls. It was too dark to see what was on them, and Harry, remembering what Daphne had scolded him for a little while ago, didn't think this was a good time to check. "Look for a door." "There you are!" Lucius Malfoy had opened a door to Harry's right. He whipped his wand up but found himself flying through the air back the way he came. Harry turned as Daphne rushed forward to seal the door. Banishment charm, she gave a weak smile. "I love you." Harry couldn't help but grin in return. "Right, there's a lot of love here, and even I have the W fuzzies," Ron said, a strange, goofy grin on his face. "When we get back to Hogwarts, I'm going to snog Lavender until she can't stand up, but right now." "Right, we gotta get moving." Harry smiled shyly, offering his hand to Daphne, who blushed as she took it. "Come on, you too." Ron motioned towards a door on the far side of the room. Slowly, taking their time and staring into each other's eyes, Harry and Daphne followed Ron, who opened the door and took a peek inside. Once they shut the door behind them, and Daphne sealed it once again, the strange warmth they had all felt in the last room melted away a bit. Okay, what in the name of Morgana was that? Daphne asked. I don't know, but I think we should get moving. Hey, Ron said, looking around them. This is the room next to the time turners. Look, Ron pointed to where he had blasted out the floor. Dust still hung in the air, but it was clear that he'd managed to hit at least one of the Death Eaters. There was a lot of blood on the floor and a metal Death Eater mask. This place is starting to annoy me, Daphne huffed. There was a crash and several screams. The three looked up as a door opposite them opened and Neville fell through, holding onto Hermione, while Tracy covered them, firing spells. Harry, Daphne, and Ron all went to their aid. Harry saw Malfoy and Bellatrix taking cover behind several heavy bookshelves. Once their friends were inside, Harry slammed the door shut and Daphne sealed it. Tracy then cast a few spells, reinforcing it. Harry turned to see Neville holding Hermione, who looked ashen-faced. There was blood staining her side, and Neville looked very worried. "Set her down, Neville," Tracy said, just as there were several loud bangs against the door. Neville slowly eased Hermione onto the floor, winced as she hissed in pain. "I think it was a piercing hex," Hermione whispered as Tracy lifted the girl's shirt to examine the wound. "This is going to really hurt," Tracy said, aiming her wand at the wound. "Clausero," Hermione shrieked as Tracy did her best to heal her wound. Neville held her tightly so she didn't move too much. Daphne gripped Harry's arm as they watched Hermione being tended to. In a moment, Tracy finished. "I'm no Madame Pomfrey, but I think it'll be okay." Tracy tried to smile. "We need to get her out of here. She lost a lot of blood." Harry took a quick look around. There were 3 doors left to choose in this room, which was the largest one they'd been in yet. "Can she walk?" "I'm not dead." Hermione scowled as Neville gingerly helped her to stand. She did look very weak in Harry's opinion. "Get me out of here now," she said sternly. "Well, this visit has made me certain of one thing," Ron said as they began to move. "I never want to be an unspeakable. Expelliarmus, miss." The teens suddenly found their wands flying out of their hands as 2 Death Eaters came crashing through one of the doors. Harry shoved Daphne to the floor behind a large desk, while the others ducked behind the large aquarium. Harry reached into his pocket for the wand he'd taken off of Malfoy earlier, and Daphne plucked up her own spare. Harry turned and saw the others doing the same, and Ron had enlarged the sword he'd brought. "Petrificus totalis," Harry shouted, jumping up and aiming his spell at the door. The Death Eaters were no longer there, though they were surprised that Harry had a second wand. Harry could see clearly that the spell was nowhere near as powerful as if he'd cast with his own wand, but at that moment it was better than nothing. "INCAR, SILENCIO," Tracy shouted, popping out from behind the aquarium. The Death Eater clutched his throat and turned his wand on Tracy, who had disappeared. Daphne jumped up and the Death Eater quickly took aim. Suddenly everything slowed down for Harry. There was a flash of purple and Daphne's eyes went wide. She looked at Harry as if she had never seen him before, and then she fell. "No," Atoria shouted, grabbing her hand. He shook her hard, trying to get her to open her eyes. Flashes of spells lit the room, while Neville, Tracy, and Ron returned fire, but no one seemed to be getting anywhere. "They've got backup coming," Neville shouted. Harry stared helplessly at his girlfriend, and a surge of fierce fury ripped through his body. He stood up and fired several reducto curses in rapid succession. One of them hit the Death Eater who had cursed Daphne right between the eyes. His head exploded in a crimson spray. His fellow tried to return fire, but Neville hit him in the gut with a stunner. Tracy shut the door with a wave and sealed it, as she had been with every other door she had come through, just as Daphne had done. The blonde girl quickly came to the side of her best friend and checked her pulse. After a second, she let out a sigh. "She's alive. Do you know what he hit her with?" she asked. "I've never seen it before." Atoria shook his head. "Here," Ron said, shoving Harry's wand in his hand. He had collected their wands from where they had fallen and was returning them to their owners. "This door is sealed," Neville said, trying one of the 2 remaining doors. Ron hurried over to the last door and opened it slowly. "This way's clear," he said. Neville hurried and helped Hermione to her feet, while Harry and Tracy hefted the unconscious Daphne up. "Let's get out of here." Ron waved them all on. The next room looked like a stone arena, like something out of Greek mythology. The teens emerged on the bottom of the cavernous circular room. Set in the center was a raised dais with a large archway carved out of stone. In the arch hung a thin black veil, tattered and dirty. "Where are we now?" Hermione asked weakly. "No idea," Ron answered. "Do you hear that?" Neville asked, looking all around. The room was clearly empty except for the 6 of them, but Harry heard it as well. Whispers. "What is it?" Harry asked, What are you talking about? Ron asked, confusion evident on his face. This really isn't the time to go mental, Tracy said. Look for a door. At that instant, a door several levels above them opened. Lucius Malfoy entered. Stop! G.O., H.R.I. said, heaving Daphne along with him. They were stopped almost at once as another masked Death Eater emerged from around the Arch's platform. It was the executioner. His hair was still wet, and he looked quite angry. Harry turned to go another way, but stopped dead when he saw Bellatrix Lestrange. She had a hold of Tracy, who had run into her in her attempt to find a way out. Wands on the floor, if you please, she smiled. We've had our fun, time to take our medicine. Lucius and 3 more Death Eaters joined the group. You all did quite well, Malfoy said smoothly. You actually killed Dolohov. That in itself is impressive, but it's over now. Hand us the prophecy and we'll make your deaths quick. What happened to going free? Ron asked. That was before you decided to play heroes, Malfoy replied cheekily. Harry looked at Neville, who was holding Hermione up. Hermione shook her head, while Neville looked as if he was preparing himself. Harry heard Tracy whimper and saw that Bellatrix had produced a small dagger which she held to Tracy's throat. Harry could see the faintest trickle of blood where Bellatrix was pressing the blade. There was nowhere left to run, and no more options left to him. Daphne was hurt and possibly dying. Hermione needed help as well. If he didn't do something quick, Tracy could be killed. He gave in, they would all die anyway. Harry needed to do something. The idea popped into his head and Harry tried to shake it away. Yet it was the only way he could save his friends. With a heavy sigh, he looked to Malfoy Sr. and with a resigned tone began to speak. I'll make you a deal, Malfoy. My friends leave. They get out of here and go free, and you get the prophecy and me. Harry, no, Tracy said, flicking her eyes to Daphne's limp form, which Harry was holding to tightly. Harry knew exactly what she was trying to say. Daphne would have kicked him very hard for even contemplating the idea of giving himself up. But what other choice did he actually have? Daphne was hurt, maybe even dying. Hermione was very weak from blood loss. Tracy could be killed at any moment, and they had no escape now. They were surrounded. You'd really turn yourself over to us? Malfoy asked, obviously not believing his luck. Harry nodded, glancing around at the other Death Eaters. They all go free. When I know they're all safe, I'll come with you, Harry confirmed. The Dark Lord would reward us most generously, one of the hooded Death Eaters said. Harry saw it was the one who'd gotten a face full of water from Daphne. His chest felt like it was being compressed, and he was starting to feel short of breath. Do it, Lucius, another shouted from across the arena. The Dark Lord doesn't care about these whelps. He just wants Potter. Shut up, Lucius shouted, still staring at Harry. What do you say, Lucius? Harry asked, shifting Daphne's weight a bit to reach into his pocket and pull out the glowing orb out. He had stuffed it there earlier during the chase and was surprised it hadn't been smashed. Harry held it up to show that he was serious. Malfoy stared at the softly glowing sphere in hypnotic contemplation. He'd be a fool to refuse. If returned to Hid Lord with the prophecy and Potter, what wouldn't his master give him? Harry, Hermione whispered, tears falling from her eyes. Neville gave her a reassuring, gentle squeeze as he witnessed his greatest friend preparing to sacrifice himself for them all. All right, Potter, Malfoy said, a look of triumph on his chiseled face. Your friends can leave. I'll have them escorted out, and once my people return with word that they have left safe and sound, you will come with me to see the Dark Lord. Avery, not Mulciber. One, Harry said quickly. Only one of them goes. I don't trust you, Malfoy. All right then, Avery, please escort these young people to the flue. Is that all right with you, Potter? Harry nodded his head slowly. Then something caught his eye, a movement that was so fast he wasn't sure he had truly seen it. A blur of movement falling from above to land next to Bellatrix. Suddenly Tracy was free and stumbling towards him. Harry nearly lost his balance and dropped Daphne to the ground as Tracy grabbed him to right herself. Bellatrix was now on the ground, scrambling to get to her feet, and standing in front of Lucius Malfoy, a look of grim fury on his face, was Harry's godfather. He's not going anywhere with you, Lucius. There was a crack and Malfoy was stumbling backwards, holding his face. Blood splashed on his cheek, and Harry thought for sure that Sirius had broken Malfoy's nose. Everything sped up exponentially then. Harry dragged Daphne behind the raised platform as the arena exploded in spell work. Neville was setting Hermione down as well, while Ron covered them, firing spells at Death Eaters. Tracy scrambled over to join them and checked her best friend's pulse again. Looking around, Harry saw a few familiar faces. Tonks was fighting side by side with Remus against 2 of the Death Eaters, while Moody and Shacklebolt were taking on another pair. Sirius and Malfoy had begun dueling, and to Harry's great surprise, Madame Bones was locked in combat with Bellatrix Lestrange. "Get them out of here," Sirius shouted over his shoulder. Harry wasn't about to leave his godfather, not after everything else. Double-checking that Daphne and the others were safe for the moment, he leapt up and joined his only family in battle against Malfoy, who looked determined to end Sirius' life. "I said get out of here," Sirius admonished. "Not on your life. I came here to get you," Harry shouted, dodged a hex from Malfoy. "I'm fine," Sirius shouted back. "You should never have come here in the first place." Harry knew that his godfather was right, but he had believed Sirius to be in danger. Harry cleared his head. They could discuss it later. They had to deal with the problem at hand. Harry saw Bellatrix running towards where his friends were. Madame Bones was lying on the floor, still as the grave. Harry didn't hesitate. He chased the mad witch as she rounded the platform and aimed her wand. Before she managed to get a spell off, Harry crashed into her, the prophecy slipping out of his hand and rolling away. Both Harry and Bellatrix got to their feet and squared off. "I'm going to teach you how to play properly." "I'm quite good, you know. Just ask Longbottom's parents." "Reducto!" The spells smashed the wall just behind Bellatrix's head. The woman covered herself and turned to see Neville bearing down on her. Ron was at his side. Both had their wands leveled. Bellatrix gave a long cackle of laughter and began firing spells with blinding speed. Both boys managed to erect shields and stave off most of her attacks. Harry took advantage and fired a few choice curse, but Bellatrix proved to be quicker with a wand. "Is that the best you've got, Longbottom? Poor Mummy and Daddy must be so ashamed of their squib son," Bellatrix taunted. Harry saw Neville's face contort in anger as he threw more spells at the witch, who deflected them as if it were child's play, cackling madly as she danced with them. There were screams around Harry, and he wanted to see who it was, but Bellatrix had sent a series of bright curses in his direction. Harry got his shield up in time, but got his shoulder clipped by a cutting hex. Ron and Neville got her attention again, and Harry tried to maneuver around the insane witch when he saw the glowing orb rolling past him. He tried to grab it, but it slipped past and into the hands of Lucius Malfoy. Harry could see Sirius slumped against the far wall, and guessed Malfoy had managed to get the better of his godfather. Sirius's head rose up, and relief poured through Harry. Sirius was still alive, but Malfoy had the prophecy. Thinking quickly, Harry reached into his jeans pocket and pulled the shrunken sword from within. A quick finite and the sword was normal-sized again. Lucius held the prophecy up, observing it in triumphant glee, forgetting where he was and what was happening around him. He still had a lot of blood coming from his nose and smeared on his face, giving him a far more sinister look as he smiled gleefully at having gotten his prize. That all changed when he felt a sharp, burning pain in his wrist. He blinked once, twice, 3 times, not believing what he was seeing. His hand, still holding the prophecy, was falling away from his arm. The hand turned and spun wildly as it fell away, bouncing twice as it hit the floor, the prophecy skittering away. Lucius turned to see Harry Potter smiling at him, a gleaming steel blade in his hand. Potter had just cut off his hand. You, he stammered. "Was that your wand hand? Because I'm offering a 2-for-1 special," Harry said, a maniacal glint in his eye. Lucius swatted with his left hand, smacking Harry away. Harry stumbled back a few steps, dropping the sword. He caught himself and turned in time to see Malfoy leaping towards the prophecy. Harry moved quickly. Taking aim, he shouted the first spell that came to mind. "Confringo!" The prophecy and much of the floor around it went up in a loud cracking boom that shook the room. "N-O-O-O-O!" Malfoy screamed, his stump reaching for where the prophecy had been only a split second before. Harry saw that Sirius was getting to his feet again and looked to be trying to shake away the cobwebs. Relief flooded over Harry as it became clear that his godfather had been stunned or simply hit his head. Suddenly, his godfather's face went deathly pale. Harry stared in confusion for a moment before turning around to see what had made his godfather so frightened. Bellatrix Lestrange had overcome Neville and Ron and was striding towards Harry. Harry began to raise his wand, just as Bellatrix incanted her spell. Harry could see her mouth forming the words that were meant to end his life. He knew his shield wouldn't protect him, and he was sure he wouldn't be able to dodge it. Harry only hoped that death wouldn't hurt. The killing curse smashed into the wall to the left of Sirius. A large broken piece of rock hit the most wanted fugitive in all of magical Britain in the skull, knocking him flat. Harry looked to see that Ron had smacked Bellatrix's wand away. The witch's eyes went wide with anger, and she spun on her heel to face the grinning redhead. Ron took a step back to prepare to duel again when Bellatrix rushed forward, shoving her fist up under Ron's chin. Ron's smile faded immediately, and blood began to seep from out of his mouth, though he couldn't open it anymore. Tears began spilling from his eyes, and he gave a horrible whimper. "No!" Harry whispered in disbelief as he stared in frozen horror at his friend. His brother and all but blood stared woefully back at him. Bellatrix twisted her fist, and Harry saw the dagger slip out of Ron's jaw, blood covering the witch's hand. She jeered at Harry, who could only stand there rather dumbfounded. Ron wavered on his feet and crumpled into a heap on the floor, spasming and choking on blood. "Ron! No, not Ron. Harry, are you? Remus, look out. Ha ha ha. Remember the last time we danced, Alistair? Diumbili. More shouting erupted, but Harry heard none of it. He wasn't sure if Dumbledore had arrived or someone was threatening to call him. None of it mattered. Not when his friend lay on the ground before him, dead. Only one thing mattered to Harry now. Only one thing needed to be done. Bellatrix Lestrange was slinking out of the arena, hopping not to be noticed. Harry didn't hesitate or even bother to tell anyone where he was going. He simply moved. The final image of Ron's face etched forever in his mind's eye. Ron's pleading, sad expression, blood slipping between his pale lips. His friend, one of his first real friends, murdered. Harry wasn't alone. Running just behind him was Neville, who was bleeding from several cuts on his face. His left eye was swollen shut and horribly purple. They followed Bellatrix through several rooms, trying in vain to stun her or slow her down, but the crazed woman always seemed a step ahead of them. They ran back through the Time Turner room. Bellatrix fired several spells, which the boys deflected. Harry had the brief vision of the spells smashing the Time Turners, but his focus was on the retreating witch. Bellatrix led them through several more rooms, taunting them all the while. Neville looked to be struggling with his spell work as his anger rose. His spells were going astray, and his voice was cracking with each incantation. Bellatrix dove through a door and slammed the door behind her. Harry slammed against it, and Neville crashed into him. The door they had come through shut behind them, and the room begun to spin. "Now we find the room," Neville snapped. "Where the hell is the exit?" Harry shouted, barely hearing Neville's quip. The room suddenly stopped spinning, and a door to their left opened. Harry looked at Neville, who looked just as surprised as Harry felt. There was a pause, and the two boys took off running. They found themselves in the giant lobby of the Ministry of Magic. They could hear Bellatrix's cold, cruel laughter ahead of them. They rounded a corner and saw her skipping towards a line of fireplaces. "Crucio," Harry shouted, not even thinking. He just wanted her to hurt. To pay for what she'd done to Ron. Bellatrix was thrown up in the air, crashing hard against the marble floor. She began laughing hysterically, rolling to a sitting position. "Harry!" Neville looked at his friend with fright. "Don't even pretend you don't want to do it to her," Harry said, not taking his eyes off the still cackling witch. Neville turned back to Bellatrix, and he knew that Harry was right. If he were honest with himself, he dreamt of torturing the woman responsible for ruining his life, the witch who'd stolen his parents' lives. The concern melted away from his face, replaced by righteous indignation. He raised his wand at Bellatrix's heart, ready to end the woman's life. "You truly think you're ready to play with me?" Bellatrix gasped. "You silly little boys, you have to mean it. You have to truly want to cause pain. You have to really want to hurt. Then maybe I should give it a try." Neville hissed. "Try it, boy, you might like it," Bellatrix said, getting to her knees and licking her lips seductively. She clutched at her chest, her bosom heaving in anticipation. Neville began shifting his weight, his eyes flickering between Harry and Bellatrix. He felt sweat on his forehead, and his hands felt clammy. "Take your vengeance." It wasn't Bellatrix who spoke. In fact, she suddenly looked frightened. Her eyes bulged as if she couldn't believe what she had heard. Harry felt a cold fear crawl up his spine just as his scar began burning. The pain was blinding, yet he remained rigidly set, ready to end Bellatrix's life. "She drove them insane and robbed you of what was rightfully yours," the voice said smoothly. "She killed your friend, Harry. Why should it not be you to end her life in return?" Harry's vision began to blur as his scar ached. He could feel the presence behind him, feel the breath of death on the back of his neck, hands hovering over his shoulders. "You know the spell," it said lovingly. "Take your vengeance, take back what was taken." "No," Neville shouted, turning to face the specter, only to be banished away as if he were nothing more than a speck of dirt. Bellatrix clapped with glee as Neville sailed past her, her mad eyes dancing with childish delight. "So pathetic, such a shame," the voice sighed. But not you, Harry Potter. Harry was covered in sweat now. He was screaming inside his head for his muscles to move. All he could do was stare at Bellatrix's smiling face and hold his wand as steady as possible. He gritted his teeth, struggling against himself. "Take her life," the voice urged. "Avada-kedavra," Harry shouted. He spun himself, hoping the spell would connect with the Dark Lord. Bellatrix actually slid away, fearing she might be hit with the killing curse, only to begin laughing once again when she saw how weak the spell was and see Harry knocked to the floor by her lord. "I had such hope for you, Harry," Lord Voldemort sighed, circling his prey. "I knew Longbottom would never be able to do it, but you have such fire in you. I have seen your heart, Harry Potter." Harry backed away, but Lord Voldemort stalked him like a savage beast. Bellatrix watched, fascinated by her master's technique. She felt heat within her chest, and her breathing was deep and heavy. She got to her feet so that she could follow to witness her lord's triumph. There was a new noise. Behind her, coming closer. A shout of rage. Bellatrix turned to look and found the Longbottom boy sprinting towards her. Before she could get her wand up, Neville had leapt into the air, smashing into her. The two sprawled out on the floor, struggling to pin the other. Bellatrix clawed at Neville's face, while he tried to punch any part of her he could. Neville found himself on top of the crazed murderer when he felt a pain that no man should ever have to suffer. Bellatrix's eyes delighted in Neville's red, pained face as he slumped over. She quickly rolled on top of him and licked his face. "I could survive on nothing but your suffering, boy, so sweet like chocolate," she whispered. Straddling him, she rose up and shook out her tangled mass of black hair, wiping her mouth with the back of her sleeve. The hesitation gave Neville an opening, and he brought his fists together to hit her in the face. There was a crunch, and Bellatrix fell backward off of him. Shrieking with rage, Bellatrix hoisted her arm, only to suddenly realize she did not have her wand. During the struggle, both combatants had lost their weapons. Neville realized at the same moment that he was unarmed, forgetting completely about the spare wand in his pocket. He looked and saw Bellatrix's wand next to his hand. As she dove for it, Neville quickly snatched it up. She grabbed onto it, and they struggled for command of the wand. Red sparks shot out of the end, singeing them both. Bellatrix, growing weary of the fight, reached up and clawed at Neville's face, scratching at his eyes. Neville howled, but kept his hands firmly locked on the wand, not wishing to let this thing win. Bellatrix shrieked as she used on hand to claw at the boy's face. She twisted her other hand every which way, trying to loosen the boy's grip on her wand. Still, he held tightly. Bellatrix used all her might to push Neville back and away. The move caught him off guard a bit, and he stumbled. This gave the insane woman the opening she needed, and for the second time kicked Neville between the legs. Neville dropped like a stone, gasping for air. Bellatrix stood triumphantly, hefting her wand over her head, aiming it right for Neville. She was going to savor this. She stalked towards him, eyes wide, chest heaving. She ran her finger over her breasts, delighting at the tingling she felt. Inflicting pain always got her excited. Slowly she straddled Neville, who stared in defiance at her. Tears were streaming from his eyes as the pain in his groin was making it very difficult to breathe. He spread his arms out, hoping he might find an opening to strike when his hand felt something that would end the fight. "I'm deeply sorry for having to play so rough." Bellatrix smiled as she settled herself on Neville's hips. She bent forward and took his lips in hers, tugging on his bottom lip. "You've been a lot of fun, and later tonight I will remember you in the privacy of my bedroom." Neville shuddered at the image, but playtime is most definitely over. She raised her wand over her head, aiming the tip at Neville's chest. Her eyes flittered as a wide, orgasmic smile spread on her thin, gaunt face. "Goodbye, Neville Longbottom." Neville clutched the dagger that had fallen from Bellatrix's bodice during their fight and shoved it right into her throat. Bellatrix's expression was puzzled as her fingers grasped feebly at Neville's fingers, wrapped tightly around the blade's handle. She looked down at her intended victim, who actually looked a bit shocked at what he'd done. His arm was trembling, though it remained firm, pressing the blade deeper into her throat. She tried to take a breath, but began to choke on blood. Her wand fell to the floor with a light clatter, and Bellatrix fell the opposite way with a thud. Neville slipped out from underneath the woman who had for so long haunted his family and his own dreams. Bellatrix Lestrange, the witch who had tortured his parents to insanity, lay at his feet, reaching out to him, begging silently for what? Mercy, forgiveness, pity. She gave another deep, wet cough, her hands going to the knife in her neck. Blood was spilling from the wound like a river. The pool of the life-giving fluid spread out around her, and Neville stepped back as it expanded, hypnotized by what he had done. Her eyelids flittered and then closed. She gave 2 more very wet-sounding breaths before becoming still, her eyes closing once and for all. Bellatrix Lestrange was dead. Voldemort was not aware of the fight going on behind him. He had his prey, and he was ready to end this farce once and for all. Potter had been a serious thorn in his side for well over 14 years. This boy, this pathetic weakling of a child, had all but destroyed him. He had failed to destroy this boy several times now. And this latest injustice, Potter had destroyed the one thing that held the answer to killing the boy. The prophecy was gone, blasted into nothingness. You've proven to be extremely lucky, Potter. You and your friends should be most proud of what you managed, evading my best Death Eaters and even managing to kill one. But your luck has no run out. I'm doing to kill you now. No speeches, no games, just the vast emptiness of death. Avadakedavra. The spell never hit Harry because he was violently pushed aside. Where he had been a moment before, there was now a large crater. Voldemort looked to his right where Potter was looking just as confused as the Dark Lord felt, and then to his left to see the one man he'd hoped not to have to encounter. "Good evening, Tom." "Dumbledore," Voldemort hissed. Dumbledore gave a polite nod at his adversary. "The Aurors are on their way, Tom. They shall be here within moments. I only need a single moment to kill you, old man. I have become far more powerful than you could ever hope to be in 1,000 lifetimes. I shall be interested to see if your boasts hold up, Tom." "Do not use that name," Voldemort grimaced. "But it is your name. It shall always be, as much as you wish to forget." Dumbledore cocked his head, a grim smirk twitching at his mouth. Harry watched the interplay between arguably the 2 greatest wizards ever known. Harry had heard of Dumbledore's awesome power, and he suddenly realized that he was about to see it firsthand. Voldemort moved first. Harry swore he hadn't even waved his wand. Dumbledore hadn't seemed to move either as he deflected Voldemort's first volley. The dark spells smashed into the walls, leaving long scratches in the marble. Dumbledore gave a great wave of his arm, and the very air rippled. Voldemort raised a shield, and Dumbledore's spell hit it with a loud ringing gong. Harry had to cover his ears at the sound. "Do you not seek to kill me, Dumbledore? Do you still believe that everyone can be saved?" Voldemort hissed, readying his wand for another strike. His arm slashed down, and a bright crimson burst soared at Dumbledore, who did a strange sort of spin out of the spell's path. Voldemort didn't wait and conjured a large group of floating spikes, which he sent at the old wizard. Dumbledore actually looked bored as flicked his own wand, turning the spikes into nothing more dangerous than butterflies. "Is this the limit of you great new power?" Dumbledore asked. "I was doing these cheap party tricks when I was little older than Harry." The insult seemed to touch a nerve, and Voldemort held his wand to his lipless mouth and breath out. A long tongue of flame arose, making Voldemort look like a dragon. The flame grew and rose in the air, looking very much like a serpent. The flame creature struck at Dumbledore, appearing to swallow the old man before it suddenly burst outward and fade into nothing. Dumbledore stood exactly as he had been before, though his robes looked a bit singed. Harry suddenly realized that he'd been all but forgotten, and that he had an opening. He rose to his feet, clutching his wand tightly. "Defindo!" The spell caught the Dark Lord between the shoulders, and he gave a shout, not of pain, but annoyance. He turned to stare coldly at Harry, who stared fiercely back. The Dark Lord flicked his wand at Harry, and Harry was knocked head over heels. Dumbledore took advantage of Voldemort's distraction and cracked a whip of flame from the tip of his wand, catching the Dark Lord across the shoulder. Voldemort recoiled a step, and his wand flashed. A jet of poisonous green light flew through the air at Dumbledore, who dove out of the way. Harry was actually surprised to see the man move so agilely. 2 more streaks of green head towards Dumbledore, who was prepared this time, conjuring a very thick stone wall. The spells smashed away large chunks of the stone, which Dumbledore then sent at Voldemort. The rock sailed right through the Dark Lord, who had changed himself into smoke for an instant. "You cannot kill me, Dumbledore," Voldemort laughed. "I am immortal. Simply killing you would give me no satisfaction, Tom. I intend to destroy every part of you." Harry didn't understand what Dumbledore was saying, but Voldemort seemed to. His laughter stopped, and he cocked his head. A terrible sound began in Voldemort's chest and rose up his throat. The Dark Lord roared at Dumbledore, like an angered beast, and he sent a trio of killing curses at the old man. Harry didn't see what happened because his focus was on the Dark Lord, who was now stalking towards him. Harry raised his wand and sent every spell he could think of at his enemy, who simply waved them off as nothing so troublesome as a pesky feather. "Let us see how far Dumbledore is willing to go to destroy me." Voldemort smiled, and just before he reached Harry, he vanished in a wisp of smoke. Harry stared, not believing that Voldemort would just leave so suddenly. He frantically began looking about, wand raised in readiness. He saw Neville standing over a body, doing as he was. Dumbledore also seemed to be waiting for the Dark Lord to make his next move, yet none of them had expected what happened. Harry's scar suddenly surged with blinding agony. Harry fell to his knees, his wand falling out of his slack hands. It was simply the worst pain in his entire life. Harry could not move. His lungs were being compressed. His head squeezed so tightly that he thought for sure it was going to burst open. He could feel blood running down his forehead and out of his nose. Inside his mind, he saw those burning red eyes, the eyes that belonged to only one being in the entire universe. Those eyes were now pilfering through Harry's memories. "No!" Harry shouted. He focused all his remaining energy on ejecting the presence from his mind. But the Dark Lord was not moving. It showed him every horrible thing it could find. All the suffering he'd endured at the hands of his relatives. Cedric's death, Umbridge's tortures, painful memory after painful memory. Then he spoke. Lord Voldemort spoke to Dumbledore with Harry's voice. "You wish to destroy me, Dumbledore, then kill me now. Strike the boy dead and kill me as well. Can you do it? Can you end his suffering?" Harry fought with everything he had left to push Voldemort out. His insides burned and his vision blurred. He was losing, and he knew it. Snape had told him that Voldemort could drive a person insane by using their own thoughts and memories and twisting them. He was now a believer. His memories became darker, more sinister than the actual events, and Harry was beginning to be unable to distinguish reality from fantasy. He began to wish for death, if only to end this. He wanted peace now. He squeezed his eyes shut and silently begged for Dumbledore to end it. "He wishes for you to do it, Dumbledore. Potter wants you to kill him." "Will you do it? Give him the peace he yearns for?" Voldemort laughed. "Yes, yes, please God, yes, kill me, end this, I can't fight, I'm tired, please." Harry repeated over and over in his mind. He opened his eyes again and saw Dumbledore now kneeling in front of him, tears in his light blue eyes. "You can fight him, Harry," Dumbledore whispered. "You are so much stronger than he is." "The boy is weak," Voldemort said in Harry's voice. "He only wants death, Albus. Take his life and end mine." He continued to taunt. "Come on, Harry." Harry turned and saw Neville. Neville, his friend, who'd grown so close to him this year. Neville, who'd proven that he was so much stronger than anyone could have expected. The images in his mind began to fade, and Harry remembered laughing with Neville in their dormitory or talking about homework on their way down to breakfast as Hermione explained the finer points of their transfiguration work. Hermione, the sister he'd never had, so smart. How she had blossomed into the swan Harry always knew was there. He'd seen her and Neville come together. They completed some kind of puzzle. Hermione, without whom Harry knew he never would have accomplished so much in his years at Hogwarts. He loved her. He loved Neville as well. And Ron. Yes, they'd grown apart this year, but it was always understood that they were friends. They always would be. That would never change. Ron made things easier to take. When things were bad, Ron helped to take his mind off of things. There was a bond that could never be broken by simple disagreements. That's what they had learned this year. That's what Daphne had made them discover. Daphne. Her beautiful face was now the only thing he could see in his head, and the pain surged again, making him double over. Daphne. She had taught him what love was. He now understood it. He ached for her. The way she would look at him from across the great hall when they could no longer enjoy meals together. How she tasted when she kissed him. Her lips so soft against his. But it was more than just physical things. It was deeper. Though he'd never be able to put into words what he felt. He only knew that when he was with her, no matter what the situation, he felt whole. He would give her anything she asked for. He would give his own life if it meant she would live. He would die to save her. He loved her with every fiber of his being. "Ah-h-h-h-h-h-h-h," the scream echoed throughout the giant lobby as Voldemort ripped himself out of Harry's mind. Harry felt the pain suddenly vanish as he stared up at the Dark Lord, who looked as if he'd been burned. He looked as if he was about to speak, but stopped at the voices. Hundreds of voices, it seemed to Harry, who could see nothing save for Voldemort's black robes. And then he was gone. It was really him. "I can't believe it." "You know who." "It's Bellatrix Lestrange. She's been killed." "Dumbledore." "Harry, are you all right, Harry?" Dumbledore asked, ignoring the thousands of questions now being directed at him. "What happened?" Harry asked weakly. "I think we have a lot to talk about, Harry, much more than even I had thought." Dumbledore said sadly. I think first we should get you and your friends back to Hogwarts. Harry was taken back to Hogwarts along with the others, where Madame Pomfrey and several medical specialists from St. Mungo's were awaiting them. Daphne was placed in a bed and privacy screens were erected around her. Hermione was also placed in a private area, while Harry, Neville, and Tracy were all examined. Harry was made to drink several potions and ordered to lie back and rest. He couldn't do it. He kept looking over to where he knew Daphne was lying, hoping that she would be okay and hatting himself for what had happened. He had nearly lost her tonight. She had come to help him and had gotten hurt quite badly, as had Hermione. In fact, they all had been wounded in some way, and Ron had actually died. The redhead who had been Harry's best friend for so long had sacrificed himself to save him. Madame Pomfrey fussed over him a bit and made him take a few potions before bustling over to assist the St. Mungo's volunteers. He stared at the screens that hid his girlfriend, wondering if she was going to be okay, or if she would hate him for what had befallen her. An hour passed that way, Harry simply staring towards where Daphne lay, trying his best not to think about all that had befallen him and his friends that evening. Occasionally, Harry would look at the other beds where Neville or Tracy lay. The blonde Slytherin girl had fallen asleep not long after they got back, while Harry could see Neville staring at the ceiling, whispering to himself. The doors to the hospital wing opened, and 4 Aurors walked in, heading straight for Umbridge's bed. One of them, Harry recognized as Kingsley Shacklebolt. A tall, imposing woman followed a few moments later and joined them. Harry was relieved to see Madame Bones was unharmed after the events of the evening. Umbridge stirred and sat up. Harry guessed Madame Pomfrey had healed her leg a while ago. Her pouchy eyes bulged as the Aurors pointed their wands at her. "What is the meaning of this?" she asked, in that disgustingly sweet voice she used. Harry felt his stomach turn at the sound. "Undersecretary Dolors Jane Umbridge, you are under arrest for the use of the Cruciatus Curse. You are to be taken to Azkaban to await trial." Madame Bones spoke clearly, while glaring at the fat little woman. "Is this some kind of joke?" Umbridge chuckled, but Madame Bones and the Aurors did not even smile. "You!" Umbridge turned her hate-filled eyes at Harry. "You've been telling more of your lies. You're not going to get rid of me, boy. I'll not be facing the Dementors." She moved swiftly, launching herself out of bed, and ran at Harry, her fat little fingers spread to grip at his throat. She only made it a step or two before Kingsley tripped her. Umbridge fell flat on the floor, screaming with rage. "I'm going to get you, Potter. I'll make everyone see what a nasty little lying, murdering bastard you are. I'm stronger than you, boy, and I will have my revenge." Umbridge was suddenly glowing red for a split second as a stunning spell hit her in the back of the head. The hospital wing fell into silence, and Harry saw nearly everyone was staring at the limp form of the High Inquisitor as the Aurors collected her off the floor. "Take her away, gentlemen." Madame Bones sighed. She turned to Harry and in a few steps was at his bedside. "Mr. Potter, I was asked not to speak to you by Dumbledore, but I feel I need to inform you of some things that will likely happen in the next few days. You and your friends will be questioned about tonight's events, as well as events that took place during this year, in regards to your former defense against the dark arts teacher." "Fine," Harry said, his voice hoarse and soft. "Harry, what you 6 did tonight is something amazing. You should be proud." "I'm sorry, Madame Bones, but I just lost my best friend. I'm as far from proud as I can be." Harry shook his head. "I'm sorry, I suppose that was very insensitive of me. Even so, you killed 2 of them, one of which was easily the most dangerous of all of you-know-who's followers. I know for a fact that your godfather is very proud of what you managed to accomplish tonight." Harry looked up quickly at the casual mention of Sirius. Madame Bones winked at Harry. "He told me so himself when I took him home. I promise you this, I will not rest until he is free." She offered her hand, and Harry, head spinning at the revelation, shook it. She gave her condolences regarding Ron and left, presumably to make sure Umbridge made it to Azkaban. A few seconds later, Madame Pomfrey came by him again, muttering about loud-mouthed toads disturbing her patients as she forced him to take a dreamless sleep potion. "I don't want it," Harry protested. "Mr. Potter, I know that you are worried about your friends, but if you do not take this, then I will have to stun you, and I do not wish to do that, so please do not force me to take more drastic measures." Harry sighed and took the potion. Other than Professor McGonagall, Madame Pomfrey was the only adult who could ever truly frighten him. After he swallowed the thick liquid, the matron forced him to lie down, and he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Harry awoke as the sun warmed his body. There was the smallest moment of confusion as he stared up at the ceiling, and then everything came flooding into his mind. He sat up quickly and found his glasses. Once he could see properly, he looked to Daphne's bed, which was still hidden behind privacy screens, as was Hermione's. Both Neville and Tracy were all still there sleeping soundly. "Hey, you!" Harry turned to see Astoria Greengrass sitting next to him. She looked tired, but still had a smile on her face. She offered him a glass of water, which he took and drank down eagerly. "What time is it?" he asked. "Nearly 9 in the morning. Looks like you guys had a very rough night," she said simply, looking to where her sister lay. Harry simply nodded, not trusting his voice at the moment as he followed her stare. "She's going to be okay," Astoria said, turning back to Harry. "She was awake a while ago, and all she wanted was to know where you were and how you were. Madame Pomfrey wouldn't let her get out of bed, though. She's tougher than she looks, you know." "She's okay?" Harry asked, and Astoria nodded. Relief washed over him at those words. Daphne was alive, and she was going to be okay. His heart beat a little faster, and he sighed, feeling some of the weight on his shoulders evaporate. "It was a really bad hex, and she's going to be stuck in here until school is over, but she's going to be okay." They fell silent for a few moments before Astoria broke it. "I'm really sorry about Ron. It was in the paper this morning. They didn't give any details, only that he was killed by Bellatrix Lestrange, and that Bellatrix was killed later by Neville." Tears began to shimmer in the girl's eyes. "He wasn't really the nicest guy, and he said a lot of mean things to me and my sister. But he was funny, and I think I'm going to really miss him. Does that even make sense?" Harry shrugged slightly. "I wish you had the chance to really get to know him, because he could be a really good friend." "He was a really good friend. One of my first friends ever." She reached over and took Harry's hand in hers. Harry looked at her, and she stared back at him. She got up from her seat and engulfed Harry in a strong embrace. At first, Harry felt awkward. He and Astoria had never been physical in their friendship, but it was as if the younger girl knew he just needed someone to hold him for only a moment. She clutched at his shoulders, and Harry found himself melting into the girl's embrace. The tears came hard, and Harry was sobbing while Astoria held him tightly. She said nothing and just let him cry. She knew that there was nothing to say or to do except be a friend to him now, just as he'd been to her all year. After a bit, Harry got himself together and pulled away from Astoria, who smiled encouragingly. "I know that I'm not that close to you, but you've been really nice to me all year. More than that, you've made my sister incredibly happy. If you need someone to talk to, no matter what it is, even if I won't understand, I can listen." "Thank you." Harry tried to smile, but he couldn't manage it. Astoria stood up, straightening her robes a bit. She gave one last sympathetic look and left him. That afternoon, he was released from the hospital wing and told that he should go to the headmaster's office. He walked slowly, not sure what he expected. He was puzzled why he should go to the headmaster's office, as he had seen Umbridge taken away the night before, not to mention the fact that the headmaster's office had sealed itself after Dumbledore had left. When he got to the stone gargoyle, he was surprised when it jumped aside before he spoke. More confused now, Harry climbed the spiral staircase to the door, where he knocked softly. Enter Harry thought he'd lost his mind, but opened the door to see that Professor Dumbledore was sitting behind his desk once again. "Sir." "Harry!" A sobbing Mrs. Weasley engulfed him in a firm, loving hug. The emotions he'd been suppressing came to the surface again, and his eyes stung with new tears. He looked over the woman's shoulder and saw that Mr. Weasley was standing, with Jinny in his arms. Her face was flushed and tear-stained, while the twins stood looking terribly morose. "I'm so sorry." Harry sobbed. "I never meant for him to. I tried to make them stay behind. There is no way in this world that Ron would have let you go there by yourself," Jinny said thickly. "She's right, Harry." Mr. Weasley nodded. "We taught him to always stick by family. There is nothing more important or worth fighting for than the people you love. And Ron loved you as a brother. He didn't really know how to express his feelings, but I know that your friendship he treasured above anything else." Mrs. Weasley added through her sobs, "We all love you, Harry, and we know it wasn't your fault. We all wanted you to know how much we care for you, and that you are not to blame for this." She held him at arm's length so she could look him in the eye as she spoke. It only made Harry feel worse. He knew they were only saying those things to him because they didn't want him to feel bad, but Harry knew that it was his fault that Ron was dead. He had led them into that nightmare, and Ron had paid the highest price for Harry's folly. "Come on, Molly, we have a lot to do," Mr. Weasley said, taking his wife by the arms. "We'll be laying Ron to rest in the orchard by our home, Harry. It was one of his most favorite places on Earth." Harry could only nod as Mr. Weasley gave a weak smile, then led his wife out of Dumbledore's office, followed by Jinny, who hugged him tightly. I know that you don't believe us, but it's true. We all know it wasn't your fault. Don't let this eat you up. Ron would be so angry if you did, she whispered. She then placed a soft kiss on his cheek and followed her parents. Harry hiccuped, trying to settle himself again. He turned to see that Fred and George were now standing before him. Fred and George were rarely seen without some kind of smile, but at the moment, there wasn't a hint of humor on their identical faces. Looking at them now, Harry hated what he saw, something he never imagined he would ever see on the pranksters' faces: regret. We never got the chance to tell him that Fred started, but turned away. The thing is, we were never truly very nice to him. He was our first test subject, George admitted. We picked on him constantly. We knew that he had low self-esteem and we exploited it as often as we could. But we never hated him, Fred said, turning back to face Harry. And now he'll never know that. You gave him something to be proud of, Harry, George said sincerely. Something we should have done. You were a better brother to him than we were, and for that, we can never thank you enough. Harry's heart broke again. He had been allowing the guilt over what happened consume him, but it was at that moment that Fred and George's overshadowed his own. Harry couldn't even imagine what the twins, who were never spiteful people in his eyes, might be feeling over losing their younger brother whom they had spent years tormenting for laughs. Harry knew that Ron looked up to all his brothers and had a particular soft spot for Charlie, but always spoke fondly of Fred and George, even when he was complaining about them. Despite their constantly taking the mickey out of him, Harry knew that Ron could always count on them no matter what. I think he knew. Harry found himself saying. Fred and George nodded softly before they each gave Harry a pat on the back and left Harry alone with the headmaster, who looked as if he were fighting his own tears. He motioned for Harry to take a seat in front of the desk and wiped at his eyes with a handkerchief. My deepest sorrows to you, Harry. Ron Weasley was truly a unique individual, a faithful friend who did what many often promise to do for those they care for. His sacrifice will be remembered through history if I have any say in the matter. Harry said nothing, but stared at Dumbledore's desk. Dumbledore got up and went to the cabinet to retrieve his pensive. He set it down on the desk and took his seat again. First, I would like to tell you that the events of last evening have done irreparable damage to Minister Fudge and the ministry in general. It is doubtful that he will last the month as Minister of Magic, and between you and I, that could be a very good thing. Harry felt himself smile a bit at Hat. But it faded almost instantly. Dumbledore then steepled his fingers as he leaned forward. Now for the difficult part. Harry, it is my fault that all of this happened to you and your friends. I know that you are very likely blaming yourself for all that happened, but the blame lies solely with me. Had I done what should have been done, then things might not have happened as they did. What do you mean? Harry asked, looking into the tired face of the headmaster. Harry, I could have easily taken you to the Department of Mysteries and had you take the prophecy so that we might hide it, or even destroy it as you did tonight. But I feared the inevitable questions you would have asked. Questions you have asked me on several occasions. I only wanted for you to have a happy childhood. Something I failed at long ago, but was too stubborn to admit to. Harry cocked his head now, truly puzzled by what he was hearing. Dumbledore sighed deeply, steeling himself for what he was about to admit to. I placed you with your relatives because of an ancient magic your mother invoked the night she sacrificed herself to save you. A deep and powerful magic. It is the reason you must return to Privet Drive every summer, he said, keeping his eyes locked with Harry's. Harry said nothing, simply waiting for it all to be revealed, and knowing he was not going to like what he was about to hear. It was my sincerest hope that your relatives would treat you as they did their own child. I thought they would raise you with love and kindness. I should have taken a stronger hand in your upbringing, at the very least checking on you from time to time, but in my flawed wisdom, I felt it was best for you to not know of the wizarding world until it were time for you to rejoin it. I felt that you would be best served staying far away from the fame that defeating the Dark Lord brought, especially as you would have no recollection of the event itself. You were probably right on that, sir, Harry offered. He hated his fame, as it had brought him nothing but trouble since he'd come to Hogwarts. When you came to Hogwarts, I began observing you and found that, despite your awful home life, were becoming a remarkable young man. Kind, generous, eager to prove yourself, and truly humble. I was very impressed, especially at your resourcefulness. What you and your 3 friends did to protect the Philosopher's Stone was nothing short of amazing. I was truly proud of you all. You faced Voldemort and had emerged victorious. It was then that I had a decision to make, to share with you all I knew or try to protect you from the burden. I chose wrongly that night. I was still convinced you had a chance to have a somewhat typical childhood. Yet, your second year, you managed to find yourself in the middle of a conspiracy designed to ruin the school. Once again, you acted beyond your years and saved not only young Miss Weasley, but the school as well. Then the next year, you learned of the existence of your godfather and saved him from losing his very soul. Each and every year, you proved over and over again that not only were you ready for the knowledge, but you had earned the right to the truth. But I was now entrapped by what I had feared all along. I had grown to care for you, Harry, and I wanted to protect you, much the same way as Mrs. Weasley wishes to protect her children from the horrors of what is to come. But last year is when I failed you worst of all. Last year you were entered into the Triwizard Tournament against your will, and once again you proved, not only to me, but much of our world, what a strong and amazing young man you were. I should have stepped in then and begun what I should have since the day you stepped through our doors. I should have reigned you myself. Dumbledore gave another weighty sigh, and Harry knew they had arrived at it at last. I have known all along what was in the prophecy, because I was there when it was first made. Before you were born, I was interviewing a teacher to fill the position of divination. That candidate was rather unimpressive, until, just before I was going to leave, she went into a trance of sorts and made a real prediction. Trelawney, Harry muttered, realizing who Dumbledore was speaking about. Indeed, Dumbledore nodded. Dumbledore waved his wand, and his stone pensive floated from its resting place to his desk. With another wave, a small likeness of Professor Trelawney appeared, and in a very gravely, ethereal voice spoke. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live, while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. Dumbledore waved his wand a third time, and he sat staring at Harry, who had suddenly got up and began packing. Dumbledore could feel the air in the office ripple with energy. Harry's fists clenched and unclenched. I do not ask forgiveness, because all I did was out of concern for you. I made many mistakes, but I aim to rectify them all. You knew, Harry hissed, and Dumbledore nodded slowly. You knew. All this time you knew. I asked you in my first year, and you refused to tell me. Ron is dead because of you, Harry shouted, and several glass jars exploded. Dumbledore hung his head sadly, refusing now to meet Harry's cold, hard stare. It is true, Dumbledore said quite sadly. He trusted you. I trusted you. How could you do this to us? Did you even consider for a moment what might happen? If I had known, I would have avoided going to the ministry. Harry, we both know that is a lie. Dumbledore said flatly. You believed your godfather, your family, to be in peril. There was no force on this earth that could have stopped you. You even snapped the wand of a ministry official to get to Sirius. You would have fought all of Voldemort's forces to reach him. That is one of the things that makes you such a powerful enemy to Voldemort, though he does not yet realize it. Another is your friends. Harry gave the headmaster a very hard look, but Dumbledore shook his head. If Lord Voldemort had the respect and love from his followers that you have from your friends, he would have a most formidable army, and we would truly be unable to defeat him. It is their love for you, and you for them, that makes you truly powerful. It is why he was unable to hold onto your mind last night. I do not know if you saw him when he emerged from you. He suffered greatly, and I believe he will begin employing a clemency against you. I would be most surprised if he tried again to invade your mind. Harry was feeling exhausted now. It had been a very emotional day for him, and he no longer had the energy to remain mad at the headmaster, especially now. As he looked at Dumbledore, who for so long had appeared as symbol of strength and wisdom, all he saw now was a man, a person who made grave errors in judgment just as anyone else could. Dumbledore was no god. He was just a human being, just as Harry was. That revelation did much to abate Harry's anger. In fact, it seemed to crush him a bit more. His view of the world was crumbling around him, and he wasn't sure what he was supposed to do about any of it now. So what does it mean? Atoria asked. Does it mean only I can kill him? Prophecies are never black and white, and for the most part should never be taken seriously. However, Voldemort took this one seriously and set events in motion that must now be fulfilled if we are ever to be rid of him. That is why I should like to do what I should have done and begin training you, starting this summer. Harry looked up at Dumbledore's kind blue eyes. I never wanted you to have to face any of this, Harry. However, it is clear that the only way it can end is if you and I figure it all out. Will you allow me to help you? Harry shook his head. As if he had any choice in the matter. If he wanted to defeat the Dark Lord, then of course he would accept Dumbledore's help. There was no other option. Will you promise to tell me everything I want to know, no matter how trivial or crucial, no matter what it is? I owe you at least that, Harry. I swear on my magic that you shall know everything in this story, and I will also swear I will do everything in my power to teach you as much as I can to help you in the coming war. Harry stood from his chair and offered his hand to the aged headmaster. Dumbledore gave another sad smile and shook the young man's offered hand. I think it would be good if you returned to your dormitory and got some rest, or perhaps paid a visit to Miss Greengrass. We will have plenty of time to speak over the summer. Harry knew he was being dismissed, and as much as he hated it. He wanted to get away from the older man right then. He was still angry, and more than a bit confused. As he descended the stairs, he thought about going to see Daphne, but his own guilt prevented him from doing so. There was so much going on in his head, he was certain that he would not have been good company for his girlfriend at the moment. Instead, he returned to his dormitory, and avoiding the questions being thrown his way, went to his bed where he stayed the rest of the day. On the final day of school, as students were heading to the carriages to board the Hogwarts Express back to London, a handful of students met in the Great Hall, all dressed in black. Their personal things had been sent home already, as they would not be riding the train home, but were to attend the funeral of their mutual friend, Ron Weasley. Harry stood alone, apart from his friends, much as he had been doing for the last few days. He'd taken to hiding under his invisibility cloak, and using the Marauder's map to avoid any interaction with his friends. He had been thinking deeply on matters ever since his meeting with Dumbledore, and had come to several conclusions. For their safety, he told himself as he happened to glance at Hermione, who was sitting with Neville. She had been released from the hospital wing 2 days ago, and looked as good as ever. Her hair was done in a simple plait, and she looked as if she hadn't been sleeping. She had dark circles under her eyes, and they were puffy as if she'd been crying a lot. Neville looked just as tired as his girlfriend. He was paler than usual and disturbingly calm. He looked at Harry once or twice, each time with questioning eyes, which hurt Harry badly. Tracy stood fidgeting. She looked horribly uncomfortable, though she was dressed exquisitely. She looked a bit better rested than Hermione of Neville, but just as nauseous. Ron and Tracy had never been close, and it was almost a given that they never would be, but they had respected one another in the end. Harry was sure that Ron had even considered her a friend, though he had never said it. "Here we are," Dumbledore said, escorting the last member of Harry's circle. The sight of her stung Harry the worst, for Daphne was the one person he had wanted to see the most and had adamantly avoided. Daphne was moving very slowly, hanging on Dumbledore's arm. She looked pointedly at Harry, and he found himself coming to her side. "Hi," he said softly. She looked at him and gave a soft smile. "I'm not mad," she said encouragingly. "I know why you've been avoiding us. I think if I was in your place, I might have done the same." Her lack of anger cut him, and he inwardly cringed. She wasn't going to make this easy, he realized. For their safety, he repeated his mantra. "This way," Dumbledore said, guiding them all to the fireplace. One by one, they used the flue to the burrow where Ron's funeral was to take place. Harry was the last of the teens to leave. As he stepped into the fireplace, he saw Dumbledore looking very disappointed at the younger man. Harry ignored it and called out his destination. The burrow had never looked so melancholy. Harry was greeted by Mr. Weasley, who hugged him, something the man had never done to Harry. Mr. Weasley then told them that they would be the last ones arriving, and once Dumbledore appeared, they all walked slowly to the orchard where Ron was to be laid to rest. Harry escorted Daphne, who was moving very slowly. He had heard that she would be taking restorative drafts most of the summer, and that she now had a very sinister scar that started at her left shoulder and cut diagonally down to her navel. He avoided her eye as they walked, and she respected his silence. There were about 50 or so mourners waiting for them, and when they all were seated, it was Dumbledore himself who performed the service. He spoke of Ron's courage and his loyalty to his friends. He then allowed for others to say a few words about Ron. Not many people spoke, Mr. Weasley, Bill, and Charlie Weasley. Neville said a few words about Ron, and even Tracy stood up to say a bit about the Ron she had gotten to know over the past year. However, it was Fred and George's speech, and their act that made everyone cry. They laid a obnoxiously bright orange Chudley Cannon's flag over the mahogany coffin after speaking of all the unforgivable things they had made their younger brother suffer through, and how they were more than proud to have been honored to even know Ron, much less be loved by him. When they were finished, Dumbledore asked if anyone else wished to speak. Nearly as one, the entire congregation turned to Harry. Harry nodded and rose from his seat, stepping to stand beside the coffin. I was fortunate enough to meet Ron Weasley on the train to school in our first year. He took the time to befriend a scrawny, somewhat ignorant boy who knew virtually nothing about the wizarding world. Harry took a long breath, trying to steady himself. Through Ron, I learned what I had been missing for most of my life. I knew what it meant to have a friend, and I learned about everything that could come along with it. Our friendship endured it all. We accepted each other's faults and encouraged the strengths we saw in each other, even when we couldn't see them ourselves. Ron showed me what it meant to be a part of something as special as family, and for that, for looking past my name and becoming my first best friend, I will be eternally grateful. I will miss you, my friend, my brother. Harry went back to his seat, and Dumbledore rose from his own and stepped beside Ron's coffin. He swished his wand and levitated the casket slowly. It floated gently to the grave that had been dug earlier, and with great care and reverence, set Ron's sarcophagus down. He then used his wand to cover it all, before conjuring a white headstone, which read Ron Weasley March 1, 1980 June 14, 1996 Never will there be a truer hero, friend, or brother. People began to disperse, many of them giving their condolences to the Weasleys. Harry rose from his seat and looked to Dumbledore, who was going to be taking him back to Privet Drive. The headmaster raised his hand, signaling that it would be a few moments. Harry sighed heavily, wanting desperately to leave as soon as possible. He was terribly afraid that he spoke to anyone that his resolve might crack, and he just didn't want that. He had a plan, and he needed to stick to it. You spoke so well. Harry felt his shoulders tighten. She was behind him now, as he suspected would happen. You owe it to her at the very least. She deserves an explanation. His inner voice said. Harry wanted to argue, but knew that his inner voice was right. Daphne at least deserved to know. They all did, in truth, but her especially. Slowly, he turned to face her. She was as beautiful as ever, and it hurt him to look at her. Her dark hair was done in a simple ponytail, and her dress hugged her softly. He'd never seen her dressed so nicely. It was usually their uniform, with a bulky cloak over her. He had no idea how nice of a shape she truly had, at least until Christmas, when he'd seen her in jeans and a jumper. Then he had discovered just how blessed he was. However, their relationship had never really hindered on physical intimacy. Tough that part had always been nice. Theirs was something deeper. She understood him in ways he doubted any other girl could. Harry tried to clear his head. If he thought any more on the subject, he would be unable to do what he felt he needed to. This isn't how I wanted to do this, he said, his voice grave. Daphne felt her skin erupt in gooseflesh. What are you talking about? I can't see you anymore. This thing between us has to end. Now. Harry, I know you're upset, and with everything that happened, Daphne started to say, tears brimming in her deep brown eyes. It tore at Harry's heart, and his insides began screaming for him to stop what he was doing. I won't let any of you do what Ron did. I won't anyone else die to protect me. I won't let him use any of you to get to me. I'm not worth it. It'll be better for everyone if you all went on with your lives and forgot all about me. Harry, stop it, Daphne pleaded. She was clutching at her chest, and she felt like the world had begun to spin. You're upset, and I understand, but you're being stupid. I'm sorry, but it's better like this. You all deserve a chance at a real life, and you'll never have that so long as you hang around me. All I bring is pain and death. Harry's eyes wandered to the gleaming white headstone of his best friend. Goodbye, Daphne. Harry turned and began walking away from his now ex-girlfriend, his insides at war with his head. He hated to do it. He was sure he'd be miserable when he allowed himself to think of what he just gave up, but it was their only chance, her only chance. If he'd learned anything that night, it was that his enemy would use anything and anyone to get at him, and Harry would not allow that to happen again. He didn't even look behind him as he came to Dumbledore's side, so he didn't see Daphne crumple to the ground, or Neville, Daphne and Tracy come to her side. Sir, I'd really like to go now, Harry said to Dumbledore, who looked at him gravely. Dumbledore looked as if he wished to say something, but Harry cut him off instantly. "I know what you're going to say, sir, and I've already thought about it all. It's the right thing to do, for the greater good." Dumbledore closed his eyes and sighed. He had never realized in his whole life how ridiculous those words really sounded until he heard them come out of Harry Potter's mouth. He silently swore that he would find a way to make Harry see the error in what he'd just done. Slowly and deliberately, Dumbledore offered his arm, to which Harry clasped, and with a faint pop, they were gone. Daphne watched as Harry took the headmaster's arm and disappeared. Her heart broke into 1,000 pieces as Harry vanished from her sight, and she fell into her best friend's arms and sobbed harder than she had ever done in all her life. In that very instant, Daphne Greengrass felt that she too had died.
Thanks for watching part 1. For part 2, please subscribe to my channel.